The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was the noble Bassanio who asked the question in The Merchant of Venice. Tell me, where is fancy bred? Or in the heart, or in the head? Now, in Bassanio's case, the question was rhetorical, or if you prefer, an apostrophe, because he really didn't expect an answer. But, a little late perhaps, here is at least one answer. Fancy is bred in both the head and heart of a bright little girl. A lonely little girl called Dinah.
She talks to herself, David.
Who doesn't, if you're alone enough?
Out loud?
Sometimes, like to an imaginary playmate.
Well, this isn't exactly the same. The playmate talks back in a different voice.
You've got to be kidding.
I only wish I were.
Our mystery drama, The Child's Cat's Paw, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Sarah Parker. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Everyone suffers from claustrophobia, especially if the winter is severe enough to make moving about almost impossible. This is a story of one family cooped up by circumstance, by living conditions, and by the accident of an awful, severe winter. It's the story of a cat, of a little girl with too much imagination, and of how dangerous dreams can be if we determine to make them come true for anyone but ourselves.
The thing of it is, Sammy, it's no fun to be stuck way out in the country, especially when there's no school, on account of there isn't enough heat. It's awfully lonely. I'm glad you're sorry, Sammy, but it doesn't help much. If you could only talk. But cats can't really. Can they? Or come to think of it, why not? Suppose you could talk real people talk. How would you sound? How would you like me to sound? I don't know. That doesn't sound much like a cat. But I really do need someone to talk to. What about your mother? Oh, she's fine. Whenever she has time. When she isn't painting or worrying or taking care of Daddy. How about him? Oh, no. He's too busy writing and can't be disturbed. There's always Uncle Willie. Yes. Only he's sort of, sad. Maybe it's because he's sick. I wish I could make him feel better. How could you? That's what I don't know. I've got to think about it. So? What shall we talk about? Well, I have this sort of idea.
Dinah?
Yes, Mother?
Did I hear you talking to someone?
No, Mummy. Well, just to Sammy.
Oh, Didn't sound like a cat to me. You sure there's no one else in this room?
No, honest. Cross my heart.
It's lonely, isn't it?
It's all right. I just wish...
What, dear?
You want to play some dominoes?
Honey, I can't. Look, why don't you go on downstairs and keep Uncle Willie company? He looks like he could use some, and maybe a game of checkers.
He just likes chess, and I can't remember all the moves. I can beat the tar out of him at Chinese checkers, though.
So come on. Go wipe him off the map.
Okie doke. Let's track, Sammy.
Sammy? That's not much of a name for a cat.
It is for this one. She's my friend. She's my other self.
Your what?
Oh, you wouldn't understand, Mother. She's my familiar. Like I read about in a book.
What book?
About witches and fairies and goblins and everything. If you're a witch, you can have a familiar. That's like a real friend.
And that mangy little cat is your bosom buddy?
She's not mangy either.
And you aren't a witch. Oh, go on down, see your uncle, and give him a few laughs. Oh, David, I thought it would be all right to come in. I didn't hear the typewriter going.
I'm up against a real block, Joan. You know, hazards of the profession, or whatever you call a writer. What goes?
Oh, no big deal. Just Dinah.
Well, what's she gotten herself into now?
Well, it isn't exactly what she's gotten herself into. More like what we have.
Meaning?
Darling, it's terribly simple. We wanted to flex some wings. You gave up teaching to write your novel, and I gave up a cushy job at the museum.
Check.
Not quite. We thought it all out. Brave new world. Hole up in the country cheap with Uncle Willie as our angel. Only we forgot one member of the family. Dinah.
Dinah?
Hmm?
Well, we both agreed that at least 1 year in country schools would be a happy change for us.
Sure, darling, except who knew winter was going to be this way? Who knew our love child was going to be so desperate she'd have to start inventing companionship of her own?
Hey. Wait a minute. It can't be that bad.
Well, it's okay for you. You sit here in your ivory tower away from it all.
Wait a minute. That was the deal, Joan. A year off for me, for the both of us. Now, we did know it was going to be tough. I mean, living on next to nothing. That's why we're buried in the country.
Lord knows we can't afford to live anywhere else.
Or even here, if it wasn't for Uncle Willie. Lousy thing to imagine that if he hadn't got sick, we couldn't have swung it.
Well, let's not bury ourselves in any martyr complexes, Dave. We were happy to have his financial help in exchange for, well, what do we really offer him?
3 squares a day, a roof over his head, and Dinah.
Dinah. Yes, that's a rather special gift. I just worry about how much we're offering her.
Oh, Dinah can manage very well.
Oh, she's a complicated little mechanism. Darling, we did take her away from all her friends, and it's so remote out here, particularly with this awful winter
And what?
And, oh, I know it's childish and ridiculous of me, but why did you have to find her that darn cat?
What about a cat?
Fammy.
Huh?
Fammy, the cat. Short for familiar.
Oh, that's her name?
Oh, that's what Dinah dubbed him. It, whatever the scrawny thing is. It's kind of scary when you come right down to it.
What, the cat?
No, the cat is a cat, but the way Dinah feels about it.
How does she feel about it?
Well, you know what a familiar is. The alter ego of a witch.
What? You're suggesting that Dinah
Oh,
is
don't be ridiculous, but she read about it somewhere. You know how much she reads and how suggestible she is, and I swear she's got this notion that the cat is, well, I sort of said it already, her other self.
Oh, come on, Joan. What on earth would give you the idea that...
She talks to herself, Dave.
Who doesn't if you're alone enough?
Out loud?
Well, sometimes, like to an imaginary playmate.
Well, this isn't exactly the same. The playmate talks back in another voice.
You're kidding.
I wish I were.
What kind of voice?
As if it were a cat's voice.
You mean that stray cat I found her?
Maybe.
Well, it's crazy. We're all uptight. No, got to get used to the new life.
Look, everything we decided was great for us. The problem is that child we made together. All together too long ago.
Oh, you make me feel like a hero.
I didn't mean to, except...
Well, I am one. I should be thinking of her future instead of mine.
Well, so could you spend just a little time with her?
Yes. Yeah, of course. Of course I'll spend time with her, but I don't know how to say it. Well, I have a deadline for this novel. I have gambled everything to take a year off to finish it. All right, I'll admit it. I'm not much use to you, Joan, anyone. I'm soaked in this, in what I'm doing. Oh, can't you handle the rest?
Of course I can, darling. I don't want you to worry anymore.
Yeah, but I do. Where's Dinah now?
Oh, I think she's with Uncle Willie.
Could I ask you a question, Uncle Willie?
What? Yes, of course. Why not, child?
Are you really all that sick?
Sick? Now, Dinah, what kind of question is that? I was sick.
What kind of sick?
Well, it had to do with my lungs and... really, that's something I shouldn't talk with you about. Forget it. I'm fine now.
No more sniffles. Or like that?
No more sniffles. I really wasn't that sick at all.
Then why were you so sad all the time?
Sad? Yes, I guess I am sad. Oh, well, I don't know.
I think it's because you're all alone.
Well, now, I'm not that alone. I have you and your mother and father and...
I guess that's it, Uncle Willie. You just don't have someone who's especially yours. Like I have Mommy and Daddy and then Sammy.
Sammy?
My very own cat. See?
Yes, I see. And you're right, Dinah. That is my problem. I don't have someone of my very own.
Why not?
Well, simply because there's nobody who wants me.
I think everyone has to have someone who wants him. It's just a matter of finding them.
And that's the difficult trick. I just haven't been able to.
Would you like me to find someone for you, Uncle Willie?
Don't I wish you could? Who'd want me?
Well, you never know. Daddy says there's always someone for everyone.
If you can find her.
If you can't, maybe I can. Me and Sammy, I mean.
What could you find me, child, in this godforsaken wilderness?
Oh, you might be surprised. Once me and Sammy put our heads together. What? Who is it?
It's your familiar, Dinah. You want to help Uncle Willie?
Oh, yes.
Find him someone to make him happy?
Yes.
Then I will tell you who and how. Will you trust me?
I always trust anyone I love.
That's good. Because after we make Uncle Willie happy, then we can start to worry about you.
Don't worry about me. I'm happy.
Are you, Dinah? Are you? If you want to stay as you are, you better be very sure. Sure, yeah.
Dinah?
Oh, Mom.
Oh, are you all right? You didn't call out for me?
No.
Oh, never mind, darling. You must have been having a bad dream. Oh, now really, that cat in bed again. I think that's what's disturbing you. I'll take her away.
No, I need her. I need her so much, Mommy. She's like a sister. Another bit of me.
Oh, all right. Good night, darling.
Night, Mommy.
Oh, why do I dislike you? Poor, scrawny, hungry-looking kitten. Maybe it's because you're more of an outcast than all of us. Oh, what's the matter with me? What harm could you possibly bring anyone?
What harm indeed. A stray cat, left behind by some summering family who were hard-hearted enough to abandon it when they left. Picked up by the Hastings family out of the kindness of their hearts and welcomed by a lonely child as her closest friend and confidant. What harm could the cat, now called familiar, bring? I'll return shortly with Act Two. Everyone has fantasies, daydreams. We even, like Walter Mitty, act them out sometimes. It's an inexpensive, harmless enough pastime and may even be very good mental therapy. Except if we start to believe our fantasies. Then, sometimes, they can lead us into trouble. Like the trouble Dinah caused, with nothing but the best of intentions.
Quiet. Want to wake up everyone in the house? Oh, you Sammy. You never sleep. You just take cat naps. No. Don't try to snuggle in. I've got to get up. I've got to. Oh, that's right. No school again. What am I going to do with another whole day?
Are you asking me?
Of course I'm not asking you. You can't have any ideas without me thinking of them first.
Why?
Because you're only a filament of my imagination. Or is that figment?
I wouldn't be too sure.
I'm not. That's why I'm trying to decide which it is.
I didn't mean that.
What did you mean?
About my not having any ideas for myself.
Well, you can't.
I've got one right now.
About what?
Uncle Willie.
You mean about finding him someone?
We don't have to.
How come?
Because I know just who it could be.
Who?
Gloria Roberts.
You mean the egg lady's sister?
That's the one.
She's sort of pretty, I guess. But don't you think she's kind of young for Uncle Willie?
Don't worry. She's not too young for him. He's got a thing about her, I know.
How do you know?
I just do.
I think you're right. One day when we were getting things from the egg lady, she introduced her sister Gloria to him. And he got all sort of jumpy and red in the face. But he's too old for her.
Oh, you never know.
What about the egg lady?
She's much too plain for him. He'd never go for her. No, I guess it's Gloria or nobody.
How do we get Uncle Willie and Gloria together?
I don't think that would be too hard.
Dinah?
You can come in, Mommy. I'm awake.
I thought I heard your alarm clock.
You did.
Oh, you forget there was no school.
Yep, dopey me.
Well, maybe by Monday it'll be warm enough to really go... Oh, I'm sorry, Sammy.
You didn't have to sit on her.
Dinah, I didn't see her, and she shouldn't be in the bed with you anyway.
We were just keeping each other warm.
While you were talking to yourself?
That's not fair. You were eavesdropping.
Oh, don't be silly. I just heard a mumble coming down the hall. Dinah, try and ride with it, please. Give Daddy a chance to finish his book. Then we can move back again where there are more people.
Oh, it's all right. But see, I'm not really talking to myself.
All right, dear. Now, how about some breakfast?
Neat. Then can I take a walk?
Oh, where are you planning to walk to?
I thought maybe I'd go down to the egg lady and smell what she's baking.
To Maggie Roberts' house? Oh, I don't know. With all this snow, it's a little far for you alone.
Maybe Uncle Willie could walk with me.
Oh, maybe he could. We'll ask him. And if that's where you're going, we could kill two birds with one stone.
What do you mean?
Well, we're almost out of bread. You can bring me back a couple of loaves. What did you think I meant?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Dinah, are you up to something?
Why, Mommy, what could I be up to?
She is up to something, David. I know it.
Now, what could she be up to?
I don't know, David. She's just too darn smart for her own good. And maybe ours.
Come on, Joan. What are we doing to hurt her? Well, we didn't set up the deep freeze this winter, and anyway, how long can it last? Now, all we need is a good warm spell to get us tracking again. Oh, incidentally, where's our femme fatale?
Oh, she's off to Maggie Roberts to pick up some bread with Uncle Willie in tow.
Well, that should keep her out of trouble.
Better than being at home and carrying on those eternal dialogues with that cat. I don't like that cat.
You just don't like cats, period.
That isn't true. Darling, have you ever taken a good look at that cat?
Well, sure. I'm the one who picked it up and brought it home from the woods. A
smoke gray cat with blue eyes.
Yep, that's what she is.
You know there's a kind of legend around here about a cat like that.
The witch cat of Witcherly Corners? Sure. That's how Dinah and me gave the cat its name.
Well, anyways, I don't have to worry about Dinah today. She has Uncle Willie to look out for her.
How come you never got married, Uncle Willie?
Well, if I was a girl, I suppose I'd say because I never got asked.
But you're not a girl.
That's right. So then, I guess you'd have to say because I never found the right one to ask. But we've been down this road before, Dinah.
Not all the way.
What's that mean?
Remember when I said I could find someone for you? Or anyway, me and Sammy?
I recollect something like that.
Well, we're going to see her now.
Who?
The egg lady's sister, Gloria.
Child, she's almost young enough to be my daughter.
She thinks you're awful cute.
She does? Oh, you're just talking nonsense.
I am not either. She said that to me last week.
She did?
Yes, she did. You can ask Sammy. She was with me.
Sammy?
My cat.
Oh.
She said, your uncle is real cute, Dinah. But how come he's afraid to even say hello to me? I mean, Gloria said that, not Sammy. Are you afraid to say hello to her?
Why, no. Why would I be? Well, it's just she's so young and sure of herself. Well, I don't think this is something we should be discussing.
Me neither.
Well, good.
I think it's something we should be doing something about. Oh, what a yummy smell.
Except the bread isn't quite baked yet. I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Dinah.
Oh, that's all right.
I hope Mr. Brown doesn't mind too much.
Oh, no, Mrs. Roberts. I'm like Dinah. No smell in the world like baking bread.
I'd make you a cup of coffee, but I've got to get the dough ready for a new batch.
Where's your sister today, Miss Roberts?
Gloria? Oh, most likely glued to TV.
Maybe we could just walk up to the house and say hello?
I don't want to bother Miss Roberts.
Maybe she'd like to be.
But her sister said she was looking at TV.
That means she must be bored.
Well, it's quite a long way to the house, and she might not even be there.
Tell you what, I'll run ahead and see if she is.
Yeah?
Hello, Miss Roberts. I'm Dinah Hastings. From up on the hill.
Oh, yeah. What can I do for you?
We're waiting for bread to bake, my uncle and me.
So?
That's my Uncle Willie coming up the hill there. He's very rich, but he's been sick. He's all better now and getting well again.
That's nice.
He's awfully lonely, poor man. And can I tell you a secret?
Why not?
He really has a case on you, only he doesn't want to say so. And your sister said maybe you'd give him a cup of coffee.
Are you putting me on, kid?
I don't know what that means.
A case on me, huh? You say he's not married?
No. He just never could find the right girl.
And he's rich?
Ever so rich.
Dinah,
I think we ought to be getting back. The bread should be ready now. Oh, hello, Miss Roberts.
Hello, Mr.
Brown. Willie Brown.
Oh, of course, I should have known. I've seen you here before.
Yes, and I noticed you.
Miss Gloria was going to invite you for a cup of coffee.
Really?
Well, I can fix some. Come on in.
Well, I don't know. Dinah, you want some?
Oh, not me. But why don't you? And while you're having it, I want to go down and say hello to the chickens.
Oh, Willie, you are funny. And, of course, I noticed you every time you were around.
Oh, I don't know how you can say that. Well, I mean, why would you?
Well, you noticed me.
Oh, that's different.
How?
Well, you're beautiful and young and vibrant.
Oh, who said you were so old? You know something, Willie? You'd be surprised how strong and sexy you come on.
I do?
Sure. I'm just glad I got the chance to kind of get to know you.
Oh, me too, Miss Roberts.
Oh, come on. Gloria. Look at me. I'm calling you Willie like I know you all my life.
Gloria, you're some kind of a girl.
Oh, just lonely.
Like me.
Oh, well, you don't have to be, Willie. Not as long as I'm around. Oh, but that's silly because you're so rich that now you've got your health back, you'll cut out, and I probably won't ever see you again.
Oh, money isn't everything, Gloria, and now that I've met you, I know, well, I can feel I've got all my health back. Listen, how'd you like to go to town tonight? Have dinner, see a movie, go dancing.
Well, I'm certainly glad we have the bread, Uncle Willie.
Well, so am I, Dinah. So am I. Otherwise, I just can't believe that... Oh, don't mind me. I don't know what I'm saying.
Sometimes, when I'm happy or excited, I get the same way. It was a nice walk, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It went quite a bit farther than I expected.
I don't think we went that far.
I wasn't thinking of you, Dinah, just myself. I never went so far in my life. Thanks to you.
Hello? Oh, yes, Willie. You what? Oh, no, it's all right. Of course, we're all asleep, but... yes. Mm-hmm. All right, you're a big boy. No, of course. Fine.
What was that all about?
Oh, your Uncle Willie went dining and dancing in town, and when he and Gloria Roberts were about to start back, he found his battery was dead. They're going to have to stay in town overnight.
Overnight? We're halfway through it already.
What? Didn't you hear when you snuck down the hall just now about Uncle Willie and Gloria?
Not exactly. I don't care anyway. I'm too sleepy.
They like each other. We cast a spell over them just like we planned.
What's the difference?
Isn't that what we wanted? Now they'll have to get married. Or else. Isn't that what we wanted?
I suppose. I'm just too sleepy to remember.
A lonely little girl opens up life for an even lonelier and far older man. Uncle Willie has become involved with a woman with whom he can have no sensible future. And what was the influence that led him there? A naive little girl? Or the strange smoky cat with the blue eyes who might or might not be a witch? I'll return with Act 3. The tiniest thing in our finite world, the atom, is the source of its most devastating destruction. So, too, the most naive and innocent meddling in emotions can sow an equally minuscule seed of possible destruction. Not that on their way home from town, Willie and Gloria are conscious of anything like that.
Willie, honest, you're too much. This car is a dream. I can't get over the way you just went out and bought it like that.
Well, I couldn't hold a princess in that old wagon I was driving.
Oh, you say the nicest things.
Well, I haven't maybe said the nicest thing yet. You going to marry me, Gloria?
Oh, you gonna take me out of Wycherley Corner?
Darn right. And anywhere you want to go.
You can afford all that?
I can afford it.
All right, Willie. I'm gonna marry you.
You're gonna marry this you're gonna marry Gloria?
That's right, David.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't you think she's kind of... Well, I mean that you're sort of old... I mean, you really think it's gonna work?
David, son, I'm a new man. And I just want you and Joan to know I've paid up the rent and I'll take care of the utilities and everything just the way you planned.
Oh, no, Uncle Willie. You don't have to.
Well, it's the least I can do. After all, I owe my whole new future to your little girl, Dinah.
You're going to be married? You? Yes, Maggie. So what? To Mr. Brown?
That's right.
But you don't love him.
What's the difference? What are you, Maggie, jealous?
Yes, if you want to know. That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, sure. That has nothing to do with you wanting to spoil it for me.
I don't care about you, Gloria. I learned a long time ago you seem to be able to take care of yourself. I just don't want you to spoil it for him.
So isn't that generous of you, little mother? What are you going to do to stop me?
Nothing, I suppose. What can I do?
Willie's coming with the ring money this morning. $2,500 so I can pick something real nice.
$2,500?
Sure. Listen, kid, I've taken my lumps enough for men.
Especially that Lonnie boy. I never thought I'd see the day when I wished he was around again.
Why?
Because he's your type. You wanted to get away from the farm. That's the kind of riffraff you should have taken off with. Oh, you're no good, Gloria. Why don't you leave that poor, nice man alone?
So you could have him? No, sir. He wants me. So why shouldn't he have me?
Because you'll walk out on him the first chance you get. You're just looking for a chance to escape from here. All you want from him is his money.
Well, I couldn't get it in cash, so I'm taking the next best thing. I think I'll walk up to the road to meet sweet William. I don't want him getting the wheels on his new car all dirtied with the farmyard muck. Willie? Uncle Willie, just a minute.
Yes? What is it, Joan?
Are you driving into town?
Yep.
I hate to ask you, but with the weather, she's been so housebound. Could you take Dinah with you?
Joan, dear, I'm sorry, not today. Gloria and I are going to buy an engagement ring.
Oh, well, have a nice day.
Well, I expect to. Today's the beginning of a whole new life for me. Bye, Joan. Bye, Dinah.
I guess he didn't want to take me?
No, he's taking Gloria. What a mess.
What a mess?
Willie and that girl. It's all wrong, and I don't know how to stop it. I just wish I knew who started it. He's making the worst mistake of his life.
Why, Mommy? Uncle Willie is so lonely. Don't you think he should have someone to love? Like you and Daddy?
Everyone should have someone to love, but if Willie had to pick on one of the Roberts sisters, why couldn't he have picked on Maggie?
Hey, well, what do you know? Hey, Gloria, baby, you waiting for me?
Lonnie!
In person, not a picture.
I thought you cut out for good.
Well, baby, things are uptight, so I split for a while. Hey, I never said I wouldn't be back.
Oh, no, but You sure didn't live up to no promises.
Had built a stake, babe, so I tooled around, seeing where it's at, so now I'm back.
Just passing through, huh?
Oh, no way. I'm here to pick you up.
Pick me up.
Sure. All you and me ever wanted was to split this scene, so now we can. Yeah, and I made a couple of scores.
But, Lonnie, I can't.
How come?
Well, see, there's this guy I'm waiting for now. I mean, he's older and all, but me and him, we're supposed to be married. He's bringing the ring money today, and
Hey, what's that got to do with me? Hey, you want to be my chick again, huh? You want to ride easy?
Lonnie, what are you trying to do to me?
I'm just trying to get us back where we were, babe, you and me. You know, that is old character. Ditch him.
Well, if you want me, Lonnie, I'll try to.
What is it?
Oh, he's coming now. That's his car.
So?
But I have to tell him now?
Why, hold up, huh?
Hi, Precious. What are you doing? Waiting for me here up on the road.
Hey, she's not waiting, man. She just happened to catch us before we cut out.
Cut out?
Yeah, me and my chick.
Well, is he talking about you, Gloria?
I'm sorry, Willie. Yeah.
What do you mean you're sorry?
Well, I guess we can't get married. It was a crazy notion anyway.
But we were going to get the engagement ring and...
Hey, wise up, Pops, will you? Now, what are you trying to do? Rob the cradle, huh? Now, you can't handle something like Gloria, so just bow out quiet.
You'd take a bum like this over me, Gloria, old as I am?
Oh, you got to understand, Willie.
Hey, let me handle it. What's that? What's that, huh? You figure yourself you better than me?
I know enough about you to know you're no good for her.
Oh, now, let's not mess around, man.
I'm not going to let you abduct her.
Abduct? Oh, now there's for laughs.
This isn't for laughs, any of it. I'll tell you I'd kill you before I...
Get back off, man, will you? I'm going to let you have it now.
You're not taking Gloria away from me.
Oh, okay, buddy. Oh, listen, I'm sorry, Gloria, baby, but he asked for it.
You didn't hurt him too bad.
No, I just laid him out. Come on, let's split.
And leave him here?
Here, come around.
You sure?
Yeah, I didn't hit him that hard.
Okay, but if we're going...
Yeah?
You want to stay to ride us for a while? He's got the cash right in his pocket.
Willie?
Yeah. What?
It's Maggie. Can you help me to get yourself up?
I don't want to get up. Just want to sleep.
No.
Can't help it. The way it is, I have to.
No, come on, Mr. Brown. Willie, come on.
What?
You're frozen stiff. You've got to come with me. You'll catch your death of cold.
Hello? Yes? Oh, Maggie. What? Well, yes, we didn't know where he was, but what time is it? 6 o'clock. In the snow all night. Oh, yes, I'll get my husband up and we'll get there as soon as we can.
What's wrong, Mommy?
It's Uncle Willie. He had an accident and lay all night in the snow. Maggie Roberts has sent for the doctor.
Well, why'd you do that?
Well, because his sweetheart, Gloria, took off with another man. And in trying to stop them, Willie got hurt. How do you like that, Dinah?
What do you mean, Mommy?
Weren't you responsible for getting Uncle Willie and Gloria together?
Here's a little soup, Mr. Brown, to warm you up.
Smells good. Tastes good, too.
That's the bread. Have to bake it every morning.
It's morning?
Yes.
I've been out that long?
Almost a whole day?
Gloria's gone, I suppose.
Well, she's gone.
With the money?
What money?
Oh, it doesn't matter. And I suppose I should curl up and die, but I won't.
Well, that's nice to hear.
You fed me. The soup was marvelous, and Well, bread always has been.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
Maggie,
Yes?
you're a very beautiful woman.
Oh, that isn't true.
I think so.
Then I want to be beautiful. I'll try as hard as I can.
Why didn't I ever see that before? It's really worth being sick for me to find out.
Sammy, we have to have a very serious talk before we go to sleep. This thing that's happened with my uncle. It just goes to prove we had no right to go fiddling with his life. Oh, great. Now you're just going to sneak out of it, all by pretending to be a plain old cat. Okay for you. Mostly, I figure, we were just lucky. Still and all, if we hadn't meddled, Uncle Willie would have had nobody at all. Oh, very well. I get the message, but I have one for you. From now on, you're just a cat. And with school starting tomorrow, I'm going to be too busy to be anything but a 7th grader. Anyway, it's gotten like spring again, and the snow is melting. It's a whole nother world. I may keep talking to you because you are my friend, but I'm just plain never going to allow you to talk back anymore.
Tell me, where is fancy bread? In the heart or in the head? I said in the beginning that it was in both the heart and the head of a child, but perhaps I'll amend that a little at the end of it all. For Willie Brown and plain Maggie Roberts, it was in their hearts. And as for the active mind of a cooped-up little girl with spring on the way, her fantasies would no longer have to be acted out for herself. She would be reliving the wonderful fantasy of just being young among her peers. I'll be back shortly. In case anyone might wonder, the planned wedding of Willie Brown did take place, with one major change. The bride was named Maggie instead of Gloria. The maid of honor was Dinah Hastings, a new and rather poised young lady who had somehow moved from child to reserved teenager, but who still retained enough freedom of soul to save one flower from the bridal bouquet she caught, to fasten in the collar of her dearly loved and not forgotten familiar. Our cast included Sarah Parker, Bryna Rayburn, Evie Juster, Earl Hammond, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Out of this, you and me are going to buy the whole future.
For a lousy $1,000 they're paying to take this cruise?
No. For a little deal I set up when we hit Caracas. A deal that's going to put us on easy street.
You're not setting up some kind of double cross.
No, Howie. My brother Louie will get his chance to sneak into the States, thanks to us. But just as long as we're playing outside the law, I'm going all the way. This is our chance to make a stake for the rest of our life.
Oh.
Just do as I tell you, except for one thing.
What's that?
When the switch is made, you and Louie are going to exchange clothes. Also, sling bags. Just let me handle the bags.
Why?
Because, honey, you leave me alone, and the future is ours.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone knows that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle started in life as a doctor, not a writer. But how many of us know what type of medicine he specialized in, or where his real medical offices were located? For your information, Dr. Arthur Conan Doyle opened his office at 2 Devonshire Place, near Harley Street, in 1891. He was an eye specialist. While he waited for the patients that never came, he created the unforgettable characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Watson, you know my method is founded upon the observation of trifles.
But the cigar, Holmes.
Once having located the tree behind which the killer stood, it was child's play to find a cigar stump where he had tossed it. The end had not been in his mouth, therefore he used a holder. The tip had been cut, not bitten off, but the cut wasn't a clean one. Hence, the penknife.
Holmes, you've drawn a net around this man from which he cannot escape. How do you do it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Our mystery drama, The BOSCOMBE Pool Mystery, was based on the Sherlock Holmes classic and adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett. It stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a singular fact that we know more of Sherlock Holmes than we do of his creator, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Of course, we all know he was a doctor and that he believed in spiritualism, but most of us are unaware that he was also a whaler, athlete, speculator, historian, dramatist, war correspondent, and ever and always the champion of the underdog, as is so well illustrated in the mystery which follows.
One morning, when my wife and I were seated at breakfast, the maid brought in a telegram. I slid it open and read it to Mary. Have you a few days to spare? Have just been wired for from the west of England in connection with Boscombe Valley tragedy. Should appreciate your coming with me. Leave Paddington by the 11:15.
Well, darling, you'll need some time, and so I shall help you pack.
Yes, I'm not at all sure that I should go. I've a fairly long list of patients.
Oh, Anne Stoddard will handle those for you. I think the change will do you good. And you know how interested you are in all of Sherlock Holmes's cases.
Oh, well, I should be an ingrate if I weren't. But I met you through one of them.
Now you finish your coffee while I go and get you packed.
And so, within a very few minutes, I was in a cab rattling away to Paddington Station. After paying the cabbie, I spotted the tall, gaunt figure of Holmes pacing up and down the platform. As he saw me, his face lighted up with one of his rare smiles, and he said...
Very good of you to come, Watson.
Oh, well...
It makes a considerable difference to me, having someone with me on whom I can thoroughly rely. If you'll keep the 2 corner seats, I'll get the tickets.
We had the compartment to ourselves, and a batch of newspapers Holmes had brought along with him. As we settled down for the journey, Holmes asked...
Have you heard anything about the case?
Well, I haven't seen a paper for some days.
It's just as well. The London press hasn't had very complete accounts, and that's why I brought these local papers along. I've already read through them, and I gather it's one of those simple cases which are so extremely difficult.
Well, really, isn't that paradoxical?
Of course, and profoundly true. Singularity is almost invariably a clue. The more commonplace a crime, the more difficult it is to bring home. In this instance, however, the police seem to have established a very serious case against the son of the murdered man.
Oh, it is a murder then, huh?
According to our old friend Lestrade, it's not only murder, but he has the guilty man under lock and key.
Oh, well, what brings you into it then?
An appeal for help from a young lady. And a feeling that all isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. I know Lestrade's theory of crime, and I shall either confirm or destroy it by means which he refuses to employ.
Oh, refuses or is unable to?
Nonsense, my dear Watson. Anyone with eyes can use my methods. To take the first example to hand, I very clearly perceive that in your bedroom, the window is on the right-hand side.
Oh, my... But, Holmes, you've never visited us. How on earth would you...
My dear doctor, I know the military neatness which characterizes you. You shave every morning, and in this lovely spring you shave by sunlight. But since your shaving is less and less complete as we get farther back on the left side, and it becomes positively slovenly as we get round the angle of the jaw, it's obvious that that side is less illuminated than the other.
You never cease to amaze me, Holmes.
That's only an elementary example of observation and inference, my dear chap. Now I suggest that you devote your time to these newspaper accounts and see if you can reach the same conclusions as I have.
On my word, Mr. Holmes, I do believe you've got a real streak of the romantic in your makeup.
Why do you say that, Lestrade?
Oh, for wasting your time and coming all the way down here in answer to the pleas of a moonstruck mate.
It's your opinion that I'm wasting my time.
If you'll allow me to recount the facts, I think you'll agree.
Delighted. Go ahead, Lestrade.
Now, let me just use these notes to keep me on the track. Let me see now. Wait, now. On Monday last, Mr. McCarthy left his farm in Atherley about 3 in the afternoon and walked down to BOSCOMBE Pool, a distance of about a quarter of a mile. He never came back alive.
That is a fact I must concede.
You'll also have to concede that we have 2 witnesses who saw him on his way, and one of them, William Crowder, a gamekeeper in the employ of a Mr. Turner, saw McCarthy's son following him with a gun over his arm.
That was all in the paper?
Oh, there's more. A girl of 14, Patience Moran, who's the daughter of the lodgekeeper of the BOSCOMBE Valley estate, was in the woods near the pool picking flowers. While she was there, she saw the elder McCarthy and his son, James, in the midst of a violent quarrel. She even testifies that she saw the son raise his hand as if to strike his father. It so frightened her that she ran away and told her mother about it when she reached home.
A pity she didn't stay and see what happened.
Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes, we're pretty sure of what happened. I mean, McCarthy died of injuries to the head inflicted by some blunt weapon which might very well have been the butt of a gun. And the son's rifle was found near the body. Mr. Holmes, you'll have to admit that many men have been hanged on far less evidence.
So they have. And many men have been wrongfully hanged.
Oh, true. But if ever circumstantial evidence pointed to a criminal, it does so here.
Circumstantial evidence is a very tricky thing, but I must confess, however, that the case looks exceedingly grave against the young man, and it's possible that he may be guilty. Come in.
You must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm Susan Turner. I want to thank you for coming, and I've driven down here to the inn to welcome you and help you in any way I can to prove that James is innocent.
Well, I sincerely hope we may clear the young man, Miss Turner. You may rely on me to do all I can.
I know that James didn't do it. I know it. And I want you to know it before you start working on the case.
My dear young lady, your loyalty to James McCarthy does you credit. But I know nothing before I complete my investigations. First, may I see your father if I call tomorrow?
I'm afraid the doctor won't allow it.
The doctor?
Yes. Father has been ailing for some years, but this has broken him down completely. Dr. Willows says that his nervous system is completely shattered.
Then your father and the elder McCarthy were close friends.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. McCarthy was the only man alive who had known Dad in the old days in Victoria.
Aha, at the gold mines where the papers say your father made his fortune.
That's it.
Thank you, Miss Turner.
But is that all? I've read of your other cases, and I had my carriage wait to take you to the scene.
I shall certainly want to go there at some time, Miss Turner. But the barometer holds steady.
I don't understand.
My dear young lady, you must allow me to pursue my inquiries as I think best.
Oh, I will. I know you've read the evidence in the paper. You must have discussed the case with the inspector. Do you see some flaw? Don't you think that he's innocent?
I think that is very probable.
There now, Inspector, you heard. Mr. Holmes gives me hope.
Well, now, I'm afraid, Miss Turner, that my colleague may have been a little hasty in forming his conclusions.
With a final brilliant smile of thanks, our young lady swept to the door and left.
Oh, Holmes, I'm ashamed of you. Why should you raise her hopes when you're bound to disappoint her? I'm not a sentimentalist, but I call it downright cruel.
I think, Lestrade, that I see my way to clearing James McCarthy. Have you an order to see him in prison?
Oh, well, of course.
Then we still have ample time to take a train to Hereford and see him tonight.
We can go, of course, but in my opinion, it's a waste of time. I don't know whether or not you've been informed of the remark he made when the local constable informed him that he was under arrest.
What was that?
Oh, he said, "I'm not surprised to hear it. It's no more than I deserve."
Good Lord, Holmes. That's a confession.
Not at all, Doctor. Not at all. That was later followed by a protestation of innocence.
Well, with all the other evidence, Mr. Holmes, don't you consider that a most suspicious remark?
On the contrary, Lestrade. It's the brightest aspect of the case, pointing to his innocence.
Every one of the great detectives of fiction can be compared to magicians in their love of mystification. But with Holmes, there's a large difference. Many of the others love to mystify simply for the sake of mystification, whereas Holmes refused to divulge his thoughts until he checked to be sure that there was no other possible interpretation. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. A little earlier, I mentioned that Sherlock Holmes was a champion of the underdog, and I suspect that this was an added factor in the endless popularity of A. Conan Doyle's creation. Now we have Holmes rushing off to the west of England to save a man not only suspected of murdering his father, but sitting in Hereford prison waiting to be tried for that crime.
When we entered James McCarthy's cell, I could understand Miss Susan Turner's feelings for the young man, for he was indeed handsome, with a frank, open countenance that cried out for belief. But I remembered other criminals with handsome faces and listened avidly as Holmes began to question him after we were introduced.
I understand, Mr. McCarthy, that you're an only child.
That's right.
Now, I believe you testified before the coroner's jury that you had been away from home for 3 days and returned only on the day your father was killed.
So I did.
Where were you for those 3 days?
In Bristol.
You have business there?
What's in Bristol has absolutely nothing to do with my case.
Once again,
I'll say no more about it.
Very well. Now, when you returned, did you see your father?
No. He wasn't home. I was upstairs in my room when I saw him drive his trap into the yard, get out, and walk very rapidly out of the yard.
So you saw in which direction he was going?
It's all down in the records of the coroner's jury.
I've read them. I'd still like to hear it in your words.
Very well. This is the way it was. I'll try to let you hear what I said, exactly as I said it.
And now, Mr. McCarthy, you say you weren't aware in which direction your father was going when he left the yard?
Right.
You'd been away for 3 days. Did it not occur to you to seek out your father and tell him you were back or were you on bad terms?
We got along all right.
You don't deny quarreling with him at the pool?
No.
You must have followed him there, did you not?
I told you I had no idea where he was heading. I took my gun and set off for the rabbit warren, and the gamekeeper saw me, as he said. But I wasn't following my father. I had no idea he was in front of me.
Yes, just so. And how, then, did you meet at the pool?
I was about 50 yards from the pool, on my way towards the warren, when I heard a cry of, "Hooray!" which was a usual signal between my father and myself. I turned and went to the pool.
And?
My father was surprised to see me. He thought I was still in Bristol. He asked me rather roughly, what was I doing there?
You said you were on good terms with your father. Did you not find the attitude you describe rather strange when you returned from a 3-day absence?
Those who knew my father will back me up when I say he was a cold and forbidding man of a violent temper.
But you're his son.
We had a disagreement of long standing.
Oh, indeed. About what?
I'd rather not say. I've already told you about my father's temper. That's why I left him, to avoid blows.
And how long were you gone before you claim you heard this hideous outcry?
I don't exactly know how long, but I couldn't have been more than 150 yards away.
And then?
I ran back, found my father lying on the ground with his head terribly injured. I dropped my gun, held him in my arms, but he died almost instantly.
Did your father say anything before he died?
He mumbled a few words, but all I could understand was something about a rat.
A rat? What did you take that to mean?
Nothing. I thought he was delirious.
I understand that the cry, "Cooey," was a common signal between you and your father.
It was.
Well, can you explain, then, that he used it before he saw you, and indeed before he even knew you'd returned from Bristol?
I can't understand that myself.
When you returned and presumably found your father fatally injured, did you see anything which looked strange or suspicious?
There's only a vague impression in my mind of something lying on the ground to the left of me as I tried to help my father.
Yes. Can you be more specific?
I'll try. But you must understand it was only an impression. I think it was a coat of some sort. Gray, perhaps. Or a plaid.
Well, how is it that none of the officers examining the scene mentioned this, thing?
When I rose from my father, I looked around for it, but it was gone.
Do you mean it disappeared before you went for help?
Yes.
And you don't have any idea what it was?
No. Just a feeling that something was there.
How far from the body?
About a dozen yards.
And how far from the edge of the wood?
About the same.
Well, then, if there was something there, it must have been removed while you were within a dozen yards of it.
Yes, but with my back towards it.
Thank you. That will conclude your examination. I will address the jury about arriving at a verdict.
Of course, I suspected pretty much what the verdict would be after the coroner's charge, so there wasn't any shock when they came back and said I should be held on a murder charge.
When we left James McCarthy and were on our way back to the inn by train, Sherlock Holmes was in high spirits. Although, for the life of me, I could see nothing in what we just heard which pointed to the innocence of young James McCarthy. Lestrade, of course, said as much as we rode along.
I see by your expression, Mr. Holmes, that you're down to the deductions and inferences. As for me, I find it hard enough to tackle facts without chasing after theories.
Very well, Inspector. Here's a fact for you to ponder. We all agree that McCarthy Sr. met his death at the hands of a blunt instrument, do we not?
Well, of course.
It's also a fact that young McCarthy's rifle was examined and found to be free of blood, hair, or any signs that it had been used as a weapon. Isn't that so?
Absolutely.
And you don't find it at all strange that in the heat of a violent quarrel, the son lays down the rifle that he has in his hand and searches for a rock or some other suitable weapon with which to strike his father?
Well, I believe that'll come out when he confesses. It'll all be explained.
My dear Lestrade, you'll be sorely disappointed if you pin your hopes upon a confession. First, because the young man, although not very bright, isn't the type to confess. And secondly, because he can't confess to a crime he didn't commit.
Oh, come now, Holmes. The coroner's jury came in with the charge not because of me, but because the coroner very correctly pointed to the discrepancies in his story about the father having signaled to him before seeing him, and his strange account about his father's dying words, and his refusal to give the details of the quarrel with his father.
Both you and the coroner don't blink an eye at young McCarthy's ability to come up with a fantastic tale about his father's strange dying words involving a rat and mysterious disappearance of some kind of garment.
Well, you do have a way of looking at things, Mr. Holmes. But if you don't mind my saying so, they're kind of wrong side up. Like the way you took his saying when he was arrested that it was no more than he deserved as a sign of his innocence.
Most certainly, Lestrade. Had he appeared surprised when he was arrested or loudly proclaimed his innocence, I should have looked upon it as highly suspicious.
May I ask why?
Well, however innocent he might be, he cannot be such an absolute imbecile as not to see that circumstances look very black against him. His honest acceptance of this, plus his undoubted self-reproach for his quarrel with his father, bring out the words, "It's no more than I deserve."
Lestrade left us to write a report to the Yard, and Holmes insisted that we visit Susan Turner. Accordingly, we drove to BOSCOMBE Hall, a large house located in the center of the considerable holdings of Mr. John Turner.
Miss Turner, do you have any idea what caused the quarrel between James and his father on the day he was killed?
You've seen James. How is he? Did you tell him I believed in his innocence?
He didn't need to be told. He seems in as good spirits as one could expect. But you haven't answered my question.
I know. I'm just trying to think whether James would want me to tell you, since I am involved in it, and that's the reason he wouldn't tell the coroner.
Now, Miss Turner, this is no time for concealing things that might well be vital to the investigation.
Oh, you're right, of course. It's no time to hide anything. James and his father had many disagreements about me. Mr. McCarthy was very anxious that there should be a marriage between us.
And you're telling me James objected?
Mr. Holmes, James and I have always loved each other as brother and sister, but of course he's young and he just isn't prepared to undertake marriage just yet, and I'm sure there were many quarrels between them over this.
And your father? Did he favor such a marriage?
No. He was averse to it also. No one but Mr. McCarthy was in favor of it at this time.
Did your father ever give you any reason for his objecting?
As I've told you, Mr. Holmes, my father hasn't been well for some time, and I would never think of discussing anything with him that I felt might cause him distress.
At dinner that night at the inn, Holmes was thoughtful and less buoyant than he'd been earlier in the day. Lestrade joined us at coffee.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you come up with any more fancy deductions and inferences?
No, as a matter of fact, Lestrade, I've only a few interesting questions. Perhaps you can help me with one of them?
Oh, glad to do what I can.
Can you tell me the relationship between Mr. Turner and the senior McCarthy?
Well, of course. They were the best of friends. He even gave McCarthy Catherley Farm, rent-free. They went to the races together.
Indeed.
And furthermore, this business has had a very bad effect on him. You know, he's in his 60s and hasn't been in good health for some time. But now it's said that because of this, his life is really in danger. It must have been a great blow to him. Well, does that help you at all, Mr. Holmes?
Insofar as it poses two other interesting questions, the answer is yes.
Well, then perhaps I can answer those for you also.
Not unless you happen to have a map of Australia and know exactly what young James McCarthy was doing in Bristol for 3 days.
The city of Bristol is noted for its extensive port facilities, its leadership in engineering, and the fan-vaulted ceiling of the famed church of St. Mary Radcliffe. But I doubt if it was for any of these that young James McCarthy spent 3 days there. We'll find the answer to that together with Sherlock Holmes when I return with Act 3. I'm not in the travel business, but I was struck with the notion that perhaps England would find it profitable to offer a Sherlock Holmes tour, one that would include visits not only to his famous headquarters at Baker Street, but would include visits to all of the places where he and Dr. Watson worked their particular brand of detection. Now, if we can imagine ourselves on one of these tours, then we'd find ourselves in the west of England at a pool in the BOSCOMBE Valley, the site of a murder.
Tell me, Lestrade, what did you go into the pool for?
Oh, I was fishing about with a rake looking for some weapon or other. But how on earth did you know?
Tut, tut, I have no time. Footprints can be easily read on this marshy ground, and that left foot of yours, with its inward twists, is all over the place.
Oh, of course. Now I understand why you said you'd wait until today to examine the scene of the crime. Because of the barometer. The glass was steady. You knew it wouldn't rain and the tracks would still be here.
Upon my word, Lestrade, you're actually employing the science of deduction. Congratulations. Now, Watson, would you be kind enough to let me have your waterproof?
Of course, Holmes.
I warn you, I'm going to place it on the ground to lie upon it, so that I can get a better view of these very interesting prints.
It's yours, my friend.
Thank you. Let's see. These are young McCarthy's feet, and here, twice he was walking. And here, once he ran swiftly. The soles are deeply marked and the heels barely visible. That would bear out his story. He ran when he saw his father on the ground. Now here are the elder McCarthy's feet, pacing up and down. He seems to have been impatient. And then what's this? What's this? Aha! The butt end of the gun as the son stood listening. And what have we here? Other prints. Square. Quite unusual boots. They come... They go. They come again. Of course, that was for the cloak or the coat that the son mentioned in his testimony. Now, where did they come from?
Oh, now come along, Holmes. There are a great number of footprints here. Some of them may well have been made by local police or even sightseers. I cannot accept your inferences and deductions as facts.
That is your privilege, Lestrade. Now, if you'll excuse me, I go to search for more concrete evidence that may change your mind.
Oh, and where do you expect to find that?
Under the trees that line this pool and on a map of Australia.
When Holmes rejoined me, he was cradling a large stone in the crook of his elbow. I saw he was trying to suppress a smile of triumph. As he neared me, he said,
I believe the time is now right for another visit to young James McCarthy.
I hope you're bringing me good news, Mr. Holmes.
If you consider the fact that I believe your story to be absolutely true in every detail good, then I am the bearer of good news.
That's marvelous. Marvelous. When can I hope to be released?
That's another matter. My knowing that you're innocent is one thing. Proving it to the authorities is quite another. Now, Miss Turner has told us about your father's wish that you and she should marry. And I think it's imperative that you tell me now the reason for your trip to Bristol.
That has nothing to do with the killing of my father.
Possibly not. But it has everything to do with my being able to free you.
then I'll have to take my chances.
It must be something of which you're bitterly ashamed.
Look, Mr. Holmes, I'm not ashamed. Anyone can make a mistake. I made one. But it's over now. And I'm not going to say any more.
Because of Miss Turner?
Keep her out of it.
Do you really think she can be?
If I have anything to say about it, she will be.
You sound as if you really care for her.
I love her. Do you understand? I love her, and that's why...
You refused to marry her?
I was already married.
But of course, your father didn't know.
No one knew.
The young lady lives in Bristol.
She's a barmaid. I was younger, and somehow we ended up married.
But now you say you're not. I believe you used the word was.
I received a letter from her the day after I was arrested. It seems I never was married. She'd had a husband, a sailor. And now that I was accused of murder, she let me know that she wanted nothing to do with me.
And you're afraid to tell, Miss Turner?
If she knew, she'd never consider marrying a fool like me.
I'm sure you're mistaken. But now that I know the facts of the matter, perhaps it won't have to be brought out in court. Come, Watson. We must have a chat with Lestrade. This may interest you, Lestrade. It is the murder weapon.
This stone? Really? I see no marks.
There are none.
Why then do you describe it as the murder weapon?
The grass was growing under it. It had lain in that place only a few days. It corresponds with the injuries. There is no sign of any other weapon.
I see. And perhaps then you can describe the murderer?
Certainly. He's a tall man, left-handed, limps with the right leg, wears thick-soled shooting boots and a gray cloak, smokes Indian cigars, uses a cigar holder, and carries a blunt penknife in his pocket. There are several other indications, but these should be enough to point us to the murderer.
Will point you, perhaps, but we still have to deal with a very hard-headed British jury.
Lestrade, doesn't it strike you as curious that McCarthy, living rent-free at Turner's expense, and thus under great obligation to Turner, should seem so certain that a marriage between Miss Turner and his son would be appropriate?
Well, it might have if I hadn't seen the young lady. I mean, she's head over heels in love with that boy.
Then if this isn't enough to move you in the proper direction, there's nothing more I can do. Watson, look up the timetables and tell me the next train to London.
What? Now, you're going back to town, leaving the case unfinished?
My dear Lestrade, you have your man and cannot be moved. And as for me, the case is quite complete.
Yes, but there are still some unanswered questions.
Not for me. I've described the murderer to you.
But who is he? Can you put a name to him?
Well, surely it shouldn't be too difficult to find out. I've discharged my duty. The rest is up to you.
After Lestrade left, Holmes lit a pipe. I could see from his expression that he was troubled.
Look here, Watson. I am in a bit of a dilemma.
I don't see how. You've done all you could.
Not quite. I believe I can name the murderer.
Well, surely then the dilemma is solved. All you have to do is...
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm so glad you're still here. I can't believe what I heard about your going back to London is true.
I'm afraid it is, Miss Turner. Come in and close the door.
But Inspector Lestrade said you were convinced that James is innocent.
Patience, Miss Turner. Patience. In considering this case, there were 2 points that struck me instantly. One was that his father should cry cooey before seeing him.
Well, that's only according to his story, huh?
Which I've already told you, my dear fellow. I choose to believe.
Oh, and the second?
The father's singular dying reference to a rat. I say that if we presume both to be true, we come up with some strong presumptions. The father thought his son was in Bristol. The cooey was meant for someone else. That is a distinctly Australian signal. Therefore, I deduce that the person McCarthy expected to meet at BOSCOMBE was someone who had been in Australia.
Yes, and the reference to the rat?
This is a map of the colony of Victoria. The one I told you I wired for last night. Now, I place my hand over part of this map. And what do you read, Watson?
A rat.
And now, when I raise my hand...
Oh, Ballarat.
Quite so. That was what the elder McCarthy was trying to tell his son. The name of the murderer. So-and-so of Ballarat.
Oh, by Jove.
The possession of a gray garment was a third point, bringing us to a definite conception. We are looking for a person from Australia, from Ballarat, with a gray cloak.
Astounding, Holmes.
You applaud my performance before I finished. We can further deduce that this person is one who is native to this district because the pool can only be approached by the farm or by the estate, where a stranger would, well, hardly wander without being certain to attract attention. I have other evidence, but it all points in the same direction. The direction of a left-handed man with a limp who smokes Indian cigars.
But you told Lestrade he used a cigar holder.
He does. The cigar stump I found clearly showed that the end had not been in his mouth. Therefore, he used a holder, and the tip had not been bitten off, but cut. The cut was not a clean one, so the deduction is clear that he must have used a blunt penknife.
I don't want to hear any more. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, you must forgive me, but I cannot stay. I have to... Father.
Susan. Good Lord, I never expected you to be here, Susan. Mr. Holmes, your note said...
I apologize, but there was no way of avoiding this issue.
No, I suppose not. And I assure you I would have spoken before now if it weren't for Susan. She's...
Father, I don't think you should say any more.
No, it's too late, my dear. I have a great deal more to say, and it's best now that you hear it all.
He cannot be arrested. I will not have him arrested. I sent for you, Mr. Holmes, and I can send you away.
There may be no arrest.
Oh, but Holmes...
We are not police officials, Watson. I came here at Miss Turner's request, as she says. However, an innocent man must not be allowed to suffer.
I have had diabetes for years, and my doctor says now that it's only a question of a month or two before I die. But I tell you, no one knew the true character of that dead man. He was a devil incarnate, and his grip has been upon me these past 20 years.
It stems from Australia?
Yes. Back in the early 60s, I went to Australia to make my fortune. I failed at my diggings, fell among bad companions. Oh, I was hot-blooded and reckless. I took to the bush and became, in short, nothing better than a highwayman. There were 6 of us, and we had a wild, free life. Black Jack of Ballarat was the name I went under. And we're still remembered out there as the Ballarat Gang. And then, one day we heard of a gold convoy coming from Ballarat to Melbourne. The escort troopers outnumbered us, but as I said, we were reckless. All right, boys, let's go get him! Hold those horses steady, driver. Cover him, boys, while I climb up and get him to help me unload the gold. All right now, driver. You'll either help us unload this gold or I'll put a bullet through your brain. We got away with the gold, but the driver of that coach was this same McCarthy. I wish I'd shot him then, but I gave it no thought.
And how many years later did he find you?
Some 11 or so. I suppose it was a punishment God laid on me, despite the fact that I'd turned over a new leaf and tried to make up for my past. I'd gone to London about an investment when I met him in Regent Street with hardly a coat to his back or a boot to his foot.
But he'd been tracking you?
Well, he must have been, because he knew I didn't live in London. He touched me in the arm, and I'll never forget his words. Well, here we are, Jack, he said. We'll be as good as a family to you. There's 2 of us, me and my son, and you can have the keeping of us. If you don't, well, England's a fine, law-abiding country, and there's always a policeman nearby.
And so you've been supporting him ever since?
Whatever he wanted, he got without question. Land, money, houses. But then he went too far. He wanted his son to marry Susan.
But the boy seems a nice enough lad.
No, I had no objections to James. But as you know, I don't have long to live. And he grinningly told me it was only his just due that he should step into the whole property as Susan's father-in-law. Oh, I drew the line at that. So we were to meet at the pool for a final talk.
Mm-hmm. And why, after all these years, did it end violently?
Because he threatened to tell Susan, and suddenly I saw red. I stooped, I picked up a stone, and I struck him down. His cries brought back his son, but I had gained the cover of the wood, although I was forced to go back for my cloak. Now, Mr. Holmes, that's the true story.
Alexander Turner died less than a month after he'd given us his confession in the inn at Hereford. With Holmes feeding young McCarthy's counsel ammunition with which to shoot down the case for the prosecution, and with the young man revealing the reason for his Bristol visit, he won an acquittal. And that very night, Holmes and I sat before a fire in our Baker Street flat, watching Turner's confession turn to cinders in the crackling flames.
My dear Watson, don't fret too much about my not being able to take credit for solving the BOSCOMBE pool mystery.
How the devil did you know?
I'm sure that after the passage of time, you'll write it in those memoirs you're working on.
Oh.
And don't forget to point out that the one person everyone tried to protect, Susan Turner, knew the whole story.
Yes.
While James McCarthy was spared the knowledge that his father was a blackmailer and his father-in-law a murderer.
Sherlock Holmes once remarked that art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. And Holmes' creator, A. Conan Doyle, proved it by permitting the stolid Dr. Watson to become mischievous about the stories that were supposedly too delicate to open to the public. And here Doyle let Watson's imagination run wild as he mentions the fact that he could never tell us the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. A mischievously intriguing title, if there ever was one. I'll be back shortly. When I mentioned that we could never read any of the unrecorded adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I neglected to tell you that Doyle's son and famed mystery story writer John Dixon Carr did collaborate on a volume which included some of them. They were interesting, but as the authors themselves would be the first to admit, lacked the master's touch that made A. Conan Doyle and his Sherlock Holmes world famous. But they never dared to tackle the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Dennis Koch. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
A world I made all by myself. Smith's World. That's right. It's a small planet created out of an artificial cosmos. Right now, its heat intensity is almost great enough to shatter the retaining glass, so we'll have to start the cooling process.
He tugged at a switch in the panel, but I could see at once that something was wrong.
It's not moving. The refrigeration switch is jammed. Something's wrong.
A strange mud-brown sphere in the cabinet was still growing in size, and now it began to glow with its own heat.
Get out of here. Get everyone out of the building, Luke.
Suddenly, Smith seemed like nothing more than a frightened child. I told him that we were alone in the building, and he pleaded with me to leave while he wrestled with the dials and switches in an attempt to stop the terrible process that was taking place.
Get out of here, Luke. There isn't much time.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. William Shakespeare never fails me when I look for an apt phrase that tells it neatly and poetically. For instance, what's past is prologue. I'll repeat that. What's past is prologue. Yesterday's events have shaped today's. Remember that story of the Utah murderer who was almost not sentenced to die? Well, the same thing happened many years ago. The same thing. But it turned out a little differently.
Minister, get in touch with the French government.
Yes, what for?
Everyone knows they've had lots of experience with guillotines, so ask them for one.
Just like that, Your Majesty?
Well, tell the French it's just a one-shot deal. And after this one time, we're not going to need a guillotine again.
Our mystery drama, Much Too Much, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The man who couldn't be sentenced lived in an age long gone by and in a country still called Monaco. It is tiny, independent, and known the world over for its gambling casino, Monte Carlo. Monaco citizens are called Monegasques. Still are. And they had their king, ministers, even an army, 60 soldiers, and one general. But who needs an army when no one's going to attack you? The king was forever on an economy binge and was even thinking of cutting the police force from 5 to 2 when the Minister of Publicity came to see him.
Your Highness, we have a murderer on our hands. A murderer? Oh, my goodness. From France? Italy? Spain? No? Well, where did he come from? He's one of our own, Monegasque. Well, how is that possible? We're a law-abiding, peaceful people. Why, Monaco has never had I can hardly bring myself to say the word. Well, we have one now. Oh, sad, sad. Good thing King and Queen Senior, the father and mother, didn't live to see this day. Progress, civilization, a better world. And you end up with this. A man killing a man. A man killing a woman, Your Majesty. Worse. Well, just don't stand there. Get cracking with the Minister of Justice and the lawyers and so on. Oh, this is a sorry day indeed, Minister of Publicity. And you can quote me on that.
Come in. Well, that's a new one. I've never heard of a jail where the guard knocks before coming in to see the prisoner.
Well, I'm sorry. You see, this isn't really much of a jail, just this room in back of the police station with an ordinary door on it, but it's all we have.
Oh, no, don't think that I don't appreciate your politeness, because I do.
But secondly, we've never had a murderer before, and I don't really know how one is supposed to behave without a murderer.
Oh, well, you don't have to be frightened. I've only killed once in my life. And it wasn't a man.
Yes. The captain told me it's a crime of passion.
Yeah, a crime of passion it wasn't. Just the opposite. It was my wife.
Oh, you were defending yourself?
Oh, my dear God, you don't wish to hear. It's of no interest to anyone but me.
Oh, no, sir. I have a wife, too. It might be very helpful. You know, hints to the married man.
Oh, well, it was a perfectly ordinary day. I'd been out hunting, and I bagged a duck or two. And I came home and said to my wife, "Here, cook this fellow for dinner." "How shall I prepare it?" says she. "Well, I'll have it braised with peas," I said. "Use that recipe of Père Lepay of the Café de Paris." "Okay," she said, "will do." Well, I came home, and she told me an extraordinary thing had happened. The bird wasn't really dead, and when she started to pluck its feathers, it flew out of the window. Well, I mean, it could have happened. And the next time I bagged a duck, I told her, "Plain roast duck tonight," and she said, "All right." And I came home about 7 and opened a bottle of Côte de Nuit, and there was no duck. "What's this?" I said. A workman came to the doors and my wife and asked for a glass of water, and when my back was turned, he ran out of the house with a duck.
You believe that?
No, but I thought I'd wait. I went out again Sunday with my shotgun, and I bagged another. Oh, a beauty, at least 6 pounds. And I said to my wife, "We'll have this on Monday night." "Well, that duck's a bit old," she said. "All right, do it Chambertin, slow flame," I said. "Agreed?" And on Monday, I came home early.
You were suspicious.
And there, sitting in my chair, in my dining room, my wine in his glass, was a gentleman I took to be my wife's lover, and he was eating my duck.
And so
I pointed my gun at him, and he admitted everything. All the ducks, my wife, everything. I pulled back the trigger.
You were defending your honor.
My wife screamed and picked up the duck and threw it at me to deflect my aim. The gun went off right through the duck's head into my wife's head. Her lover ran out, called the police, and here I am.
With a story like that, you'll get off.
Oh, I'm afraid not. If I'd hit him and not her, then I could probably go free. It's bad luck.
And worse, if I may say so, you never even had one duck for dinner. Oh, well, I'm very sorry, sir.
Your Majesty, the court has reached a decision, and I have asked the Minister of Protocol to tell it to you.
No, please, can't you see I'm trying to find my spectacles?
Sire, it is the case of the man who killed his wife.
Oh dear. Not a problem.
Oh, not at all, sire. No problem. He has been condemned to die.
Splendid. So?
Well, Monegasque law directs he should have his head cut off.
Yes, we know the law. We know. Now, where do I sign?
Right above the royal seal, Your Highness. Well, now, what are you two standing about for?
Your Majesty.
If the fellow must be executed, well, then execute him. You heard me? Execute him. Get it over with.
You should have told His Majesty, but put it in round numbers. He would have listened.
My dear Minister of Finance, since when does our good king listen? He's not easy to bring bad news to.
He dismissed us. He never gave us a chance.
And as always, it will be my duty. I can see that.
We don't?
Never had one.
Why not?
other kingdoms do?
Never needed one.
There's no other way?
None.
Ah.
Since we must execute, I'm afraid the guillotine is the only way.
Well, of course, I could have told you that.
It seems to me the answer is for us to have a guillotine of our own. common sense-wise.
Yeah, I've got it.
Oh, a sudden thought, Your Majesty.
Uh-huh. Get in touch with the French. Everybody knows they've had a lot of experience with guillotines. Ask them if they could furnish us one.
We'll also need a professional executioner to handle the equipment.
That's exactly what we were going to say. But tell the French it's strictly a one-shot deal. We don't ever expect to need one again.
Your Majesty, may we?
Oh, come in. I always feel like running when I see you, Minister of Finance.
Oh.
As for you, Minister of Publicity, I don't know what I feel like.
We have a communication from the French.
What do they want now? Another wine festival?
In reply to our request for a guillotine.
They will be happy to supply us along with one of their own trained men, complete in costume and so forth. And that would be 16,000 francs.
16,000 francs cost-wise.
16,000 francs? Well, that's much too much. The rich isn't worth that kind of money. Is there any other way to behead him?
Our English cousins have switched to a headsman who does the job with one blow of an axe.
Kill a man with an axe? It's inhuman. It's barbaric. Well, still, what do you expect from the English? Guillotine, a guillotine. Let me see. You must be able to get one cheaper somewhere.
You mean shop around?
Yeah, I know. Get in touch with the Italians. After all, Italy has a king, and from one king to another, maybe he'll give us a cut rate.
Cut rate? Yes, Your Majesty.
Those French haven't been the same since they became a republic. All they think of is money. Money. That's all they think of.
Oh, he won't stand for it. I know him. He'll hit the ceiling.
I'm sorry I'm late. What's the latest?
We've just had word from the King of Italy. He'll be glad to help us out in the cost for the entire package, including removal of the remains, will be 12,000 francs. He doesn't want any liras.
Oh, dear. I don't know that I wish to be the minister to tell His Majesty that.
12,000 francs? Did you say 12,000 francs?
To the sou, Your Majesty.
12. That's 4 less than 16. It's not much of a discount. Now, the rascal is still not worth that kind of money.
Well, hardly, Your Majesty.
12,000? Get up that sum, we'd have to tax every adult Monegasque 2 francs a head. I don't think the people would stand for it.
Oh, they wouldn't, Your Majesty.
No, there'd be a ruddy riot. No, it's still too much. Still much too much. Have I made that clear?
What do you want, God?
Is everything satisfactory, prisoner?
Is what?
Your dinner. Is everything up to your expectations?
I should say not. Do you call this filet de sol Sylvestre? And the second course, does this scrawny, geriatric capon deserve the name poulet rôti beau séjour?
You're not happy with the fish and the chicken?
Well, they're an insult to my palate. You can tell the king's cook that I am decidedly unhappy. This may be fit for a king, but not for me.
Hey, what's this? What's all this? He doesn't like the food, Captain.
Oh, now, come now. You're a prisoner, sir. In fact, a condemned murderer. Not a paying guest at one of Monaco's quality restaurants.
Now, don't tell me what I am. I know my rights.
He doesn't like the filet de sol Sylvestre.
I am entitled to have exactly what I desire for my remaining meals on Earth. This is a fact known to the penal system the world over. What a man condemned to die is entitled to. I know my international convention.
Yeah, but my dear prisoner, you're not about to die.
Our king has not been able to secure a guillotine at a price the kingdom can afford. This execution your conduct has forced upon us will cost Monaco much too much.
Yeah, well, I see your dilemma. I'll give that some thought. In the meantime, my dear Captain, bring me some decent food fit for a decent human being to eat.
So there you have it. An execution that would cost too much. A condemned man demanding his rights. Doesn't justice appear a little topsy-turvy to you? Read something like this quite recently, where it said that too often the rights of the guilty are more observed than the rights of the innocent. The criminal more cared for than the victim. Certainly something has to give. But what? And when? And how? Let's find out when we continue with Act 2. Old Bill Shakespeare hit it right on the head when he wrote, "Liberty plucks justice by the nose. The baby beats the nurse." Isn't that what we have here? A kingdom trying to mete out justice, if it can be had at a bargain. A guilty man screaming about his own rights, oblivious to the right to live of the person he killed. Now back to the story. The next morning, the prisoners summoned the captain of the guards.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have been thinking over your problem, Captain, and I believe I can be of some small assistance. I happen to have some excellent personal contacts with the King of Sweden. Sweden, of course, has never adopted the idea of beheading as capital punishment.
But I happen to know for a fact, the prisoner told me, that Monsieur Joseph Ignatz Guillotine...
The one who invented... Yes, I know.
May I finish? Had sent to the King of Sweden a guillotine and an operator on approval. The prisoner said he might be able to persuade the King of Sweden to lend the machine to us so we could have our execution.
Oh, well.
Good thinking.
That's worthy of us.
Should we pass the word along to you-know-who?
Oh, yes, I think His Majesty would approve. I'm quite impressed with your prisoner, Captain.
Thank you.
I can see he's an honorable soul, regardless of his transgressions. One who understands that justice is justice.
Here.
There is only one slight drawback.
Isn't there always? Odds wise.
We must bear in mind Sweden is many, many more kilometers from Monaco than France or Italy. It'll take months before we can expect delivery. Sailing vessels, storms, what have you.
I'm sure the prisoner won't object to such a stay of execution.
And he most certainly won't object. But will we?
Why should we?
Well, it's his turn.
What, a convicted murderer has turn?
In exchange for his personal letter of endorsement to the King of Sweden.
Of course. After all, gentlemen, he's got the contact.
Endorsing the loan for his own execution. He wants something in return.
I think that's valid. He's the contact man. Our man in Sweden, as it were. He has to be paid off a fee.
He wants money?
No. The prisoner's fee is that in return he would like his meals every day from today to be of the superlative quality generally reserved for the condemned man's last meal.
Do you think the king's cook can deliver? Well, I certainly hope we don't have to import a chef from Paris to feed this undesirable.
And he has instructed me to request of the king's cook. Where did I put that piece of paper? For lunch today he wants a cold poached bass suédoise. And for dinner tonight, filet mignon with a sauce béarnaise.
Is that all?
He hasn't decided about the wine.
It's arrived! It is arrived!
Well, of course it's arrived. We've been watching them all morning, setting it up in the courtyard.
I'd say half of Monaco is out there. Well, look at the people.
Why don't we go down and mingle with the crowd? A good way to get a sampling of public opinion. What do they think of a guillotine? Should Monaco own its own? That kind of thing. Let's go. It should be interesting.
Yes, good idea. There's what I'd call a holiday atmosphere, wouldn't you say? I remember your father was always interested in these happenings, Your Majesty. When he was a prince, we were, as young men in France together during the interregnum.
Incognito, I trust?
Oh, absolutely. We were at the Hôtel des Cinq, just about as far from the tumbrel as we'll be at this window. Come see.
I don't know that I care to, frankly. I've got a queasy stomach.
Oh, today is only the test flights downward of the blade, just to make sure. You see those two upright posts with the crossbeam to hold it together? They're grooved so that the knife will fall swiftly.
What's that? Can they see me? Us?
That's for the executioner.
That little fat fellow with all those muscles? Oh, what's he doing now? I can't see a thing without spectacles, and nobody can find them.
He has a stone and a file, and I believe he's sharpening the blade.
They do leave evidence, those French, don't they?
Well, the blade got a little rusty after the long sea voyage from Sweden.
Are you sure they can't see us? Why are they cheering?
Well, he's running his finger along the blade and licking it. Now he's taking a bow. Now he has, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 guards, and they're all pulling the cord to lift the blade up into place. Oh, it won't move. 10 men, and they can't budge it. He's kicking the blade. Splendid, splendid. Good man. Kicked it twice, and the darn thing traveled up the post like a monkey shinnying up a palmetto tree. Now the executioner is going to do some trial runs. He won't move. He's just supposed to give it a yank, and it triggers. Now he's talking to the captain.
10 more men. March! 10 more. March! March!
They keep adding men to yank at that thing. It looks like the blade is jammed up there.
1, 2, 3, pull! 1, 2, 3, pull!
He's got the whole army on it now.
1, 2, 3, look
Your Majesty,
now
if you
what?
vouchfive me the opportunity...
One at a time. I think we should thank the King of Sweden for that pile of firewood in the courtyard. We are not amused. I have asked you here for your thoughts on the disposition of the prisoner. Minister of Justice.
The law says execution, but not by whom? Might it be done by one of our soldiers?
A soldier? I don't see how.
Excellent. Why didn't any of you dolts think of that? It's a natural. A soldier to cut a man's head off.
But, Your Majesty,
After all, in war, soldiers don't mind killing people. In fact, that's what they're trained to do. Send for the general.
Soldiers of Monaco, I ask now for volunteers to assist justice in this small but great land of ours. A criminal has been sentenced to be executed, and we need one man who will bravely undertake the task. One man, step forward. I put it to you all again, all 60 of you brave defenders of the spirit that is Monaco. Will one man of you please step forward? I'd say that there'd probably be a few extra francs in it for the man who steps forward. Captain, may I have a word? General, they won't buy it. In combat, yes. But to them, execution is cold blood. I had my doubts all along. But the king said do it, so I tried. Well, I'll tell him. I tried to. He'll listen to you, General. You've got more stars. I'll say that a soldier simply does not know how to cut off a head. It is not in our manual of arms.
Well, it's about time. I've been waiting 7 days to learn what progress we're making.
To bring you up to date, Your Majesty, the army declines. And I think if you were to examine our Monarchan Code of Military Honor, you would certainly not find any reference to the duty you wish the soldiers to perform. I took the matter up with the ministers, and execution by firing squad was suggested.
Clear thinking. Yes, why not?
Well, however, the rifles issued to the men are not accurate enough. And, in fact, on our test range just the other day, 3 of my men were injured when the guns fired backwards and the stocks dislocated 3 shoulders.
I don't want to hear any more. I simply do not wish to hear any more. An army to defend the crown without accurate rifles? It's incredible.
Well, for many years, I have been requesting authority to update our weaponry. The Minister of Finance has our estimate. Why, with those things, we can't even hit rabbits at 30 yards.
That's enough. We shall have a talk with the Minister of Finance on that subject on another day.
Your Majesty, I submitted a budget for your signature 2 weeks ago, and you said, not now, it costs much too much.
First things first. The condemned man, and how do we condemn him? Huh? All right, now. Any more bright and cheery news for your king?
Your Grace, for the past week, we have diligently put our heads together.
Considered?
Reconsidered?
We have assembled a commission and a subcommission, a committee and a subcommittee.
To study the pros and cons wise.
And we have finally concluded, sire, that the best thing would be to have your Majesty commute the death sentence to one of life imprisonment.
Well,
that way we could extricate ourselves from this miserable pickle, and you, sire, would be hailed as a monarch of mercy.
That's fantastic. And much, much cheaper.
I have the feeling that you out there listening are probably way ahead of me, and that certainly you suspect our penny-pinching sovereign is going to be paying much, much more in the interests of justice than... But I shan't give it away. Stay with us and find out with us in Act 3.
Did you know there are over 100 different strains of cold virus? And any one of them can make you sick? That's why there's Contact. No matter what cold virus attacks, one capsule helps relieve your swollen membranes, your runny, sneezy misery up to 12 hours, all day, all night. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real cold.
Take what pays directly.
How does your laxative work? Many brand name laxatives contain ingredients that expand in your stomach. That's how they work. We know a medicine that works differently. It's in the X-Lax pill. Overnight, the X-Lax pill gently stimulates your system's own regular rhythm. Stimulates your system for relief in the morning. No surprises, just relief in the morning. That's the X-Lax pill. Try it tonight with confidence. For occasional use only as directed. X-Lax pills.
Let's return to the shenanigans of this extraordinary royal household of the long, long ago days in the history of this tiny country. To begin Act 3, let me just tell you that as soon as the king thought he had solved the problem of the plaguing prisoner, a new obstacle showed up. For not anywhere within the borders of Monaco Was there a prison suitable for a man sentenced to life imprisonment?
Oh, yes, we have a lockup, Your Majesty. But for a prisoner to spend the rest of his life in? Hardly.
What is it used for, General?
Oh, overnight offenders, that's all. A shoplifter, a wife beater, a drunk. Of course, we could have one bill.
Not so fast with the Crown's money. Why don't I have a look around and see what we have on the premises? General, do you mind?
You? Your Majesty? Are you sure you want to do this yourself?
Why not? It's a fine day.
Here now is a possibility. The Royal Aquarium.
The Royal Aquarium. Oh, no. Smells too fishy to me. We must remember that the poor fellow is going to spend the rest of his natural life here. No. We don't have to go one step further. The Royal Zoo is no better than the Royal Aquarium. We cannot have the fellow die of asphyxiation. No.
The Royal Aviary.
Yes, the Royal Aviary. This is quite unsuitable.
What did you say?
Break his eardrum.
What?
Let's get out of here.
Now, this might not be bad. The Royal Stable.
I suppose you could get used to it. Of course, if we gave it a good cleaning, there are certain advantages. Those small high windows with the bars. Even the stalls. Well, I mean, the prisoner could use one for sleeping. Plenty of hay and straw. Another stall for eating. Makes quite a suite. And all this begins to make sense.
Your Highness, may I call your attention to one slight drawback?
Yes?
If the Royal Stables becomes the Royal Prison, where will we keep the Royal Horses? Actually, down here, Your Majesty, is my favorite. I've reserved suggesting this as a prison for last. Your Majesty, the Royal Wine Cellar.
My gracious, the Royal Wine Cellar. I haven't been down here in years. No, not the Royal Wine Cellar for a prison. It's too great a temptation.
The very place. How stupid of me. Why didn't I think of it before? We have a stone guardhouse not 50 yards from the palace kitchen door, within full sight of the barracks and the entire army.
Let's have a look at it. If this place is what you say, I think we can safely announce our decision to our people. You know, my dear General, had the fellow not been so exceedingly cooperative dealing with the Swedes and so forth, I would not have taken such a personal interest in his case.
It's quite a good turnout down there.
It's a nice crowd.
Who's keeping the king?
And I advised him to make the people wait before he appears at the balcony. The longer they wait, the more docile they are, and it builds up his entrance, anticipation-wise. Oh, Your Majesty, we were just talking about you.
Yes, well, will somebody please pull the ermine collar back from my ears? Darned annoying the way it rides up. No, not that way. Pin it to the cloak. Now the crown. It feels crooked. Does it look crooked? I hate this crown. May have fitted farther, but it's much too small for me. Well, now, everybody ready?
Yes, Your Majesty.
All right, let's get this show on the road. Fellow monarchists, loyal subjects of the crown, we're all aware of the tragedy that's befallen our peace-loving, law-abiding land. That one single Monegasque has disregarded the canons of social behavior and snuffed out the life of another Monegasque is... yes. Well, it's pretty bad, to say the least. However, there is the act of forgiveness. Is that not so? Who here would like to see a man die? Let me hear your voices. I'm sure very few. Oh, dear. You really are that fond of death for a criminal. However, I, your king, I feel compassion. Let me say, great compassion. Therefore, since we would rather our prisoner lived and learned to repent his misdeed, we have decided to commute the death sentence to one of life in prison. Let me tell you a little of the arrangements for the safeguarding of the prisoner. He will be incarcerated near the palace, well guarded round the clock by 3 shifts, brought his meals by the guards, and I would say pretty well guarded. All right, and so with this momentous news we conclude, and thank you for your devoted attention. And now, everybody back to work. On the double! Oh, I'm exhausted. How did I do? How did it go? Huh?
Marvelous. It's simply marvelous.
I don't know. I don't think I grabbed them.
Cousin, Your Majesty, can I be familiar just once? I would say that this life imprisonment is the best thing you ever did.
Well, at least it's cheaper. I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
Your Majesty, I've been keeping close tabs on the whole operation every month for the past 12 months. From the day the prisoner started his sentence, I watched it like a hawk. I make sure there's no duplication, no waste, no fat. And these are the figures.
We'll go broke.
Add it up. Around-the-clock guards for 365 days. That's 8,760 guard hours. Food for the 2 shifts when they're not normally feeding guards. Food for the prisoner, and that's a heavy item. He's no cheap eater. No, don't get me wrong, Your Majesty. I understand. Gourmet meals, that was the deal.
It can't be. 1,000 francs a year? All right, the rest of you, you've been standing around with your mouths open and saying nothing. General, ministers, say something.
Perhaps the first year is always higher expense-wise.
No, you don't, simpleton. This life as a young man, he could live for another 50 years.
It's a severe drain on the royal purse.
This rascal is bleeding us. There's got to be a cheaper way.
We could save money if we dismissed the guards.
Wait a minute. No guards and the prisoner might run away.
Is that such a bad idea?
He's got it. Is that such a bad idea? General, release the guards. Unlock the door.
When, Your Majesty?
This very minute.
Very good, sir.
What time is it?
A few minutes to dinner time.
Good. Let's watch. When he hears the door unlock, he'll think they've brought him dinner. And then... here, this window faces just right. Let me see. Oh, yes. The kitchen is below us to the left. Oh, there's the general. The guard is unlocking the door. And there goes the guard. You see him around the corner? And there goes the general.
Here he is, the prisoner.
Absolutely, on the button. Ooh, look at the expression on his face. Where is my guard to bring me my dinner? Oh, I wonder if he realizes he could escape right now.
He could escape.
The prisoner has disappeared.
Which way did he go?
I know he didn't go back inside. Ministers, I believe our problem has been solved. Our prisoner seems to have decided to take a little walk. Now, nobody here will go down there. Nobody in this room will give any kind of an alarm. Tomorrow we shall decide, in consultation with the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Transportation, as well as the Minister of Justice, exactly when to give the alarm.
The border is only a quarter-hour away by train. On foot, it takes a little longer. We want him to have ample opportunity to make a complete escape.
Your Majesty, Your Highness, he's back.
What? Who's back?
The prisoner. He's carrying a tray. It must be his dinner.
Of course. He's been to the king's kitchen, fetched his own dinner. What do you think of that? Self-service.
He's back inside his prison. Oh, he's shutting the door behind him. He's not leaving. He's staying.
Well, you might as well tell me. What's the bad news?
He did it again. All day. Opened the door at breakfast time. No guard in sight. Went to the royal kitchen. Asked for what he'd ordered. They gave it to him. He went back to his cell and he ate it. The same thing at lunch and at dinner.
And he's ordered his menu right through Sunday.
Well, I'm not waiting for any Sunday.
Well, what can we do?
Tell him. That's what you have to do. Tell him straight out that we don't want to keep him, we don't want to feed him, that he's a lazy good-for-nothing, and to get out and get himself lost.
But I have nowhere to go. I mean, what can I do? Everybody knows about me. Every day, at least 50 rubbernecks walk around the guardhouse, gawking and pointing and whispering. You have ruined my character by your sentence. What can I do?
My dear chap, wouldn't you feel better out in the world, making an honest living?
To tell you frankly, I've gotten out of the habit of working.
Oh, come now.
No, you treated me very badly. In the first place, when you sentenced me to death, you should have executed me, but you didn't. All right, I didn't complain about that. And then you sentenced me for life and put guards on duty to bring me my food. Sometimes they'd be late, and I would have to wait as much as 15 minutes for my dinner. I didn't complain about that either. Then you took the guards away, and I had to fetch my own food. Well, perhaps I'm too easygoing. I didn't complain about that either. But now you actually want me to go away? I can't agree to that. You can tell the king that so far as I'm concerned, a deal is a deal.
Ministers, things are not as we might wish them to be. Does anyone here have any ideas of how we can get rid of this monster?
Certainly. I'll offer the prisoner a pension.
Pay him?
If he leaves the country.
Pension him? Can we keep it reasonable?
I suggest 500 francs a year.
Much is that?
He may go for it, found money-wise.
Yes, I agree with the Minister of Finance. It would be worth it to be rid of him.
500 francs. Think maybe you do it for 4?
I don't think we can haggle. Summer is coming, and it would knock us out of the tourist business. People don't want to visit a country where there's a roaming convict, a killer who doesn't want to leave, and whom we don't want to lock up.
Well, that's it, then.
500 per annum, and that is it. Take it or leave it. That's what the king said.
Well, I guess I don't mind. So long as you give me your ministerial assurance to pay it promptly and regularly.
Oh, you have His Majesty's word.
On that condition, I am willing to do it. Oh, yes. I'd like this year's pension in advance so I can get settled in.
Certainly.
Good enough. Well, then, I shall be off. See you next year, same time. Oh, and, Minister, there's a half a bottle of Montrachet over there, if you'd like to finish it. It's an excellent year. It's a pity to let it go to waste.
And so the matter was settled. The prisoner took his money, took the train, and in 15 minutes was out of the country. He bought a bit of land just across the frontier and started market gardening. He never went hunting again. He never married again. Once a year, he goes to the palace, draws his pension, goes to the gaming tables, stakes 3 francs, sometimes wins. sometimes loses, and returns home. And there's a bit more to this tale, which I will tell you when I return. You can find the story you've just heard written in Russian by the great Leo Tolstoy. And in many countries, too many. I'd say it was a good thing our prisoner did not commit his crime in a land where they don't begrudge the expense of cutting off a man's head or the expense of keeping him in prison for life. To wind up, let old Will Shakespeare have the last word. Use every man after his desert, and who shall escape whipping? Our cast included Robert Dryden, Ian Martin, Court Benson, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Good luck is a giddy maid, fickle and restless as a fawn. She smooths your hair, and then the jade kisses you quickly and is gone. But Madame Bad Luck scorns all this. She shows no eagerness for flitting, but with a long and fervent kiss sits by your bed and brings her knitting. And so, you have them, the Luck sisters, good and bad. Two ladies who cannot be wooed or courted. They pick and choose their own time and place. If only we knew how to capture one and escape the other. If only.
It's wrong.
I know.
It's indecent.
I agree.
It's immoral.
I admit.
Murder can never be justified for any reason.
That's a fact.
Then why? How can you agree to it?
The price is right.
Our mystery drama, The Luck Sisters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We have, when you add up the minutes, something less than an hour to relate our stories. And most of the time it's enough. We usually attempt to tell a tight and taut little tale that honors the Aristotelian strictures for the unities of time, place, and character. However, every now and then, we come up with what can only be called a saga, an epic that sprawls across a vast and multicolored canvas, rolling, rollicking, swashbuckling, filled with violence, intrigue, conflict, adventure, and sex. Well, what you are about to hear may qualify as a saga.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am in the town of Bulwer, high in this Rocky Mountain Valley. Bulwer is hardly more than a hamlet. It was on its way to becoming a ghost town when suddenly an enormous vein of gold was discovered in an abandoned mine. Right now, this little village has just about been invaded by the news media. I believe we even outnumber the residents. But those residents of Bulwer, the 100 registered, tax-paying, and voting citizens of Bulwer, will each become a millionaire because the mine itself is owned by the town of Bulwer. Let us rejoin the press conference outside the store of Mayor Jefferson McDowell, who is also the town barber.
Yes, sir. The town's named after Mayor Poindexter Bulwer, who was adjutant to General Grant. It later came out he was a speculator in army supplies and stole $1 million. That's Major Bulwer, not General Grant. But by that time, he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mayor, what about the mine?
It's the old Bulwer mine. Town grew up all around it. Never was worth much. The mine, I mean, not the town.
Yeah, how did the town get possession?
Well, after Major Bulwer died, and without issue, I might say, the town took it over for back taxes.
Mr. Mayor, what would you say this new discovery means to the citizens of Bulwer?
Well, it means, once we get her into production, everybody in Bulwer is going to become a millionaire.
How was it discovered that there was gold in the mine?
She's been abandoned almost 100 years. Then, last week, little Billy Blackburn, that's Bob and Eunice Blackburn's kid, fell down a shaft. Wasn't hurt, just scared. When they dug him up, there was all this gold dust.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this will change the people in this town?
What kind of a stupid question is that? If you was to become a millionaire, wouldn't it change you?
Oh, Jeff.
Yeah?
Where have you been? You're late for supper.
Yeah. So, let's eat.
Jeff, something's wrong.
What do you think is wrong?
Maybe it's not true. The mine doesn't belong to the town. We're not going to be rich?
The mine does belong to the town, and the town can distribute the revenue from it any way it sees fit.
Then what? Jeff, are you trying to tell me maybe it all isn't on the level somehow? Maybe there's no gold?
Nope. As far as we know, there's gold.
Mm-hmm.
Engineer come in from one of those big companies. He said it might even rival the Comstock load.
Well, then, what's that look on your face?
Maria, I'm scared.
Scared? Scared of what? Oh, I see.
Do you really see, Maria?
Well, I think I do. Sure, our quiet, lovely, decent little town transformed suddenly into what can I call it, a flesh pot filled with neon lights, the pure, fresh air poisoned by smoke and pollution. Bulwer will become a city with all those urban problems, juvenile delinquency, crime, prostitution, and the like. That's what's bothering you, isn't it?
No, none of that's bothering me.
It isn't?
Why would I care what happens to Bulwer?
Well, it's our home.
But we won't be living here no longer. We'll be spending our time in sunny Spain and the Riviera in Florida. We're going to have an apartment in New York and a flat in London.
Are you crazy?
No, Maria. I'm just saying, when you become a millionaire, you have a responsibility to maintain a certain standard of living.
Well, I never get to the point.
I'm afraid to tell you.
Oh, whatever else you may be, one thing you are not is afraid.
Maria, maybe I don't know how to tell you.
Well, just try.
I guess I'm waiting.
What? Waiting for what?
For the other shoe to drop.
I see. Well, what are you expecting?
Something bad.
Bad? Why?
I don't know.
Oh, well, then I don't understand.
No. That's not true. I know. I think I know.
Jeff, you're starting to scare me. You're the most level-headed person I know. What's bothering you?
Something bad is going to happen.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because it's the history of this town. Bad follows good like night follows day.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, look. Go back to the beginning, right? The town is named after a Civil War hero.
Mm-hmm.
It later turns out he's a crook. Bulwer was supposed to be the location of a great new gold strike, like Sutter's Mill or the Klondike. Turns out to be a false alarm.
All right, but that's all ancient history.
Granted. Let's talk about modern history, then. The history of the last 20 years. Remember, this company was going to open a plant just outside of town, rejuvenate the economy with 500 jobs?
Oh, well, I don't believe they were serious.
What are you talking about? They already started digging the foundations. Do you remember what happened? They went broke. That's what happened.
But still, that doesn't prove
the Air Force was going to put up a base on Spencer's Plateau?
Well, that wasn't definite.
What do you mean it wasn't definite? We were going to contract for the land.
Oh, Jeff, you know, where the government's concerned, you've always got politics.
But the fact is, one day it was yes, and the next day it was no.
Yeah, but what can happen now?
I don't know. Something terrible. But you can't fight history, Maria.
But you yourself told me we know there's gold. Millions of dollars worth. And the engineers said it's high-grade ore. And there shouldn't be any real problems getting to it. What can happen?
Maria, honey, this is Bulwer. Depend on it. We're in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it's you, that reporter. How come you haven't left with the rest of them?
Because I think the real story is yet to happen. For example, Mr. Mayor, why do you appear to be so troubled?
Troubled?
Well, obviously something's bothering you.
No, tell me. You've been around. You're a college-educated man. Do you believe in fate?
Fate is whatever happens. Then you look back at it and say, yes, that was fate. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to talk to you about the mine, if I may.
The mine? Oh, the mine.
Yes, and the sociological impact it'll have on this tiny community.
If you'll excuse me, I have an important appointment.
At midnight?
Oh, my goodness, then I'm really late. Good night, sir.
This is your special reporter in Bulwer. And I can report the town is behaving in a manner close to what you might expect. There's great happiness here and great expectations. Mayor Jefferson McDowell, however, seems somewhat different from his fellow townspeople. He takes long walks at night. Those who know him say he's suddenly become very serious. Certainly, he appears to be extremely introspective. It's almost as if he knows something that is hidden from everyone else. Is it true? More on the town of Bulwer on my regular broadcast this evening.
Jeff?
Yeah?
Darling, why aren't you asleep?
I'm thinking.
All this turning and tossing is keeping me awake.
Sorry.
Jeff, can't you explain what's bothering you?
I told you. It's this pattern of good and bad that seems to haunt Bulwer.
Well, I guess it's true.
I see you're not fighting me anymore, huh?
Surely and simply in the interest of getting my beauty sleep. I solved the problem.
What are you saying?
Darling, this will be the craziest thing you ever heard. Do you believe in luck?
Sure.
Well, now let's say good luck is a good angel. So then bad luck would be...
a bad angel.
Right. Now, we got two of those angels in this town.
You've really got to explain this.
Well, the Miller sisters, Eunice and Janice.
Eunice Blackburn and Janice Howling.
Those two.
You lost me. You just lost me.
Well, all I've been doing is exploring your subject, history. Now, here you have those twin girls, Janice and Eunice Miller. And by now, they're grown women.
Eunice and Janice?
Yes. Study it. Everything that Eunice does, everything and everybody she's connected with turns out fine. On the other hand, Janice...
Wait.
As far back as you can remember, hasn't it been that Eunice brought everybody good luck and Janice caused nothing but trouble?
Now, as a matter of fact...
Now, before you dig around for all the evidence, and there's whole volumes of it, just a couple of simple things. Janice was engaged to Tom Patterson, who went off to Vietnam and got killed. Eunice married Bob Blackburn, who put in 4 years, never got a scratch, got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and came back a colonel.
And the mine. Little Billy Blackburn goes berry picking with his Aunt Janice and falls down that abandoned shaft just because he was with Janice.
But just because he's Eunice's son, he not only comes out without a scratch, but we strike gold.
Okay. Review the past 20 years. And now maybe you know what I mean when I say I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
All right. But what possible calamity can Janice bring about now?
It has to follow. It has to. Remember, it was through Eunice's husband, Bob Blackburn, the Air Force was interested in building the base, right? Mm-hmm. The guy who was the head of planning came down. He was impressed. He was interested. The deal was just about to go through. We put him up for the night in Janice's house. The next day, somehow, everything cooled down.
Oh, but still, you can't blame Janice.
It's not time for credit, and it's no time for blame. All we can go by are facts. The same thing with the factory that was going to be built here. It was Janice who...
Jeff, we have no proof.
We have facts.
Where are you going?
Out.
It's 3 in the morning.
I know, but I don't have a minute to lose. I have to save the town, the mine, the gold, all of us, before it's too late.
Too late for what? Well, what are we talking about? We seem to be talking about people who carry luck, good or bad, around with them. Superstition? Old wives' tale? Before you make your judgment, consider many of the commonplace things we take for granted today, like telephones, airplanes, not to mention space flight, were once old wives' tales, and people who spoke about them seriously could be burned or hanged. I hope you will hang around with burning anticipation for Act 2. Gold. Chemically, structurally, it's a simple and relatively uncomplicated element. And yet, it has within it a mysterious essence that can completely change human nature. Or is that really true? Can we basically be altered by gold? Or does gold merely act as the catalyst to speed up changes that were always ready and waiting to happen?
Who is it?
Janice, it's me, Jeff McDowell.
Well, what is it, Jeff?
Janice, I've got to talk to you.
Jeff, do you know what time it is?
I know what time it is. Can I come in?
Well?
Janice, I don't know how to say this.
Say what?
I don't even know how to begin.
Well, as Miss Ballantyne, our 5th grade teacher, used to say, begin at the beginning.
The beginning. We go back a long way, you and I, Janice.
You never should remind a lady of her age, Jeff.
And many things have happened. Oh, it's no use. The only way to say this is say it. Right out. Straight out.
Yes.
I want to tell you that...
That you're in love with me. Is that it?
Janice, that's not what...
Do you want a divorce, Maria?
No.
Are you suggesting that we have an affair?
Janice, listen.
In a small place like this, how long do you think it could be kept a secret?
You've got it all wrong. I want to ask you to leave town.
No, Jeff. You've got it all wrong.
It's not what I came here to talk about. I came here to ask you to leave town, and it has nothing to do with me or you. It's for the good of Bulwer.
Is that a fact?
Janice, you must leave town before it's too late.
You ring my bell at 3 in the morning to tell me to leave town? If it's a joke, I'm not amused.
I'll put it this way. Look, 300 years ago, you would have been burned at the stake.
Your conversation isn't getting more pleasant either.
You and Eunice, the Miller sisters. What's the history of the Miller sisters?
I must ask you to leave, Jeff.
You, Janice, you bring misfortune, tragedy. Eunice has always brought good things, great things, wonderful things to everyone about her.
I can't believe I'm sitting here listening to this.
She brings us good luck. You bring us bad. Maybe it can be spread like a disease, and you could be the carrier.
There's the door, Jefferson McDowell.
Janice, there's no malice in this. I promise you. I'm stating a fact.
So am I. Get out.
Consider, Janice, everybody who's ever been associated with you has. In high school, you went out with Freddie Price.
So did other girls.
Come on, Janice. Remember the senior album? You and Freddie were voted Romeo and Juliet, and he had a great future as a ball player. The big league scouts were here to see him. But the day he gave you his pin, he broke his arm. And that was the end of him.
And what did I have to do with that?
It doesn't get any better, Janice. The Patterson boy. Remember, you got engaged just before he went to Vietnam? He was killed, and your husband, Joe, he was killed in a plane crash.
Jeff, I have had a very tragic life. Things have always gone badly.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, and there's a reason for it.
Are you saying it's my fault?
Yes. Oh, you're unaware of it. You're not personally responsible for it. It's just one of those things.
And you have come here at 3 a.m. to tell me that?
Yes, because we may not have very much time.
Time for what?
The mine. Look, we could sit here for hours, going all the way back to when you were a little kid, and we could come up with hundreds of examples, but, well, here we have the mine. The rediscovery of the mine. It could mean millions, maybe billions of dollars. So please, don't kill it.
Kill it? How?
I don't know. How did you kill all those other things?
But I'm telling you, I didn't do anything.
And I'm telling you, it's not what you do or what you did, but what you are.
What am I?
I could say a jinx. I could say a witch. But what does that mean? You've heard of Lady Luck? Oh, okay. So there's also Lady Bad Luck. Janice, I'm so scared something will come up to ruin the mine. Please.
Please what?
Please leave town.
As one of the 100 citizens of Bulwer, I understand I own 1% of that mine. Is this a scheme to steal my share?
I swear to you, I believe with all my heart that if you stay here, there won't be any money or shares or anything for anybody. Something will happen to that mine.
So I'm to leave town?
Yes, Janice.
Leave town and go where? Go where, Jeff? This is my home. I don't know any other place. This is all I have.
Janice, I know how you feel.
How? How do you know? How do you know what it feels like to be a woman who has nothing and nobody? No husband, no kids, no career. I never even went to college. They sent Eunice out east. She was the smart one, the pretty one.
Janice, it isn't anybody's fault. It's the way things just happen to be, I guess.
And now, you want me to give up the only thing I have in the world, my home. The answer is no.
Janice.
This is my home. You can't force me to leave it.
Good morning. This is your special reporter in the tiny town of Bulwer, which has been struck by the golden lightning of sudden wealth. Let me say at this point that I seem to feel an unexpected reaction. You would expect most people to be exhilarated by the prospect of wealth. And yet, most of these townfolk seem sobered by it. Does this mean that they are highly mature, sensitive to the responsibilities of great wealth? Or is there something we don't know?
It's dawned on me. It's finally dawned on me.
What, Maria?
That we're going to be rich.
It may not happen.
Now what?
Do you believe what you were telling me about the Miller sisters? Especially Janice?
Well, I don't...
Was it just talk? conversation or what?
Oh, well, maybe I don't know if I believe it or not.
I believe it.
Jeff,
what? Am I right? Am I wrong? What do you think?
Oh, I wish I knew.
I believe it. I went to see Janice.
To say what? To do what?
To ask her to leave town.
How could you just ask her to leave?
That's what she asked me.
Oh, what did you tell her?
The truth. She's entitled to know.
What did she say?
She said no.
So? Now what?
I don't know.
Oh, yes. Yes, you do. You know you're going to talk it over with Jim Delray, Harvey Parkins, and Colonel Bob. And then you're going to...
Yeah. I guess I am going to do that. But what happens next, that I don't know.
And?
I guess that's the size and shape of it, Colonel Bob. What do you think of it?
What do I think of it?
Janice is your sister-in-law. You, if anybody, are the town's leading citizen.
But you're the mayor.
Only because you don't want the job. You're famous. A war hero. Bob, what's your opinion? Is this just a bunch of superstitious foolishness?
You seem to believe it. And from what I gather, so does everybody else in this town.
Oh, then folks have been talking to you.
Everybody talks to me, Jeff.
I know what I am. I'm a hick, a provincial. I got a high school education, but I never been anywhere, never done anything, just a country boy. You've been all over the world, met all kinds of interesting, important people, so this thing, what is there to it? Anything at all?
When I was going to engineering school, Jeff, in our lab courses, we studied the scientific method. You know what that is?
I'm sure it's too complicated for me.
No, that's where you're wrong. It's very, very simple. Has to do with cause and effect. You follow this?
I think so.
The classic one they give is with a dog. Every time, just before you feed a dog, you ring a bell.
Why would you do that?
Oh, that has to do with the experiment. The dog hears the bell, he sees the food, he starts to salivate. You see?
Oh, that makes sense.
Now then, after a while, every time the dog even hears the bell, he begins to salivate. That's what's known as cause and effect. Now, we got the same thing here. Cause and effect. Every time we get something going in this town, thanks to Janice, it goes up in smoke.
Then you're saying there is something to it?
Oh, sure. I knew it. I always knew it.
Then why didn't you say something?
Say what? And to who?
Well,
who'd have believed me? I guess the idea was before its time. But now that I see that other folks have come to the same conclusion, it's time we all got together.
What would we be getting together for?
You should know, Jeff. You know. You're mayor of this town. You feel it's your duty to get something done about it.
I wish I knew what it was. I talked to Janice. I asked her to leave town. She turned me down.
Naturally.
So? Where are we?
You know where we are, Jeff. You may not like where we are. Nobody does. But we are at the point where we have to do something about Janice.
I admit it. But what?
I think you know, Jeff. I think you know.
And if you're a member in good standing of our audience, I think you know, too. Poor Janice Miller Hollings. It is her fate to be a carrier of bad luck. Such people, when found out throughout history, have suffered for it. Ah, but you say this was all in the past. Today, we are advanced, sophisticated, civilized. You want to bet? Act 3 will be here shortly. sacrifice society is based on it. We give up some of our liberty for the greater good. Our ancestors sacrificed the individual to turn aside the wrath of the gods and spare the tribe. A general sacrifices a battalion to save an army. For the common good, the majority can usually justify any sacrifice, especially morality. Morality. How weak, how fragile, how friendless she can sometimes be.
You know what we have to do about Janice, Jeff?
There's just no way we can force her to leave town.
I admit that.
Besides, you've got this newspaper correspondent poking around.
I wouldn't worry about him. Nobody will tell him anything.
But you just admitted we can't force Janice to leave town.
That's right. Even if she up and left, that wouldn't do any good.
Why not?
Because she'd still be alive.
Oh.
There it is. Oh.
No, Bob. We could never.
All right, Jeff. Take a little more time. You'll talk yourself into it.
I could never talk myself into murder.
Jeff. Never is a very long time.
I don't think you know me very well, Bob.
Jeff, right now, the mayor and the town council of Bulwer, that's you, me, Harvey, Jim. We're receiving bids from mining companies to develop and exploit the property for us. The lowest one is for $250 million. We have 100 citizens, so that's a minimum of $2.5 million each.
I know.
It's better than that. Because you and Maria each get $2.5 million. So do Eunice and I. Harvey and his wife have 3 grown sons, so his family stands to get, $12.5 million. That's what's involved here, Jeff.
I know.
So, then you know what you have to do. Jeff, the second the idea occurred to you, you knew how it would have to end. You've been fighting it.
Yes, I've been fighting it.
We've all got to agree. We have all got to agree.
Have you spoken of this to anyone else?
Yes. Yes, I have, to just about everyone. This thing has been gathering momentum without you. Now you've got to come on board.
How about the women?
Oh, yes, they have to be part of it.
You mean you told Eunice?
Oh. She's the one who convinced me. Good evening. This is your special correspondent in Bulwer, Colorado. This is the strangest town I've ever seen. The prospect of wealth, fabulous wealth, has frightened every inhabitant. There will be wealth. Each of them shall become rich beyond their dreams. I understand the bidding to exploit the property will go as high as $500 million. Ladies and gentlemen, divide that 100 ways. I have been promised an interview with a lady who lives in this town later on. Janice Miller Hollings.
It's wrong.
Yes.
Yet it's the will of the majority.
Well, that's not going to help. It's murder. And it's wrong.
Yet, I know after we say everything there is to say, we're going to go along with it.
Are we?
Yes. We have no choice. It's just too much money. At least $5 million for you and me. Maybe more, maybe twice that much.
$10 million. It isn't right, Jeff. It isn't right.
I know.
What I mean is, it isn't right to tempt human beings like this. It's just too much money. It's worth Janice Miller's life.
Janice Miller Hollings.
You want to know the truth? The terrible truth? I never liked her.
All right. You can say that. I'll say it too.
Say what?
Whatever it is, we're starting to justify it. Finding reasons for it.
Yes, I realize.
We have to. If we want to be able to look at ourselves.
I'll never be able to again.
You will. Oh, yes. As time goes on, you'll find reasons to show you did the right thing. We'll be convinced that she was the most evil woman in the world, and we'll discover facts to prove it. Eventually, we'll all feel like saints for our part in this.
Oh, Jeff,
You know how I always like to study history, Maria? Well, most of your history is rewritten.
Jeff, we're going to have blood on our hands.
Nothing like gold to hide the color of blood. Oh, yeah, we'll have a few bad days. And then it'll be all over.
Hi there, Miss Miller, or is it Mrs. Hollins?
It can be anything you like.
You promised me an interview, remember?
Did I?
You most certainly did. Now, I understand you have a twin sister, and the two of you are as different as night and day.
Well, if you know all about me, why do you wish to interview me?
None of us really know all about another human being, Miss Miller.
Nor should we.
You strike me as a very sensible person. I'm sure we could have a most agreeable interview.
I was warned about big city types like you.
I promise I'll be all business.
But I'm not too sure I like that.
Well, why don't I take you to dinner this evening?
Why don't I cook dinner at my house?
I can't think of a single reason against it.
Till this evening, then.
Jeff?
Oh, hello, Bob.
I figured the shop would be empty this time of day. How about a little trim?
Sit right down.
You spoke to Maria?
Yeah.
And
there's things like that ancient, what did they call that terrible machine nobody could stop?
A juggernaut.
Yeah, that's what it is. Just rolls over everybody and everything. You just can't make any argument against it.
It's true.
So we're just gonna blithely kill Janice Miller.
Well, it won't be blithely. Nobody's gonna enjoy it.
Do we have to even talk about it?
Yeah, we do.
What's there to say?
You know, Jeff, I've been barbered in New York, London, Paris. I even spent $50 for a haircut, but none of those characters can touch you.
What's there to talk about now?
How to do it.
100 citizens in this town. Funny how we could get 99 to agree to kill one of them.
Why is it funny? Maybe it is. Because that's life. You surprised?
I'm surprised it was so easy. It took so little time.
Jeff, the leading citizens should do it.
Yeah, it's up to us, pillars of the community, I guess.
You, me, Harv, and Jim.
The mayor and the 3 councilmen. Well, what do we do? You just can't shoot her, can we? Good Lord, listen to what I'm saying.
No, we can't. It has to be an accident. Jeff, you think you're taking too much off the front there?
If I thought I was taking too much off the front, I wouldn't do it, would I? What kind of accident is she supposed to have?
Well, fortunately, her house is just across from the abandoned shaft opening.
No, what do you suggest? That we throw her down there?
Nothing that crude. Dynamite.
There's nothing subtle about dynamite.
You see, this company, International Precious Metals, that's bidding for the mine, they have a truck here. It's got dynamite in it. It's parked near the shaft that's just across from Janice's house. It can blow up.
Huh? How?
How do I know? An accident.
But her place is at least 100 feet away. Is there that much dynamite in the truck?
Oh, yes, there certainly will be.
And, who?
The 4 of us will help wire, and we'll have an automatic fuse to set it off.
Huh. Then that's it.
All of our problems are over.
When do you want to do it?
We want to do it as soon as it gets dark.
About 7 o'clock.
Be there. Jeff? Yeah? I guess we're all here and ready.
That's a lot of dynamite.
Has to do a big job. Jeff, you attach these wires.
Yeah.
Careful.
can't stop now. But wait. But nothing. Now, this is it. Start walking. Less than a minute, it'll be all over.
Bob, you sure it'll do the job?
I'm sure.
You sure nothing else will be...
The only house within 300 yards. The thing will rattle windows all over town, but all the damage is going to be directed toward that.
I'd give all the money I'll ever see from that mine not to have done this.
Now, how fast can you run? I estimate we're 100 yards away from the dynamite. We've got 15 seconds. Can you run 115 seconds?
Well, in school I could run 109.8.
Now, here we go. You got 11 seconds back there. Pull the fuse. There you 10. Now, you're past the point of no return. We better hit the ground.
Bob.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banjo!
Bob, it didn't go off. We're saved.
Well, I could have been a couple of seconds off.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your reporter at the town of Bulwer. Except there is no town of Bulwer any longer. It is buried under millions of tons of dirt and rock. The only survivor is the luckiest woman in the world, Miss Janice Miller, who is standing beside me now. Miss Miller, what exactly did happen?
Well, we don't get them often. But when we do, we do. This was an avalanche. As you know, Bulwer was in a valley, hemmed in by very steep mountains.
But what set it off, Miss Miller?
Well, you and I heard what set it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should explain. Miss Miller and I had made a date for her interview to be taped at dinner, which she kindly offered to prepare for me at her house. But at the last moment, for some reason, we decided to drive to a restaurant in Council Forks, some 40 miles away. Why did we decide to do that, Miss Miller?
I don't know. We just decided.
What did set off the avalanche, Miss Miller?
We were a long way off, but we heard an explosion.
Yes, I thought it was thunder.
If you've been raised in a mining town, you know the sound of dynamite.
But where was the dynamite?
I noticed a truck outside my house just before we left. I'm sure there was dynamite in it.
But what could have set it off?
Who knows? Anything. Or nothing. That's dynamite.
And this explosion triggered the avalanche.
Definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an eerie sight. Here was once a hamlet of over 100 human beings. All of them are now covered by tons of rock. This disaster struck without warning, with bewildering speed. There was no time to sound an alarm, no time to make an escape. I suppose all this debris will be bulldozed away, and this fantastically rich mine will belong to the sole survivor of Bulwer, Miss Janice Miller. Miss Miller, you are the luckiest lady in the world. Fortune's favorite.
Funny. I always thought of myself as Misfortune's favorite. But I guess if you live long enough, the worm turns. The road turns. And your luck turns.
Of course. There's a category of stories known as the getting hoist by your own petard type. Or the scaffold of Haman kind. You know, Haman, who built the scaffold for Mordecai and wound up stepping off it himself. We love such stories because you can't beat poetic justice. And they speak for themselves. At the end, they leave me with nothing to say except that I shall return in a few moments. We began these ceremonies with a poem by Heinrich Heine, which celebrated the ladies who control fortune, good and bad. And if they are fickle, volatile, and unpredictable, would you have them any other way? Isn't it marvelous to live in suspense, uncertain of the morrow, not knowing which of these ladies will knock on your door and enter your room. And do you require a word of caution? Well, remember, since luck is a lady, treat her like one. And she will always treat you like a gentleman. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Bryna Rayburn, Russell Horton, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
$10,000 is certainly cheap enough to save your life. If I come in here, you could be signing your own death warrant. Why?
Oh, Lieutenant, isn't it possible that some people may be motivated by idealistic considerations?
Oh, sure. In the movies, in the books. Because that's what we'd like to believe. But you and I, we can't afford to believe that way. I mean, you're a doctor, I'm a cop. We know how people behave when life and death are on the line.
But still, there are those few people...
Yes, every now and then you run across a saint. And somehow, I don't think that's you, Mr. Tarbell. So, I'm going to ask you that question again. Why are you here? Well?
Lieutenant, I have a confession to make.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many of you within the sound of my voice will be present at the birth of the 21st century. Some among us were born a little too early for that. We'll just have to sit around and guess what life in the 2000s may be like. And one person's guess is as good as another's, except for the scientists who claim to have sort of an inside track on the future. They think, some of them, that they know where we're headed.
Mike! The instruments here are going crazy.
I think what we've been suspecting all along may already be happening, Doctor.
I'm almost sure of it. Get into your choppers and head north immediately. Don't stop for a thing. It may be the end of the world.
Our mystery drama, Bottom of the World, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Tony Roberts and Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a peaceful spring morning. The year is sometime in some century of the future. 3 men are seated in a glass fishing boat. The high-powered motor is speeding them to the middle of a huge freshwater lake. At this moment, they are some 3 miles from the nearest shoreline. The oldest of the 3 men smiles at his 2 younger passengers, nods, and gears the motor down to a slow idle.
Bob, J.J., I think this is it.
How can you tell, Dr. Burns?
I've been here before. Yes, this should be an ideal spot.
So this is where the fish are, Doctor.
Fish? Of course. They've never failed me. Not once, J.J. And I'm sure they'll cooperate today.
Shall I cut the motor, Doctor?
No, Bob. Keep it at idle. It's safer.
Dr. Burns.
Yes, Bob?
I speak for JJ as well as for myself. You mustn't think we don't appreciate a man on a schedule as murderous as yours, head of one of the most sensitive agencies in the whole government, closing up shop for a whole morning just to take two of his younger protégés off on a fishing trip.
So we've been wondering, well, how shall I say it? What you've done to deserve such special treatment. Something like that.
Yeah, why us?
Well, first get your lines over the side, Bob. Let's see. You've been with the command how long? 3.5 years?
Nearly 4.
And you, JJ?
Nearly 15 months now.
The Strategic Sea Command, the SSC, thinks you're both just about tops.
Oh, thank you.
And that's why I brought you out here today to the middle of this lake. To talk. Only incidentally to fish.
Is it safe?
Well, the boat's been gone over from stem to stern. Clean, no listening devices. We'll keep the motor idling. So what we say will be for our ears only. Now listen, both of you. To begin, you both know what our energy situation is.
Of course. The last drop of oil was drained out of the entire planet way back in the year 1998, wasn't it?
Fissionable material for any nuclear energy is almost gone. Fossil fuels exhausted. Wind and tidal energy is neither dependable nor sufficient.
And our last hope, energy from the sun, hasn't worked out the way we'd hoped.
Not quite. You know that back in the 1970s, we started to investigate the possibilities of oil in the south polar area of the sub-frigid zone.
Yeah, but we failed. It was impossible to reach whatever may have been there, if there was anything to begin with.
That's true. After all these years, we're trying again.
We are?
2 weeks ago, we started drilling. We're drilling at this very moment for what could be billions of barrels of oil. Our technology has improved to where we think we may have an even chance of success.
In the South Polar area? Why are you telling this to us? What's that noise?
Where do you come in? By the front door, like everyone else. After all, it is a private restaurant.
I'm told they have a new chef. Yes, who specializes in preparing seafood.
Yes, exactly. A little expensive, but it's worth every cent. I eat every chance I think whoever was in that plane has gone, so we can continue. Now, to answer your question, where do you come in? The SSC is sending you both down there to report on whatever progress we may be making.
Yes, but surely your technical crew keeps you informed.
We're in constant radio contact with them. Mike Gonzalez is one of the best in the whole command. Not only an engineer, but a bit of a poet, too.
Then, excuse me for asking, Doctor, but
they are very much aware of what we're up to. Their noses are out of joint because of it. And they will stop at nothing, absolutely nothing, to prevent us. That and something much more serious.
Which is?
The sub-frigid ice sheet, as you well know, covers over 5 million square miles. How thick it is, how deep down it goes, is anybody's guess. Anything that would cause that huge continent, that solid block of blue ice, to slip, to break up, to disintegrate, would mean
the end of all of us, wouldn't it?
But all. The way it probably happened 20,000 years ago.
The last ice age.
Any slippage of the ice sheet, any breaking of this tremendous mass of mild, thick ice, would result in gigantic tidal waves all over the globe.
Which would cause sea levels to be raised to what? 40, 50 feet?
We estimate hundreds of feet, maybe even thousands.
What would happen to our cities? I suppose most of them would wind up at the bottom of the sea.
It's only the beginning. As these gigantic blocks of ice keep rushing to the north, melting almost not at all, their white, snowy surface would reflect solar energy back into space.
And the entire atmosphere around us would be chilled way down below the freezing point.
Way down below.
Yes, but Dr. Burns, why would
Why would they consider doing anything like that? I mean, even if they could make it happen, they'd be out of their minds.
They would consider it, Bob. And they could make it happen. There's not enough space on this globe for both them and us.
Yes, but wouldn't that be the end of the world for them, too?
No, not by a long shot, Bob. Unfortunately for us. Your job, my friends, is to prevent this if you can.
When do we leave, Dr. Burns?
Tomorrow morning. Meantime, J.J., you have a nibble at the end of your line. Pull it in. Slowly. Slowly.
Oh, it's a big one.
Hold on to it, J.J. Careful.
Here it comes. Look at the size of it. Oh, what a beauty.
Wait a minute. Don't touch it.
All right, what is it?
Fastened onto its side. Look, a tiny microphone.
Did you ever see anything like this air down here, J.J.?
Never, Bob. First time in my life I'm able to see the air I'm breathing. It actually glitters.
It's the ice crystals falling through the air. I remember reading about it. Clear air precipitation, it's called.
Oh, look. There's Mike Gonzalez waving to us from outside his work shack. Be with you in a minute, Mike.
Take it easy, fellows. Let me get used to the altitude.
He's right. Wow, will you take a look at those huge boulders? What crazy formations. As if some oversized monster had twisted them into those shapes.
50, 60 feet high. Oh, they don't look real.
Morning, Bob. J.J. You sleep well?
Like a top.
Yeah, same.
Noise of the engines didn't bother you too much, I hope?
Well, after the flight over the mainland, which I thought would never end, nothing could have stopped us from sleeping like a couple of kids.
Well, let's go into the work shack. Quieter and a little warmer. Some hot coffee?
Oh, no, thanks. No, we just finished breakfast.
Little trouble with your breathing, J.J.?
A little.
Yeah, the altitude. 10,000 feet above sea level. Just take things easy till your bodies get used to it. Now, let's talk about ice sheet. It's been thickening into a solid mass at the rate of over 5 feet a year. For how many years? No one knows for sure. We've already taken ice out of the drill hole that's 27,000 years old.
27,000 years old?
And we've only drilled down into a little over a mile of ice. What makes everything so much more difficult is that the whole sheet floats in constant motion. What was that? That, my friend, may be our biggest worry. Maybe our only real worry.
The ice cracking up?
It might be just that.
But how? Why? What would cause that?
What was that noise, Mike?
That sound you just heard could well be the result of a nuclear explosion somewhere down here at the bottom of the world. Maybe 1,000 miles away. Our instruments will indicate if I'm right. The second one in 10 days. They are very methodical.
Then if Dr. Burns was right...
A few more blasts like that last one, and we may have to close the book. Final chapter. We drove ourselves from the garden, but it was always possible to return. Up until now. Now it looks as though we may have planted seeds in the dead soil of a lost world. A world that may have to go on, if it goes on, without us.
Well, we don't just sit here with our heads in our hands, do we? I mean, can't they be stopped some way?
Any suggestions, Bob? The time may have come for all of us to fold our tents. We, as opposed to they, may have to give up this little piece of real estate we call the world. It may only be a matter of days.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, we prepare to get out just as fast as we can. Not only from this place here, but from the entire planet, while we still have the chance.
It's been said that a man begins to live only when he treats each new day as if it were his last. Our three friends in the South Polar area of some time in the future have the feeling that every tick of the clock is bringing them closer and closer to their inevitable end. That each of the next few days may indeed be not only their last, but the last for most of the world they know. I'll return shortly with Act 2. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made. Genesis chapters 1 and 2. But turn a couple of pages and we read, And the Lord said, I will destroy man, whom I have created, from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them. Might this be the thought going on in the minds of the three men in the South Polar area of the sub-frigid zone at some time in the future as they listen to...
It may be only a matter of days.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, we prepare to get out just as fast as we can. Not only from this place here, but from the entire planet while we still have the chance. And the first thing we do is to make contact with headquarters at SSC, Dr. Burns. And then I'm almost certain that all hell will break loose up there.
Here goes. We've got over 1,000 rocket ships on the alert, ready to take off on an hour's notice, just for the eastern seaboard alone. Did you know that, Mike?
Yeah, each one capable of taking on 1,000 passengers.
Total 1 million.
That's quite a few people.
1 million? Pretty small number for this particular job. Remember, there are over 10 billion of us all over the globe.
Calling ODF. SSC calling ODF.
Yes, I've got him. If I can just clear this channel.
Burns of the Strategic C Command in Operation Deep Freeze. Are you there, ODF?
Dr. Burns?
That you, Mike?
Yes, Dr. Burns. I was just trying to get through to you. I thought for a minute they might have jammed our wavelength. Am I coming in clear?
Very clear. What the devil's going on down there, Mike?
Why do you ask, Doctor?
We've got some of those strange readings we got last week. The instruments are going crazy. In fact, there have been 2 sets of readings this morning, only minutes apart. What's up, Mike?
I think that what we've been suspecting all along may already be happening.
Yes, I'm almost sure of it, Mike. And they're putting just about everything they've got into those explosions.
What are your orders?
Mike, how long would it take to dismantle every bit of vital equipment?
3 days, maybe 4, depends.
4? Mike, I want you and your crew to destroy every piece of usable equipment you've got. Everything. Right away. Every motor, every machine, every instrument, except the radio. Leave that for the last.
When do we start?
Right now. Mike, we're at the point where every hour, every minute may count.
You mean that we...
The sub-frigid ice sheet has already begun to slip, broken up in over a dozen places.
We'll follow your orders to the letter, sir.
Then head back up here as quickly as you can. Load your men into the choppers. Head north for the mother ship, which is waiting for you. Mike, we'll radio your assignment to a specific spacecraft on your way up here. Mike, this is it. So shake the ice out of your tails real fast. Every one of you. Mike, I heard that. And the instruments have gone absolutely berserk. What's happened? Mike, what's happened? Answer me. Are you all right? All of you? Answer me. Answer.
Come on, JJ. Come on. Wake up. Wake up. JJ, you all right? Oh, sorry. I must have passed out.
That last blast was a real big one. A lot nearer than any of the previous ones. I think I must have passed out myself for a couple of seconds. Well, let's see now.
Mike!
Huh?
Look out the window.
Where?
where our crew was drilling. I don't believe it. It's not possible.
Every single one of the drill towers has collapsed. And everything with them.
The shock of that last explosion just toppled them over. Drill towers, drills, drill pipes. The entire works.
Like so many children's toys.
Oh, I've got to get out of here and see that the crew is safe and no one was hurt.
Yeah, we'll go with you.
Meantime, we get everybody into those choppers just as fast as we can and head north for the mothership.
And then?
And then, J.J., we pray. We can all of us count our blessings. So far, thank heavens this mothership was waiting for us.
Yeah, and here we are in it. Headed for where? Any idea, Mike?
Specifically? No. All I know is that we're safe. If we get on one of the 1,000 rocket ships that are waiting for all of us, we head out into space in the direction of...
In the direction of where?
Your guess is as good as mine, J.J. There are a million stars twinkling out there in space. Other planets, other universes, even other galaxies. They go on forever, just swishing their way around infinity.
And we'll be speeding towards some tiny star out there that we know in advance can sustain our kind of life.
Well, that's the whole idea. Start our civilization all over again.
How did they ever get to the point where they could make all this happen?
Who knows? Some accidental freak of nature, then developed by a kind of planned breeding
into a completely new race. A race that can withstand every extreme of temperature, from 200 below zero to 200 above. And their ability to survive either in the air or underwater. How do we explain that?
Who knows? By some weird process of selective evolution, they managed to breed themselves into cold-blooded vertebrates who look just like us, but act biologically like amphibians.
Like frogs and salamanders.
Exactly. With both gills and lungs at the same time. Breathing partly through those thick skins of theirs.
Yeah, but nothing can penetrate. Well, almost nothing. I suppose their ability to change their voices at will to sound exactly like us, or as if they were speaking from underwater, has to do with the fact that they are amphibians.
Maybe.
I wish we knew where we were, how close we are to our destination, wherever it is. If they hadn't blacked out every porthole, every window...
That's a security measure, J.J.
Yes, I know that.
Gentlemen, will you please fasten your safety belts?
We're about to get some of our questions answered, I think.
The captain has asked me to tell you that we are within a few minutes of landing at our predetermined base. After we land, you are asked to remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop.
Yes, but stop where? You're about to find out.
All occupants will then proceed across the east runway to one of the rocket ships which is awaiting you.
He hasn't said which one.
Patience, J.J.
And when he tells us which one, how do we find it? Proceed across the east runway?
We have just received from SSC headquarters the designation of your particular rocket craft.
Here he goes.
The rocket craft reserved for passengers aboard this ship is Beta Epsilon number 203. I repeat, Beta Epsilon 203. It can be reached by boarding ramp C on your right across the east runway as you exit. Thank you.
Yeah, did you get all of that, J.J.? Boarding ramp C on our right across the east runway to rocket craft Beta Epsilon 203. Couldn't be clearer. Right, now fasten your safety belt. Sorry. Brace yourselves for landing. Here it comes. I wonder if Dr. Burns is here to meet us.
To get a one-to-one report from us on what happened? I certainly hope so.
You got all your things, J.J.? Uh-huh. And we're about to come to a stop. I must confess, I'm a little concerned about the next leg of this trip.
Well, we're all concerned, J.J. Very much concerned.
I can tell you, I'm a little terrified. It's taking them an awfully long time to open those doors.
Well, what's holding them up?
Oh, patience, J.J., patience.
Are they going to keep us standing here all day? Why don't they open the doors?
Gentlemen, may I ask all of you to please take your seats once again? The captain informs us that there is some slight difficulty in opening the doors from the outside. Meanwhile, please relax in your seats until the doors are cleared. The delay will be slight.
Slight? What can be wrong? Any number of things, Bob.
The captain has also asked me to make the following announcement. Please listen carefully. Once the doors are opened from the inside of the craft, please make your way to boarding ramp C in the reception hall, which is heated as quickly as you can. Wear the warmest clothes you have with you.
What's he talking about? Heated. Warmest clothes. It's summer up here.
Place mufflers or scarves, whatever you may have available, over your mouths and noses. Breathe as little of the air as possible.
What's wrong with the air? Both of you, listen.
That will be all for the moment.
I think I know what's happened. I'm sure the outside temperature has already dropped so low that just breathing the air for more than a minute or two will freeze the tissues of the lungs into solid lumps of ice.
And so the people in cities that are above sea level...
Gentlemen, please stand by. We have succeeded in opening one of the crisis doors. Prepare to disembark by sliding down the emergency chute.
I can't wait to get out of here. Keep moving, Bob, please.
All right, easy, J.J. Now, easy.
This way, gentlemen, please.
What is this?
What happened?
That's the most savage wind I've experienced in my entire life. I don't think we'll be able to buck it.
Lester, freezing air. It's crippling. I can hardly breathe.
Look, there's no one out there. It's not a living soul. Yes, there is, Bob. Look there. And there.
Those are the maintenance men. The men who take care of the aircraft. Why are they standing there in those strange positions?
I think they're all dead, J.J. Frozen stiff into whatever positions they must have been in.
What do we do?
Make a run for the reception hall and boarding ramp C and hope we get there.
And if we don't?
Then we join that group of stone-cold statues out there. Those refrigerated corpses we're staring at. I'll get out first. Here goes!
Our three scientists make a dash towards survival to catch the transportation that will carry them away from a planet that's quickly collapsing about them. This, in the hope of colonizing a brave new world in the outermost reaches of space, a place safe from annihilation by a new race of destructive beings who want the world for themselves. I'll return shortly with Act 3. From Chapter 5 of the Book of the Revelation. And I saw a book written within and on the back side, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming, "Who is worthy to open the book?" And no man in heaven, nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. No man today is privileged either to open that book of the future completely, or to reveal what lies ahead for all of us. But the scientists are doing their best to peek, trying hard. Now, we rejoin our 3 scientists.
I don't think I've ever run so fast in my whole life. You, J.J.?
Halfway to this hall, I was sure I'd never make it. You all right, Mike?
Yeah. A little weak in the knees and very short of breath. But we did make it. What's more, we're on high ground.
It's warm and comfortable in here. And we don't have to go outdoors again to get to the rocket ship.
I'm not sure I could go through that a second time.
Have you two noticed anything peculiar? Anything special about the people who seem to be moving toward Beta Epsilon 203?
Peculiar?
Well, I haven't had the chance to look.
Yeah?
Well, when you get the chance, look. You may find a little surprise. Meanwhile, I'm going to try to get a call through to Dr. Burns again. Yeah, he's got to know that we've come through safely up to this point, and the shape of the place we left.
What's happening, Mike?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This number doesn't answer. Mike, do you suppose that... I don't know how to say this. That they have penetrated the Strategic Sea Command? That neither Burns nor the SSC exist any longer? Well, there's always that possibility.
You got no answer, Mike?
No, nothing. Just silence. Dead silence. Well, we'd better move along to Beta Epsilon 203.
The ship is full. We've been sitting here over 20 minutes. Why don't they take off? Get us off this ground. Get the whole thing over with.
I'm sure they're doing their best, J.J. You all that anxious to leave our little world? This is no round trip, you know. It's one way, all the way.
They're welcome to what's left. Good riddance.
Well, let's face it. I mean, we don't have much of a choice. We couldn't possibly stay alive here. They can, but we can't. Well, sooner or later. Yeah, let's count ourselves among the lucky ones. Lucky to be able to leave. There are millions of other men and women who'll never make it.
You're both right, of course. You got your wish, JJ.
We're finally off. So long, little world. Here's to our new paradise. We walk through blindfolded, and the noiseless doors close after us forever. As to being among the lucky ones, has either of you had the time or curiosity to take a peek at any of our fellow passengers?
I have, and I must say I'm very impressed.
Yes, I've noticed, too. Some of the leading brains and creative talents from all over the entire world. I've already counted 8 Moonstone Prize winners, half a dozen recipients of the Literary Scroll of Honor, the presidents of 5 different countries. Yes, I saw them as they were coming on. You know, this is quite possibly the most distinguished shipload of passengers that ever existed. 1,000 of them. About as many men as women. A good half of them young enough to help populate a brand new world.
What you might call extremely careful planning.
Indeed. Putting the leaders of the world, the ablest, the most creative, the best minds and bodies. I've seen a few gold medal athletes, all on the same carrier, all headed for the same place. Absolutely brilliant. And we are lucky to have been chosen. Who do you suppose thought of this? Who was responsible for it, Mike? I have no idea, Bob. And I hope you're right. Right, about what? About how brilliant an idea this was. You'd think Dr. Burns would be on board, wouldn't you?
Maybe he's in one of the other sections of the ship, which would explain why we couldn't reach him.
Yeah, could be.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Beta Epsilon 203.
Listen.
The captain has asked me to tell you that our planned destination is Galen 2683 of the galaxy of the Lapithee. The physical properties of Galen 2683, its life-supporting qualities, air, water, climate, extremes of temperature, are almost identical with those that we have left behind.
That's comforting to know.
Quiet, J.J.
In the unlikely event that there should be any difficulty in landing for any reason, Maton 2211 of the same galaxy will serve as backup. Flying time should be approximately 48 hours.
That's all?
If you have any questions, members of the crew will be happy to try to answer them. Thank you.
Galen 2683. Here we come.
Will the following passengers please identify themselves by pressing button B at the right of their seats? Mr. Michael Gonzalez, J.J. Porter, and Robert McDonald.
I've got the button right here. I'll get it.
There is a voice message for you three gentlemen. Kindly connect by pressing button F as in Frank. Thank you.
As in Frank. There we are.
Who could possibly...
Mike, Bob, J.J. This is Burns. Dr. Burns.
What do you know?
Are you all right?
You take it, Bob. Yes, we're just fine, Dr. Burns. How about you?
Fine.
We're certainly happy to hear your voice. We tried to reach you before we left. We had a little difficulty.
That's understandable under the circumstances.
I suppose you'd like to know how we
At
are.
the moment, I would like to know nothing.
Yeah, let me talk to him. Dr. Burns, this is J.J. The passenger list on this ship seems to be very special. We thought you might be on it.
Obviously, I am not. And, of course, none of you has any idea why. Or have you?
What's the matter with him? He sounds funny.
Mike Gonzalez here, Dr. Burns. I'd like to venture a guess why you're not here.
Yes?
Are you free to speak? Just answer yes or no.
The answer is yes. Now listen to me, the three of you. You've noticed that your fellow passengers are people most capable of starting a new civilization. They will never have that chance, unfortunately.
Why not, Dr. Burns?
Because none of you will ever make a beachhead on Galen 2683 or any place else.
What's he talking about?
We all know how efficient they are, do we not? They are nothing less than diabolical in working out their plans. That they do nothing without a precise master plan.
So?
Beta Epsilon 203 is part of that plan. A plan to exterminate every leader of the world all at once in one single blow.
I don't believe this.
Believe it. There's not a chance at even a few of you escaping or surviving. The end for all of you will be complete, final, and very neat.
But we're headed toward a beachhead on Galen 2683. Isn't there any such place?
Yes, there is. But not for you. In a short while, the rocket ship you're traveling on will explode, will disintegrate into space. Not a shred of any of you will survive.
That's not possible.
It's possible because that's the way we planned it.
We?
We. Those that you call they.
What's that odor? What is that? It's like burning rubber.
No idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not to be alarmed by what seems to be the smell of burning rubber. It is routine at this stage, as is the mild turbulence you may be experiencing.
Mild? We're being bounced around like...
Easy. Oh, look, he's making his way toward us.
You gentlemen received your message satisfactorily?
Yes, we did. Thank you very much.
You understand its significance?
I think we do.
Then there's no point in pretending any further. One of us is keeping an eye on the crew. I watch the passengers. Not that there's anything you could possibly do to prevent what will happen.
A question.
Yes?
How much time do we have before...
Minutes. A very few minutes.
And what happens to you? And the one up forward that's guarding the crew?
We die. We vanish, along with the rest of you. We volunteered for this trip.
And the mechanism that will set the whole thing off? The explosion, the disintegration?
Right here, right over your heads. The captain is the only one who would know how to deactivate it. And he's not free at the moment. Now, gentlemen, if you will excuse me...
JJ, what are you doing? Put down that gun.
I'll get him first, then his friend up there with the crew.
JJ, now, it won't do any good. That's not the...
Excellent marksmanship, young man. Your rather quaint, old-fashioned bullet struck me right over the heart. How foolish. How wasteful. Surely you know your bullets cannot penetrate our skins?
No, but this can.
Ah!
And now, the same treatment for his friend. Up forward in the cockpit with the crew. Mike, JJ, excuse me, please. You sure it's all right, General Dukes?
Just make yourselves at home.
Not too crowded, all three of us here in the control booth?
Oh, plenty of room and a much better view. If it hadn't been for you, Mr. McDonald, and your laser gun, there wouldn't be any view.
And your deactivation of their mechanism, General.
We're all very lucky.
It's all over and in the past, General. It's what's ahead of us that counts.
Look out there. Coming right at us. Galen 2683.
That little speck? That tiny pinpoint?
Pinpoint or not, JJ, that's going to be our new home. That's a new world for all of us.
How long before we're inside its orbit?
At our present speed, I make it 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 28 seconds before landfall. Keep your eye on it.
Oh, it gets bigger and bigger even while we watch it. It's like a little blue-green ball.
We're traveling fast.
There's our future, all right.
Our future is in the hands of fate, JJ.
Wait a minute. Take another look at Galen 2683, gentlemen. Our future would now seem to be in our own hands.
Holy... What happened?
It was there, and then it just kind of disintegrated. It disappeared right in front of our eyes.
There's nothing there. Nothing. Are we looking at some kind of mirage, General?
No, sir. Happens all the time.
What?
1 minute there'll be a star no one's ever seen before. Just materializes before our eyes. The next minute, something like this Galen star just blows up in our faces. Destroys itself. And is never seen or heard from again. Pity. But we get used to it.
Well, why do you suppose a thing like that happens? What causes that?
Who can tell? Every once in a while, a star and the people on it turns to cosmic dust.
Well, what's our next procedure, General Dukes?
From this point, we veer to 28 degrees, 34 minutes, 2 seconds to starboard, and hope we can reach Maton 2211. And also hope that it's still there when we get there.
I got a question, General. I know these stars sometimes have had other names, other than the designations we've given to them. Just out of curiosity, would you know if Galen 2683 was ever called anything else?
Well, I have a feeling it was. Here, let me get the book. You got your reading glasses, Bob?
Yes, sir.
See if you can find it under G.
Let's see now. That's E, F, all right, here we are. Galen, 2683. Yes. It did have another name. Back in the 1970s and 80s, it was known as the Earth.
As J.J., Bob, Mike, and their companions hurtle through space, bound for an obscure star hidden away in an endless cosmos, we wish them Godspeed. A journey that started in the frozen, sterile wastes of one world will terminate, we trust, on the less barren, welcoming soil of another, where they can build an exciting, fresh new world by profiting from some of the mistakes of this one. I'll return shortly. may find it of more than passing interest that within the past 2 years, the Institute of Polar Studies of Ohio State University suggested the possibility of some of the things you heard in our story. In February 1977 at Edwards Air Force Base in California, a year's tests were begun at the Dryden Flight Research Center as a prelude to an altogether new era in spaceflight. A few days later, we read that the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, is accepting applications at the Johnson Space Center in Houston for what they call mission specialists. Just how special will these missions be? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Christopher Tabori, William Griffiths, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Among the more expensive and certainly the most relaxing of pastimes is the institution of the Caribbean cruise. We have chartered for you one of the happiest, smoothest, most relaxing of ships. Everything special, everything happy, everything exciting and romantic, and just for you. Doesn't it sound enticing? No wonder people rush to get away from it all. Most people. Not quite all, as this story will bear out.
Let's hurry and try to catch up to them, Sam.
Why?
So I can make certain.
Of what?
You may think I'm crazy, but that's not the same man.
You're right, Millie. I think you're crazy.
Our mystery drama, A Matter of Custom, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mary Jane Higby and Court Benson. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A world tour in miniature. 8 ports of call, each rich in national identity. Haiti, Jamaica, Aruba, Venezuela, Grenada. Oh, forgive me. You caught me leafing through the travel brochures again. I'm beginning to get the wanderlust myself. I mean, just listen. The most gorgeous white beaches in the world. Elegance, entertainment, gourmet food, everything at your fingertips. What else could anyone do but relax and forget that the world is too much with us? But then, as you'll see, it takes all kinds of people.
Millie, come on. The cab's downstairs already.
In a minute, Sam.
You know planes don't wait. What are you doing?
I'm just making sure the windows are closed and the lights are all off.
Oh, I already did that.
Oh, you. Who could trust you? I'll just double-check the living room and the dining room.
Millie, I got the elevator waiting.
So we can wait. Aha.
You see, you forgot in the dining room.
What?
One of the window handles wasn't closed all the way.
She looks like an angel and she acts like a snoop.
That's your little wife. But what would you do without her, Sam?
If you don't get a move on, Millie, you will be without me.
You got everything.
Why else would you put up with me for 35 years?
I wonder I did. Got tickets?
Yes.
The passport?
We don't need them, but yes.
Credit cards? A traveler's check?
Yes. I've got them all.
Your glasses?
They're right in my pocket.
The extra ones?
I put some in the big bag.
Just one more thing.
What, Millie?
Just this shopping bag.
Millie, you can't take anything else. We're overweight already. What's in there?
My detective novels.
You know something? You should have been the first lady cop. Eagle Eye Millie. If I was a crook and you were around, I'd take the pledge.
Oh, you're just buttering me up. But if I had the chance...
Well, I'll give you one right now.
What?
One last chance to get going, or we're going to miss the boat.
Will you move it, Howie? We got to get out to the airport.
What's the hurry, Wanda? I ain't all the way awake yet. 5 in the a.m.
It's a charter flight. We got to get there early to get good seats. Look, once you get to the boat, you can sleep all you want.
If I can sleep for running scared over this deal you got me in.
Listen, it's the best break you ever had in your life.
Who says?
Me. You weren't doing so hot on your own.
At least I was clean.
Yes, that's only because you were clean that they wanted you. That's why I could get you the break with the organization. Look, now, can we get this show on the road and you out of the bathroom?
Okay. You get the elevator and I'll get the bags out on the landing.
I'll help. I got my own cosmetic bag. Give me a sling bag.
That bag, that's all I can take ashore, huh?
It's got everything you need. Overnight stuff, change, your razor to shave the beard off. Look, you got your old passport with the right picture?
Don't worry. It's my key back home. Unless.
What do you mean, unless?
Suppose the big man, Louis Marino, decides he'd feel more secure the less people know he's back in the U.S. of A. Suppose he took a notion to waste me.
Oh, Louis wouldn't do that.
Wish I was so sure.
You can be. On account of the old days.
What old days? Hey, wait a minute. Exactly how close were you in the old days with him you could be so sure?
Close enough, Howie. But it was family.
Yeah, I don't like that family business.
Howie, nobody but Tony Fats and maybe Artie the pawnbroker know. But look, just to set your mind at rest.
Set my mind at rest, if you can. What's Louis Marino to you then or now?
He's my brother, Howie. That's practically the only reason I got you into this.
Practically? What other reason?
I'll tell you that after we get on the boat. May I see your tickets, please?
The guy already took them.
I just want to look at the folder to get your seat number, sir. That's row 8, C and D. The 2 aisle seats, 8 rows back.
Hey, wait a minute. We don't get to sit together?
I'm sorry, sir. You're quite late. Just 6 more passengers, and we'll be taking off. They all have aisle seats, too.
Look, I don't like the idea of sitting without...
Come on, Howie. Don't start a fuss.
Yeah, but listen...
Howie, let's go.
Okay, Wanda.
You take the one on the left. I'll take the one on the right.
I'll put your bag under the seat, huh? You want to handle your coat?
No. Come on, we're blocking the aisle.
Yeah, sure. Oh, is this shopping bag here under the seat, ma'am? Is this yours?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Is it in your way?
Well, I would like to get rid of this here bag of mine.
Oh, well, maybe we could put mine up above.
What's in it?
Books. Detective stories.
Oh. I don't think they'd let you put anything heavy up there.
Oh, dear. What's in your bag? I mean, is it heavy?
Oh, well, too heavy, I guess, for... Oh, I'm sorry. Just give me a second. Oh, may I shove mine alongside you?
Oh, here, let me help.
Sorry. Oh.
I knocked your dark glasses off.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am.
Oh, dear.
Why don't you go on past me?
I'm going to have to look on the floor for my glasses.
Oh, let me help you.
What happened, Millie?
Oh, this gentleman dropped his glasses, Sam. Oh, wait a minute. I have them. I didn't know you were short-sighted. I'm so sorry.
Huh? You short-sighted? Oh, yeah. That's why I have to wear the glasses. Weak eyes.
Well, now, you'd never know it to look at them.
Yeah, well. I'll just get my coat off.
You all right, Howie?
I've got some nosy old dame here wants to talk my ear off.
My guy next to me doesn't speak English. Want to trade?
It could be safer. Why not?
Mind if I join you? Well, there was a gentleman who... That's my husband. Oh, dear, I hope he isn't mad at me. Why? I'm afraid I knocked his glasses off. My mistake. Oh, no, it is not. I just forgot he always likes to sit where his left hand is free. Oh. He's left-handed, in case he wants to write. He's a writer? Well, now, isn't that interesting? With his left hand, too. What books has he written? Have you... I don't think he'd want to talk about that. You see, he's on the cruise to get away from all that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 854. Your pilot is Captain Turner, and I am Kathy, your chief hostess. We're about to taxi to the takeoff circle, so we must ask you to put out all cigarettes, bring your chairs to the upright position, and fasten your seatbelts.
It's such a nice cabin, isn't it, Sam?
You say that again. Particularly under the circumstances.
You mean because we got an outside room instead of inside?
I think we got somebody else's cabin.
Oh, so don't make waves. Particularly on an ocean voyage. Oh, look. We have a porthole and all.
Yeah, I know.
We'll have to write the tour people and thank them. We got such nice treatment. Oh, and that reminds me.
What reminds you what?
You know the fellow I knocked the glasses off of? Who wouldn't sit with me on the plane but sent his wife to sit?
Yeah, I remember him some.
His wife lied about him.
How? What way?
Remember, she said he was left-handed? Well, he wasn't. Left-handed, that is.
Who?
The man whose wife sat next to us on the plane and never said her name.
I'm lost.
You don't listen. The man's wife said he wanted to have his left hand free because he was a writer.
Yeah, well, if you say so.
So how come when we came aboard with all the things to sign and all, he signed writing?
Millie, I don't know. Maybe the guy is something or other. Are we on a holiday or aren't we?
You know we are, precious. 35-year anniversary.
Sure. So we'll concentrate on that. And count our blessings?
And we have more than enough. This wonderful cabin on top of it all. Except I do feel a little guilty. Maybe we're doing somebody else out of what they should have.
Well, if we are, we'll soon find out. Meantime, like you said, why should we make waves?
What kind of lousy closet is this?
I don't know, Howie.
Were we supposed to have an inside stateroom?
Not the way I heard it, but...
So why do we have to take a run around here?
What are you doing?
I'm phoning that jerk who said he was the purser. I want to know what
Don't do it.
What are you talking about? Obviously, there's been a mix-up in cabin assignments. I'm going to get it straightened out right now.
If I was you, Howie, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Under the circumstances, I figure the last thing we want to do is attract attention.
Some gay little trip this is going to be. And how you figure Louis is... Who's aboard? The CIA? So, how would the man himself feel about this pint-sized hot box?
That's his worry when his time comes. Right now, ours is to stay real low-key.
We remind you that today is not a tender day. You may debark straight to the dock. If you're not going on the tour, La Guayica itself is an...
You have your glasses, dear?
I don't need them.
You better take them. Where are they?
Millie, I can't keep on going through with this. I got to admit, I broke them. I got sat on them in the plane.
Oh, why'd you turn off what they're telling us?
Well, I'm tired of being told. I'd like to move around by myself.
Well, you won't get far without your glasses. What's wrong with your extra pair?
Well, I must have forgotten to put them in.
Oh, I should have known. Everything I have to do for you. Haiti, Jamaica, Aruba, you didn't really see them?
Who had much chance? The boat was so late.
Well, you could have looked.
Oh, come on. Let's see if I can't get my glasses fixed in Venezuela.
Okay, Wanda. This is it?
Howie, you don't have to sound like a movie before the big attack.
Yeah, why not? Maybe I won't come back either.
Oh, come on. Out of this, you and me are going to buy the whole future.
For a lousy $1,000 they're paying to take this cruise?
No. For a little deal I set up when we hit Caracas. A deal that's going to put us on easy street.
You're not setting up some kind of double cross.
No, Howie. My brother Louis will get his chance to sneak into the States, thanks to us. But just as long as we're playing outside the law, I'm going all the way. This is our chance to make a stake for the rest of our life.
Oh.
Well, that's something you never have to know. Just do as I tell you, except for one thing.
What's that?
When the switch is made, you and Louis are going to exchange clothes. Also, sling bags. You just let me handle the bags.
Why?
Because, honey, you leave me alone, and the future is ours.
As I said, it takes all kinds of people to make a world. The right ones and the wrong ones. It's obvious enough who are the wrong ones in our story, and by the same token, who are the right ones. But except for the fact they are cruising on the same ship, how could a simple couple like Sam and Millie Gorman affect Howie and Wanda's plans? I shall return shortly with Act 2. The travel folder says of the port of La Guaira, deep enough into Venezuela to capture the wild and wonderful flavors of the South American continent of contrasts. Enchanted forests, the glittering excitement of silver and glass shopping bazaars. That's for the tourists. But for our story, there is a quiet stroll along the waterfront, then a sudden cut away from the water deep into the narrow streets of the old town, back to the foot of the mountains, and into a cantina. Later, as evening gathers, they return. A bearded man with a sling bag and a blonde girl in a halter, slacks, and a large summer hat.
Look, Sam. Look.
What, Millie?
Who's ahead of us? The mystery man and his mom.
Who?
Well, you know, on the plane. And I told you they were right across the hall from us on the ship.
Oh, yeah. In the inside cabin.
Oh, let's catch up and talk to them.
Why?
Well, I don't know. There's something about him that, intrigues me.
Oh, fine. Well, there's something about him that turns me off.
What?
I think we have his cabin and he has ours. And I don't want to get into some Brannigan about making a change.
Oh, don't be silly. We can't be. If we were, he would have complained.
Well?
On the other hand, why hasn't he?
What?
Complained.
About what?
About us being in his cabin if we are.
Well, I thought you said we're not.
I did, but if we are, why hasn't he?
Why hasn't he what?
Complained.
Maybe I missed something.
Maybe we both did. It's very mysterious.
What is?
Why does he keep to himself so much with his sexy wife?
Maybe you just said it.
No, I mean, you go on a cruise for fun. Why don't they mingle?
You said he had a heart condition.
Oh, I didn't. His wife did.
Well, does it matter who said it? He's got the condition. Maybe he wants to rest.
This is the very first time he's been ashore. It's funny. Take a good look at her and him.
I'm looking.
You see anything interesting? Look at his shirt, the shoulders. Material's too loose. That shirt doesn't fit him. And the hat, it's too big. It sits right down on his ears. It didn't this morning.
Maybe he had a haircut.
He couldn't. You know it was a feast day. The shops were all closed. Come on. Let's hurry and try to catch him, huh?
What for?
So I can make certain.
Of what?
Of what I'm seeing. He has the same clothes and a beard and dark glasses as the man that left the ship with her this morning. But...
But what?
Well, you may think I'm crazy, but that's not the same man.
What's your hurry, Wanda? Take it easy. Play it cool.
Nosy little dame.
What?
Don't look around. It's Mrs. Gorman. They're the ones I think got our cabin. The door's right opposite us.
So?
So, she's one of those little dames got to be friends with everyone. She caught Howie and me leaving this morning.
What do you mean caught?
Well, we both came out of our cabins at the same time, and she wanted to know, were we going to Caracas on the bus tour?
So you told her no?
Yeah. I said Howie had a cold and it had given him laryngitis-like. But we've been holed up for nearly 5 days, and I didn't want anybody to hear his voice again. You know, just in case.
Hey, you're a smart kid, sister.
Just the same, let's keep away from this snoop. Here's the gangplank. Let's get on board.
You're sure it's all this easy to get back on board?
Sure. You go ahead. All we do is hang our landing tags on a bulletin board.
Watch your step, sir.
Oh, what?
Tide is up. The end of the boarding ladder's riding high. Please step down.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Have a nice time ashore?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Nothing like change, is there?
What?
From ship to shore. One comes back a new man, no?
More like a new woman.
Madam could not be improved upon.
Hey.
Come on, let's get down to the cabin.
Oh, yeah. He's kind of cute.
Who is he?
The cruise director. Hey, wait a minute. Here come the Gormans. Come on. Let's catch the elevator.
Why'd you have to race me like that, Millie?
I told you, Sam, I wanted to catch up with Mr. and Mrs. Rivers. Oh, dear.
What is it?
They just went down in the elevator. Maybe if we took the stairs in a hurry.
Now, listen, Millie. That's enough of it. I'm not going to let you badger people just because of a hobby.
I wasn't going to badger them. I just wanted to see if I guessed right.
Was it our sexy shipboard neighbor suddenly changed partners in the middle of the dance?
Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You don't stop reading those detective novels and those spy stories.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. It's just a game.
You don't really believe that's another man.
No. But wouldn't it be fun if it was? And we were the only ones to spot it?
Hey, you better lock that.
All right, Louie. Give me your bag. I'll unpack it.
No, I'll do it myself.
Oh, come on. I know where to put things away.
I'll find my own places. I like to handle my personal things.
Okay.
Oh, you and Howie stayed here in this hole the first 5 days?
Yeah, well, Howie stayed out of sight. I circulated a little.
How about meals?
Well, breakfast you can get in the cabin. Lunch is easy, mostly buffet. Dinner's chancy. Some open sittings or buffets, but you're supposed to have a regular table at early or late sittings.
Do we have one?
No, not yet. You see, there's always a midnight buffet, so eating's no problem.
We don't want to be too different from anyone else. How'd you manage that so far?
Well, like Howie wasn't all that well, we said. He had a heart condition.
Oh, great. Because the way it is, I can hole up here, see nobody, mind my own business till I get home.
Yeah, well, we get to St. Thomas, we got to pass immigration.
Well, we'll sweat that out when we get there.
And Fort Everglades is customs.
That's a breeze. We ain't buying nothing.
Well, it could be safer if we had a few things to declare.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can have your shopping spree in St. Thomas. The other islands, we stay right here on board. Take no chances.
Okay.
So the way things stand, no problems. Yeah. I think maybe I'll take a little shut-eye.
Here, let me get that bag out of your way.
It ain't in my way. What's the big deal?
I just wanted to...
When I get ready to unpack the bag, I'll do it. Any objections?
No, Louie. No. None.
So go ahead. Enjoy yourself. Maybe you ought to be seen around. I don't need you. All I need is to get back home. Then you're gonna see waves when I really start to rock the boat.
You don't want to play bingo tonight?
I'd rather play Joker 7.
The game or the girl who deals it?
That's the name of the game.
Ah, you old goat. She's young enough to be your grandchild.
What pleases me most is she isn't.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Sam.
And so should you. The way you've been going on about our shipmates across the corridor.
Oh, I'm just having a little fun. Doesn't mean anything.
It's just like me. Having a little fun, it doesn't mean a thing.
All right, Sam. You've made your point. I'm going to leave them alone from now on.
That's great. We've made too many good friends on the cruise to pay any attention to two people who choose to be on their own.
It's such a pity, though, the poor man is sick. Though, it is sort of the classic thing to do if you're up to any hijinks.
What are you talking about?
Well, in detective stories, you always have to look out for anyone who's sick or in a wheelchair or is supposed to have been in a coma ever since...
Oh, for Pete's sake, Millie, don't start up again. Are you dressed?
Yes, I am.
Well, then come on. Let's get upstairs or topside or whatever they call it and dance.
Yes, Sam.
And you're going to forget that Mr. and Mrs. Rivers and forget they ever existed, right?
Right, darling. I was acting silly. Come on, let's go dancing.
After you, milady.
Thank you, your earlship. I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Rivers. Oh, dear, I've knocked your glasses off again.
Oh, that's all right.
What's happened to your voice?
Millie.
Oh, I got a little cold, some laryngitis.
Oh.
Yeah, well, here are your glasses, Mr. Rivers.
Yeah, thanks. I was just looking out to see if the air conditioning is... You got some in your cabin?
Oh, yes. You don't, and you're not well. Oh, now, if there's anything we can do...
No, that's all right. Maybe it's just I get, like claustrophobia. Yeah, I'm sure ours will come on again.
Who are you talking to?
A nose from across the hall.
That woman. She could be dangerous.
No, I don't think so. She's just a silly dame. But you're something else.
What do you mean?
You were real anxious to unpack my bag. The bag I switched with Howie, weren't you?
Well, I just thought I could do something.
Baby, you done plenty. I'm what's getting smuggled into the United States. You out of your mind to try to get this past customs too?
Millie, what is it? I thought we were going dancing. What do you want to come up here on deck?
Now, just don't say anything till we can get where we're all alone. Over there, by your head.
What is it?
Now, you've got to forgive me, Sam. The voice is one thing. Maybe he could have laryngitis. But the eyes... The man on the plane, they were light brown. This man, they're dark. And I don't know, piercing, mean, cruel. They give me the shivers.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Rivers. Only it isn't Mr. Rivers. It's someone else. Just like I said when he came on the boat. Why? What are they up to? Oh, Sam, I'm scared. I'm really scared.
Now, here is an adventure not listed in the advertising brochure and not planned for the cruise. Something very far from peace and serenity and relaxation. And with an underlying threat of a danger Millie Gorman, the amateur detective, could not even dream of. A danger that may be heightened because a desperate man is facing another threat to his security. This one posed by his sister Wanda. I'll return shortly with Act 3. There's an Italian phrase, dolce far niente, which means literally delightful idleness, and by projection, a never-never land. A special world apart, the kind of dreaming, delightful peace a cruise is supposed to create. But which on this one has been rudely broken by two threats. Let's return first to the one posed in that stuffy little inside cabin from which a notorious expatriate hopes to engineer his illegal return to the States.
I didn't want you to find out about that, Louis. I figured it as a stake for both of us.
You figured it as a stake for you, you two-time and little...
No, Louis, wait. Listen to me.
What could you sell me? If it hadn't been for that interfering woman across the corridor, I'd have gotten somewhere and dumped the chunk overboard.
Are you crazy? There's $1 million in that package. Listen, my life won't be worth a nickel if I don't bring that in.
Your life? What about mine? That's what you're being paid to worry about.
I'm living up to what I promised to do. Listen, it wasn't my idea. Someone, the syndicate figured as long as we had this set up, there was a whole kilo of Big H waiting for transport. So I got elected.
Who do you think you're kidding, baby sister? Someone offered you a deal. Bankroll this. I want his name.
Johnny Fat.
That figures. Where'd he get the dough to buy this package?
I don't know. Honest, I don't.
That figures, too. But someone's going to be out a bundle.
What do you mean?
You kidding? First chance I get, I'm dumping this over the side.
You sure that's smart?
All I care about is getting in, Wanda. Once I'm back, dough means nothing. And I don't want something like this to mess up my chances of coming home.
It could mean more than you think.
How?
Look, you've been away a lot of years, Louis. Some of the boys ain't so anxious to see you back. So it's a little insurance in case things don't go all your way and you have to get out again.
Well, maybe you got something. Anyways, we got some time to think it over. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Millie. Tomorrow, when we get to Trinidad and go ashore, I'll have my glasses fixed. And then, as soon as I get a chance, I'll have a close look at Mr. Rivers.
Well, supposing you don't agree with me.
Well, then I want you to promise to stop playing detective and do what we took this cruise for. Enjoy yourself.
But I am enjoying myself.
Okay. So let's say you're right, Millie. Well, what are you going to do about it? Go to the purser or the captain? Say we got a stowaway aboard?
Yes, or something like that.
Only he isn't, actually. I mean, his passage is paid for. He's like a substitute.
But why?
Honey, I don't care. And neither should you.
But he might be some kind of criminal.
Oh, that's just what I mean. If he is, I don't want you getting mixed up.
No, I got no right to be risking your happiness. You are retired at last, doing the things we always planned, looking forward to so much more. No, Sam, I'm sorry. I don't care who Mr. Rivers is. I just care who we are, and that we stay that way. I love you.
I've made a career out of it. Never regretted it. I love you, Millie. This bundle of H. How'd you figure to get it past the customs?
Oh, well, that was the whole gimmick of setting up Howie as a heart patient.
What do you mean, gimmick?
Well, listen, Louis, a couple of years ago, before I married Howie, I was on one of these cruises, and when it came time to pass through customs, it's a big schmear, lugging bags, lifting them, opening them, putting them down. I tell you, it's like a madhouse. So there was this older guy, and he says, I gotta have a porter or a red cap or something. I'm not allowed to lift anything with my heart condition. So the guy says, wait a minute, I'll get you a stevedore. And along comes this guy with a car, and the heart man goes straight through. No questions. Nobody looks at his baggage even. So the fellow I was with says, hey, how about that? Anytime you want to smuggle something home free, how's that for an angle?
One time you get a break.
No, Louis. I asked around quite a bit. It happens a lot, no matter where you come from.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. I don't know how long I can take this.
Maybe you'd like to go ashore?
No, why risk it? Yeah, but why not you? Trinidad, huh? I could use some rum, maybe, to forget this sweat bath.
It's better at Barbados.
Barbados is tomorrow. Trinidad is today. Yeah, why don't you go ashore? Bring back a bottle.
Millie, what are you doing?
Oh, Sam, I thought you were taking a nap.
Well, I was. But not now. What are you up to?
Oh, nothing.
Millie?
Oh, I couldn't help it, Sam. The cruise is almost over. And except the time we saw her in Trinidad buying some rum, they've never been out of that cabin.
I thought you were going to forget the rivers.
Well, I try to, but it isn't so easy.
Well, you got me going about them, too. Well, this may be our last chance today.
Yes. St. Thomas is our last island to go ashore.
I wasn't thinking of that so much. Today, everybody has to be in the main lounge for immigration. And now I got my spectacles again. Maybe I'll have a real good look at Mr. Rivers at last.
There they are.
Huh? Who?
The Rivers.
Millie, we've forgotten about them. You promised.
Yes, but you promised the first chance you got with your spectacles, you'd look at them. Well, they're coming by now. Here's your chance.
But Millie, I...
Go ahead.
How long is this going to take?
They said not too long. You got your papers?
Don't worry, I got everything I need. You hold my glasses while I check.
You better not keep them off too long. Well, Sam?
Really? It's the same guy who flew down with us on the plane.
Sam, you're lying.
Millie, that's the same guy. It's got nothing to do with us. And that's how it's going to be.
Yes, Sam. 35 years, and you've always been right.
I want to protect you.
I know. So you're right, Sam. Who's arguing?
We've all cleared immigration now, and all that remains to do is go through customs, which we'll have to do when we arrive at Port Everglades, Florida. Now, remember, you may bring in duty-free 1 quart of liquor, which you'll no doubt be buying today. Just one word of warning. Anybody with a little cache of grass or anything harder, forget it. You might fool the guys who inspect your baggage, but you can't fool Daisy. Who's Daisy? Special Operative K9. She's a dog. And don't try to bypass her. She knows. She's trained to sniff out the stuff. Well, that's all. Enjoy St. Thomas.
A dog. Who figured on that? Junk. That's really all this is now. We have to ditch it.
Maybe not. How about the rum bottle? We emptied that yet?
Not yet.
We're going to empty it now. Pour it down the sink.
Good rum. Why?
We dry it out. Put the heroin in it. Stopper it tight enough the dog can't sniff it.
Oh, that's an awful chance.
Not really. We won't be taking it through customs.
What do you mean?
I'll show you after we go ashore. It's about time for me to stretch my legs. And the liquor will be delivered right to the ship. Here, thank you.
We better get back.
There's no hurry. I gotta find my pigeon.
What are you talking about?
Do me a favor, hon. Go keep that liquor salesman busy while you get us another bottle for the cabin.
Bottle of what?
Anything, just so long as you keep him busy.
I got bourbon, okay?
Couldn't care less. I got what I want. Even more than I expected.
Louis, what is it?
Look there, our neighbors. The nosy lady buying a package of liquor just like us. Come on, Wanda. Now we can go back to the ship.
Just a note for all of those who bought your quota of liquor today. Before we sail for St. Thomas, it'll be placed outside your cabins. Please check and make sure you have it. Now, more about our plan.
Did we check our liquor?
Don't worry. I got in the closet already. I also got rid of our extra bottle.
What extra bottle?
The bottle that doesn't contain liquid. It has the hard stuff.
Heroin?
That's it.
But where?
You gotta keep the brain working every minute, Wanda. I lifted a bottle from the Gorman's package and replaced it with a hot bottle. What better way to bypass the dog and U.S. Customs? And even if we don't, I'm still safe. If they do find the H, it ain't on me.
How could you stash it on our neighbor's duty-free cotton? There's a special tape that seals it.
Easy. While you kept the liquor man busy buying our extra bottle, I filched enough tape to reseal the carton after I made the switch.
How do we get the stuff back?
I checked the manifest. Mr. and Mrs. Sam Gorman, 734 West 72nd Street. Soon as we hit the Big Apple, we make one little detour there to pick it up.
Well, what do we say?
Just there was a mix-up.
And if they don't buy that?
It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. Anything could happen.
Such a wonderful cruise. Such a wonderful time. But, oh, Sam, how good it is to be home.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Well, I could have sworn I double locked the apartment when we left. But I only had to use one key.
Now, Sam, don't start to worry the moment we're...
Well, who could that be? No one knows where...
I'll get it.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, just let me handle this. Yes?
Oh, hi, Mrs. Gorman. You remember us from the cruise?
Oh, yes. Mr. and Mrs. Rivers, won't you come in? Well, just for a minute.
You see, there was a mix-up in some of our baggage. You got our liquor package instead of yours.
Oh, really? I mean, you're sure this one here is yours?
Yeah, I'm sure. And that's what I'm taking away.
Well, now, just a minute. This package has my name on it.
Let's not argue, Mrs. Gorman. This is a gun, and I want what's mine.
And that's what you'll get, Louis. Freeze. You're covered all over. 6 guns. You're a big fish, Mr. Marino, and as long as you picked up the bait, we want to make sure you don't get away.
I know I promised, Sam, but won't you forgive me?
How did you know to call the cops? And how did you do it without me knowing?
Well, while you were checking through customs, I called them. How did I know to? Sam, I just can't help it. I just noticed things. The special seal on our liquor package was suddenly on backwards. So I steamed it off to have a look. That's when I knew. How could I tell you? You wouldn't have let me do what I did.
Millie, I'm a retired man. I want to enjoy the quiet I thought I'd earned. Couldn't you?
Yes, Sam. I've had enough kicks. Well, I'm ready to retire, too.
There are now plenty of charges stacked up against Louis Marino through little Mrs. Gorman's sharpness for illegal possession of drugs, smuggling, and any number of other charges to put him away for the rest of his life. I don't know if there's a moral in this, except that maybe if you want to be crooked, don't mess with the innocent. It's only the ones without any larceny in their hearts you can't figure at all. I'll be back shortly. This is what is generally known as the hedge, except, honestly, in this case it isn't. We have brought you a story that might happen on a Caribbean cruise. To the best of our knowledge, it never has, except this once, in imagination. We urge all of you listening to consider that it would never happen on your cruise, through that romantic sea, and with all the delights the islands can bring you. Our cast included Mary Jane Higby, Court Benson, Joan Copeland, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Life is eternal and love is immortal. And death is only a horizon. And a horizon is nothing save the limit of our sight. The limit of our sight. It has nothing to do with the limit of our perception. Therefore, it is not the vision of our eyes that illuminates what lies beyond the horizon.
Sometime around 6 this evening, you hired a cab.
I don't remember, Inspector.
But the driver remembers you. He drove you to Dr. Bexler's address. Do you deny it?
No, I can't deny it now. Why have you come here, Inspector?
To tell you that Dr. Bexler is dead. He was murdered.
Murdered? By whom?
I'm not sure. But I can tell you that you're the best suspect we have.
Our mystery drama, Wine, Women, and Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Are there as many stars in the sky as there are grains of sand on the beach? And does it matter? It does to some people, proving that any knowledge, no matter how esoteric, is meaningful to somebody, sometime, somewhere, somehow. Well, no matter what it is, you want to find out. If there's ever been a book published on it, Elias Breckenridge would know all about it.
Good morning, Mr. Breckenridge.
Oh, good morning, Miss Bexler.
I came in because of the sign on your door.
Oh, the sign.
Well, it says, "Will be closed for holiday."
Yes.
Well, I'm not aware of any holiday. There's no national one that I know of, even though they've been scrambled about in a most confusing fashion.
Yes, that's true. Well, it's my holiday. I shall be away for a week.
Oh, you mean a vacation?
No, my dear Miss Bexler. A vacation implies a period of freedom from toil. I do not consider my bookshop as an enslavement.
Of course. Trust you to put the situation in its true perspective.
I am en route to Germany.
All the way from California to Germany?
The city of Cologne, or Cologne, as we might say it.
Oh? Is there some purpose, some reason for choosing Cologne?
Of course. I'm a member of the International Coleridge Society.
Coleridge?
The poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge.
Of course. The Ancient Mariner.
The best known, but perhaps the least of his achievements.
Wasn't he English?
Oh, yes, most certainly. Quite essentially English.
Well, then it would seem to me
that the society should meet in England.
Precisely.
It requires no great imagination or originality to honor an English poet in England, does it?
But why meet to honor him in Germany?
Because of the Rhine.
The Rhine?
The river.
Oh.
Tell me, Miss Bexler, What is the most serious problem facing society today?
Promiscuity?
Ecology.
Reasonable people may differ.
Coleridge was the first of the major poets to be truly concerned with the population of the environment.
Is that a fact?
On a trip to Germany, he could hardly wait to see the beautiful Rhine of song and story. It almost broke his heart.
The Rhine?
Yes. On close examination, it was nothing but a poisoned and polluted river.
Pity.
He therefore wrote the famous poem, Cologne, the theme of which is, "The river Rhine, it is well known, does wash the city of Cologne. But tell me, nymphs, what power divine shall henceforth wash the river Rhine?"
Beautiful.
Yes, he was one of the great romantic poets. He is dead almost a century and a half, and yet he speaks of today.
You must admit the romantic poets were all promiscuous.
And so we meet to honor one who was not only a great poet, but also a pioneer environmentalist.
I dare say.
It is not enough for a poet to write beautifully. His words must also be meaningful.
I'm sure of it. Well, you said you were going to Cologne, and by the sheerest of coincidences, I have some business in, of all places, Cologne.
Oh, do you indeed?
Yes, I have a cousin in Cologne, Dr. Karl-Heinz Wechsler. He teaches at the university.
Oh, indeed?
Yes. His specialty is molecular genetics.
Is that a fact?
Well, we have an uncle who died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was 95.
Well, even so.
In Cincinnati, where he left us a house. We agreed to sell it.
Ah, I see.
You see, we must get the deed to my cousin somehow. And, I was thinking... Oh, no, it would be an imposition.
What would?
Well, since you are going to Cologne...
Oh, I should be happy to.
Would you? You see, the mails can be so undependable. Oh, but it would be too much trouble.
No trouble at all.
You could place the deed in his hand.
Yes, and he could sign it.
Well, that's all he has to do.
And then I could bring it back.
Oh, I can't help feeling that I'm imposing.
Oh, no.
Well, if you're sure.
I insist. I keep saying what a pity we have so few opportunities to be helpful to one another. What I mean is that we take so few opportunities
if you're quite sure.
My dear Miss Wechsler, I insist. My dear Miss Wechsler, I write to inform you that I have arrived here in Cologne after a most uneventful journey. I have seen the River Rhine, and unfortunately, Mr. Coleridge was all too truthful. I am about to post this letter to you and then leave my hotel to visit your cousin and tend to your little affair. I have telephoned. I am expected. Sincerely, Elias Breckenridge. Taxi, are you free?
Who is free in this world?
It is comforting to know that German cab drivers are as philosophical as American ones.
And you, Herr American, are you out for some fun?
Oh, yes. Take me to 71 Schillerstrasse. Is that it?
You won't find much fun there.
No?
Oh, no. That is where the teachers are. At the university. That's where they live.
Ah, then I have the right address.
Not for fun. For real fun, I could take you to a...
I suppose it all depends on how you define fun, huh?
For me, fun means ladies present.
Oh, I shall be with some ladies later this evening.
I misjudged you, Herr American.
We have several female members of the Poetry Society.
I was right the first time. But if you should change your mind later on, ask at the taxicab line for Willie Kellner.
Very well. I'll remember.
No, somehow I do not think you will. Mr. Breckenridge.
Professor Wechsler?
Yes, please, come in.
Thank you.
It is I who should thank you. Please, be seated.
Glass of wine?
No, never during the day. I make it a rule.
We have a saying here in Cologne. Lies were meant to be spoken. Rules were meant to be broken.
Yes, well...
It sounds better in German. And I have a most excellent vintage.
Oh, well, a little. I've been looking forward to your fine Rhine wines.
Oh, this is imported from California. Cordillera. You may have heard of it. I prefer it to our own. Please, don't tell anyone.
Oh, certainly not.
Prosit.
You're very good health, sir. Well, so you're a professor of molecular genetics.
I have that honor, yes.
I am a bookseller. Now that I think of it, I happen to have in my shop the definitive work in your field.
Indeed?
Well, not that there's much demand for it. It's by Dr. Harrison Peterson. You aware of it?
Oh, certainly.
I must say that I find his book hard going. Do you know Dr. Harrison Peterson? I imagine you would.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
The field is so small.
We are the best of colleagues. Tell me, how well do you know my cousin Maud?
Well, she comes into the shop now and then to buy a book.
Wonderful woman. So kind, so concerned with humanity, so sincere. A saint, that woman. And so are you, sir, to perform this kindly act. Most people would not have bothered.
Yes, it could be a more cooperative world, I suppose.
Let us have a drink to that. A more cooperative world.
Oh, no, thank you. No more for me. One has to set limits.
But if no one broke limits, what would happen to progress, huh?
You have a point. But the Coleridge Society banquet begins early this evening.
Then I must not keep you, but now, you know the way. You must come again.
Perhaps you could explain Dr. Harrison Peterson's book.
Gladly.
Well, until next time. Oh, I nearly forgot. The deed.
The deed? Oh, yes, of course. The deed.
I have it right here in this envelope.
Well, thank you again, Herr Breckenridge. And please, visit again soon. Goodbye. Or better, auf Wiedersehen.
Well, aren't you going to sign the deed?
Of course.
I thought if you signed it now, I could take it with me.
Well, this is a legal document, and I make it a never-to-be-broken rule. Never to sign any legal document until my attorney has read it.
Uh-huh.
You may say to yourself, this is a simple, small matter of the deed to a house, and my dearest cousin Maud is a woman of the utmost rectitude. Yet
I understand, Professor Wechsler.
I hope I do not impress you as an overly suspicious type, Herr Breckenridge.
No, certainly not.
We have a saying here in Cologne. Make positive before you sign what is yours and what is mine.
I understand.
It sounds better in German.
I dare say. Well, once again, auf Wiedersehen, Professor Wechsler.
Leb wohl, Herr Breckenridge.
Xanadu de Kubla Khan, a stately Pentadome decree, where Alf the sacred river ran through caverns. Hello. Did I leave the lights on when I left?
Herr Breckenridge?
What? I beg your pardon? Who are you?
My name is Friedrich Schmidt.
What you doing in my room?
I'm with the Criminal Investigation Section of the German Federated Republic.
Oh. Well, what has this got to do with me?
Some 5 hours ago, at approximately 6 p.m., you engaged a taxi driven by a Willy Kellner?
I'm not sure I remember.
But he remembers you. An American gentleman he picked up in front of this hotel.
Oh, yes, of course.
He says he drove you to number 71 Schillerstrasse, to the home of a Dr. Karl-Heinz Wechsler. Do you deny it?
Deny it? How could I deny it? Why would I deny it? What is it you want?
I've come here to tell you that Dr. Karl-Heinz Wechsler is dead. Murdered.
That's impossible.
Unfortunately, it's true.
Murdered? When? By whom?
When? Sometime around 6 this evening. By whom? By you.
Let's see. We were with him during that visit to Dr. Karl-Heinz Wechsler's home. We didn't see or hear Elias Breckenridge kill the professor. However, we were not with him when he went to the meeting of the Coleridge Society. We only have his word for that. Have we been wrong about meek, mild-mannered Elias Breckenridge? One thing is sure. To be accused of murder when you're a stranger and alone in a foreign country is hardly the happiest of situations. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The Good Samaritan had compassion, as we are told. However, helping one's neighbor can turn out to be a risky business in the end. And it's no one's fault, really. It's just the way things are. Somehow, so many of us, so often, suffer our greatest losses when we're engaged in someone else's business. A case in point, Mr. Elias Breckenridge.
Herr Breckenridge?
Why am I being kept here in jail?
Are you ready to be reasonable, Herr Breckenridge?
About what?
You insist on making these foolish denials. Confess that you killed Dr. Wechsler.
But I didn't.
Why did you visit Dr. Wechsler?
I told you. To deliver a document.
What sort of document?
A deed to a house in Cincinnati.
Where?
A city in America located on the Ohio River.
And?
I brought it to him and left it there.
You left this deed with Dr. Wechsler?
Yes. And then I said goodbye and went on to the banquet.
If you left this deed with Dr. Wechsler...
Now, what do you mean, if?
If you left it there, where is it?
Where is it?
Now, that is my question. At about 6 p.m., you visited Dr. Wechsler. At about that time, he was murdered, stabbed to death.
Oh, no. I could never...
You say you left the document. Well, none was found. Therefore, none was left. Therefore, you lied about the deed. In sum, you visited him for another purpose, to murder him.
But why would I want to murder Dr. Wechsler?
Well, that is the question you must answer. We have enough proof to go to trial in a court of law.
You mean that I'm to be tried for murder?
The only mystery is the motive. Why, Herr Breckenridge? Why?
Harold, you can't railroad me. I'm an American citizen. I demand to see the American ambassador.
The ambassador? Himself?
Well, who do you think he is? He's just a servant of the American people, of whom I happen to be one.
Mr. Elias Breckenridge.
Yes? Well, who are you?
I'm from the American consulate.
You?
My name is Victoria Shakespeare.
You don't look like a consul.
I'm not. I have a long way to go. I'm only the third assistant secretary.
Oh, I see. I'm not important enough to merit a visit from the consul himself.
He's busy negotiating a $20 million trade treaty.
What's more important? Justice for a human being or money?
Now, what do you think I can do for you?
You mean to say that I'm in danger of being hanged and the best my country can do for me is to send a third assistant secretary?
First, you are in no danger of being hanged.
Oh. Well, then you are going to do something about it.
Because there is no death penalty in this country, you'll probably get life. Second, I may be a third assistant, but I have prospects of becoming a first assistant.
Well, you must do something.
What? We've been presented with the facts in the case. Tell me, why did you kill him?
But I told... No. What's the use? It's a nightmare. I find myself in prison, accused of murder that I did not commit. I am abandoned by my country.
You still haven't answered the question, why did you kill him?
I did... All right. You refuse to help me.
You insist you went there to deliver a deed. But no deed or document was found.
Someone took it.
Who?
Whoever murdered Dr. Bexler.
But you murdered Dr. Bexler.
Miss Shakespeare, please leave me. I was foolish enough to believe that my country would stand behind me. Elias Breckenridge, bookseller. Who does he think he is? Are you quite finished with me?
I have to make a report. Now, you claim you came here to attend an international poetry conference.
And I can prove it.
A customer of yours back home, a Miss Maud Bexler, asked you to deliver a document to a cousin of hers here in Cologne, a Dr. Karl Heinz Bexler, who teaches at the university.
Yes, that's true.
You claim you visited Dr. Bexler briefly, left the document with him, and went on to your meeting.
That's exactly what happened.
Thank you, Mr. Breckenridge.
And now that you've got that information, what are you going to do with it?
Why, file it. Of course, Mr. Breckenridge. File it. Mr. Breckenridge.
What are you doing here again, Miss Shakespeare?
The consulate has assigned me to your case.
Which means what?
Which means I have begun an investigation.
It's about time.
I have been...
Why don't you start at the beginning? Start with Miss Maud Bexler, who asked me to deliver the deed.
I have already done that.
You've already...
Yes, Mr. Breckenridge. I telephoned the chief of police back in the States to get a deposition from Miss Maud Bexler.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
The transcript was sent here by plane, and it arrived this morning.
Now then, Miss Shakespeare, this should get us off to the proper start. It will prove that Miss Maud Bexler asked me to bring the deed to Dr. Karl Heinz Bexler. It will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that I am speaking the truth.
Would you care to read the transcript?
Oh, it isn't necessary.
Well, I'm sure it will be informative.
I know what it says.
Do you? Here. Now, why don't you look through it?
A transcript of deposition given by Miss Maud Bexler to Detective Lieutenant Frank Fremont of the Los Angeles Police on April 17th at 10 a.m.
Well, Miss Bexler, are you acquainted with Mr. Elias Breckenridge?
Breckenridge? Well, I don't mean to seem...
Are you saying you do not know Mr. Elias Breckenridge?
No, I don't think so.
Are you saying that you have never been in Breckenridge's bookstore?
Oh, yes, I have been there.
Did Mr. Breckenridge tell you he was going to Cologne to attend a meeting of the Coleridge Society?
No. Oh, we never engaged in any sort of personal conversation.
Miss Bexler, did you give Mr. Breckenridge a deed to a house you inherited from an uncle in Cincinnati to deliver to a cousin in Cologne?
Lieutenant Fremont, first, I have no uncle in Cincinnati or anywhere else, for that matter. Therefore, he could not leave me the deed to the house. And since I have no cousin in Cologne, I would have no reason to ask Mr. Breckenridge to deliver the non-existent deed for a non-existent house to a non-existent cousin.
Miss Bexler, do you have any idea why Mr. Breckenridge should have told such a story?
Well, obviously, he's a promiscuous person.
She's lying. The woman is lying.
Why should she lie? Mr. Breckenridge, is it true that you lose money on your bookshop?
Who told you?
We've been checking some of your friends and acquaintances. You told them. The bookshop does not make a profit.
Well, you can't make money if you want to carry books many people won't read.
Well, then why carry them?
Because they're good books. Deserving books.
Who subsidizes your shop, Mr. Breckenridge? Who makes good the loss?
Who? Well, I do.
But where do you get the money?
I have a small income left to me by my mother.
Mr. Breckenridge, isn't it true that your bookshop is a front?
A front? For what?
Why don't you tell me?
Miss Shakespeare, I have nothing to tell you.
Are you a hired assassin?
How can you make such an accusation?
Then what other reason would you have for killing Dr. Bexler?
Bexler? Hey, see, I was right. Maud Bexler denies having a cousin in Cologne, but there was a Karl-Heinz Bexler living here.
The name is not an unusual one.
Miss Shakespeare, please, someone must listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
For someone must believe me.
That's another story.
I did not murder Dr. Bexler.
I'm afraid that attitude won't get you very far.
I see now how unfit I am for modern life.
What brings this on?
Suddenly, the smooth and even tenor of my existence is disturbed. I am, without warning, flung into a hazardous situation. And I don't know how to cope with it.
Mr. Breckenridge, I am suggesting...
I am a man of far-flung interests. I have enough information to fill an almanac. Yet I know nothing that is of any use to me in this hour of my need.
I would, personally, like to be of assistance.
That's very kind of you.
As long as there is some hope of your innocence, I am assigned to you.
But I am innocent.
If you go to trial, I am reassigned to another project. I will have to figure freight rates for the trade deal. It's a most boring task.
Mm-hmm. I can understand that.
How can we prove your innocence?
I don't know.
Let us accept your word that you did not kill Dr. Bexler. Describe that visit.
I've done that at least 100 times. I arrived at the house. It was just about 6. He admitted me.
Was he alone?
I think so. There were no signs of anyone else.
And?
We had a glass of wine.
Yes.
And we chatted.
What about?
Oh, just polite conversation.
About what?
I don't remember.
You came into the house. The first thing that happened.
He offered me a glass of wine.
The first thing you talked about.
It was the wine.
What did you say about the wine?
Well, he remarked that it was a California wine.
Here? In the Rhine country?
Yes. A white wine called Cordillera. I'd never heard of it.
Neither did I. Then, what?
Oh, more small talk.
On what subject?
His particular subject, molecular genetics. I happened to remark that in my bookshop I carried the definitive work in the field.
Yes.
I made a mistake.
A mistake?
How could I possibly make such a mistake? I never do.
What are you talking about, Mr. Breckenridge?
Now I know I didn't kill Dr. Bexler. Now I can prove it.
If a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, what is a great deal? Our friend Elias Breckenridge has come to this Rhenish city of Cologne to enjoy poetry. Instead, he has spent most of his time in prison. Well, there's nothing strange about that. After all, some of the world's greatest poetry was written behind bars. We'll see if we can get him out of there in Act 3. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. That's a fine poetic sentiment, but it does strain the limits of poetic license. Stone walls and iron bars make the toughest and strongest cages ever made. True, they cannot confine the spirit, but they do a great job of holding in the body. Yes, it's a great philosophy for philosophers, but small comfort for the rest of us.
You say you can prove you didn't kill Dr. Bexler?
Yes, certainly.
How?
The man who opened the door and admitted me to the house, the man who offered me the glass of wine, the man who chatted with me, and finally the man who took the deed from me, he was not Dr. Karl-Heinz Bexler.
He wasn't?
You see, I happened to mention that I sold the definitive work in his field, molecular genetics, and I said it was by Dr. Harrison Peterson, and he said he and Dr. Harrison Peterson were the best of colleagues.
Well?
I never do this. The author of the studies in molecular genetics is not Dr. Harrison Peterson.
It isn't?
No. It's Dr. Peterman Harrington.
Well, who's Dr. Harrison Peterson?
Well, he's the author of Gradation in the Southern Sanskrit Dialects, a completely different field. Now, why did I get the two mixed up? Surely, if it were the real Dr. Bexler, he would have known the difference. Wait.
Yes.
I am accused of killing Dr. Bexler. What did he look like?
Fortunately, he is still being held here.
This place makes me nervous.
Why? Tell me, Morg.
We shall soon see.
Thank you for your cooperation, Inspector Schmidt.
Johann, slide open number 32, is it? Dr. Karl-Heinz Bexler. Well, Herr Breckenridge?
No, he's not Dr. Bexler.
But he is.
He's not the Dr. Bexler I spoke to.
What did that man look like?
As completely different from this one as you could imagine. This one is dark. The other was fair. This one has long hair. The other was half bald.
Inspector Schmidt, in light of this new development, could we release Mr. Breckenridge from custody?
So far, I have nothing tangible.
We will be responsible for him.
Inspector Schmidt, I must be given the opportunity to prove my innocence. Now, there are two things. First, the man who posed as Dr. Bexler, about 5 feet 10 inches, around 55 years old, light complexion, half bald. Does this description seem familiar?
I'm sure the inspector will work on it.
Yes.
Second, Cordillera. It's a white wine. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's from California.
Well, then I would have no reason to hear from it.
Is it sold here in the city?
Well, why are you so anxious to know about that wine?
Am I free to go?
You are released to the custody of your consulate.
He means me. But why did you want to come back here, to Dr. Bexler's place?
To look at this wine bottle.
What fascinates you about that wine?
It's a very small winery in the Napa Valley. I'm sure they don't export.
But what's the difference?
How did this bottle get here? Someone had to bring it from America. When do they deliver the mail?
Oh, about 2 o'clock.
It's just about an hour from now. Let's wait. May we talk to you for a moment?
Are you the new people in this house? Poor Dr. Bexler. Not even cold in his grave, and already the place is rented. Well, life must go on.
Dr. Bexler, did he get a great deal of mail?
Yeah, no.
Did he get much mail from America?
America, huh? Well, sometimes I would ask him for the stamps for my sister's little boy.
Yes, but did he get any packages from America?
Packages? Oh, yes. Maybe once a month. Some bottles of wine.
Wine? Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes he will offer me a glass.
Wine that came from a bottle like this?
Oh, yeah. It's not bad.
phone American wine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You wanted to see us, Inspector Schmidt.
Yes, please sit down. I have good news for Herr Breckenridge. The tall man who was posing as Dr. Wechsler?
Yes?
His name is Heinrich Moller, and he was a hardened criminal. He's dead.
Dead?
He was shot while robbing a warehouse in Stuttgart. And before he died, he confessed to the murder of Dr. Wechsler. And this deed was found in his clothes. Is this the document you delivered to the doctor?
Well, of course, it was in an envelope, and I didn't read it, but it seems to be a deed to a house in Cincinnati.
Now, this proves you are telling the truth.
Well, then it's all over.
Yes, poor Dr. Wechsler is dead.
Well, what should I do with the deed?
I suggest you return it to Miss Wechsler when you return to Los Angeles.
Yes, of course. I'll do that.
I'm sorry there was this misunderstanding.
Well, it isn't every day one is accused of murder, I suppose.
You are no longer in my custody, Mr. Breckenridge.
That's a pity. You have to go back to calculating freight rates.
Well, all's well that ends well, as the poet said. Although it sounds better in German.
I would like to make a transatlantic call, please. Yes. To Miss Maud Wechsler in Los Angeles, California. Yes, I'll wait. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Breckenridge. She's not. Oh, do you know where she can be reached? Oh? She's en route to Germany. Where? To Cologne.
Just a minute.
Mr. Breckenridge.
May I come in? Thank you. Small world indeed. What brings you here?
A very sad event, as you may know. My cousin, my only relative, was murdered. I flew here for the funeral.
Oh, a most pious act, Miss Wechsler. I have here the deed you asked me to deliver.
Oh, thank you.
It's your property.
You've been most helpful to me, Mr. Breckenridge.
I wish I could say that you've been most helpful to me, Miss Wechsler.
Why, whatever do you mean?
Why did you tell the police you didn't give me that document to deliver to your cousin?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Well, you see, I'm absolutely terrified of the police.
Are you?
Yes. Once you're involved, it brings nothing but notoriety and scandal. It's best to keep clear of such...
But did you stop to think where that would leave me?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry.
I was being accused of murder.
Well, when the police officer called that morning, I was so surprised and frightened I lost my head. You must believe me. I would have made it all straight later on.
Is that a fact?
You see, there's no harm done. You're free. It all ended well.
Has it ended?
Poor Carl. His murderer has confessed, and so, well, I understand the case is closed.
Not quite.
Why? Is there anything else?
Let's see. We have Miss Maud Wechsler in Los Angeles, California. We have, or had, her cousin, Dr. Karl Wechsler, in Cologne, West Germany. Miss Wechsler is a spy. So is her cousin. Miss Wechsler purchases U.S. military secrets and sends them to Dr. Wechsler, who in turn sells them here in Europe.
That's a lie.
Most are sent in wine bottles, or should I say, on wine bottles. Needed is a bottle with a great deal of white on the label. Cordillera answers that requirement. A simple, invisible ink is used. Lemon juice or any strong concentration of acetic acid.
Sir, I must ask you to leave.
When you discovered that I was leaving for Europe, you made up the story of the dead uncle so that you could give me the deed to deliver. But on the back was an important message in invisible ink.
That's a lie.
But someone over here must have discovered what Dr. Bexler was doing. Perhaps tried to blackmail him. Or whatever. At any rate, he killed Bexler just before I arrived. And he posed as Bexler.
Not one word of this is the truth.
Do you know what's on the back of that deed, Miss Bexler? In invisible ink? Apply a little heat to it, and you would read the specifications for the electronic rangefinder for the latest...
That's enough, Mr. Breckenridge.
Well, now, that's a pistol.
And I know how to use it.
Do you expect to get away with anything?
Yes. It was self-defense. You're slightly mad anyhow, eccentric. You came here to kill me for lying about that deed. What could I do? I had to defend myself. Now I shall start to scream, and then I'll fire. Help! Help! He's going to kill me!
Do not shoot, Miss Bexler. All is well. We have him. We have him.
He's crazy. A madman, and he wanted to kill me.
Well, that's a lie. Inspector Schmidt, that's a lie.
That's enough out of you. You're under arrest.
Well, you certainly fouled things up.
That woman tried to kill me. She's a spy.
We know she's a spy.
You know?
We've been feeding her the wrong information for years. Dr. Bexler's been selling it. I suppose it caught up with him. A professional assassin was hired to take care of him, just as you arrived.
Then you knew about her all along?
We had to get you out from under. Why did you have to try to solve it? Miss Bexler is very valuable to us as a source of misinformation for the enemy. Now she'll have to leave all of her contacts on the West Coast and move somewhere else.
Or I could move somewhere else.
Really? Where?
I could open a bookstore here in Cologne.
I understand it takes years to build up a trade.
I understand it takes years to become a first secretary at the consulate.
It's not so bad waiting, if you have company.
Who says we don't give you happy endings? Here's a story that ended happily for all of the principals. For Elias Breckenridge and Victoria Shakespeare, of course. Certainly for Maud Bexler, who is continuing her career as an enemy spy, but working unconsciously for our side. I shall return with another happy thought in just a few moments. Today, the emphasis is on ecology, the environment. Clean air, pure water, as it should be. But there is another ecology, the ecology of the spirit, the ecology of thought. There is so much emphasis given to the quality of life. How about a little concentration on the quality of the mind? We have exercises for the mind 7 times each week, right here. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Carol Teitel, Bob Caliban, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are those who tell us not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Accept and be happy to receive. Don't question the gift or the giver. Good advice at times, unless, of course, you're not sure you want to receive in the first place. If the gift horse is the kind who may kick down your stable, you might do well to think twice before accepting.
I have your briefcase, Mr. Sloan. You left it in my taxi yesterday, remember? I thought you might appreciate...
Briefcase? I didn't lose any briefcase. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I know this is your briefcase. You were carrying it along with your squash racket, and you left it in the back seat of my cab.
Look, you got the wrong man, mister.
Our mystery drama, The Briefcase Blunder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Karen Thorson and stars Paul Hecht and Ann Williams.
It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly.
Taxicabs can be lonely places, solitude on wheels, a curious throne with the world on the other side of your windows and strangers staring down the back of your neck. Conversations are half-hearted at best, with eye contact, that most human of exchanges, relegated to chance glances in a smudged rearview mirror, and with money passed gingerly between driver and passenger, the only true constant. A potentially dangerous constant, at least so it was for Harry Owens. He drove a taxi and tried to encourage big tippers, until one day when the tip turned out to be more than he'd bargained for.
Driver, this'll be fine. I'll get out at the light.
Okay, as you like, sir. That's $2.95.
$2.95? Let's see. Can you change it 10?
Yeah, sure.
Just give me $6.50.
Okay. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Thanks to you, too, buddy. Whew, some people. Hey, mister. Mister, your briefcase. You've left your... Hey, mister! Where the devil did that guy go? Gee, everybody's in such a hurry. Let's see. No address tag. Maybe inside. Holy Maloney. Whew, solid greenbacks. There's no address in here. Gee, talk about striking a jackpot. Ooh-wee, I gotta call Molly. Hey, Molly, guess what? No, nothing's wrong. Everything's all right. Hey, you know that vacation you wanted? Okay, well, pack your bags, Molly. We're off. I am serious. We're rich, Molly. I mean rich. Yeah, neat little packets of $10 bills, Rich. Look, don't ask anymore. I'm on my way home. You'll understand when I get there. Bye, baby. Oh, boy. Paris, here we come. Molly, I'm home.
Harry? Now, what is this?
Hey, just look here, Molly. Look at this.
Harry?
Yeah, that's a trip to Paris and a new taxi cab of my own. I'll start my own fleet.
I don't understand.
There's not much to understand. I found it on the back seat of the cab. No address, no nothing. We are meant to have this, Molly.
Meant to have it?
Yep.
Oh, but Harry, people don't just go around leaving briefcases full of money. There must be more to it than that.
What more do you want? I had a passenger. He got out in a rush. He left a briefcase behind. I called after him. He was lost in the crowd.
Now, Harry, that's not like you. You've tracked people down and returned things before. What was the man's destination?
He didn't have one. Now, what I mean is, he just got out at the light. He'd asked to go to 400 Park, but he got out near Grand Central Station, and I picked him up down on 19th Street. Nowhere specific. So how do I trace him? He didn't talk much. He didn't even say thank you. He just ran off into the crowd with his squash racket and left us the briefcase.
Squash racket?
Yeah, I guess with that in his hand, he didn't miss carrying the briefcase. You know, when you...
Wait a minute. Now, if he had a squash racket, he must have been playing squash. Well, let's look in the yellow pages. Maybe there's a squash court down on 19th
Molly.
Street. Now, here we go. Right, a squash. Where down?
Molly.
Squash court. Look, Harry, a tennis and squash club right on 19th Street.
Yeah.
You must try and find him.
Molly.
Well, I'm surprised at you, Harry. You've never done a dishonest thing in your life. This money isn't ours, and you know it. Now, if you return it, there's probably a reward. From the looks of it, there's enough there for a crowd.
Yeah, that's just what I mean. It's a fortune landed right in our laps, all our dreams. Just count it, Molly. Think of all...
Well, I wouldn't touch the stuff. It's not ours to count. Now, I don't want to hear another word until you've done everything in your power to give that man back his money.
Yeah, but...
Now, go to the squash club on your lunch break tomorrow. Oh, do it, Harry. You'll feel a lot better inside when you've done it. You know you will.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's against club regulations. We do have someone who might fit that description, but I'm not allowed to give out members' names. You'd have to leave the briefcase with me, and I'll find out if anyone claims it myself.
Hey, look, you can't have that many members with heavy eyebrows and a mole on the left cheek. Come on, let me see the guy. I'll know right away if it's him. I know faces. All I do every day is look at strange faces. I'll put this briefcase in the hands of its owner and nowhere else.
But this is highly irregular. You can't just... Oh, all right, I suppose this is an exceptional situation, and you have come all this way.
Right.
Yeah, come along with me. We'll go into the squash courts. The gentleman you describe happens to be here right now. You can take a look and see if he's the right one. Third court, down on your left. Those two men over there.
Yeah, that's the man. That's him.
I thought it might be. Well, wait while they finish this volley. There. Mr. Sloan. Excuse me, sir. There's someone to see you about something you left in the taxi
What
cab.
is it, Amos? I can't hear you.
I have your briefcase, Mr. Sloan. You left it in my taxi cab yesterday, remember? I thought you might appreciate...
Briefcase? I don't know. I didn't lose any briefcase. I don't know what you're talking about.
But this is your briefcase. You were carrying it along with your squash racket. You left it in the back seat of my cab.
Look, if you found a briefcase, then turn it into your cab company. They have a lost and found. You got the wrong man, mister. Come on, Frank. Let's finish the game.
Well, I've done what I can for you. There's no one else here who could fit your description.
But that was my passenger. I'd know him anywhere. Molly, it's ours.
What's ours? What are you doing home at this hour again? Oh, no, Harry, you've still got that...
I got it because the man wouldn't take it. I found him. Sloan, his name is, right at the squash club. And when I tried to give him the briefcase, he refused to take it.
Refused it? But why? Well, you must have had the wrong man.
No, Molly, I know it was him. You know I never forget a face. And he knew who I was. I could see it in his eyes. He was livid. As if somehow I'd insulted him trying to return it. He practically had me thrown out of the club.
But it just doesn't make sense.
Never mind what makes sense, Molly. He didn't want it. And now it is ours, conscience-free and clear.
Well, if he didn't want it, then he must have a reason. Oh, Harry, I don't like this. Why would anyone carry around that much cash in a briefcase anyway? Now, it has to be something illegal.
Illegal or not, there's no way we'll ever find out.
Well, I want you to go to the police.
What? The police? They won't know any more than we do. They couldn't possibly solve this, especially when the owner himself denies that it's his. Now, why should they have the money? We found it, and we need it more than they do.
Well, what if the bills are marked?
Marked? You mean that...
Well, now, listen. These bills may be no good at all. It may be a plant. Oh, Harry, I think we should go to the police. But if you don't, I will.
I want to see the commanding officer, please. It's a matter of utmost importance. I won't see anyone else.
Lieutenant Bender's a busy man. He hasn't
I
any time...
assure you he'll have time for me now. Here, look at this.
What the... Where'd all that money come?
Well, if you'll get me to Lieutenant Bender, I'll tell him and no one else.
Lieutenant Bender will see you now.
I'll be down the hall if you need anything, Lieutenant.
Well, now, sir. What seems to be all the urgency? Say, haven't I seen you...
You're Frank, the other guy on the squash court.
Frank Bender, that's right. I'm the lieutenant in charge here. So you're the cab driver who broke in on our game. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm returning the briefcase. I mean, someone left it in the back of my cab. I don't know what to do with it. The thing is, well, here, look, it's full of money. Look.
Well, indeed it is. A real bundle, it looks like. Well, maybe you'd better begin your story all over again, from the beginning.
I told you, Lieutenant, someone left this in the back of my cab.
What were you doing at the tennis and squash club?
Trying to return it. You see, I picked up this passenger there. I thought maybe it was his briefcase. But I must have been mistaken. It wasn't his. You saw for yourself.
So I did. Although I had my mind more on the squash game than on any lost briefcase. Sloan didn't seem to give it any importance.
Well, I obviously had the wrong man. Anyway, all of this money, I thought I'd better turn it over to someone responsible. I never expected to find you here.
Nor I you.
Yeah, but now that you have the briefcase, Lieutenant, can I go, please? I just wanted to turn it in. The police seem better than the cab company with so much money and all, but I have to get back to my job.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. We don't even know your name.
Harry, Lieutenant Harry Owens. The officer outside has all the information. I really have to go. I'll be in trouble with my boss.
All right. We'll be in touch with you if we have any more questions.
Questions? I told you all I know. Everything.
Well, then there shouldn't be any problem, should there, Harry?
No, sir. Well, thank you. Goodbye.
That you, Harry?
I am all. Well, here we are, back in the poorhouse.
You turned it in then?
Yeah, I turned it in. It's funny, by the time I handed it over, I was almost glad to get rid of it.
Oh, you did the right thing.
You know, Molly, I haven't told you the half of it. The strangest thing happened. I asked to see the commanding officer, you know, the way we'd agreed, and he was the same man I saw on the squash court.
I don't understand.
My passenger's squash partner. I recognized him as soon as I was brought into his office, and I knew his name, Frank. Sloan called him Frank as I left, and sure enough, Lieutenant Frank Bender, sitting right there in front of me, head of the whole precinct.
Sloan's squash partner? That's strange. Did he recognize you?
Yeah, he remembered me right after I called him Frank. But he was more interested in the money than in having seen me before. And I told him that Sloan must have been the wrong man.
Was he, Harry?
No, he was my passenger. It was his briefcase. I always check the back seat after each passenger. And I always remember a face.
This is all very strange. A man who loses a briefcase full of money and then denies it's his. And his squash partner who turns out to be a police lieutenant.
Head of the precinct. Yeah, well, anyway, it's no longer our problem. I'm glad to have it out of the way. It was never... Who could that be?
Well, I'll go see. Can I help you?
No, lady. But your husband can. A little matter about a briefcase.
Who are you?
Hello, Harry. It's about the briefcase.
Who are you?
Just call me Joe. My boss sent me for his belongings. I think you found something of his.
Oh, yeah, I found a briefcase, sure. How did you find me?
My boss traced you through the cab company. He makes a habit of memorizing cabbies' numbers. You know, the little card up on the dash, it comes in handy sometimes. So, where's the case?
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
No, I turned it over to the police.
Police? When'd you do that?
This afternoon.
And what did you tell them?
The truth. I found it in my cab. I didn't know how to return it.
And they said?
Nothing. What could they say? They were as puzzled as I am. But if your boss lost it, all he has to do is go to the 17th precinct. They have it there. Unless there's some problem.
No. There's no problem. We'll pick it up tonight. Thanks for nothing.
Well...
I knew I hadn't heard the last of it. When I left that police station, something told me it just wasn't going to be all that easy.
Harry, if that man's boss really owns that briefcase, then who is Sloan? And why was Sloan with Police Lieutenant Bender?
Molly, I don't know. I just hope we never see or hear from any of them again.
Would you have turned in the briefcase? Thanks to Molly's insistence, Harry did. And he'd be happy never to hear that briefcase again. But it's not always that simple. Past events can transform your life even long after you think they're over. I'll return shortly with Act 2. A simple taxi ride can turn into a nightmare. Most of us identify with the passenger, but in this instance, we're concentrating on the driver, Harry Owens, whose tip one day was more than he bargained for. Most people would be delighted to come across a briefcase full of money. Harry was, but his delight didn't last. He did his best to return it, but the briefcase, along with its various owners, seemed determined to haunt him. As we rejoin him and his wife, Molly, the phone is ringing.
Okay, I'll get it. Hello. Yeah, this is he. Yeah, I'll hold on. Molly, Lieutenant Bender. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you. No, I told you all I knew down at the station house. Yeah, I understand, sir, but I'm afraid I can't help you. The whole thing's a complete mystery to me. Yes, sir. Yes, of course I will. 555-8940, your direct line. I will. Okay, goodbye, sir.
What was that all about?
The briefcase? What else? He thinks I know more than I'm telling him.
But you do, Harry. You didn't tell him about that awful man.
Yeah. The less I tell him, the better. I don't want to be involved.
But you should have told Bender about him. You're just as convinced he's a criminal as I am.
So he's a criminal. All the more reason not to be mixed up in it. Let well enough alone, Molly.
Why, Harry Owens, I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd call you a coward.
I'm not a coward. There's no sense in sticking our neck out when we have no real information. I mean, what could I tell Lieutenant Bender? A stranger named Joe?
Now, you could describe him. You could go through their, what do they call those things? Mug sheets. Maybe you could identify him. And Sloan, too. Well, they don't know how good you are with faces. You can help them, Harry. They need you. Besides, if it's sticking your neck out that worries you, don't bother worrying. We're already involved. They know who we are, where we live. No telling what they may decide to do next. I mean it, Harry. We'd be better off with the police on our side.
What's for dinner, Molly?
What's for... Aren't you going to call the lieutenant? He gave...
I am not going to call the lieutenant. I'm sorry, Mom. Too much has happened to me in the last 48 hours. All I talk about is the briefcase. The briefcase. To you, to Sloan, to Lieutenant Bender, to Joe. I'm sorry, Ma. You got to give me a break.
Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. Of course I'll give you a break. And a hot meal probably wouldn't hurt either. I bet you didn't even have lunch, what with going down to the precinct and all. You are right. We've discussed this enough. Is that you, Harry? How was your day?
Okay, I guess. I went to see Lieutenant Bender.
You did? Oh, I'm so relieved. I knew you'd come round.
Well, I couldn't help thinking about it, driving around in the cab, and I figured...
Well, you figured right.
Well, I went through some mug sheets, and I did recognize Joe. A picture taken last year when he was arrested on some minor assault charge. He's some kind of errand boy for the tough guys. He does a lot of their dirty work. He's done time, but never longer than a couple of months.
Oh, Harry.
Anyway, Bender was real pleased. He said he's given us police protection for the next week or so. Lookout across the street and a tail on my cab. It's real cops and robbers stuff, Molly. They even gave me a direct line to the station house, monitoring my cab radio. Looks like we're really onto something.
Sounds like you've joined a new club.
Well, I always liked detective work ever since I was a kid. You know how I make a habit of studying faces. It's all the same game.
And Sloan? Did you find out about him?
No, not really. I told him he was, without doubt, my passenger and somehow involved with the briefcase. But Bender said I should leave that part to him. Apparently, he suspects Sloan of something, but he won't tell me what.
Harry, you will be careful.
Of course I will. All I'm to do is keep on the lookout for anything new. And keep in touch with Bender every hour or so. He'll be meeting with Sloan tomorrow morning. I think he has some kind of a plan.
Good game, Sloan. You were ahead of me all the way. Say, you know who walked in the other day?
No.
That funny little guy, the taxi driver who came in here one day looking for you? Finally turned in that briefcase. Not to his cab company, but to the police. And of all people, right to me.
Hey, you're kidding.
I'm not kidding. And what's more, you'll never guess what was inside the briefcase. Money. $10 bills, all in neat little stacks. $40,000.
40,000? Well, that's impossible. I can say you're kidding.
40,000 smackers. I'll bet you wish you'd hung on to that briefcase.
Huh? Oh, well, if I'd only known, sure. So, what'd you do with it, Frank? Have you tracked down the owner?
No, not a chance. Not a clue. Just a taxi driver who seemed to want to get rid of it as fast as he could. He seems, scared of something. But until he coughs up whatever it is, we've got nothing to go on.
Hello, Joe. Look, it's Sloan here. They're on to that taxi driver. And the little crook, he lifted 10 grand of the bread for himself before he turned it in. Yeah, but it's perfect now. We have a handle on him. We can scare him into being quiet for sure. No. He doesn't really know anything. But I want to make sure he doesn't get curious. He's stirred up enough dust as it is. Yeah, that's it. A little meeting down at the garage. You know what to do. Just hold it, Harry.
What?
You're not quite through for tonight. You remember me, Harry. My boss lost his briefcase, remember? Well, this little meeting is to help you forget. Just don't go sticking your nose into business that don't concern you. Forget the briefcase. Forget you ever saw me. The police would just love to know about that little 10,000 you slipped out of the case.
What 10,000?
Now, Harry, let's not argue over such an obvious detail. We could tip off the police about your share of the dig. Or we could forget where it came from. If you can, and if you can't, well, I'll just have to come back and help you clear your memory permanently.
8716. Urgent, 8716.
Harry, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, Lieutenant. I'm okay.
I heard the whole thing, Harry. Joe's voice came over the monitor loud and clear. My men are on his tail now.
Lieutenant, you gotta listen to me. That 10,000 he mentioned, I never...
Harry, you didn't take any 10,000. We know that. I'll explain to you. It's enough. We knew this was coming. We were pretty sure it'd be no more than a warning. We've seen Joe in action before. We've just never been able to nail him. Until now, that is, thanks to you.
Yeah, but Lieutenant...
Harry, the best thing you can do now is go home and rest. Everything is under control. I'll fill you in on the details tomorrow. Pick me up at 2nd and 47. Are you sure you're okay, Harry?
I'm fine, Lieutenant. I'll go home now.
And Harry?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Oh, that's okay, Lieutenant. Good night.
I'm
Molly.
sorry, honey. I know it hurts. We'll have this bandaged up in a minute. Can you tell me once and for all just what happened? I can't make head and tail of your story.
Well, I can't tell you any more than I already told you. Joe was waiting for me in the garage. He told me to keep out of his business and forget all I know, or he'd tell the police I took 10 grand out of the briefcase before turning it in.
But how?
How would I know how? All I know is he thinks I have 10,000. 10,000 I never took.
But Lieutenant Bender is sure you don't have.
Right.
And how does he know?
I don't know. He trusts me.
Oh, I don't like this. Someone's setting you up.
Molly, I'm meeting with the lieutenant tomorrow. He's going to explain everything. He told me he would.
You really trust the lieutenant?
Of course I trust him. What do you think?
Well, I'm not so sure I trust him myself.
Molly.
Now, what if all he wants is a share of that money for himself?
But he doesn't want it.
Now, look, I don't know how he got to Joe, but he sure knew Joe was coming. And he heard all that Joe said over your radio, thanks to his monitor. Oh, he was on the squash courts with Sloan. You can't forget that. It's all a little too pat. Well, how much money was in that briefcase?
I don't know, 50,000, I think.
So if Bender wants to keep 10 for himself, he simply declares that the briefcase held only $40,000 when you turned it in.
Molly, you can't think...
Well, I not only can think, I do. I don't know where all that cash came from in the first place, but they got their hooks into it and into you. I'm quite sure of that.
Now, stop it, Molly. I'm not going to think this way. I do trust Bender. I've been dealing with him. I know him. You don't. I know it all sounds confusing tonight, but I'm sure he'll straighten it all out tomorrow.
Harry, I want to thank you again for last night. I'm sorry you got roughed up.
No harm done, Lieutenant. Nothing permanent.
You'll be glad to know we tailed Joe right back to his new headquarters.
Oh, yeah?
A narcotics ring, holed up in the Bronx. We've had our eyes on it for some time. I guess you're wondering how we knew Joe would be at the garage and what that business about the $10,000 was.
Yeah, it was.
You remember Sloan?
Sure, of course.
Well, I gambled on your talent for remembering faces and decided to find out if Sloan was indeed mixed up in all this. Now I know that he is.
How's that?
Well, when I met Sloan that next day for a squash game, I mentioned you'd turned in the briefcase. Sort of a small world. What a coincidence tale, you know. I told them that the briefcase contained $40,000 in cash.
$40,000?
That's just what Sloan said. Oh, it was obvious that struck a nerve. He knew there was $50,000 in there just as well as I did.
$50,000, but you...
Why, the surprise, Harry. That's what you turned into me, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just thought...
You thought I might believe that you took it.
Well, I did think someone might be setting me up for a frame.
Not a chance. You gave us $50,000, we still have $50,000. You see, the minute Sloan heard $40,000, he figured you took 10 for yourself. And he figured he could blackmail you into silence with a threat from his flunky.
I see. Joe.
Joe has to be working under his orders because no one but Sloan could have told him about you and the missing $10,000.
The $10,000 I never took.
The $10,000 nobody took. But unfortunately, none of that will ever stand up in court. In order to tie Sloan in with Joe...
And the narcotics ring.
Oh, you catch on quick. Now, in order to tie them all in together, we have to set a new trap.
You say we?
I mean we. With your help, Harry. That is, of course, if you're still willing to help.
Lieutenant, I'd be proud to help you.
Whose judgment would you trust? Harry almost always follows Molly's advice, but this time it looks as if they might not agree. Harry seems to have put his faith in Lieutenant Bender, while Molly is afraid that her husband is about to be framed. Molly is a shrewd little woman, but imaginations have been known to work overtime. Too much imagination, or perhaps not enough? For the solution to this mystery, you will have to wait for Act 3. It's strange enough when you find a briefcase full of money, but even stranger when you find that nobody wants it. At first, Harry thought he'd like to keep it, but then Molly persuaded him otherwise. Then Harry thought Sloan would be glad to have it, but Sloan promptly denied it was his. And finally, it seemed as if Lieutenant Bender might try to snag at least part of it. But now, even that looks unlikely. Whose briefcase was it? And who would inherit the contents?
Lieutenant, I'm proud to help you. I have my moments of weakness.
We all have them, Harry.
But if you'll bear with me, I'll go along with you on whatever scheme you cook up.
All right, then. Now, here's the plan.
That's just what the doctor ordered, huh, Frank? A good massage after a good game.
Oh, it gets all the kinks out, that's for sure. I don't know what I'd do without these squash games to break the routine. I always come out of the shower feeling like a new man.
Yeah, ready to tackle the day all over again.
Well, almost. Days like today, I wouldn't want to repeat. We still have 2 homicides, 1 suspected arson, 7 unsolved petty thieveries, and not to mention that crazy briefcase full of cash. It's still sitting around unclaimed.
Oh, yeah. The taxi driver's big find. Huh?
That's the one. No one else seems about to step forward and claim it. Strangest thing. No cash robberies, no missing property, no clues at all. I'm afraid it'll have to go down on the books as unsolvable.
No leads left to follow, huh?
No leads, no time, and no manpower either. Oh, well. Hey, how are you doing on that narcotics case?
The same. Run around one false lead after another.
What happened to that big shipment you got wind of?
Just disappeared into thin air. Oh, the drugs got into the country, all right. We've seen signs of them on the street. But my tip-off turned out to be some penny ante side order, no more than a couple of ounces. Hardly worth busting.
They fed you just enough to keep you busy while they snuck in the big stuff.
Yeah, looks that way. And I don't want to turn in the little guys when it looks as if I have a chance of bagging the big one, you know? So I keep treading water,
Excuse
hoping
me, Mr. Sloan, there's a call. You can take it on the house phone on the wall there.
Okay, thanks, Amos. I'll pick it up in a second.
Yes, sir. Sorry to bother you, sir.
They don't even let you alone in the showers. Talk about station house addicts. Count yourself lucky. In my beat, they follow me wherever I go. Hello? Sloan here. Who? Oh, yeah, I remember. So what do you want? Something I ought to... Well, come on, make it snappy. I haven't got all the time in the world. What? You what? Well, look, I can't talk to you over the phone. Yeah, 10th and Broadway in front of Grace Church. Okay, in 15 minutes. Yeah, it never stops.
You lead?
Oh, you never know, but you always have to jump just in case.
Well, maybe this one's the big one.
This one? Yeah, it could be a big one. Look, Frank, I'm sorry to leave you in a rush. This guy sounded impatient. Oh, thanks for the game.
My pleasure, Sloan. My pleasure.
Make like a passenger. Get in the back.
Okay, now what's this all about, Owens?
Yeah, a little different than the squash courts, eh, Mr. Sloan? Maybe I look a little more familiar to you in my taxi cab, is that it?
So I remember you now, big deal. Now, what is this story you were giving me over the phone? You say you saw me.
Right, Mr. Sloan, I saw you, all right. And I saw more than you. I saw you with Joe.
Joe? Joe who? Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Sloan. We're past that kind of pretending. Try a little harder. I know a lot more than you thought I knew. You see, I followed Joe when he left my place. Tailed him, I think you'd call it, and I continued to follow him over the next couple of days. I don't like strangers busting into my house.
Oh, I still don't see why they should matter to me.
I have to spell it out for you, do I? All right, then, Sloan. I find a briefcase full of money, which I tried to return to you. You deny that it's yours. You even look insulted, as a matter of fact. And then you send your friend Joe to pick up the briefcase, for of course it is yours, at my house. Only to find that I have followed your suggestion and turned it over to the authorities.
I said to the cab company.
Yeah, I figured your property would probably be safer with the police. Now, I've done a lot for you, Mr. Sloan. You don't seem to realize that. In fact, that's why I come to you now. I thought you might be a little more appreciative.
Appreciative? You already got 10 grand for yourself.
Ah, now we begin to speak the same language.
I still don't know what you expect to get out of me.
Well, another 10 grand, for instance?
Another 10 grand?
I figure there has to be more where that first caseload came from. Silence is expensive these days, Mr. Sloan.
And you think I'm dumb enough to give in to your blackmail? Once you have 20 grand, what's to stop you from asking for 30?
20 grand will buy me my own taxi cab. I want no more than that. You're just going to have to trust me, Mr. Sloan, and I don't think you really have any choice.
Oh, I don't know. We can let the police know that you lifted...
What, that the 10 grand that disappeared somewhere between you and the police? So what if I did take it? The police couldn't prove anything, even if you did tip them off. Unless, of course, you're prepared to go in and testify that 10 grand is missing from your briefcase. Now, somehow, I get the idea you wouldn't want to do that.
Well, you're a lot smarter than we gave you credit for, Harry. Yeah, a lot smarter. It looks like we may just have to do business together after all. You realize, of course, I don't carry that kind of cash with me. so I'll have to...
Oh, you'll have plenty of time to get the 10 grand, Mr. Sloan. We'll see each other tonight, for example.
Tonight? No, that's
Tonight, Mr. Sloan. 4 hours from now, same place, 10th and Broadway, all right? And just make sure you come on your own and make it a personal delivery.
All right, wherever you want. I'll be there at 8:30 tonight.
Alone?
Alone.
Hello, Molly? Oh, hi. I called to tell you not to wait dinner. I have a meeting with Bender. No, I did see him this morning. I just have to see him again. Yeah, he explained the whole thing to me. There is no missing 10 grand or anything. I'll tell you about it when... What? No, nothing dangerous, Mal. Just a little more detective work. Anyway, I got to run now. I'll be late. Oh, and Mal, I love you. Bye. Oh, welcome back, Mr. Sloan. Looks like you got yourself a new briefcase.
You mean I got you a new briefcase? But that's not all I got for you, Harry. How does this strike you?
Is that a gun?
Right on the back of your neck.
Yep.
Now, keep driving. No buts, Harry. Just drive. Now, you once told me to make like a passenger. So it's your turn to make like a driver. Head west.
Where?
21st and the River, driver. And step on it. Okay. Make a left here, Holmes.
Hey, that's a dead end.
Make a left. There's a friend of yours here who's been waiting to see you. All right, now pull up here. Well, Harry Owens, we meet again.
Hit the deck, Harry. Sloan, stay where you are. We've got you covered.
It's a frame. Friend, you!
Another step and you're both dead, Sloan.
Bender, it is you. I might have known.
Stay where you are, Sloan. I'm coming in to get you.
Stay where I am, not in your life, Bender. You're going to have to kill me, Frank. Oh.
Okay, boys. Better call us an ambulance.
Oh. Okay, Frank. You knew all along, didn't you?
All along? No, not until Harry turned up with that briefcase. Then things began to fall into place.
Oh, because of one lousy taxi driver.
Lieutenant Bender, you okay?
Well, here's our hero now. Sergeant Sloan was just speaking of you, Harry.
Sergeant?
Yeah, Sloan here's a member of our police force, Harry. Or at least he was until right now. As a matter of fact, he's been in charge of investigating a heavy narcotic...
Investigating?
Looks to me like he was trying to do a little of both. Drugs are big business, after all, and dealers just love to find cops who won't blow their cover.
Then, that money in the briefcase was a payoff?
That's right, Harry. Just as you told Sloan this afternoon, silence is expensive these days.
Oh, there was a crooked cop after all.
What's that, Harry?
That's just something my wife has said to me. She's been trying to second-guess this case all along. You should meet her. She's quite a detective herself.
I'd like to. As a matter of fact, Harry, I was wondering if I couldn't stop by your house a little later. I have a few things I'd like to talk over.
Why, sure, Lieutenant. We'd be proud to have you.
Oh, no, Lieutenant. I knew perfectly well that tonight had to be something crucial. Harry sounded too strange on the phone for just a casual meeting, and, well, he just doesn't tell me he loves me all that often. So I knew something was up. To see him walk in that door.
Well, Harry was right. You would make a good detective, Mrs. Owens. And that brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about tonight, Harry. Beyond thanking you for all of your help in this case, I wondered if you'd consider helping us on a permanent basis as an undercover policeman.
An undercover?
You could keep on driving a taxi. In fact, we'd want you to do that. What I mean is, you drive around as usual, but keep your eye open for trouble. And we stay in touch by radio.
That sounds pretty exciting, Lieutenant, but I'm not so sure that the cab company...
Oh, we'll take care of that. We'd probably have to buy you your own cab. But you see, Harry, now that we have all that cash from the briefcase, we can use it to beef up the force. After all, without you, we wouldn't have had anything. Not the briefcase, or Sloan, or even Joe. Not to mention the drug busts we'll probably swing in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, Harry, I told you something else would come along.
What's that, Molly?
Yeah, she's talking about my having my own cab. You see, it's something I wanted for a long time, and, well, when I found the briefcase,
You couldn't help thinking that all that cash could turn into a cab of your own.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Well, of course you thought that. Anyone would. But what counts is the bottom line, Harry. And you opted for honesty. And that's why you'd make a good cop.
And why Sloan was a bad one.
That's right, Molly. Well, Harry, what do you say?
You just hired yourself a taxi, Lieutenant. I'm your man.
So the briefcase was Sloan's, and he denied owning it only because Lieutenant Bender was with him. But later, when he tried to retrieve it, it was too late. Too late to retrieve his money, and too late to stop the chain of events that would lead to his arrest. Greed was his downfall, as it might have been for Harry, had he kept the briefcase instead of turning it in. I shall return shortly. The chance forgetfulness of a crooked cop, the sharp memory of a lonely taxi driver, all unexpected ingredients without which our mystery never would have existed, without which Lieutenant Bender never would have cracked his narcotics case. But then police work is like that. One mystery after another, each dependent on a fair mix of sharp wit and circumstance. Mystery solving is satisfying, isn't it? Harry Owens finds it so. And he drives now with purpose, and each conversation holds the possibility of some hidden meaning. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ann Williams, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't worry about her.
Yeah?
She doesn't mean it.
You don't know Gussie?
I know her better than you do.
What are you talking about?
You see, I know everybody better than you do. I even know you better than you do, Bones.
How you know my name is Bones?
I told you. I know you.
What's your name?
Apple.
Apple what?
Just Apple.
Where'd you get that name?
It's symbolic.
Of what?
The Garden of Eden.
You look like a hustler to me.
I am. I am the king of the hustlers.
Yeah, is that a fact?
Yeah, an accepted fact throughout the world.
Accepted by who?
Everybody. Even you.
Me?
Do you accept the fact that the devil is the king of the hustlers?
Yeah, well,
I happen to be the devil.
The what?
The devil. Mephistopheles, Satan.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There is nothing so powerful as the truth. And very often, nothing so strange. The truth. There are those who pursue it, and those who seek to escape it. Those who accept it, and those who deny it. Those who preserve it, and those who distort it. But whether we are at war with it, or at peace with it, blissfully unconscious or uneasily aware of it, the truth is always the central fact of our lives.
Give him back the money.
But it's my money.
Don't touch it.
But I want it. Legit, Gussie.
Don't you understand, Bones? He wants something from you.
What could he want from me?
He could want your soul.
My soul? Why? What would he do with it?
Don't ask me. Ask him. He's the devil.
Our mystery drama, Transmutations Incorporated, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Greyhound Package Express and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Once upon a time, there was a couple who needed a car.
Honey, we need a car.
My shoes have had it.
They wanted a sensible car because they were sensible people.
We're sensible people.
We save strings.
We buy bonds.
We brush regularly.
We hang up our clothes.
But they also wanted a car that was fun because they liked a good time.
Anybody for a quick game of fish?
Oh, cold glass of milk and you're on.
Well, knowing how hard it is to find a car that is both sensible and fun, they went straight to their Buick dealer, whom they knew to be a most reliable source for such cars.
Say, you wouldn't have...
Of course he would.
At which point, the dealer introduced them to the Buick Skylark. When the V6 engine, the compact size, and the ample room were pointed out, they were amazed at how much sense the Skylark made.
Isn't that amazing?
I am bowled over.
And when the famous Buick ride, comfort, and road manners came to their attention, they were quick to see how much fun a Skylark could be.
Gee, that looks like fun.
Oh, you're not just whistling.
They were so overjoyed with their Skylark, they stopped the car, ran up to the first person they saw, hugged him, and kissed him.
I'm going to hug him.
I'm going to kiss him.
Which might not make much sense, but it certainly was fun.
The ancient beliefs, the old superstitions, are they still with us? Our ancestors knew nothing, so they feared everything. As for us, civilized, sophisticated, modern us, we know everything. Therefore, it follows that we should fear nothing. Let us introduce you to Bones Terwilliger. Mr. Terwilliger is even now on his yacht, a waterborne palace. He can also afford a palazzo in Italy, a castle in Spain, horses, custom-made cars. Indeed, if some of his old friends could only see him now, but they don't. As Mrs. Bones Terwilliger, the former Augusta Schultz, puts it,
Stuyvesant no longer mingles with the riffraff, thank you.
Stuyvesant. Well, what are you going to do? Makes her happy to call me that. After all, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have had none of this. You see, Gussie, I can't even call her Gussie anymore. It's Augusta now. Well, she went back to her hometown because her uncle died and left her this diner. I kept writing her to come back to New York, and she kept writing me to come to this place, Rogersville. So finally, I drove down there.
I refuse to pander to drunks in a saloon.
What do you mean, panda? All you do is check hats and coats and sell cigarettes.
I find the atmosphere degrading.
But, Gussie, Joe says he'll double your salary. He'll even let you keep 10% of your tips.
The answer is negative.
But, Gussie...
If you call me Gussie one more time, I shall bust a plate over your head. My name is Augusta.
What are we arguing about? Now, come on back.
No. Have you breathed the air here in Rogersville? No smoke, no fumes, no pollution.
It almost kills me.
And everyone is so friendly. Oh, Stuyvesant, darling, settle down here.
Here? What, are you crazy? What would I do here?
A man of your talents, you could find something.
Look, I got information for you. I knew this might be coming, so I cased the town. I figured I could run a dice game. No takers. I can't even get a card game going.
Stuyvesant.
It gets worse. I can't even book any bets.
Look, I was having reference to a legitimate activity. You could help me run the diner.
Me? Slide him off the arm in a grease joint?
We could even get married.
Married?
Yes, married.
What? What are you trying to do, ruin our relationship?
In other words, you do not love me anymore.
Oh, no, baby. I love you more than ever.
Oh, and I love you.
Look, for 10 years, we've been happy the way we are. How do we know?
I have spoken my last and final words on the subject.
But, Gussie, you can't... Hey.
Huh?
Who's that? What's the matter with him?
Oh, who knows? Some bum. He's been sitting at that table all night.
That guy looks sick. Hey, buddy, you okay?
Yeah, I'm quite improved now. I mean, ever since you came in.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, you're one of my people.
Oh, yeah? Which people?
Look, mister, I'm about to close for the evening, so if you'll just pay your check.
Hey, the check. How much is it?
Let me see. You had, $1.97.
Pay it for me, will you, Stuyvesant?
Why should he pay it?
You see how she worries about your money? Can you imagine what she'll be like after the wedding? And it's only $1.97. We won't tip her more than 15%, so give her a $2.28.
Well, why should he give me them?
Because I don't have it.
Oh, you don't have it.
That's what I said the first time.
You mean you came in here and consumed almost $2 worth of food, and you knew you had no money in your pocket? Why?
I was hungry.
Look, honey, what's the problem? The guy don't have any money. Here, let me get the tab, huh?
You know him?
No, I don't know him.
Well, then why did he say you were one of his people?
It was a metaphorical way of saying that...
Come on, Gussie, don't make a federal case out... Let me give you the money.
There's a principle.
But he don't have any money.
Then let him work.
Work?
Yeah, he can wash dishes for an hour.
I can't. I'm allergic to soap.
I'll call the sheriff.
For $1.97?
For a principle.
Here's the money.
Look, you don't understand.
Understand what?
The work ethic. If you pay his check, I never want to see you again.
Okay, Gussie.
And don't call me Gussie.
And if you don't let me pay that check, I never want to see you again.
Oh, you insist?
I insist.
Goodbye, Stuyvesant.
Hey there, wait for me. Where you going?
Back home.
How about a ride, huh?
All right, get in.
Don't worry about her.
Yeah?
She doesn't mean it.
You don't know Gussie?
I know her better than you do.
What are you talking about?
You see, I know everybody better than you do. I even know you better than you do, Bones.
How you know my name is Bones?
I told you. I know you.
What's your name?
Apple.
Apple what?
Just Apple.
Where'd you get that name?
It's symbolic.
Of what?
The Garden of Eden.
You look like a hustler to me.
I am. I am the king of the hustlers.
Yeah, is that a fact?
Yeah, an accepted fact throughout the world.
Accepted by who?
Everybody. Even you.
Me?
Do you accept the fact that the devil is the king of the hustlers?
You are.
I happen to be the devil.
The what?
The devil. Mephistopheles, Satan.
You mean you're St. Nick?
No. St. Nick is Santa Claus. I'm Old Nick.
Oh, yeah, well,
What are you expecting, a puff of smoke?
Okay, live and let live, to each their own. I got my hustle, you got your hustle.
You still don't believe that I'm the devil. All right, let me prove it. What do you want?
What do I want?
Yeah, name it.
Okay. I want to be a millionaire. I want yachts, horses, the works.
You have got it.
I what?
I said you've got it.
Well, where have I got it?
You don't believe me, huh?
You didn't even have $1.97 to buy your way out of a hash joint.
That's true. You know, there are times when I can snap my fingers and come up with millions. And there are times when I can't even raise $1.97. That's what being the devil means. Yeah, that's the hell of it.
Okay, let it pass.
No, I insist. You'll get your money.
Sure.
About my temporary embarrassment just before...
Yeah?
you see, it had to do with the town, Rogersburg.
Rogersville.
The place we just left.
Yeah.
It's bad for me. They don't believe in me there.
You trying to tell me those people don't believe there's a devil?
Oh, they believe I exist, but they don't believe, I don't know, in me. Nobody robs, lies, gambles, cheats on his wife. And you know what happens to me in a town like that? I fall apart. There's nothing to sustain me.
Look, why don't we just let it go?
When people no longer believe in a God, do you know what happens to him or her?
Well,
he or she just fades away. Oh, I've seen them come and go in my time. A couple of thousand years ago, there was this Zeus. I tell you, it was it. And Juno and Apollo And up north, they had this Odin. You know, down in Mexico, they had somebody called Texcatlipoca. Where are they all today? Ask me.
Okay, where?
Nowhere. You see, Bones, just as the gods sustain the people have to support the gods. People are always asking the gods, whichever ones are ruling the roost at the time, for life. But the people have to give life to the gods, too. There's nothing as pathetic as a god who has been cast aside, who nobody believes in anymore. Oh, yeah. It's enough to make even the devil weep.
Brother Apple, you've got a good line in this devil hustle. Do you make a buck out of it?
I thought I got a bad deal when I got kicked out of heaven, but it was the greatest thing that ever happened. I am more popular today than ever, except here and there in little places like Rogersburg.
Now, Rogersville.
You saved me.
Me?
That dame, that Gussie, she is so good. I almost dissolved and sank between the floorboards. And then you walked in, one of my own people. You know what? I drew strength from you.
Now, look. Just what is your hustle, anyhow?
And now you are going to get to be a millionaire.
Give me the $1.97 plus a 31-cent tip, and we'll call it square.
Oh, Bones, you don't believe me, do you?
Now, there's got to be a payoff.
Rogersville. Why is the name familiar? It's named after this, who is it? E.B. Rogers III, but he doesn't live there. You heard of him, Bones?
Oh, yeah. They say he's the third or fourth richest guy in the country.
Yeah, that's right. His grandfather started the family fortune right around here somewhere. Rogers. E.B. Rogers III. Let's go see him, Bones.
What for?
What for? What for? Why, he is going to make you a millionaire. That's what's for.
Well, the man says it with a straight face. And you must admit, he's got a most convincing tone in his voice. Supreme confidence in his manner. But we're talking about millions, aren't we? All right. We'll pause just a few minutes, and then Mr. Apple will simply have to put his money where his mouth is. Speak the truth and shame the devil? Not really. Certainly not always. Sometimes it seems that the truth is so destructive that it must be the devil's very own music. Well, all that has to do with theory. The basic fact is that when you've got a tiger or a devil by the tail, you'd better not let go. Mr. Bones Terwilliger isn't quite sure what he's got.
Well, we finally hit New York City late the next morning. This Apple character and all that talk about him being the devil is beginning to make me nervous. I think I better dump him fast. So I say to him, where can I let you off?
The Ritz Plaza.
The Ritz Plaza?
I used to stay at the Imperial, but I understand that the Ritz Plaza is the luxury hotel this year.
Yeah, but you didn't even have $1.97 to pay for your meal.
I'll engage a suite there, and you will be my guest.
Look, I mean, what are you
Aren't you interested in watching me make you a millionaire?
About that, you don't have to. I mean, forget it.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
But I don't really want to be a millionaire.
But you do.
I don't want to hold you to a promise you might have made when you weren't really thinking.
Now, the difference between me and the other gods is that I always know what I'm doing. You see, they're concerned with being good. That's complicated. I'm involved with evil. That's simple. Now, I promise to make you a millionaire, and I'm going to do it.
Yeah, but
There's a principle involved, and it's bigger than both of us. Turn right and head east for Madison Avenue.
What, this time of day, the traffic will never
Don't worry about the traffic. It was originally my creation. Disregard it. Just turn right.
Yeah, but it's all...
Don't worry about it.
The street was choked with traffic. You know how a street can be. Nothing was moving. But suddenly... it was like a plug being removed from a drain. Everything just started to flow, just like that. Old Apple slipped me a wink. Well, We pull up in front of Ritz Plaza.
Just leave the car. The doorman will see to it.
Yeah, but
I don't have any money with me.
That I know about.
Give him a $5 bill.
But...
Make it 10.
$10?
I want you to develop millionaire habits.
Those guys don't tip so great.
I am training you myself. You are going to be a millionaire of the old school. Give him the 10. That's it. My man, we will leave the car this evening. Come, Bones, let us engage the presidential suite.
Do you realize this place costs $500 a day?
It's worth every penny. Would you look at that view?
Yeah, but
Have a glass of champagne and this. This is the most delicious caviar.
They put that on the bill. That's another $55. Now, look, we're getting in deep here.
Why are you so nervous?
I am close to $600 into this caper, and I don't even know what it is.
How much cash do you have?
Uh-oh, here it comes.
How much?
$67.48. Plus a subway token.
Well, obviously we require some walking around money.
Well, you claim you're the devil, snap your fingers.
No. That is not how I raise money. Now, let's see. Where's the newspaper? Oh, yeah. Thank you. And the entries for today's races.
Oh, boy.
Here we are. Aha. Dreamy Dolores in the first at Atlantic Park.
What are you, nuts? She's 20 to 1.
Bet $100.
You can't bet $100 on a maiden filly.
Why did I say 100? Make it 1,000.
But I don't have 1,000.
You didn't have 100 either.
You don't know the first thing about horse racing.
You must be joking. I invented horse racing.
But Dreamy Dolores, I never heard of her.
Now, who is your bookmaker?
Crusher Lexington.
Call him.
Oh, no.
I'll call him.
Now, look, we can't bet $1,000.
Why not?
Why not? It's a sucker bet.
Only suckers bet on long shot fillies. Hello, Crasher. Yeah, I'm calling for Bones Terwilliger. Yes. $1,000 on Dreamy Dolores in the first at Atlantic Park. To win, naturally. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Crusher.
What did you do? What did you just do to me?
I have just put $20,000 into your pocket.
Yeah, well, what? What if that horse loses?
She can't lose.
Crusher Lexington is 7 feet tall. He weighs 300 pounds. 5 minutes after that horse loses, he's going to be here to collect his $1,000. Where am I going to get a G-note?
Dreamy Dolores cannot lose. The race is fixed.
Fixed? How do you know?
I fixed it myself.
When?
Just now.
Do you realize that in 1 minute they're off at Atlantic Park for the first race, and I don't have $1,000 to pay off if I lose?
You know, you are the most negative person I ever met.
No. It ends here. Now. The hustle, whatever it is, it's over. Fini, done, through. First I call up Crusher Lexington and call off that bet.
It's too late. Turn on the radio.
They're at the gate.
No.
Listen. The first race at Atlantic, and they're off.
Ooh, I'm going.
And it's Mary Mary, first, followed by Pretty Polly and Lazy Lily, Silly Sally and Happy Helen.
Where's Dreamy Dolores?
At the turn, it's still Mary Mary and Pretty Polly.
Where's Dreamy Dolores?
Don't worry.
Who's making a great move up from the rear to challenge the leaders?
Dreamy Dolores?
Giddy Gertrude, she's now taking the lead.
You said it was fixed.
It's fixed.
And coming into the stretch, they're neck and neck, nose to nose. Giddy Gertrude and Pretty Polly, less than 50 yards to go. It's Giddy Gertrude, now it's Pretty Polly. Gertrude, Polly.
Ooh, I'm dead. I should let you watch this.
Relax, Bones. Relax and enjoy it.
Please save me. Let her win, please.
Oh, she'll win.
What did you do to me? I'm dead. I'm gone. I'll give anything.
That is what I was waiting for. You have got a deal.
Down to the wire, it's Polly. No, it's Gertrude. And the winner is Dreamy Dolores. Dreamy Dolores? Where did she come from?
I told you. It was fixed.
She won. Dreamy Dolores won.
What do you say now, huh?
What do I say? What do you expect me to say? That was the biggest fluke, the all-time craziest piece of luck that ever happened.
That's what I mean. That's what the gods have to contend with. You prayed for Dreamy Dolores to win, and when your prayer was answered, are you grateful? Do you give credit where credit is due?
I pray?
You said, please, please save me. Let her win.
I said that?
You know you said it.
It was just a manner of speaking. But thank God she came home.
No, don't thank God. Thank me. God does not answer the prayers of horse players. I do. You'll never know what I had to go through. And on such short notice. The machinations, the permutations, the combinations. That's why I invented the computer. But I didn't have one handy, so I had to do it all in my head. Oh, well.
Okay, now let me tell you something. It was a fix, and you were in on it. But the owner of that horse should never use that jock again. He cut it too close. So tell me, what's your cut?
My cut?
How much dough do you want?
Not a penny.
What do you mean?
I am not in this for the money.
Well, then, why did you pass me this tip?
I didn't just pass you a tip. I fixed the race.
Okay. Have it your way, but why? What did you get out of it?
I got you.
Me?
Didn't you yell, I'll give anything?
I'll
let you know what anything is at the proper time and in the right place.
Okay. You say you're the devil.
Yeah. And by now, you should believe it.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I go along with a gag. Why do you want to do this for me?
Because I take care of my people. If I don't, they won't stay with me. And I'll be tossed out on the cosmic ash heap of broken down, abandoned, has-been deities.
Yeah, but why me?
I said, you were one of my people.
You keep saying that, but I'm not a bad person. I mean, I never really hurt nobody.
Oh, Bones, you're the salt of my earth. You just got a little bit of larceny in your heart. That's what I like. Moderation. It's the real heavies, the big villains that give me a bad name.
Now, leave us assume that you are the devil. Did I just sell you my soul?
Now, why do you ask such a question?
Why don't you answer it?
Well, let's say that you have just given me a first mortgage.
Listen to that. And listen to me. I gotta say that you are the number one hustler of all time. For a minute there, you even had me believing it.
Yeah, and that minute was long enough.
Now, look, you promised me I'd be a millionaire. Okay, I'll settle for the 20 grand.
No, I must honor my commitment.
Well, I was just thinking
I know what you were just thinking. Perhaps you wouldn't be as deeply in my debt, but $20, $20,000, $20 million, it's all the same.
Is this how you're going to make me a millionaire? Through betting on the races?
No. Horse racing is one of my more primitive inventions. A couple of 100 years ago, I came up with something much better.
What was that?
The stock market. Let's collect that $20,000 and buy a portfolio of growth stocks.
We did that exact thing. And then we took a ride down to Wall Street. I never seen Apple looking so chipper, so in the pink. And when I said so, he answers me...
This is my own, my native land, Bones. All these huge, shining buildings are temples to me. These nervous, clattering machines, they sing hymns to me.
I should have known better than to say something. Anyhow, we wind up in a broker's office. We sit down across from a very frosty-looking dame, the sign on whose desk reads, Luella X Margin.
We have several extremely interesting growth situations. Of course, increased fluidity on the downside pressures may vary in maturation.
I dare say, Miss Margin, I dare say.
Well, may I suggest an extremely undervalued, underpriced, solid, brilliantly managed company?
No.
No?
No. I would prefer an overvalued, overpriced, flimsy, horribly mismanaged company.
Oh, you can't be serious.
But I am.
No one has ever asked me to...
You see, Miss Margin, you try to find companies that are sleepers. I want one that's fast asleep. You appreciate the considerable difference, I assume.
Oh, yes, but I...
What do you have that sells for a penny a share?
Well, I may have something for a dime.
A penny, my dear Miss Margin.
But there's a situation that you can have for a nickel.
A penny, or I shall take my business elsewhere.
Well, this company. It's on the verge of bankruptcy. Its president and board of directors are all under indictment.
Yes, that sounds splendid. At $20,000 at a penny, that would bring us 2 million shares.
Yes, but, sir, that would be like throwing your money to the devil.
Oh, yes, that's true, Miss Margin.
But then, if you admit it...
What's the difference, Miss Margin? In the end, he gets it all anyhow, doesn't he?
It's one thing to fix a race, assuming our friend Mr. Apple really did fix it, and quite another to fix an entire corporation. As we see it, there are several fundamental questions. Is Mr. Apple the devil? If Mr. Apple is not the devil, then who is he? And what is his angle? In Act 3, we'll either get the answer or we won't. They say he must have a long spoon who would eat with the devil. Not all devils. We have a devil here who is most obliging, cooperative, and accommodating. Butter would scarcely melt in his mouth. He's all give and no take, at least so far. And if he controls hell, then what must heaven be like? We've known him for more than half an hour by this time, and we can't fault him yet.
So, the company is doing no business at all. It's flat broke. And the president and the board of directors face indictment for fraud. Oh, what a promising outlook.
I should warn you, sir, that even at a penny a share, the risk is far too great.
Bones, give the lady the $20,000 and we'll take 2 million shares.
Give her the $20,000?
Without delay.
Yeah, but these are real dollars. All she's going to give us is just pieces of paper.
That's the way the market works. Paper for paper.
Yeah, but you heard what she just said. The company's on its last legs.
The money, Bones. What is the name of the stock, Miss Margin?
Oh, Transmutation Incorporated.
Uh-huh. And what does it do?
No one's ever been able to find out, which is why it's about to go out of business. That is why I strongly recommend that
I know. You recommend that I don't buy it. However, please execute Mr. Terwilliger's order for 2 million shares. Bones, the money.
Look, I got 20 grand out of this caper.
Paper?
Whatever it is, I'm satisfied. I want to call it quits. Right here, right now.
Oh, you do, Bones? Do you,
yeah,
really?
That's what I want to do.
No. Here's what you want to do. Now, you see this newspaper? You see the market page? You see where Transmutation Incorporated is listed? You see what it says? Transmutation Incorporated. Selling at 1 cent. Now, you want to watch this page every day. You want to see it go up to a nickel, a dime, a quarter, $1, $5, $10 a share.
Oh,
you are one of my people, Bones. One of my people.
But I already got
You've
20,000.
already got what? $20,000? What's that? You don't live for money. You don't care about money. It's how it comes in. It's the thrill, the excitement of winning the bet. Seeing the horse make his move from back of the pack and drive to the finish. It's the exhilaration you get of lining up a sucker, feeding him the bait gently, smoothly, so he never even knows he's been hooked. The finesse with which you reel him in. Give her the money, Bones.
Yeah, but if we buy this particular stock, we're the suckers.
I seem to recall that you thought Dreamy Dolores was a sucker bet, too.
All right, you can fix a race, but a whole company...
Give her the money.
But you...
What is there to think about, after all? You are one of my people, Bones. One of my people.
That was the way he said it. One of my people. One of which people? Whose people? The devil's people? Was there such a person as a devil? But if he wasn't the devil, who was he? A con man? Oh, sure, he had all the patter, all the moves, all the angles. But what kind of con was it? And what was the payoff supposed to be? What was in it for him? What I wanted to do right now was talk it over with Gussie. Like I'd always talk everything over with Gussie. For a dame, Gussie had plenty of smarts. But she was back in Rogersville. Okay. So I could get on a plane and be in Rogersville in less than an hour.
The money, Bones?
Well, I have to talk it over with...
I understand.
It could wait for tomorrow, can it?
The stock won't run away from us, will it, Miss Margin?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't we all meet here tomorrow at the same time?
It's just that I never yet made a big move without discussing it with a certain party.
Yes, and I know exactly what she's going to say.
No.
But Gussie...
And don't call me Gussie. Lose him.
But why?
Didn't you just tell me he's the devil?
I could be wrong.
No. This time you're right. He fixed that race.
Yeah, well, that could have been
an accident? A coincidence? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Then, I shouldn't buy stock, huh?
Forget it.
Maybe you're right. I'll just keep the 20 grand.
No, you won't. You give it back.
Give it back?
Yeah, you just say, friend, here's your 20,000, and you just walk away.
What are you saying?
Did I say walk? No. Run.
But why? Why?
He's the devil.
Ah, we're being superstitious. There's no such thing.
There is.
That's like a little fairy tale they tell the kids.
Yeah? Well, you're going to look him square in the eye. You'll say, here's your 20 grand, minus the $2.28 I loaned you. So now, I don't owe you nothing. You don't owe me nothing. We're through. Quit. Finished. Goodbye.
Yeah, but Gussie, it's 20 grand.
It's your soul, Bones. Your soul.
Oh, come on, Gussie.
You know what the soul is? I looked it up in a dictionary. The immortal or the spiritual part of the person.
So what does that mean?
Whatever it means, he wants it.
Well, what can he do with it?
Don't let him have it.
For 20 grand? Why not?
Because after you die, you'll go to hell.
After I die, what do I care where I go? I'll be dead.
No, you won't be dead.
How can you say so?
If you have your soul, you won't be dead.
Look, you'll bury me, won't you?
Well, sure.
Well, then soul or no soul, I'll be dead anyhow.
But if you got your soul, you've got eternal life.
A fat lot of good it'll do me in the grave.
But you won't be in the grave.
I won't?
No.
You mean if somebody was to dig it open, they wouldn't find me?
You, yes. Your soul, no. Oh, give back his money.
Gussie, it's not just this 20 thou. He says he wants to make me a millionaire.
You ain't heard a word I said. You'll go to hell.
Oh, you don't believe in all that, Gussie, do you? Them little devils with the pitchforks?
That's not what hell is, Bones. It's whatever turns you off. It's tailor-made for each and every customer.
Ah, you're nuts.
What would be hell for you? Bones? A steady indoor 9-to-5 job, right? At a desk. Using an adding machine, right? Just adding figures all day long. And so there you are, Bones, at the desk all day.
Oh, cut it out,
and
Gussie.
sitting there just like you. 50 guys to the left, 50 more to the right, 50 in front, 50 in back. All one-time hustlers, con guys, gamblers, all punching the adding machine.
No, Gussie, no.
Adding them figures all day.
What figures?
The devil's figures. Keeping a record of every deal the devil makes. Keeping all the numbers straight. Keeping everybody's account up to date. Like yours. Some poor slob has already made a record of your 20 grand.
Gussie, you feel okay?
And sometimes you just can't stand it no more. Poor Bones, you just can't stand it. Your mind begins to wander. You begin to daydream. Who's going to win the fifth at Aqueduct? And suddenly, there's this noise. Like your whole head's on fire. You scream.
Stop it! Stop it!
And now he's there. You know who.
You've done it again, Bones. Daydreaming.
Please. I promise I'll behave.
As punishment, you will work an hour longer today.
Anything. Just stop the pain.
Another hour of sheer torture. Adding more and more numbers. Oh, please, Bones. Promise you'll give him back the 20. Promise?
Yeah. I promise. Here's what I owe you. 20 grand minus $2.28.
I take it you are giving the money to Miss Margin here for the stock.
Sure. You take it. I leave it.
And you no longer desire to become a millionaire.
I'm happy the way things are.
I'm afraid you won't be happy anymore because, you see, You'll no longer be one of my people.
That's great.
Is it? Only my people can enjoy betting on horses, playing cards, trimming suckers, fleecing marks. You will never do any of those things again.
Oh, who's going to stop me?
You will. You'll stop yourself. The desire for those things will disappear. The appetite will be gone. You'll become Mr. Stuyvesant Terwilliger, shaping up to a 9-to-5 office job.
At least I won't go to hell.
Right? You'll go to heaven. And what'll you do there, Bones, huh? Do they have racetracks, casinos, con games? How will you pass the time? What'll you do for eternity? And who will you have for company? All the suckers, the marks, the squares?
No.
Yes.
All right. Buy the stock. Buy the stock.
And now, Bones, soon we shall visit Mr. E.B. Rogers III and sell him the stock. First, we shall prepare the ground.
Who are you calling?
The financial editor at the Daily Press. Hello? Mr. Squinterm, please. Yes, thank you. You see, you have to stir up the cauldron a bit, Bones, huh? Oh, hello there. I'm the same gentleman who tipped you off to Amalgamated Gold Bar. Mm-hmm. You might investigate the recent activity in Transmutation Incorporated. Why were 2 million shares purchased? Well, as I hear it, Transmutation has found a process that can transmute sewage into crude oil.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, Bones, watch it go up.
And it did. Like we were hit by a blizzard. Everybody wanted to buy Transmutation Inc., and I had all the stock. And the price kept going up.
We shall now visit Mr. E.B. Rogers III.
So, you own the outstanding shares of Transmutation Inc., Mr. Terwilliger? How much do you want for...
He wants $10 a share.
I see.
It could easily go to 20, even higher. But Mr. Terwilliger will be satisfied with a profit now.
Well,
The sky's the limit with a stock like this, Mr. Rogers. 30, 40, 50.
There was a funny look in Mr. Rogers' eyes. I couldn't tell what it was. And then I realized it was the way he tilted his head, as if he were listening. And it seemed to me that I heard that adding machine. Was it my imagination? Or was he hearing it too? Was he also one of Apple's people? Mr. Rogers, you hear something? Clicking like an adding machine?
Why should I hear that?
The way he said it, I knew. Well, I took that $20 million and I bought everything I ever wanted, plus a lot of things I never even knew I wanted. I never heard the adding machine, so I figured it had to be my imagination. Until one night, I got a call to come visit Mr. Rogers.
Yes, Mr. Terwilliger. I had to see you. I'm dying. It's to be expected. I'm old enough and overdue. But I want to answer the question you asked me in my office. Did I hear an adding machine? The answer is yes. And tonight, I hear it more loudly than ever.
Well, what does it mean?
Give him back the money. You still have time.
What? We're giving it all up, Gussie. The boats, the houses, the cars, the clothes. Every cent.
Oh, Stuyvesant, why?
Why? You're the one who told me. I don't want to lose my soul, that's why.
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember what you told me about the adding machine and the job I'd have for all eternity?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Stuyvesant, it was a joke.
Oh, a joke?
Well, sure, I made it up. I was afraid I'd lose you. I wanted you to stay with me in Rogersville and work in the diner. Oh, darling, how was I to know you were a financial genius, a wizard of Wall Street?
So you made it up, huh?
Every word.
But every word is the truth.
Stuyvesant.
And I'm giving it up. We ain't going to have a penny. But we will have our souls.
Hey, you are serious. All right, boys.
What? Hey, what's the big idea? Before I could make a move, these two big gorillas in white coats grabbed me, hustled me into a wagon, and tossed me into a padded cell. Things got kind of blurry after that. I can only remember a bunch of guys with eyeglasses and beards.
Oh, Bones, it's light and bright and clean. And you can play shuffleboard and dig in the garden.
And I do. Sometimes I even wear my captain's uniform. All the doctors figure I'm as nutty as a fruitcake because I don't want to live like a guy with $20 million. But that's okay. Because here's what I don't hear. I don't hear that clickety, clickety, clackety, clack. I'll tell you who I think does hear it, though. Gussie.
Sometimes the sounds you don't hear are more vital than the ones you do hear. Rest assured, the machine is always running, always adding, subtracting, and in the end, shall you have a debit or a credit? Well, I owe you one more appearance in just a short while. Who is keeping track of everything? Who is keeping the score? Who knows where every item belongs? And most important, who is balancing the books? Do you believe that every act is weighed and measured? That every account is balanced daily? If you don't, what's the alternative? Our cast included Norman Rose, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A little work, a little play, a sunbeam in a winter's day. These are all the things I crave between the cradle and the grave. Between the cradle and the grave is but a moment, a moment in time, the tiniest tick of eternity. But sometimes there is a moment that may last forever.
What do you want, Emily?
You know what I want. I want this for Tommy.
But what can I do for Tommy?
You can do everything.
I'm doing everything for Tommy. I can't do any more.
You can and you will.
Do you want to destroy me?
If doing the right thing destroys you, then you're better off dead.
Our mystery drama, Guilty Secret, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Greyhound Package Express. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There is an incurable disease that attacks so many people in public life. Although its victims are found all over the country, by far the greatest number of those afflicted are concentrated in Washington, D.C. We're not sure if the cause is a bacterium, bacillus, or virus. In any case, the name for it is irreverently given as Bugus presidentialis. Ah, yes. Once bitten by Bugus presidentialis, a man will know neither rest nor peace until he is elected President of the United States, which accounts for all those fidgety people in politics. Well, we're about to observe Bugus presidentialis in action.
Hello, Senator.
Jim! Well, sit down. I didn't know you were in town.
Flew in this morning.
Well, what brings you here?
What brings me to the office of the junior senator of one of the least populous states of the Union?
You ask the question, you answer it.
Well, do you want to run for president?
Do I what?
I think you heard me.
I assume you mean President of the United States.
Naturally.
Well, to tell you the truth, Jim, I never thought about it.
That's not the truth. Everybody thinks about it.
No, I mean seriously.
So do I. Melvin Lewis Blaisdell. A fighting district attorney, fine reform governor, now a quiet, competent senator, and only 42 years of age.
Now, look, Jim, I promised the people of my state that I'd actively pursue their interests in the Senate.
Of course. But you have a higher duty to the people of your country.
Uh-oh. The party's in trouble, is it?
No. We suddenly realize we have a chance to win. The other side hasn't really solved the basic problems, the economy, the environment, so forth.
Well, do we have a program that'll solve them, Jim?
No. But it's our turn to holler, turn those rascals out.
And turn these rascals in. Why me, Jim?
George Hayes and Frank Rogers are killing each other off.
Well, may the best man win.
But the best man won't win. And he'll drag the other one down with him.
Well, surely for the sake of party unity.
What unity? Hayes and Rogers are having a blood feud. We need you.
Why me?
That's the second time you asked that question.
Well, you might answer it.
Because it's the magical meeting of the man and the moment.
What did you say?
What did I say? And it came out of nowhere. The magical meeting of the man and the moment. That's our slogan.
But what does it mean, Jim?
Oh, does it matter, Mel? You're a fresh face, a youthful face. You come from a one-party state, so you never had to slug it out with the opposition. You never made any real enemies. The liberals think you're really a liberal. The conservatives think you're really a conservative. What are you, Mel?
I dislike labels, Jim.
There you are. Everybody's friend.
But it's too late.
Why is it too late?
Half the primaries are already over.
And they proved absolutely nothing. We've still got 5 of the big ones ready and waiting.
But why me, Jim?
You know, I think that'll look good on your tombstone.
Look, sure, I want it. I've been bitten by the bug, you know how long ago, when I first got into politics. And you know when that was? In 3rd grade, when I ran for milk monitor.
Well, I started in kindergarten. Well, you're going to make it, Mel.
Well, I want to prepare for it. I want to build up a record in the Senate first.
You're ready now. It's the magical meeting of the so on and so forth, whatever it was I said before. We're tired. We, the people, are tired of the same machine-made candidates. And I tell you, Mel, there's a groundswell out there for a true man of the people.
There is?
Letters to the newspapers inquiring about this quiet but dedicated Senator Blaisdell.
I haven't read any.
You will.
Jim, how do you know that I'll be able...
Mel, we've had a few private polls taken, and your name headed the list. So, Mr. Abu Ben Adam, that's how it is.
I wonder if I'm really qualified.
No humility is wasted on me.
Do you really think I can get the nomination?
I know you can. And you're the one who can win. Mr. Independent, the unbossed candidate. It's the people who nominated you, Mel, all over the country, the plain, ordinary, everyday people. They formed the clubs. They went out and rang the doorbells.
Which reminds me, Jim. Money.
Don't worry about money.
Funny. The time comes when you least expect it.
Do you want to talk it over with Laura?
Laura? That's the name of Senator Thompson's wife.
Oh, yes. Yours is, well, wait, don't tell me. Gloria.
Yes.
And she's an asset. Pretty enough to turn on the men, and not so beautiful that she turns off the ladies. And those 4 good-looking kids of yours.
Oh, 3, Jim.
Well, they're good-looking. I have to see about getting the groundswell started. Those are the hardest to arrange, the spontaneous ones. We'll do it, Mel Blaisdell. His only debt is to the folks who voted for him.
Also to those who didn't.
Was there ever a man more generous in victory? And we'll talk more later in the day. I got 1,000,000 wheels to set in motion.
Jim, I can't believe it.
Believe it.
I wonder if I'll be able to sleep tonight.
That's one of the things you'll have to give up. I'll check with you later. So long, Mel. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jim.
Don't thank me. Thank the people.
Yes, Jim.
There's just one thing.
What's that?
It's something we have to talk about just one time, and then we can forget it.
Yes?
Mel, I want you to tell me there won't be any surprises.
Surprises?
And let's say a week before Election Day, the other side won't be able to come out with a surprise.
A surprise?
A surprise we couldn't recover from, like, they have found absolute proof that you were actually Jack the Ripper.
What?
Or you took $1 million or even 15 cents from a utility company or an oil company. You know the kinds of things I'm talking about.
Yes, of course.
So, are there apt to be any surprises? Now, don't answer quickly. Will there be? Can there be any surprises?
No. No, Jim. There won't be any surprises.
Roanoke Street Library, Miss Hawkins. Hello?
Emily?
Yes?
Emily, it's...
I know.
Emily, I must talk to you.
I thought we agreed.
Emily, I must.
I don't see any reason.
Please, I'll explain.
What is there to explain?
Please.
No. The break is clean. It's final.
Please, Emily, you must talk to me.
There is no point.
Emily, I must talk to you for only 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Now, you know that place along Route I-95? Emily?
Yes?
We can sit in your car. Were you followed?
Why would anyone follow me?
Look, I'm sorry I'm late. I had to make sure that I wasn't being followed.
Well, Melvin?
Melvin. You're the only person who ever called me Melvin.
Is that why we're here? To reminisce?
How's the boy?
Fine.
I mean, how's he doing?
Very well.
He's going to nursery school, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, that's good. That's very good.
What is the point of all this? Why make it so hard on yourself and on me?
After all, I am his father.
But we agreed it would be best all around if that fact was forgotten.
I can't be that cold-blooded about it.
You're not. You're supporting him. And very generously, too.
Emily, who knows about the child?
You do. I do.
Who else?
Is that what you wanted to ask me?
Who else knows that I'm his father?
Only you and I know that.
Are you sure?
How many times have I told you?
I have to be sure.
All right, I'll tell you again. It's exactly the same. When I found out I went to New York, you know that. I had the baby at a private hospital. When I came back here, I told everyone he was my sister's son, that she had died in childbirth. Still the same story.
It's just that I have to be certain that no one else...
No one doubted me when I told it the first time, and no one's ever made an issue of it since. After all, who cares about a librarian named Emily Hawkins?
Who knew about you and me?
Nobody.
Are you positive?
Melvin, I really resent this entire conversation.
Emily, people talk. There are those girls who like to say, you know who I've been dating?
Well, I am not one of those girls.
Then nobody knows about us?
Nobody ever knew, and nobody knows now.
Emily, tomorrow morning, you're going to read something in the paper. A statement by me.
Yes?
I'm going to announce that I've been prevailed upon to seek the nomination for president.
Congratulations. I'll vote for you.
Emily, if anyone even had the slightest idea...
Melvin, I told you, nobody knows. Nobody will ever know.
Because you could destroy me.
Why would I want to do that?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Poor Melvin. Look, it isn't as if you seduced me, you know? I was just as willing as you were. More, if you want the truth. And then later, you didn't abandon me. You were even willing to divorce your wife. I walked out on you. I have no hold on you. No claim on you.
Millions of people may not take that view of it.
But millions of people aren't ever going to know about it. Oh, Melvin. It wasn't love that brought us together. It was loneliness. This is a bad town for a single girl.
And for a married man without his wife.
And so we made our mistake.
But you're paying for it, Emily. You had the child.
You're paying even more. You don't have the baby.
Same, Emily.
Same, Melvin.
Oh, I'm sorry it had to work out this way.
Melvin, we really must never see each other again.
Yes. But it's okay to deliver the money the same way, though.
The baby and I don't need that much. Goodbye, Melvin.
Emily, I'm so ashamed of myself.
For what?
For the way I panicked. You know what I thought?
Tell me.
I had a crazy idea that you would try to blackmail me.
Melvin.
It's the spot that I've been placed in. You can't imagine the crazy things it does to you.
And this is only the beginning.
No, I'm all right now.
You and I are a closed book, Melvin.
Yes. I'd like to kiss you goodbye for old time's sake.
Better not, Melvin. You might open the book.
And how many pages are there in that book? Certainly a great many interesting ones have already been turned. And what lies ahead? Surprises? We thought there aren't supposed to be any. Not much. Well, it's only a short while till Act 2. Power, said Lord Acton, tends to corrupt. No doubt. Because power may be looked upon as a disease so virulent that not only does its actual possession corrupt, but even its prospect will corrode. The mere idea of power changes all the senses in the human body. Most important, it sharpens the eye. Oh, not the eyes in the head, but the eyes in the ego. We're listening to a political speech.
We cannot look back to the old methods, but we can and must make sure of the old virtues: honesty, loyalty, integrity. These are the basic qualities of the American people, and these must be the basic qualities of America's leaders. Thank you.
Well, how did I sound, Gloria?
You were sensational, Mel.
I told him that.
And so were you, Gloria.
Me? I didn't do anything.
Oh, yes, you did. You did.
Well, I just sat there.
That is an art and a science.
To just sit on a platform?
To sit there and look adoringly at your husband.
Well, I do adore him.
And what do we see on your face?
Well, I don't know.
Exactly what he's talking about. Honesty, integrity, loyalty. You're in, Melvin. You're in.
Jim, was I really effective?
Come on, Mel. What did I tell you about humility?
Hello? Yes, I'm Mrs. Blaisdell. Who? Oh, well, thank you. My husband's a great fan of yours, too. Of course, I'll let you speak to the senator.
Who is it, dear?
It's that fabulous country music star, Jim Bob Marlowe.
Good Lord, I can't stand that whining caterwauling.
Oh, Mel.
Why do I want to talk to him?
I arranged for him to call you.
Why?
Because he sells millions of records and his name has the highest recognition factor in the country.
Well, look no further. That's what's wrong with America.
Go ahead, Mel. His time is very valuable.
The trouble with these so-called singers is that they never blow their noses. Hello? Yes, Mr. Marlowe. Well, thank you. I'm a great fan of yours, too. Yes. Well, it is the essential American music. You do? Well, I'd be honored, Mr. Marlowe. Please, you'll have to call me Mel. Well, certainly. Well, look, when you're in the neighborhood, you must drop in on us. Well, we're just folks, too. I will, indeed. Yes, and thank you. Goodbye. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick.
What did he want?
Well, you can't guess what old Jim Bob wanted.
I can.
No, you don't count. You probably put him up to it.
I did. You don't know what a coup this is. He wants to be MC at the inaugural ball, and that's cheap enough for what he's going to do.
What is he going to do?
He's going to write the theme song of the campaign. The magical meeting of the man and the moment.
Well, I think that's marvelous.
Can you imagine him whining that all over the country?
Oh, darling, you're just going to have to pretend you love it. Jim, I want to tell you about Mel. He means what he says. Mel's a very decent guy.
Honey, you don't have to sell me to Jim.
And the people sense it. That is why he'll be nominated and elected. You know, there are men in public life who brag about their devotion to their wives and their children. We know it's phony, but not Mel. His wife, his 3 boys, are his world.
We know that, too.
You see, Mel looks at fatherhood as a privilege. He just can't understand how a man can neglect his children, not to mention abandon them. Mel's just never too busy for his kids. There's always time for a ball game, a hike, or just to sit around. You know, he is the most unusual father.
You know, I'm getting a headache. I think my halo's on too tight.
I want Jim to know all about you. When Mel first came to Washington, he wasn't going to interrupt the boys' schooling. He came here alone, and he lived here alone for a full year. It was very difficult for Mel to be separated from us. You know, he almost changed his mind about the Senate. But the boys and I said, you've got to do it. Because one day, we'll all live in the White House.
And now it's going to happen.
Oh, Mel, I'm so proud. So proud.
Senator Blaisdell. Well, you are, aren't you?
Yes?
I happen to notice you come here quite often. I just can't get over it. I mean, an important senator sitting on a park bench.
You're in charge of those children, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I'm their nursery school teacher. My name is June Miller.
They're lovely children.
Yes. 3-year-olds. Oh, my, it's such a special age. Tommy, you mustn't hit Sarah Jane with your shovel. She only wants to share. Oh, he's so cute. But he's going to be a problem.
Oh?
He realizes he has no daddy like the other kids.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Tommy Hawkins. Yes, he's an orphan. He was adopted by his aunt. A lovely woman. She's a librarian. Oh, Senator, I know you're going to win.
He has such blonde hair and such blue eyes.
Do you know why?
And that smile.
Because you just sit here on a bench like everyone else.
That smile can break your heart.
And just talk about ordinary, everyday things. But, Senator, is something wrong?
Oh, No, I just have something in my eye.
Oh, well, is it here? Oh, we have such terrible smog. Yes, that's right. Let it here. It'll wash itself out.
Oh, would you please take me...
I know your address, Senator. Hey, Senator, you know something? You're going to go all the way.
Well, thank you.
I'd mortgage the house to bet on it. I've been pushing ahead for 45 years in this town. I've seen them come and go. But I spotted you right off the bat.
You did?
When you first come here, must have been nearly 4 years ago, I said to myself, this fella's on his way. I was right.
Well, I hope you're right.
I remember I picked you up a couple of 3 times. You'd leave the Senate's office building. And where would you go? To some real hot night spot like a lot of them other congressmen who were on the town? No, sir. Yeah, I remember where I'd take you.
You do?
Sure. To the library.
The library?
Yeah. The Roanoke Street Library. The library. That's where you used to go for a good time. All them other guys are tomcatting around. We need a man like you, Senator, who believes in the home and the family and marriage. Yeah, marriage is taking a bad beating these days, ain't it?
Mel?
Yeah?
Is something wrong?
Why? Why do you ask?
Well, you keep tossing and turning. Can't you sleep? Darling, you're shivering.
Gloria.
What is it?
Gloria, I realize right now, this very minute, I realize that I'm going to get the nomination.
Well, but that was obvious right after the California primary.
All I'm saying is that I realize it. For the first time, it's going to happen to me. I'm going to leave that convention as the nominee of the party.
Of course, Mel, of course.
I'm frightened.
What's there to be frightened of? Of course, I know. It's the awesome responsibility. But we both know you can do the job.
I'm frightened, Gloria.
Of what? Tell me, Mel. Please tell me.
No, I can't.
Mel, I know that once you become president, there'll be certain secrets you can share with no one, not even me. And certain times when you'll have to be all alone. But surely it hasn't started yet, has it? Now, what are you doing?
I'm getting dressed.
Why?
I have to go out.
At this hour? Where?
Please, don't ask me, Gloria.
Well, certainly you can tell me where you're going.
No one must know about this. I'll be back very soon.
Please tell me.
Gloria, please, don't ask me, please. Emily.
Melvin, you know we can't meet each other anymore.
I know.
Even this now, tonight. It could be a disaster for you.
Emily, what am I going to do?
About what?
About us.
What is there to do?
Now, you never told anyone you had ever gone out with me.
Melvin, I keep telling you over and
You're
over.
You're positive there's no way that anyone could ever know.
Please get hold of yourself.
Yes, I've got to do that. I've got to. Emily, do you realize that I've got that nomination sewed up?
Everybody knows that.
And the polls say that I can win the election easily?
And you're going to.
But I have a nightmare, Emily, a recurring nightmare.
You're shivering. Want me to turn on the heater?
I have the nomination. And I'm running for election, and I'm ahead just as the polls say I am. And then, just a week before Election Day, the headlines break. About you and me and Tommy.
Melvin.
That's how they do it. They'd save it for the final week of the campaign.
But I keep telling you there's absolutely
And in this
no...
nightmare, the newspaper headlines, the radio, the TV commentators, everybody takes shots at me. I'm the greatest hypocrite who ever ran for the office.
Nobody knows.
Emily, I can't tell you the lengths to which my opponents will go to investigate, the depths to which they'll sink. Have they already found out? Do they know right now? Are they saving it for the last split second?
Well, are they? As you know, all's fair in love and war. And, of course, politics, which is a combination of both. As the philosophers will tell you, anxiety is the natural state of man. And so Senator Blaisdell has more than his share. And if you're anxious for the third act, it shall arrive in just a few moments. Is it a mushroom or a toadstool? Is the bite of the snake harmless or fatal? Are there sharks in that beautiful lagoon? In the final analysis, the definitive answer can only be supplied by the one who tastes, the one who is bitten, or the one who swims. This may be finding out the hard way, but what other way is there to truly acquire wisdom?
Emily, I don't know what to do.
What is there that you can do?
Step aside.
How could you do that?
I can simply say I changed my mind about seeking the office.
Your career would be over.
If the other side knows about us, my career's over anyway.
But you can't be sure that they know.
I can't be sure of anything. All I have is doubt and fear. I don't know what to think. Emily, there's no way for anyone to know, is there?
You keep asking and asking. I'm sure.
You don't sound
because
sure.
You keep hammering at me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I just keep reviewing every moment.
I don't see what...
I walked into the library that evening.
We never saw each other before.
All started when I asked you about a book.
No one was close enough to overhear.
I don't know what got into me. What even made me ask? I just couldn't help myself.
And I couldn't either. We never went anywhere, not to your place or to mine, not even to a motel, so there's no desk clerk who might remember. We just meet here.
Like high school kids.
Never even went to a restaurant. You'd bring dinner here.
Chinese food.
Pizza. And we'd spend the evening off the side of the road, hidden by the trees.
Yeah. In friendly darkness.
So? We were never seen anywhere together.
I know.
Melvin, what is it? You're safe.
Oh, Emily, it's just the pressure.
But you're asking for a job that places more pressure on a man than any other position in the world.
I know that.
Then maybe...
Yes?
Melvin, you have the intelligence and the understanding to withstand pressure.
I know. But I have a guilty secret.
Why is it guilty? And for that matter, why must it be kept secret?
What are you saying? Do you mean that you
No, never. It's for you to acknowledge this child.
I can't do that.
Maybe that's what's bothering you.
I'd lose the election.
Then you have to decide. Either withdraw or just put it out of your mind.
Yes, I know.
And this is the last time we will ever see each other. And as we approach the convention, the conviction is growing that Senator Melvin Lewis Blaisdell is the choice. Perhaps this is truly the magical meeting of the man and the moment. Daily, he seems to be gaining in stature. He manifests a coolness, a calmness, a confidence.
As you can see, Mel, you've got the media nicely in hand. Mel,
What? What would you say?
What is what I wanted to ask you?
I don't understand.
Every now and then you seem to get a look on your face. What does it signify?
A look?
It's either worried or thoughtful. I don't know which.
Oh, I'm not aware of it?
Gloria's concerned. She spoke to me. You seem to be having bad dreams. What do you dream about?
I don't remember.
Last week, she said you got dressed in the middle of the night and went out. Where'd you go?
Nowhere.
Scared?
Sure.
Well, that's only natural. You'll feel better soon. School's over in a couple more days, and you'll be able to have the kids campaign with you.
I know. I miss them.
Being a good father is also good politics. They photograph great. You have 4 good-looking kids, real boys.
What did you say?
I said you had good-looking kids.
How many did you say I had?
I said...
You said I had 4.
Well...
Why did you say I had 4 boys?
I guess I just forgot.
The last time, the day you wanted to know if I'd make the race, you also said I had 4.
Well, Mel, I just don't remember half the time.
Why did you say I had 4?
Why are you so excited? What's wrong?
Look, Jim, what is it you want?
What do I want?
Yes, all your life you've pulled the strings. You've been the power behind the party. You've always made things happen for other people. What do you want for yourself?
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little tired. I don't know what got into me.
Well, don't worry about it. Everybody gets edgy, nervous. I've seen campaigns where nobody would talk to each other.
Still, I had no right...
No, think nothing of it. Just get yourself a good night's sleep.
You said that was one of the things I'd have to give up. Remember?
Are you asleep? Go back to sleep.
No.
Taxi?
No, I don't want a taxi.
Yes, you do, Senator.
I don't.
You just don't want my taxi. You know why you don't want my taxi? Because I know where you're going.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're going to Roanoke Street.
Why would I want to go to Roanoke Street?
Because you want to go to the library. And why do you want to go to the library? That pretty good-looking blonde behind the desk.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're kidding.
What do you want? What do you want?
Mel.
What do you want? What do you...
Mel, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up.
What?
What does who want?
Oh. No, nothing. Nothing.
Mel,
It's nothing. It's nothing, Gloria. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Just... Please, let me go back to sleep.
Hello, Senator. Remember me?
Who are you?
June Miller.
I don't know anyone named June Miller.
We met in the park. Remember?
I don't remember.
I remember. You sat in the park and looked at the children. I thought I'd know. Why does this busy, important senator come here to look at the children? Then I noticed you weren't looking at the children, but at a child. One child.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But I know what I am talking about. Why does he come here to look at that one little boy? That little Tommy Hawkins.
What are you saying?
And then I looked closely at you and closely at little Tommy. And you've got the same hair, the same eyes, the same face. He is your little...
No.
Do you deny him?
What do you want?
I know one thing. I don't want to be Mousy Jane Miller anymore. I don't want to waste my life ending a bunch of miserable brats. But I know it worth a fortune. To whom do I sell it? Tell me. To whom?
What do you want?
Now.
What do you want? What do you want?
Now, you've got to wake up.
What do you want?
Now, you're having a nightmare.
What?
You kept shouting, what do you want?
What?
What does who want? And why?
I don't remember.
Tell me, Mel, tell me.
I tell you, I don't remember.
You're shouting at me.
I'm sorry. I just can't talk about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Historic Convention Hall. The long trail for the nomination has come to an end. Tomorrow night, the party chooses its candidate. Earlier today, I taped an interview with Senator Blaisdell. Senator, they say you have the nomination in your pocket.
Well, our chances look good.
The experts say this has been perhaps the most skillfully managed campaign in history. Would you agree?
Well, I don't know. I can't imagine how it was managed. It just grew. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, and what you see is what there is.
What you're saying is we won't be in for any surprises.
No. No surprises.
I'm here, Melvin. Here in my car.
Emily, I told you we can't meet anymore.
I had to see you.
It's too dangerous. I have Secret Service men around me now.
I don't care.
What do you want?
Tommy is your son, too.
I know that.
Your other boys, they'll live in the White House.
Only if I'm elected.
They'll be able to say their father is the president. But you're Tommy's father, too.
I know that.
But nobody else knows it. And it isn't fair.
Emily, what can we do?
You know what it means to be the son of the president.
What can we do, Emily?
I don't want my son to be cheated.
What do you want?
I don't know. I only know I don't want Tommy to be cheated.
I've got to get out of here.
Melvin, come back. Come back.
I've got to get away. Get away from everybody.
Get in, Mel.
Jim, what are you doing?
Want to get killed running along the highway at night? Get in.
What are you doing?
How's Emily?
Emily?
I know all about Emily.
You knew?
I always knew about Emily.
That's why it slipped out. That's why you said 4 kids. What are you going to do, Jim?
Remember a while ago you asked me what I wanted? Well, I always wanted to be President of the United States. But I don't have the looks, the personality.
You knew about Emily.
But I can be next best. The man who runs the president. I've got you in my pocket. All right, Pigeon, I'm taking you home.
What did you call me?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have rubbed it in. I won't in the future.
That's right. You won't. Because there isn't going to be a future.
No?
No. Because I'm bowing out.
You're what?
You heard me. I'm stepping down. I don't want it.
I heard you, but I don't believe you.
I can't live this way. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Mel!
I don't...
Mel!
Huh? What?
Wake up, darling. What is it you keep dreaming about?
Oh. I don't know.
What is it you don't want?
I don't remember. I don't remember. Jim, suppose I were to call it off right now.
Call it off?
Yeah. Why?
Suppose I were to say that I'm afraid.
Well, any man of sense would have to be afraid.
Don't you want to be president? Mel?
Yes, I do.
How badly?
How badly? That's funny, it's always put that way. How badly? Why not how goodly?
It's not a time for jokes.
In less than an hour, you're going to be nominated.
Mel, how much do you want it?
I want it more than anything in the world.
Then why do you even talk about calling it off?
Gloria, darling, you believe in me, no matter what may happen?
Oh, what can happen?
What can happen? Maybe maybe nothing. Maybe nothing. And then again, well, every man and woman has a secret. And in the eyes of the world, it could be a guilty secret. And we live in a world of surprises. And if you wait just a few moments, I may be back with a surprise myself. The awful power of life and death is held by human hands. Human beings are strange creatures, which is why it is possible to write so many stories about them. We ourselves can be blamed for much of what happens. Don't we elevate our leaders because we think they're gods? And then when we discover they're as human as we are, don't we drag them down to the dust? We deal with human beings and all variations thereof right here, 7 times each week. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Leon Janney, Evie Juster, and Terry Keane. The entire production is under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall with an out-of-the-ordinary story. The kind I enjoy most because its roots are buried in the past. Sometimes centuries go by before a trait emerges to characterize a person. The argument about environment and inheritance goes on endlessly. One authority insists that how you live is more important than who you are. I'm not qualified to take sides, but like most of you, I think that a person, the essential person, is the result of both. Not equally, perhaps, but that's for you to decide after you meet Gordon Davis, a middle-aged, well-to-do manager of an American bank in Honolulu.
I can't explain it, Chung-Li. The explanation lies hidden in your mind. That is why you imagine you saw that open grave.
Our mystery drama, The Silent Witness, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Each of us is unique. That's obvious, I suppose, but I've often thought about how different one of us is from another. Within a family, no two persons are alike. I'll even include twins. In one pair that I know, Susan is a dancer in a Paris chorus line. Paula has entered a convent. How do you explain that? Same early environment, same background, but completely different in points of view, interests, and goals. That's why Gordon Davis is... But let's meet him in his Honolulu home.
Wilson?
Yes, Mr. Davis.
There's his taxi, right on time. His name is Blessing, Tony Blessing.
Right, sir.
New chap sent out from New York. I hope he works out. Not our first trainee, eh, Wilson?
No, sir.
Well, I'll chat with him until you announce dinner. Is the wine chilled?
Yes, sir. And I've set out cocktail glasses and canapes on the veranda.
Good. Well, show the young man in and bring him out. I'll ice the glasses.
Good evening, Mr. Blessing. Right this way, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome to Honolulu, Mr. Blessing. Please sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir. Wow. The view is spectacular.
Yes, it is lovely. Will you have a rum punch?
Rum punch will be fine.
2, Wilson.
Right away, sir.
Been in Hawaii before?
No, this is my first visit.
It's hardly a visit.
Right. And the way I feel... Oh, thank you, Wilson. The way I feel already, I think I'd like to stay here forever.
Yes, I felt the same way when I was sent out. And I've been here 27 years. Hawaii is a paradise island. Intoxicating in many ways.
I won't let Honolulu's magic lull me to sleep. For one thing, I don't play golf. Besides, I'm engaged, and Jill has joined me here in a few days. And if you think I'll work out, Jill and I will get married and live here.
Good. Marriage, I'm told, is a settling influence. I don't know from experience because I'm just a fussy old bachelor.
Dinner is served, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Wilson. We'll be right along. After we close the bank tomorrow, if you have nothing better to do, I'll show you the city.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to do that.
Including our American cemetery.
Ooh, that sounds kind of grim.
It will graphically make my point about the danger of succumbing to the charms of old Hawaii. One of your predecessors is buried there.
Oh?
A fine young man named Murdoch. Very promising, but he succumbed to the allure of the island. And after 6 months, he drank himself to death. It saddened all of us.
And you visit his grave from time to time?
Oh, yes, quite often. The cemetery is restful. His gravestone reminds me that life is transient, after all. It is to be enjoyed, not abused. If you will remember that, you can have a glorious life here. Otherwise...
I understand. Don't be lured into overindulgence.
Yes, exactly. Beauty can be an opiate. Concentrate on your work and remember Murdoch. And now, let us go on into dinner.
Davis. Prompt as usual. Join me.
Hello, Chungley. Anything special for lunch?
Oh, here at the outpost, as you know, the menu varies no more than our even climate. Monday means squid.
Well, I think not. A lamb chop will do for me. Did you have a pleasant weekend?
Yes, one day is like another. My son and his family paid us a visit. His young boy is distracting. He is determined to become the first Chinese-American baseball star. I pray that it is soon.
How old is he?
He's 9. And each time he visits us, he breaks a window. It is a joy to say goodbye to him. And you? Did Mr. Blessing arrive?
Yesterday.
Will he do?
I hope so. He's personable and intelligent. You'll meet him. Then if you agree with my judgment of him, I'll propose him for membership in the outpost.
Oh, we'll gladly co-sponsor him. More and more, the club becomes a retreat for the elderly. It needs new members. The continuity of life is our immortality. A new generation succeeds ours, or life stagnates.
Well, I'm not quite ready to be placed on a shelf, Chungley.
But do you not retire soon?
Oh, I could retire now, but I'm only 57. I'll close my desk when I'm 60.
Unless you open another in Hong Kong.
Yes, that might happen, but I hope not. My roots are here in Honolulu. There is nothing to compare with our lovely Hawaii.
You have lost your ambition to its charm.
Yes, perhaps. I cautioned Blessing last night.
You still remember Murdoch, poor man.
Yes.
Chinese know that indulgence, like the hunger of a ravenous dog, is never satisfied, and that excess is self-destructive.
Well said, John.
Unlike Murdoch, you have led an exemplary life. I have known you almost since the day you arrived from New York.
Yes, by ship.
You have never been back.
I have no real ties there, Chung-Li. One sister with a disagreeable husband.
If you should be transferred to Hong Kong, you would be missed.
Well, it may not happen. If it does, I'd leave, of course, and, well, Hong Kong, like Honolulu, is a remarkable city. Perhaps that is where I'd retire.
And not return here?
Well, perhaps not.
But you just said your roots are here. So are your memories, my friend.
Yes, and one of them is still green.
Is it regrettable to you, Davis, that you didn't marry her?
No. It would have been disastrous.
For you?
Yes. The scandal would have been ruinous. Today, it is different. Back then, it would have cost me my position.
And you try to find peace when you meditate in the American cemetery. Is that not so? You go there often, I know.
I'm going there this afternoon with Blessing.
On the pretext of showing him the grave of poor Murdoch?
No, I want Blessing to succeed. Advice is not as effective as an example, which is drawn from a gravestone.
Oh, and what advice do you draw from the gravestone of Mrs. Bromley?
A man who is subservient to infatuation has lost his reason. She was a married woman, Chung-Li.
And subsequently, like a flower exposed to snow, she withered away and died.
And I chose to follow my career. I have never talked about her except to you, Chung-Li. And Blessing told me that he's engaged and that the young woman, Jill, I believe he said, will arrive in a few days. And then if he sees a future here, they'll marry and settle down. Maybe that's what reawakened my memory of the past.
Do not dwell on what you remember. The past is a funeral gone by.
It seems like yesterday.
It was 20 years ago, and her daughters are now grown women. I recall that George Drummery took them back to the States. I wonder what became of them. Wasn't one of them named Jill?
Yes, Chung-Li. The older girl was named Jill.
It's very attractive, Mr. Davis. Neat and well kept.
Thank you. Tony, if I may.
Oh, certainly, sir.
And no, drop this, sir. No need for it. At the bank, I'm Mr. Davis, but away from it, my name is Gordon. All right?
Sure.
Yes, I'm proud of this cemetery.
Proud? Well, that's an unusual word.
Oh, yes, but appropriate. As you can see, it's in a valuable part of the city. About 2 years ago, an attempt was made to relocate it, but I fought the developer, and with the prestige of the bank behind me, I won. So here, and still in peace, rest the bones of the missionaries, long dead, and many members of our American colony.
Meaning those born in the States?
Yes, of course, because all of us here are Americans, you know.
And this is the final resting place of Willard Murdoch?
Yes.
Why wasn't his body sent back to his home?
Because among his few papers was a request that he be buried in Honolulu.
Oh, I see.
He was well liked, and we gave him quite an elaborate funeral. His family bought the gravestone.
And he died from overindulgence?
He lived beyond his means. Remember that, and remember what Now, who has died?
Pardon?
There. It's a new grave.
It is?
Well, don't you see that hole in the ground? What else could it be? And there's a gravedigger. I must find out who died.
Gravedigger? What the devil? Well, I must need glasses. Or is he seeing things?
Good evening, Mr. Davis. I trust you had a pleasant day, sir.
Who died, Wilson? What American has died?
Well, I know of none, sir. Well, the evening
No.
papers...
I walked Mr. Blessing through the cemetery half an hour ago, and 2 men were digging a grave. I must find out who died.
Well, may I fix you a round swizzle, sir?
Yes, Wilson. Can't understand it. Make some inquiries, Wilson. Phone the newspapers and the graveyard manager, although he's probably gone home for the night.
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the by, sir, Mr. Blessing telephoned shortly before you returned.
Oh? What for, did he say?
To inquire how you were.
How I am? Well, you could see how I am. Why would he inquire about how I am?
He hoped that the tour around the city hadn't tired you out, and also to thank you.
Well, that's odd. I'm in the best of health. Are you concealing something, Wilson?
Oh, no, sir.
There's a peculiar expression on your face.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, sir. Oh, if you'll excuse me, I'll make those telephone calls.
Yes, please do. How strange. How strange indeed. Does Tony Blessing need glasses, or has Mr. Davis' mind played a trick on him? Almost 100 years ago, Oscar Wilde wrote that imagination is the result of heredity. It is simply concentrated race experience. There's that word heredity again. I mentioned it earlier, and Oscar Wilde supports its importance in the makeup of a man. Is imagination also an illusion? We'll find out when I return with Act 2. The mind plays tricks on us. From what Tony Blessing said about Mr. Davis seeing things, it would seem that he saw something that wasn't there. But an open grave? According to definition, an hallucination is the perception of objects with no reality. Is that what happened to Gordon Davis? It's the next morning.
Shall I serve breakfast now, or will you first see Mr. Luke, sir?
Luke? He's here?
Well, I reached him early this morning, and he said he'd look in on his way to the cemetery.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of him. Yes, ask him to come in and bring another cup, please. He might like a cup of coffee.
Very good, sir. He will see you now, Mr. Luke.
All right.
Will you have a cup of coffee?
Oh, sure, thanks.
That's well. Go right in, Mr. Luke.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Luke.
Oh, morning.
Sit down. You will have some coffee?
Oh, yes, sir. Wilson asked me.
And did he tell you why I wanted to talk with you?
Oh, something about a new grave. Is that right, sir?
Yes. You know my interest in the American cemetery.
Oh, yes, sir. All of us do. We keep it real nice, thanks to you. Nothing's run down, and we place fresh flowers on that one grave every week.
Yes, it always looks well cared for. I want it kept that way.
I understand, Mr. Davis.
Your coffee, Mr. Luke.
Oh, thank you. Now, about that new grave, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Blessing, he's my new assistant at the bank. Blessing and I strolled through the cemetery yesterday afternoon, and 2 men were digging a grave. I spoke to them, but they spoke only Chinese, so we could not communicate.
Well, where was this?
It's about 100 feet from the gravel path and close to the plot marked Willoughby. The one with the songbirds on top of the upright slab.
Oh, yeah, I know it. And 2 Chinese were digging a fresh grave there.
I pointed it out to Blessing and went over to it.
Mr. Blessing saw it too, huh?
Do you question what we saw, Mr. Luke?
Well, begging your pardon, sir. Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, because the last grave we dug there was for old Mr. Appleton, and that was over a month ago.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Mr. Luke. I saw a newly dug grave, and I spoke to the 2 Chinese gravediggers.
Well, sir, I won't question what you think you saw, but I never heard of these Chinese gravediggers, and I swear to you, in the entire cemetery, well, there isn't a newly dug grave.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Come in, Tony. Please sit down. We have to have a talk.
Oh, that sounds ominous. If it's about the requested loan for the beach club...
No. It's nothing to do with business. Where do you think I went after breakfast?
Well, I have no idea.
To the cemetery with Mr. Luke, the manager.
Oh?
Remember the newly dug grave we saw?
Yes, of course, sir.
There isn't one. Why did you pretend that you'd also seen it?
Well, I didn't want to embarrass you, sir.
It's a very strange experience. How would you explain it?
I can't. I mean, a doctor, a psychiatrist might be able to. I've heard of persons hallucinating, of course. Drug addicts have hallucinations. But you look in good health, Mr. Davis.
I am. And why would I experience an hallucination?
Well, I don't suppose it's an uncommon experience.
By the way, would you have lunch with me today?
Yes, thank you.
I want to introduce you to the Outpost. It's a very nice private club. Inexpensive, and the food's quite good. You might just want to become a member sometime.
All right.
And I want to introduce you to Chung Leung. He's about my best friend, and he's a very good customer at the bank. Perhaps the legendary wisdom of the East can explain that hallucination of mine.
The Chinese do not think that a hallucination is abnormal. If a person will meditate, he can discover the cause of an illusion.
But what could have caused me to see an open grave?
Preoccupation with the death, my friend. You are a constant frequenter of the cemetery.
You make it sound morbid. I find rest and peace there.
If you will meditate to discover why you saw that open grave, you will learn the reason. You may know it now. Turn away from it. Let it sink to the very bottom of your mind.
That's what I intend to do, Chung Li. Perhaps I should take a few weeks off.
Oh, a change of scene, like rain after drought, refreshes a man's mind. You will go to Hong Kong?
Yes, I'll take a steamer and pay a visit to old Morrison. Tony can carry on for me here.
Jill!
Darling!
Oh, let me look at you. May I say fabulous?
You better. How do you like my hometown? Don't you love it?
I never want to leave it. Hey, how was the flight?
Just fine.
Hey, will you marry me?
I suppose so. I only bought a one-way ticket.
Okay. Pick a church. I'm settling into the job at the bank, and I like Mr. Davis very much. Hey, let's get married tonight.
Oh, you're wild.
No, I'm not. Well, then you won't have to check into the hotel.
You're too much. No, I'm going to spend my first night in Honolulu in bed alone.
Okay. And I'll find myself some cute little native girl.
Just you try it, my sweet. And I'll provide a simple burial for you in the American cemetery.
Is there anything more, Mr. Davis? A glass of brandy? I'm sure you have a good night's sleep, sir.
You're very kind, Wilson. Have you spoken again with Tony Blessing?
No, sir.
The two of you were worried about me, weren't you? Remember I asked about that peculiar expression on your face?
Yes, you did worry us, and Mr. Luke was...
Yes, Mr. Luke. You should have seen his eyes when I said I'd seen that open grave. Well, there is no open grave, Wilson. I had an hallucination. Not uncommon, I'm told, and no cause for anxiety.
Yes, well, I'm very glad, sir.
Yes, so am I. In a way, a very unsettling experience.
Well, a good night's rest, and you'll be like new tomorrow morning.
I hope so. And, Wilson, I'm going on a trip for a few weeks.
Oh, yes, sir?
To Hong Kong to visit Mr. Morrison at our branch there.
Well, a holiday sounds like a fine idea.
And, why don't you close up shop and take a vacation of your own, eh?
I thank you, sir.
Well, good night, Wilson. It's early, I know, but I don't want to be disturbed. If anyone telephones, just say that I'm away, eh?
Yes, sir. Good night. 7 in the morning as usual.
7 sharp. Good night.
that feels good. Hong Kong. Where we planned. What the devil?
Thank you for the flowers, Gordon.
Hello.
Course.
I must be out of my head.
No, you're not, Gordon. I've tried many nights to speak with you. Haven't you felt that?
I fought against thinking about you, Helen.
Why, Gordon?
Because it's futile. You died 20 years ago.
And I could be lying next to you.
No.
Right now.
No. It's impossible.
Has your career been worth it, Gordon? What do you see when you sit on your veranda, night after night, and look over the city with its lights winking like fireflies?
I've never forgotten you. And I place flowers on your grave every week.
I loved you very deeply.
Then why, when your husband left you, did you take up with one dissolute after another? You became an unfit mother and lost your children to him. Why?
Because you disclaimed me. And I loved only you.
You became common, vulgar, drunken.
I wanted to forget and to die. If you had spoken one kind word to me.
The resulting scandal would have ruined me, Helen. You should have left the island with George. Instead, you chose to stay here and to die.
I am content now. I've never stopped loving you. I need you still.
That's an absurd thing to say. I'm sorry about the past, but I don't regret the decision I made all those years ago. Yesterday I had an hallucination. And tonight a visitation by a what? A ghost? Or are you in my mind? I'm leaving Hawaii as soon as I've made my arrangements.
I know.
There is one thing you don't know. And I don't intend to have you find it out.
I know what that is too, Gordon. Good night, my dear. Good night.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord, what a nightmare. I'm covered with perspiration. Helen, I've lost touch with reality. I'm possessed.
An old proverb holds that a guilty conscience needs no accuser. When you close your eyes at night to go to sleep, conscience comes awake. Here is Mr. Gordon Davis beset by a decision he made years ago to sacrifice love for a banking career, which has been highly successful. But what he did to Helen Drumley still haunts him. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Let's not fool ourselves. That small inner voice that each of us has within him speaks the truth. If the voice is positive, so are we. If, however, the voice incessantly reminds you of sin against another, it can, without question, affect your well-being. That's why, in prayer, we ask for forgiveness and hope that it will be granted. The next morning, Tony raps on Mr. Davis' door.
It's a lovely bank, Tony. Really very attractive.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning.
I want you to meet my wife-to-be, Jill Trumley. Jill, Gordon Davis.
Why, well, welcome to Honolulu, Miss Drumley. You brighten my old office. Please, sit down.
Thank you.
And, congratulations to you both.
Thank you. We're getting married on Saturday in the church where Jill was christened.
How very nice.
I was born in Honolulu, Mr. Davis. So even though I've not been back here since I was 4, I am a Kamani now. A native born.
Oh, yes, of course. And your parents?
They're both dead, I'm sorry to say. My mother's buried in the American cemetery. My father died last year. They were divorced long ago. My sister and I got the impression that there was another man. My mother was a beautiful woman. I've got to track down that little mystery.
Yes. Well, I wish both of you happiness.
May I ask a favor, Mr. Davis? Would you consider being my best man at the wedding?
I'd like nothing better, but I'm leaving Friday on the steamer for Hong Kong. Otherwise,
Of course, I remember. Well, thank you. I'll get back to my desk.
And I'm going to hunt for a place for us to live. Goodbye, Mr. Davis.
Yes. Goodbye.
My friend, distress lines your face. Are you ill?
No, Chung Lee. What sank to the bottom of the ocean has come to the surface. The young woman Tony's brought over to marry is Jill Drumley.
The daughter? Oh, how unfortunate.
It's a hideous coincidence.
Oh, the long arm of fate.
And last night I had a nightmare. Or saw a ghost. Helen Drumley appeared and spoke to me. I'm on the verge of collapse, Chung Lee.
Did Jill Drumley identify you?
No. Drumley never talked to his daughters about Honolulu or what happened here. She knows nothing about her mother and me, but she will.
Old acquaintances. Perhaps she will find out. Yet nothing ever was proved. Drumley's accusations were suspicions. And your friends were unsuspecting.
We were very circumspect.
Yes, you loved her.
I still do. But Drumley would not divorce her.
Or you would have married her.
I don't know. My position is...
Yes, the bank. And she loved you.
Yes.
A man has the choice of beginning love, but not of ending it.
There were men in her life after me, Chung Lee.
You say that to ease your conscience, my friend.
The situation is intolerable. How can I face Tony every working day? It's an impossible situation. I'll go away for good.
Where will you go?
I don't know. I'll take early retirement.
Is young Blessing qualified to replace you?
Except for experience, yes.
I will miss you, Gordon Davis.
Fate, you said. Fate is capricious.
What is written is written.
Davis and I stopped you the other day, but I didn't read the name on the gravestone. Helen Drumley. Born April 9th, 1918. Died December 1st, 1957. Only 37, Jill. How tragic.
The year I was 4, my father took us back to the United States. Should we sit on this bench for a while, Tony?
Of course. Lovely flowers, aren't they?
You know what else I did today? While you slaved away?
Oh, besides visiting the church and meeting the minister and finding a flat for us?
I visited the public library, and I read back issues of the newspaper from 1950 right up to Mother's obituary.
Oh? Why?
Well, to find a clue to the person who broke my mother's heart.
I see.
And guess what I found?
Go on.
A society gossip column intimating that my parents were about to split because of an attractive and successful young banker.
Oh, like me.
Don't joke, I'm serious. Who could that young banker have been? Can you guess?
Good evening.
Oh, hello.
I'm just strolling through, are you?
No, not exactly. My mother is buried here.
Oh, you're the daughter, miss.
Yes, I'm Jill Drumley. Who are you?
Oh, Luke. I'm the manager of the cemetery. Oh, been here for years. I remember your mother. Beautiful woman. You look just like her, Miss Drumley.
Thank you. Her grave has been well kept.
Oh, we take good care of the entire cemetery, and we're well paid for it. Oh, Mr. Davis sees to that. He's the American banker. Just about the most prominent man in the city. Gordon Davis?
Yes.
This cemetery's kind of a hobby of his, if you know what I mean.
No, I'm not sure I do.
Well, to him, it's a little bit of the United States. I mean, we're all Americans here, to be sure, but this plot of land, Americans buried in it long before we became a state. Mr. Davis likes to see it kept up as part of history. Well, that's about as much as I know.
And the beautiful flowers.
Oh, I put them on Miss Drumley's grave once a week.
Oh, and is that part of the perpetual care?
Oh, no, miss. They're provided by Mr. Davis.
They are? What? Do you know why?
Oh, can't say that I do. Well, don't stay too long. I close the gates at 5:30.
Gordon Davis.
What are we going to do, Tony?
Sit down, Wilson. I have bad news.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it, sir.
I'm going away for good.
You're leaving Hawaii permanently, Mr. Davis? Well, where are we off to? Hong Kong?
No, Wilson, not Hong Kong, and I'm going alone.
Oh, well, that is a blow, sir. Have I...
Oh, no, certainly not. You've been invaluable.
Well, then, may I ask...
You've been with me since 1952?
That is right, sir.
Mr. Blessing is being married Saturday.
Yes?
To a young woman newly arrived from New York. Her name is Jill Drumley.
Good heavens.
It's an unbearable situation.
Yes, I can see that.
I killed her mother.
But hardly, sir. Isn't that melodramatic? Could not have married her because she could not obtain a divorce.
Because I did not want to be named in the suit and risk losing my position. I loved her dearly, Wilson. Why didn't I risk my position for her happiness and mine?
Well, I can't answer those questions, Mr. Davis.
Oh, but I can. Because I love the bank. Can you imagine anything more preposterous? I love the bank. The balance sheets, the interest charges, the entire orderly, monstrous, calculating business. And my life reflects it. I'm nothing more than a cipher. And a fraud.
But after Mr. Drumley did divorce his wife...
Oh, by then I had rejected her. She changed. My moment with her had passed. But she still haunts me.
I am very sorry, Mr. Davis. But who'll have completely tuckered out? I hope that someplace you will find peace.
Thank you. Don't worry about yourselves, Wilson. I'll give you a year's salary.
Oh, sir, that's too generous.
Oh, I can afford it. Thank you for listening to me, my old friend. Now I'll go up to bed and hope to sleep.
He destroyed my father's marriage. I wish he were dead.
What do you want me to do, darling?
Confront him and quit.
Will you listen to reason? It's irrational to make accusations without proof.
What about those newspaper reports?
Gossip.
All right, what about the weekly flowers he places on her grave? Why, out of all the persons buried there, would he select my mother's grave?
Well, Davis may have loved your mother. Say that he did. She was a beautiful woman, and many men may have loved her.
Wait,
no, okay. Don't interrupt. Did your father ever accuse Davis or any other man of adultery?
No. Not that I know of.
Did your mother ever profess loving Davis or any other man?
But how would I know?
Well, you don't. You can't hate Davis just because of a rumor or because of the flowers. He's a disciplined, meticulous kind of man who might have adored your mother, but would have thought of telling her so.
But then why did she die when she was only 37 years old? Tell me that.
Honey, I haven't the vaguest, and it's so far in the past. Can't you forget it?
No. I have to find out why my mother died of a broken heart.
And who, may I ask, handed you that hackneyed old phrase?
My father. That's all he'd ever say about my mother. He said it sadly, as if, in a way, it was partly his fault.
Well, Mr. Luke, you're up very early.
Can I see Mr. Davis?
Well, I don't wake him until 7, and that's not for almost half an hour.
I don't quite know what to do, Wilson.
All right, what may I ask?
Well, you know the other day what he saw in the cemetery?
No, the newly dug grave. Yes, I know about it.
There wasn't any grave.
Yes, we know that.
Or grave diggers.
Well, what are you getting at, Mr. Luke?
I saw them.
You saw the grave diggers? When? Well, certainly not this morning.
Last night. I was closing the gates and I saw them. I yelled and went back toward them and they vanished. Then I went back to the path and I saw them again. I couldn't sleep. So an hour ago, just about sunrise, I went over to the cemetery and opened the gate.
And?
There were no grave diggers. But guess what there was?
I'd rather not.
A newly dug grave.
You actually saw it?
Sure, I saw it. I didn't imagine it.
Mr. Davis did the other day.
I know he did. But this time there was no well, whatever. It's a grave. And nobody's died. And nobody's ordered me to dig. Well, maybe Mr. Davis knows about it. That's why I came by.
Pour yourself a cup of coffee. I wake him up. And that is how you found him, Wilson? Oh, yes, Mr. Chunley. Fallen between his desk and his chair.
And this is his letter of resignation.
And you, Miss Jill Drumley?
Yes? May I ask how you know?
I know your mother, and the resemblance is marked.
What did the doctor say, Wilson?
A massive cerebral hemorrhage, sir. The ambulance will be here shortly.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've only known him a short time, but I respected him and I'd grown fond of him.
He was my good friend. He had a premonition of death.
That hallucination about the new grave?
It has been dug, Mr. Blessing.
What?
Mr. Rook confirms it. It was dug last night.
I don't understand. Who ordered a grave to be dug?
No one.
Begging your pardon, that just doesn't make sense.
It does to me. I'm convinced, don't ask me why, that Gordon Davis and my mother loved each other. He turned away, and she died of a broken heart. His conscience killed him. He willed his burial.
But who dug the grave? It takes a couple of live men with spades to dig a grave.
Are you certain, Mr. Blessing?
Another phenomenon? To be practical, yes. To dig a grave, you need a man or two with tools for digging. A spade. So, was Mr. Luke deluded? He swore that he saw a newly dug grave. Why might he have been deluded? Because Mr. Davis' troubled conscience forced itself into the minds of others so that they, too, could foretell his fate? And was the grave dug, for surely it was there, without anyone being conscious of it? Well, these are truly inscrutable questions. I'll have a further comment when I return shortly. In the simplest terms, conscience, whether you heed it or not, is our guide. When we go against its dictates, we begin to accumulate a mind filled with already made decisions which, throughout our lives, are always there, to haunt us. As Thomas Brown wrote 300 years ago, there is another man within me that's angry with me. It's conscience, of course, the silent witness. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Marion Seldes, Lloyd Battista, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is the story of a god. There have been many gods since the dawn of civilization, but no god bore so strange a name as the one you're going to meet right now. No god before him looked and talked the way this god did in the beginning of mankind's 21st century. Yes, this is the story of a future god. Not a very distant future, because his official recorded birth is July the 19th, 1977. Like most gods, history has obscured the mundane facts of his beginning, the place of his birth, the names of his parents, even the full name they gave him. Only one name survived, the family name, Smith.
What is that thing, Smith? What have you got in that glass box?
It's a world, Luke.
A what?
A world. A world I made all by myself. Smith's world.
Our mystery drama, A God Named Smith, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Norman Rose and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Greyhound Package Express and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Who is Smith? What gave him the power to become a god? And what did he do with his power? There's only one man who can answer these questions, and even he could never reveal all the mysteries that made Smith the wonderment of the early 21st century. But when the biographers of Smith sought out the strange and wondrous facts of Smith's life, they came to Luke Wingate first.
Go on. Have some. It's a rare vintage, 1979.
I don't think so, Mr. Wingate. It's a long drive back to town.
You don't mind if I help myself?
No, of course not.
Smith himself gave me this wine. A whole case of it. This happens to be the last bottle.
That makes it kind of historic, doesn't it?
Kind of. Well, go ahead. You want to know about the time that I first met Smith?
I know you've answered it before, Mr. Wingate, but...
But you feel obliged to ask it just the same. That's all right. Don't mind repeating myself.
You met Smith in college, didn't you? Ardmore University?
That's right. I was a sophomore then, back in the 1980s. We were 20 years old. And I remember the day, all right. It was one of my hangover days. It was a Sunday, and I was content to sleep until Monday's classes. But then I heard this voice.
Pardon me, is this Mr. Wingate's room?
He was something I didn't expect. A long-headed kid about 12 or 13. with a sad mouth and hair the color of dry straw. He was carrying a suitcase that was putting a strain on his thin arms and shoulders.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was told to come up here. My name is Smith.
Then I remembered who he was. For a month, we'd been hearing rumors about a boy prodigy who was being transferred from Crowley College to Ardmore. Obviously, Smith had the misfortune to run into Gil Curtis on his first day. Curtis was the class clown, a senior with a heavy-handed sense of humor.
Mr. Curtis said something about getting a left-handed monkey wrench from you.
Of course, I told the kid what he was dealing with, that Curtis was only pulling a stale old joke. He didn't think it was funny. I told him to forget it, that it was typical of the stuff Curtis laid on the freshmen.
Oh, I'm not a freshman. I'm a senior.
He was a senior at 13 years of age?
I found out that he was only 12. I learned that 2 weeks later when I was crossing the campus and saw Gil Curtis himself intercept Smith.
Hey, Junior, whatever happened to that left-handed monkey wrench?
Oh, sorry it took me so long to find one.
Oh, you finally did, huh?
Yes, I did. Do you want to see it?
Hey, Luke, did you hear what the kid said? He's got a left-handed wrench.
It's in my room. I'm staying at the Ivy House if you'd like to take a look at it.
Oh, I sure would, Junior. You want to come along, Luke?
I did go along. I went to Smith's small, bare room on the third floor of the Ivy House. A room that looked even more cramped due to a conglomeration of electrical apparatus that he had brought with him from Crowley.
Okay, kid. Let's see it.
Smith threaded his way through the confused mass of equipment and picked up a shiny new wrench from some canvas-covered object in the corner. He handed it to Curtis, who hefted it in his right hand.
Left-handed monkey wrench, huh? Hey, you're not just a genius, kid. You're a comedian, right?
Try it, Mr. Curtis. Here's a nut and bolt.
I watched Curtis grab the nut and bolt and apply the wrench. No matter how he twisted the nut, it wouldn't turn. He examined the screw thread, certain that it was reversed.
I told you, Mr. Curtis. It's a left-handed wrench. Use your left hand.
I watched Curtis switch the wrench to his left hand and apply it to the nut. It turned easily off the bolt. He stared at the pieces in his hand and stalked out.
It was simple enough. I just sent an ordinary wrench through a Mobius warp. It came back in a left-handed molecular arrangement.
Mr. Wingate, is that when you became friends, after the monkey wrench episode?
It's hard to describe it as friendship, but I did become the only person Smith was willing to spend his time with after classes. Smith, even at his tender age, knew more about physics, mathematics, chemistry, and cosmology than anyone on the staff, and there was a despairing mood among the faculty. Before long, I realized that my friendship with Smith was costing me the friendship of virtually every other student. That was how I became a roommate of Smith.
And that was how you discovered the Bible?
Yes, that Bible. It was a Saturday afternoon, and Smith had taken the train into the city to attend some scientific symposium. I was drifting about the room with the vague idea of reading a book. I took one down from Smith's shelf and was surprised to see that it was a dog-eared edition of the Old Testament. I flipped the pages and then realized that they were penciled corrections beginning with Genesis.
What did they say? Can you still remember?
Oh, yes, I can remember. It simply said, "In the beginning, Smith created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of Smith moved upon the face of the waters. And Smith said, 'Let there be light.' And there was light."
Well, didn't you think he was just a little bit mad?
I don't know what I thought. I have to admit that even though I was a professed atheist, the sight of that altered page turned me cold and fearful.
Well, did you ask him about it?
Oh, yes. I made the mistake of asking him. He invited me to see something. It was the large object in his room that he always kept covered with canvas. It was a cabinet, about 5 feet high, the top enclosed with glass, and the sides studded with dials and buttons and switches. I told Smith that it resembled a coffin, and he said,
"Just the opposite, Luke. Things are born here, not buried. Would you like to see it work?"
He started to fool with the controls. The thing emitted a low-pitched whine.
The glass encloses a group of non-condensable gases, like hydrogen and helium. There are dust particles, too. Water, iron oxides, ice crystals, silicon compounds. You can't see them now, but they're there, just as they might form within the rotating envelope of the sun. Now, this device is activating those gases and particles at enormous speed, causing them to collide. They're being mutually exploded by each other, but they are also becoming embedded with each other's mass. Within a few minutes, you'll see them aggregate until the mass is visible to the naked eye.
It was 5 minutes before my naked eye saw anything at all. Then I thought I could make out a pinpoint of something in the center of the cabinet. I blinked at it, and it grew larger. Another blink of the eye, and it became a ball, almost 1/8 of an inch in circumference. And then came a sound, like the crash of a lightning bolt. What is that thing? What have you got in that glass box?
It's a world, Luke.
A what?
A world. A world I made all by myself. Smith's world. That's right. It's a small planet created out of an artificial cosmos. Right now, its heat intensity is almost great enough to shatter the retaining glass, so we'll have to start the cooling process.
He tugged at a switch in the panel, but I could see at once that something was wrong.
It's not moving. The refrigeration switch is jammed. Something's wrong.
A strange mud-brown sphere in the cabinet was still growing in size, and now it began to glow with its own heat.
Get out of here. Get everyone out of the building, Luke.
Suddenly, Smith seemed like nothing more than a frightened child. I told him that we were alone in the building, and he pleaded with me to leave while he wrestled with the dials and switches in an attempt to stop the terrible process that was taking place.
Get out of here, Luke. There isn't much time.
Now the thing in the cabinet was glowing with white heat, and I could feel the blast of it right through the retaining glass. Smith was still working feverishly at the controls, but I knew that there wasn't any more that he could do. I yanked him away from the device. He began to kick and scream. I was a great deal bigger than he was, but his strength became maniacal. I remembered something from my swimming class, cocked my right arm, and let go a short, snappy punch to the chin of Smith.
You saved his life, didn't you?
You know what Smith said later, of course, that I was his guardian angel the day of the explosion.
He called it a miracle.
The miracle was that nobody was killed. The entire building was demolished. The area was radioactive for a good 3 months after. And, of course, Smith was expelled from Ardmore. In fact, it was on the day of his departure that he told me the only facts I'd ever learned about his childhood. His father had died when he was 3. His mother had been a God-fearing woman who was frightened by her son's precocious abilities and thought that a heavy dose of religion would balance things out. You know, Smith had learned the entire Bible, Old Testament and New, word for word. But then his mother had died, too, and an uncle named Howard Cherney had been appointed Smith's guardian.
Cherney made quite a bit of money out of Smith's genius, didn't he?
Oh, yes. Cherney made a lot of money.
But can I ask you something, Mr. Wingate? Did Smith ever thank you for saving his life?
Oh, yes. He did that same day.
Thank you for my life, Luke. My life is very important to me. To you, too, for that matter. You'll see.
Then he climbed aboard the train, and I didn't see him again for 6 years. And when I did, he was well on his way to becoming Smith, the god, the man who created his own world.
Smith, the god. Can any mortal ever reach such a position? Even a scientific genius who can build worlds out of dust particles and electrical energy. Is that enough to qualify for the job? We'll find out how and when Smith made the attempt when we return with Act 2. 6 years have passed since the Ivy House at Ardmore University vanished in a cloud of charged atoms, leaving the ground bristling with dangerous radiation, leaving the memory of a strange young man with the ability to both build and destroy. Luke Wingate heard nothing from his friend in those 6 years, but Luke was busy building something himself. His own career in journalism.
Of course, I knew you worked for the Herald, Mr. Wingate.
I was lucky. There were 40 guys in my graduating class trying to get that job. But I had a gimmick. I used my association with Smith to develop a series of articles about the dangers of scientific experimentation. For 3 years, I became a full-fledged reporter. And after the 5th year, I finally earned a byline. The first person I told the news to was named Evelyn.
Evelyn Wilson, of course, the actress.
Yes. Young as she was ranked as one of the top actresses on the stage. She never made a movie, you know. Not that she wasn't asked. As a matter of fact, it was Howard Cherney who asked her. That was how Smith came into my life again, when I saw Evelyn with this older man and asked her who he was.
Oh, Howard Cherney's filthy rich. He's some kind of patent attorney with something like 10 or 20 million.
Oh, that's nice for you.
He wants to produce a movie. Can you imagine? Starring me.
Yeah. Cherney. Gee, that name's familiar. Smith had an uncle by that name.
Oh, you mean that creepy college friend of yours?
He became Smith's guardian after Smith's mother died. Maybe the patents are Smith's. Maybe my creepy college friend is a millionaire, too.
How nice. You must introduce me.
Sure enough, Cherney turned out to be Smith's guardian, a man who'd made a fortune on Smith's genius. Cherney told Evelyn that his nephew was living in seclusion in a suburb in upstate New York. I found out where and wrote Smith a letter. He replied at once and invited me to visit.
Had he changed much?
Well, he was taller, broader, but still a youth, not even 19 years old, but with eyes as old as Methuselah's. I congratulated him on his success, but he said,
"Yes, I've done very well. I'm almost ready for it now. Ready for some real developments."
I meant your inventions. Evelyn, the girl I wrote you about, she says that your uncle is loaded. I guess that you must be fairly well off, too.
My inventions? My, toys, you mean? That's all they were, Luke. The only reason I bothered with them was to get money for equipment. How much does my uncle have?
Oh, I don't know. 10, 20 million, Evelyn says. Don't you know?
No, I haven't kept track of the finances. I've left that to him. I suppose I'll have to start thinking of money soon. I'll be needing a great deal very soon.
What for?
Well, you ought to know, Luke. You saw the original model.
You don't mean that world-building machine.
Come have a look.
It was very much like the scale model Smith had built 6 years before. But this cabinet was 40 feet across and some 8 feet high. The banks of dials and switches and relays and buttons were multiplied 100 times from the original.
Basically, it employs the same principles of the earlier model, but there are important refinements. I've learned to create worlds with their own satellites in any orbital relationship I choose. But I have a far more difficult project underway now. I suppose I'm ready to concede failure.
That doesn't sound like you, Smith. What could make you fail?
Life.
Life? Life? You mean you want to create people for these little worlds of yours?
I've given up, Luke. I'll be satisfied just to create the new world itself. That's what I'm going to do.
Build a world?
That's right. A better world, Luke. A world without fault and a world without end. A world where nature is subservient to man and man subservient to God. A world where man can live in peace and harmony and in the comfort of eternal truth. How do you like my little speech?
Smith, are you serious?
Deadly serious, Luke. Within 2 or 3 years, I'm going out into space and add another planet to our solar system.
Another planet?
Another Earth. I can do it, you know. It's all a matter of time. And of money, of course. Enormous amounts of money. How much did you say my Uncle Howard has?
Between 10 and 20 million.
Yeah. Yes, that'll do for a start. Do you have any connections in the stock market?
Oh, no.
Doesn't matter. I can learn what I don't know. Luke, would you like to join me in this enterprise?
Me? To do what?
to assist me, to be my companion, my friend. I know it's a great deal to ask, but I'd like you to be on Smith's world, Luke. When I create it, people it, bring it to a state of perfection.
No, Smith, I don't think so.
You're being foolish, Luke. I'm offering you the opportunity to be my principal assistant, to be God's right hand.
Thanks, Smith, but no. I like the world I have. And don't forget, I'm an old atheist, remember? I don't believe in gods. Not even when they're you. It was another 6 months before I heard the name of Smith again. I heard it from Lou Briggs, the Herald's financial editor.
You know Smith, don't you?
Yes, I know him. Why?
Been following the Wall Street news?
Not particularly. What's happening?
Your friend Smith decided to take a flyer at the market. The talk on the street is if he keeps it up, he might make the biggest killing in the history of the market.
You look worried about it, Briggs.
Well, if he continues to be successful, he'll cause a panic.
Excuse me, Briggs. Wingate.
Luke, it's Evelyn.
Oh, yeah. Hi, how are you?
I'm terrible. Luke, an awful thing has happened. Can you see me right now?
What's the matter?
It's Howard Cherney. He's dead. He shot himself. Something to do with the stock market. I didn't think people did that kind of thing anymore, but he did it.
That was how Smith's uncle died. That was how the fortunes of thousands of so-called market experts were wiped out. But Smith had his millions, and Smith had his dream. And shortly after that, I had no job.
I don't understand it, Luke. Why would the paper fire you?
I'll tell you why. It's because Smith told them to. From what I heard, Smith bought a controlling interest in the Herald. One of his first acts was to get me canned.
What's so flattering about that?
I wrote Smith and accused him of getting me bounced. And this is the telegram he sent me.
You're correct. However, greater employment opportunity awaits you immediately. Salary $100,000 a year. Reply at once if interested. Smith.
Now, you understand? He's trying to buy a friend, Evelyn. Don't you see?
You are going to accept. Aren't you, Luke?
$100,000's a lot of money. I couldn't make that in 5 years on the paper. Oh, with a salary like that, we could even get married, couldn't we?
But you didn't marry, did you?
No, we didn't marry. At first, because I was too busy. Because I was the first employee of Smith Incorporated to move into the 87-story Smith building in Flushing Meadows. The first of some 80,000 employees, including 3,000 engineers and computer programmers, 6,000 scientists in every conceivable field. I still have the first announcement ad prepared by Smith Incorporated. Do you remember this?
May I see it? Wanted 1 million superior men and women. Yes, it's a famous document. Who wrote it, do you know?
Smith himself, of course. Listen, if you believe you have superior and or mental capabilities and are interested in joining other men and women of your caliber in the most important enterprises in human history, you are invited to write for full details concerning the establishment of a new planetary home for the human race. Well, you know the rest.
The world thought it was a joke, of course.
But there were more than 25 million applications. Smith was pleased by the response, but his happiness was short-lived. When the testing procedure began, it became apparent that the Smith standards were far too demanding to produce the 1 million superior men and women demanded by Smith. After almost a year of testing, only 160,000 candidates were marked acceptable.
And what did you do, Mr. Wingate?
Me? Well, I was given the title of assistant to the president. I was paid regularly, stationed in a 6-window office the size of a small railroad terminal, and given nothing to do.
You were right, Luke. You were absolutely right. Smith wanted to buy himself a friend.
Well, Evelyn, there are worse things to be.
Are there? Oh, I want you to quit, Smith. I was wrong to tell you to take this job.
Ev, it won't be for long. I swear it. In another year, he'll have that manufactured world ready, and then it'll be over. We can take our money and run.
Do you really believe that? What makes you think that you won't have to go to Smith's world, too? Oh, he'll want you there, Luke. He needs you.
Since when does a god need anyone?
He'll get what he wants, Luke. Oh, quit now. Oh, we're through.
Oh, Ev, you don't mean that.
I do, Luke. I'd rather lose you now than later.
The next day, I sent my letter of resignation to Smith. And that night, I received a telegram. It said, "Accept your resignation with reluctance. However, implore you to perform one last important errand. Please visit Dr. Martin Corcoran at Salo Laboratory, San Francisco, to enlist his interest in our enterprise."
So you went to San Francisco?
Yes, I went. It was a long and difficult task, convincing Dr. Corcoran, and it took me 35 days to get his affirmative answer. My first stop when I returned home was Evelyn's apartment. And there was something strangely different about her.
Of course, there's nothing the matter. I feel wonderful.
But you look different. What have you been doing since I left?
I've been working, rehearsing.
Rehearsing?
Yes. I've been given a part in a new play.
Oh, is that all it is?
Oh, it's a wonderful play, Luke. The finest I've ever read. It's a chance like nothing I've ever had before. That's why I'm so excited. But, there's something I have to tell you about it.
What?
Well, it has something to do with Smith.
Smith?
He hired Arthur Trumbull to write the play. It's about, well, it's about Smith's world, I suppose. Oh, but it's very beautiful.
Well, okay. If Smith's behind it, the play's bound to be a smash.
I knew you'd understand, Luke.
Yeah. What's the part like?
I play Eve.
It was a month before the play opened that the first Smith space vehicle was launched from Death Valley. Its time of departure, its cargo, its destination, its purpose were all kept secret. 2 days later, another ship was launched, and days apart, 2 other ships headed out to join the other Smith vessels on some mysterious mission in outer space. I had no idea how Smith planned to build his world away from the controlled conditions of the laboratory. But that was his problem. My problem was Evelyn. Few of us who were there will ever forget the first performance of Arthur Trumbull's The World. The excitement crackled like a tangible electrical force in the huge theater where the play was having its premiere.
It's quite a play.
Some critics think it's a religious play, but only those who knew Smith could realize the real significance of its message. The terrible meaning concealed in all that glib, poetic dialogue. I knew that Smith had subtly guided Trumbull's hand. It ended up as a message of praise of God. A God named Smith.
Pardon me, Mr. Wingate, but wasn't that also the night that, well, you know?
Yes, that was the night I got drunk. Right after the curtain came down. I tried to see Evelyn backstage, but I couldn't get to her through the mob. I went out and spent the next 3 hours in a neighborhood bar getting thoroughly stoned. Then I went up to her apartment and used the key I had.
Look!
Well. What do you know? You've got company.
Hello, Luke.
Smith, what a surprise.
I'm sorry, Luke. I'm really very sorry.
Oh, it's not your fault, Smith. No, sir, it's not your fault. It's my fault for just barging in here.
Oh, Luke, please try to understand.
It's okay, Ev. No kidding. It's my fault, like I said. I shouldn't still be using that key that you gave me, huh? Here, Smith, you better take the key now, along with all the other privileges. Only, I don't suppose you really need a key, do you? A god ought to be able to walk through walls.
I never said I was a god, Luke.
Oh, but you are. You are, Smith. You're a god, and you have to be worshipped.
Luke, don't.
Oh, please, Luke, get off your knees.
Thank you, O Lord. Thank you for all our blessings. Thank you for my salary, Lord. And then thank you for my bonus, Lord.
Please stop this, Luke.
Smith is my shepherd. I shall not want.
You're drunk.
Hail to our Lord of the universe, Lord of all creation. Hail to Smith the God.
And so Smith the God has lost his first disciple. But will that make any difference in his plans for the future? Will that change his mind about building a new home for the human race? And what will become of Smith's world when it enters the orbit of Earth? We'll find out shortly in Act 3. In the year 2009, Smith's world, a planet the size of Mercury, 3,000 miles in diameter, provided with an atmosphere perhaps even more favorable for the sustainment of life than our own, became part of the orbital pattern of the solar system, equidistant to Earth and the planet Mars. The exodus from Earth to Smith's world coincided with the most disastrous economic panic in history, precipitating riots in a dozen countries, causing hardships for millions left behind. It was a year of hell for many, but for Luke Wingate, it was a year of oblivion.
Yes, it's true. I spent that entire year at the Boomsocket Sanitarium, but there was never any question about my sanity. I was nothing more than a Simon Pure alcoholic. After Evelyn made her decision to join Smith on his world, I sought solace in the brown bottle and drank myself into the place. When I left, I took a job with a low-circulation picture magazine and tried to forget.
But of course, you didn't.
No, I wasn't allowed to forget. Because one night, a ghost came.
The ghost?
A ghost figure standing at the foot of my bed, shimmering as if in waves of heat, staring at me with hollow eyes. It was Smith.
Luke?
Who are you?
You know me, Luke. I am Smith. Now, don't be frightened. You're not seeing phantoms. This is merely an electronic projection of my own image, a purely mechanical trick.
Where are you?
I am on Smith's world in my own chambers.
What do you want?
I want you on Smith's world, Luke. I'm offering you paradise. Will you refuse me for the sake of Evelyn alone? Is that why you reject me?
I won't worship you, Smith. You're not my God.
I'm very sorry, Luke.
If I ever start praying, Smith, I'll mention you in my prayers. I'll ask forgiveness for you. Forgiveness. I suppose that was the first contact Smith made with Earth since his departure. But it wasn't the last. 5 months after that, the first Smith vessel made a return trip to Earth, containing a delegation appointed to establish relations with the planet of their birth. Trading began with Smith's scientists exchanging electronic and mechanical marvels for the products of Earth, things which seemed to be unavailable on Smith's paradise. Simple produce like oranges and lemons, tomatoes and lettuce, and all things made of wood. Smith's world was evidently not as perfect as he suggested.
Mr. Wingate, can you tell me about the assassination plot?
Well, the Anti-Smith League was formed without my knowledge.
But they did enlist your help.
Yes.
And that was how you met Alida Morgan?
Yes.
Wasn't she angry because her fiancé passed the Smith test and she didn't?
No, you have that wrong. Alida never took the tests. Only her fiancé. And he left without her.
But you did attend a meeting at Miss Morgan's home.
Yes, I attended the meeting. I heard George Burgess speak there.
He was a professor of sociology, I believe.
No, history.
Ladies and gentlemen, almost 750,000 people have made the transference from Earth to Smith's world. It is the caliber of the people we're losing, our best scientists, our engineers, our artists and writers, many of our best business executives. We must be realistic. The attractions of Smith's world are great, but the drain on this world is cataclysmic. The crisis point looms for all of us, a crisis that will result in chaos.
But what can we do, Professor?
We must fight with every means at our command, with legislation, with pressure, with sanctions.
Or even with force?
Oh, we'd lose. I know Smith. He would defeat us militarily.
We outnumber him by 1 billion.
His brain power is greater. It won't work, I swear it.
And I know a way which will work.
And what's that?
There's only one way to fight Smith. We'll have to kill him.
So that was when you finally took the Smith tests.
We took something else first. The marriage vows.
Why was that? I mean, was it because you were in love or because you knew that married couples were more desirable on Smith's World?
For both reasons.
And what happened?
Oh, you know what happened.
Please, Mr. Wingate.
All right. We took the tests. I realized that Smith would hear of our applications, of course. We left for Smith's World within the week.
For only one purpose.
Yes. To kill its god. Smith's World was nothing like its legend. It was a practical planet. Its terrain was almost Spartan in its simplicity. There were only artificial trees. There was mathematical precision in the areas marked for farming, for residences, for recreation. There was no surface traffic at all. The air was used for all transportation. Uniformed Smith officials were everywhere. Gray-suited men with no weapons and polite manners. But there were so many of them. So many.
And when did you see Smith himself?
That first day, we were taken from the crowd of new arrivals and brought to the white steeple of a building where Smith made his headquarters. We were scanned for weapons, and my belt buckle set off a warning buzzer. I removed my belt, and we passed inspection.
But if you had no weapon, how...
Well, we had one. But it wouldn't respond to Smith's warning system. And in that moment, I lost some respect for Smith's godlike powers.
About this weapon?
It was in Alita's hair.
Her hair?
I saw her hand go to her head, as if to pat a stray lock back in place. She took out the thin bamboo cylinder. It was an ancient, primitive weapon. Maybe the most fitting kind to end the life of a super scientist.
A blowgun?
Yes, she put it to her lips, and a puff of her breath sent the poisoned wooden splinter right into the heart of Smith.
But the attempt failed.
Yes, it failed. Because the poisoned splinter went right through the body of Smith, or what we both had presumed was the body of Smith. He was aware of what had happened, of course, and he looked at me sadly.
I must congratulate you, Luke, on the simple ingenuity of your plan. Other assassins have used far more sophisticated techniques and failed, but you almost succeeded.
Except for one thing, Smith. You're not here.
No, my friend, I'm not here. My projection system works very well on short distances, as you can see.
Yes, it's perfect, Smith. Like your world.
But you didn't really mean it was perfect, did you?
No, I didn't mean it. Because on the perfect world, there wouldn't be any need for prisons. And there was one on Smith's World, as Alita and I soon learned. It was underground, hidden from the sight of the contented citizens. Long stone corridors leading from one dismal chamber to another. It was more a dungeon than a prison, a storage place for the human refuse of Smith's perfect world.
The earth looks red tonight. What? What did you say? My cell window faces west. I can see the earth glowing at night. It glows redder and redder all the time. They say that a day will come when the earth will bleed and Smith's World will burn.
What did his words mean?
Well, it was a code, a rallying cry for the revolution that was brewing against Smith. I learned that there were 3,000 prisoners in those dungeons, not thieves and murderers, but rebels.
How did you escape from that prison, Mr. Wingate? I've heard so many conflicting stories.
Most of them are false. I didn't overpower any guards. I didn't use any clever stratagem. You see, I was released by a friend.
Luke, wake up. It's Evelyn.
Evelyn, what are you doing here?
I'm not here. I'm at home, in the Citadel.
Then you're just a ghost, a projection.
Yes. But Smith doesn't know what I'm doing. He's in the farmlands. There's some kind of trouble there.
Then you know about his machine.
Oh, Luke, I've been so wrong. About him, about you, about
about what I wanted.
Evelyn, why did you come here?
Something's happening. There have been strikes, riots, outbreaks. I hear talk about something called the bleeding earth. Oh, I'm so frightened, Luke. Please help me.
I'm the one who needs the help, Evelyn. I'm the prisoner, not you.
No. I'm a prisoner, too.
Get me out of here. Use your authority as Smith's wife to get me free. Now. Right now, before he comes back. That was how I made my escape from the Smith prisoner. I was brought back to Smith's citadel as a guest instead of a prisoner. I found Evelyn waiting for me in Smith's chamber.
Luke, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded like an explosion somewhere.
The sky. Look how red it is.
I've almost forgotten what the sky looks like, Evelyn.
Oh, come to the window. Luke, what is it?
I don't know. There must be flames somewhere, flames in the east.
Oh, the farmland. They're burning the fields. Oh, those could be fuel storage tanks. Oh, Luke, I'm so frightened.
You said that there was trouble on the farmlands?
Oh, hold me, please. I'm shaking all over.
Evelyn, listen to me.
Oh, Luke, I was so wrong. I've missed you so much. I was so terribly wrong.
Well. What's fair is fair, isn't it, Luke?
Smith?
That's what the Bible says, of course. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, even a kiss for a kiss.
Your world is burning, Smith.
Yes, I know. I've just seen the farmers put the torch to it with their own hands.
It started then. Oh, Smith, has it started? The bleeding earth?
You see the mistake I made, Luke? I should have developed my own form of life. Instead, I depended on the miserable ingrates who made a mess of the planet Earth, who were making a mess of my world, too.
Is it really your world, Smith? Created by your marvelous world-building machine?
Why are we just standing here? They'll burn us down, too.
What about it, Smith? This is God's world, isn't it? Not yours. Your fine machine didn't really work in the limits of space. You didn't create Smith's world. Your ships captured this rock from the debris of space. They steered it into the orbit of the solar system. You're a great scientist, Smith, but you're not a god. Only God can make worlds.
Smith, do something.
I intend to. This citadel, this building, they'll come here finally. They'll storm it crying words of liberty. Oh, but they'll be terribly surprised. You see, this isn't a building at all. The only chambers are for Evelyn and myself. The rest of the structure is an atomic stockpile. If the rebels come here, they'll destroy Smith's world and themselves.
Oh, good Lord, Luke. We have to get away. There's a helicopter on the roof.
Smith, come with us.
Look at him. He's on his knees.
Smith, there's no reason for any of Smith's world to be destroyed.
My God. Why hast thou forsaken me?
He's praying, Luke.
Why art thou so far from helping me? And from the words of my roaring, oh my God, I cry in the daytime and thou hearest not. How many made it to the spaceport, Mr. Wingate, before the final atomic reaction?
Only 20,000, they say. All those others, they died out there. Smith's world became the tombstone of the solar system.
And, of course, you found your wife on one of those spaceships.
Yes, I found Alita.
You must have been very happy.
Yes, I was happy. For the first time in my life, I said a prayer.
And so, Smith the god is no more. And Smith's world is nothing but a rock orbiting the solar system. A useless object? Maybe not. Maybe it will always appear in the skies of Earth as a memento of man's folly, of what can happen when men not merely forget their gods, but try to take their place. We'll be back shortly. Smith wasn't the only person who ever dreamed of having a world of his own. We all rule our own kingdoms just by using our imagination. We hope our story exercised your imagination and that you'll come back for more miracles and more mystery at our next meeting. Our cast included Norman Rose, Russell Horton, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When asked, who loves better, an old man or a young one, the philosopher replied, an old man, because he loves with his weakness, which grows stronger, while a young man loves with his strength, which grows weaker. Old men, young men, weak men, or strong, love makes fools or saints of us all.
I understand you telephoned the police and told them that I committed those murders.
No, I didn't.
Then do it. Right now. Call them and tell them I'm the killer.
But...
Pick up the phone.
What will you do afterward? Gordon, what will you do afterward?
What do you think I'm going to do?
Our mystery drama, The $2 Murders, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Robert Dryden and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Savor each breath as if it would be your last, the poet advises us. And we do on those rare occasions when we think about it. However, it is necessary to breathe so constantly that the thing becomes automatic, and we hardly think about it. It's a pity. We're in the apartment of Miss Olga Verby. At first glance, Olga appears to be about 25. When you look at her closely, she might be 35. Does it matter? She's attractive. She has a nice smile. Her eyes may be just a bit hard, and she has, as the saying goes, been around. Miss Verby is dressed to go out when she hears a sound. It's a key turning in a lock. The door opens, and...
Gordon!
Good evening, Olga.
Oh.
You're on your way out, I see.
Well, I
thought we agreed that you were to be at home all evening, every evening.
Well, sure. I was just going down to the corner for some cigarettes.
And that's another thing. I would much prefer you didn't smoke. I dislike the smell.
Oh, sure, Gordon. Anything you say.
Fine. All dressed up? Just to go down to the store?
Well, I learned it from you, Gordon. Always look your best.
Suppose I'd come here and you were gone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gordon. It won't happen again. Oh, honey, you're mad.
Angry.
Well, I guess I'd better get into something comfortable.
I understand the publisher of the Daily Press received a telephone call this morning. He doesn't know who it was. It was a woman's voice.
You want me to fix us a drink?
No. The woman offered to feed him some information that could bring about the downfall of Gordon K. Morrison. Of course, he called me immediately. He works for me. I own the paper.
You own the Daily Press? Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, very few people do.
Well, why are you telling me this, Gordon?
You're the woman.
Me?
Well, who else could it be?
Oh, but Gordon, I swear to you...
Don't lie. What other woman would call a newspaper and try to sell information about Gordon K. Morrison?
Gordon, I swear...
Don't lie to me.
Gordon,
Gordon, it wasn't me.
What other woman knows me?
I'll tell you what other woman. Your wife.
My wife is a decent, God-fearing woman. Not a harlot like you.
What did you call me?
And this is how you repay my goodness, my generosity.
What generosity? You set me up in a flea bag like this. I never go anywhere, do anything. I gotta be here day and night in case you just might happen to get an idea you might want to drop around for a couple of minutes.
You'd rather walk the streets.
Let's get one thing straight, Buster. I never walk the streets.
Fleabag, is it? Well, this is a respectable middle-class neighborhood. I allow you money.
Money? Look at these clothes. Right out of the bargain basement.
Oh, no, you live quite comfortably.
And you got millions. What am I getting out of it? I know girls who've got guys with half your dough. They got cars, jewels, real estate. In a couple of years, maybe I'll get a little fatter, a little scrawny. You can toss me right out of my ear, and what have I got to show for it?
You would betray me.
I got my future to think about.
Oh, yes, and I've also been thinking about your future.
Yeah?
The press isn't the only paper in town. No, you'll never betray me to anyone.
Oh, what do you think you're going to do? Hire some goon to take care of me? Won't do you any good. Because first thing tomorrow morning, everything I know gets mailed to a certain friend of mine. Well, if anything ever happens to me...
Tomorrow morning will be too late, and I never hire goons. When an important matter must be handled, I do it myself.
What? Oh, what are you saying?
For you, tomorrow morning will be too late.
Oh, that gun doesn't scare me. You can't get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will. No one knows about you and me.
Gordon, please. Please, Gordon, I'll never again try to...
That's true. You won't. Officer, what are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Why are you giving me a ticket?
Do you know how to read?
Now, look, officer,
What does that sign say?
No parking between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Ah, it's very good. Now, do you know how to tell time?
Officer, look,
I see you're wearing a watch, all shiny gold. So, what does it mean when the little hand's on the 11?
Officer, it was only for a few minutes.
What does that big sign say across the street? 50 yards down the block, huh?
Parking, $2.
You didn't want to spend $2 like a sport, so now it's going to cost you $5.
Look, officer, is there some way that we can...
Is there some way that we can what?
Some way we can arrange...
Arrange what?
Arrange to have you overlooked?
No. And don't say another word. You can get into real trouble.
Well, I was only trying to seek an accommodation.
Mister, this may come as a big fat surprise, but not every cop in this town is on the take. Guys like you, important-looking guys like you, respectable-looking guys like you, you're the worst crooks of all. All right, here's your summons. Now beat it. Just a minute. Hold it right there. Why? Why would you want to bribe your way out of a $5 parking ticket?
You've just used a harsh word, officer. Bribe.
Is there a nice word for it?
Well, I don't want this on my driver's license, you see.
Yeah?
You know how difficult the insurance companies can be?
All right, let me set your mind at rest. This is not a moving violation. It's got nothing to do with your driving record or your insurance.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't. And you know it as well as I do. Now beat it.
Slice of pie, officer?
No, thanks, Molly. I gotta watch the calories.
Oh, it's no fun watching them. The real enjoyment is eating them.
Just the coffee. I'm going off soon anyhow.
Then you'll go home to your Nina and eat some lasagna.
Oh, it's spaghetti.
Without calories. Oh, boy, she must be some cook, that Nina.
You got a funny story for me, at least?
Let me see. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know, a guy comes in here earlier. Kind of shabby. Looks like a bum. Orders a burger special, apple pie, coffee, right?
So?
One look. I know. I can tell. He don't have a dime in his pocket. He's going to stiff me, right?
Uh-huh.
And the way he whoops it down, he's got the most guilty look on his face. I mean, it was comical. I felt like saying to him, okay, pal, relax, enjoy it. But I'm too busy with this, that, and the other thing, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, the next thing I know, there's the empty plates on the counter. He sneaked out.
Without paying.
Naturally. He had such a scared look in his eyes. I felt like laughing. What was I going to do? Take him to court for $2? I don't know. I guess that ain't such a funny story after all, now that I think about it. $2. As if it was such a terrible thing to him that he had to steal $2.
You want to talk about $2? Look what happens to me just before.
Yeah?
A guy's parked around the corner, illegally. For $2, he can put his car in Al's garage just down the street. But no, he's too tight for that. And this guy's loaded.
Oh, it figures.
The car's a Golden Streak sedan. And that runs $25,000 with your eyes closed.
At least.
And this guy's wearing a suit. I mean, it has to set him back, at least 3-4 bills. Well, this big sport starts to give me a hard luck story.
For a $2 ticket. I only hope you gave him a ticket.
I papered him all right. And I could have really bagged him for attempting to bribe a police officer.
Oh, you should have done it.
Yeah, but you have to go to court on your day off.
Who needs you?
$2. What $2 can mean to some people.
Ain't it the truth? Well, good night, Miss Goldstein.
Good night, Officer Ippolito.
No, Dorothy. These eggs are not satisfactory. Mr. Morrison insists on 3 minutes exactly. Now, please prepare 2 others properly. Oh, Gordon, may I speak with you?
Only if it's to be a pleasant topic.
Well, I'm not sure.
Rowena, you know the rules. Only happy subjects at mealtimes.
Have you read the papers?
Now, why should I read the newspapers? News that concerns me is brought to my attention quickly enough.
2 people were shot to death last night.
Rowena, is this a proper breakfast topic?
Yes.
Why?
I said they were shot to death. One was a woman, the other a police officer.
And why does this concern me?
Because, dear, you carry a gun.
Are you about to imply that I shot them?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. But it's this whole aura of violence that is smothering everything.
Rowena, just what is your point?
The fact that you, a private citizen, carry a gun makes you part of the entire irrational attitude.
No, I disagree. My attitude is extremely rational. Now, you tell me violence is raging in the streets, and the next breath you tell me it's wrong for me to carry a gun.
Gordon, no one should carry a gun. Why do you have to?
I'm a wealthy man. I have enemies.
Oh, but
now,
Gordon...
this poor young woman who was killed in her apartment and this brave police officer, the animal who murdered them, must be caught.
Of course. It's just that guns make me nervous.
Now, Rowena, a man must arm himself against a predatory environment. It's man's essential nature to fight. I've built my fortune with my own hands. Now, I have an 8:30 appointment. I'll see you at dinner this evening. Goodbye, my dear. Rowena, I said goodbye. Didn't you hear me? What are you thinking about?
Gordon, why did you say a young woman was shot?
When was this?
When I told you about those murders last night.
Did I say...
I only told you a woman had been shot. I didn't say she was young.
Well, I assumed she was young. That it had to be a crime of passion, since you made no mention of robbery.
And why did you say it happened in her apartment? I didn't say...
That's true. You didn't say where. So naturally, I assumed it would have been where she lived. Young women usually live in apartments, don't they? And, just why are you asking me these questions?
Why? Oh, no reason. No, it's nothing. Nothing at all.
What does a woman mean when she says, it's nothing? Who knows? For that matter, who knows what a woman like Rowena can mean when she says anything at all? Experience proves that on this particular show, when a woman says nothing's wrong, it usually is a code word to delineate an infinity of possibility. And we shall begin to explore it in Act 2. Suspicion, said a famous writer, is the companion of a mean soul and the bane of all civilized society. Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree, would you? And unfortunately, those and similar sentiments have helped give suspicion a bad name. After all, some good, healthy suspicion, plus some strong, solid skepticism, might serve to keep a great many people honest. To continue.
Another cup of coffee, Lieutenant Gomez?
No, I was drinking coffee all night.
Oh, terrible thing. Poor Frank Ippolito. He was in here maybe 10, 15 minutes before it happened. Such a nice person. I can't believe it. I'm still in a state of shock.
Did you notice Olga Verby?
Oh, yeah, I seen a picture in the morning paper, the blonde girl. Yeah, she came in from time to time. Never said much.
You know what she did for a living, Molly?
Well, no, she never told me, and I never asked.
Did you have to ask? Wasn't it obvious?
Oh, now listen, Lieutenant Gomez, you really shouldn't say bad things about a person that's dead.
She had no job, no visible means of support. Yet her rent was always paid on time.
Well, so that should show she was a responsible person.
She had a closet full of clothes, new color TV, good hi-fi. Who paid for all of it?
Lieutenant, I never like to ask a question like that.
No, neither do I. Except it's my job. Hey, come on, Molly. You know everything about everybody in the neighborhood. Who's picking up those tabs for Olga Verby?
I couldn't tell you.
Now, tell me this. What was there between her and Officer Frank Ippolito?
What are you talking about? Are you trying to tell me that Frank and her were...
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Impossible.
Yeah?
Oh, he was a man who was in love with his wife.
What does one thing have to do with another?
No. You got the wrong customer. Frank Ippolito, his wife, Nina, he worshipped that girl.
Oh, sure he did.
Well, how can you even begin to accuse a fine, decent fellow like Frank?
Okay, Molly. You said you read about the murders in the papers this morning.
Read the papers, heard about them on the radio. It's all around you.
She was shot in the apartment. He was found shot on the street, a couple blocks away.
I know. He was waiting for his relief. Shot. And nobody hears nothing? How is it possible?
It's possible. What else did you read in the paper about these murders?
What else?
Yeah. Molly, both of them were killed by bullets fired from the same gun.
What?
That's right.
Oh, so okay. The murderer shoots Olga Verby, then maybe somehow Frank finds out and tries to capture him, and the murderer kills him.
Molly, Frank was shot in the back.
Oh.
He was walking up the street to the corner of 11th. He was shot in the back. What would make sense, Molly?
I don't know.
Olga Verby's place isn't robbed. She herself wasn't attacked or assaulted. No sign of a struggle. So, there's a guy who's keeping her. He finds out she's been playing around with Frank Ippolito.
I don't want to believe that.
And after he kills her, he guns down Frank.
You mean you believe that, Lieutenant Gomez?
It's what's known as a theory. They try to develop a bunch of theories after every murder. And this is the only one that makes sense so far. So, Molly?
Who would have believed that Frank...
Tell me.
Although, I got a nephew. He's a psychiatrist. I wonder what he would say.
Would you know the guy who was keeping Olga Verby?
He would say something like, Frank Ippolito was so much in love with his wife that to please her, he does something foreign to his nature. He eats a lot because she takes pride in her cooking. You follow this, Lieutenant Gomez?
Had she ever mentioned this guy's name?
But he resents what he's doing. He has to get back at her some way, so he expresses his hostility by being with another woman.
At least now you admit Frank and Olga Verby were having an affair.
Affair? Working class people don't have affairs.
Did Olga ever talk about her boyfriend?
No, not to me.
Well, here's the key.
If someone was keeping her, he'd go to see her at least a couple of times a week. Doesn't anybody remember someone who would come into the apartment building?
We're checking it out. So far, nothing. She did talk to you, didn't she, Molly?
Sometimes.
No mention of this man?
Not in a direct way.
Now, Molly, wait a minute. Try to think, will you, please? Try to review all the conversations you had with her.
Yeah.
And maybe something will stick out in your mind. Maybe you'll remember something. Will you try?
Sure, I'll try.
And now for the half-hourly news bulletin. The police still have no substantial leads in the murders of police officer Frank Ippolito and Miss Olga Verby. They're tied together by the fact that both victims were killed by bullets fired from the same .38 caliber revolver. A special telephone number has been set up, 555-0002. Please call this number if you have any information that can be of assistance to the police. Our program continues.
Well, hello, my dear.
Gordon. Well, you're home from the office early.
Oh, now don't turn it off on my account.
Well, I know how thoroughly you dislike modern music.
Oh, yes. This modern so-called music where you can't follow any melodic line. This modern so-called art where you don't know what you're looking at. Remember, you dragged me to the museum where we looked at this monstrosity.
Dear, you must watch your blood pressure.
And the fella sold it? He sold it for $500,000? You know, the world's turned upside down.
Gordon.
There are no standards. It's all the fruits of this permissive society.
Gordon.
With it, decayed, rotten fruits. Anything goes.
Gordon, I'm curious.
Yes, Rowena.
What kind of gun do you carry?
Why do you ask?
Well, no real reason.
Well, now, of all the...
I know it's not the kind of question I'm supposed to ask.
No, nonsense. No, husbands and wives may ask each other whatever questions they wish.
Well, there seems to be a mystique to guns, and possibly a courtesy among people who carry them. Perhaps it's an intimate question.
No, my dear, that's ridiculous.
Well, then you're not offended.
Offended? Rowena, I'm happy. I'm happy that you seem to be interested, finally, in something real, something wonderful, worthwhile. Here, let me show you.
Well, I don't really...
No, this, Rowena, is the finest revolver you can buy. Here, let me extract the cartridges. True, there's a safety catch, but in passing a firearm from hand to hand, one must observe the strictest precautions.
I understand.
Now, here, Rowena, hold that in the palm of your hand. The balance. How perfectly balanced. Like the most expensively crafted watch. This, Rowena, this is truly a work of art.
Well, what I want to know
It's a work of art. But a dynamic work of art. The greatest painting is motionless. It's frozen forever on the canvas. Do you agree?
Oh, yes,
But this, Rowena, this comes to life. Suddenly, this gleaming, apparently inert piece of metal sculpture will explode in a violent paroxysm of sound and motion.
Gordon,
This exquisitely designed instrument quivers with an excitement that's almost human, Rowena.
Gordon, I just asked you about the caliber.
Caliber? Yeah, that's fascinating. It comes from the Arab word kalib, meaning a mold. It defines the diameter of the bore, or the barrel.
And what is this one?
My dear, this is the exclusive Valentine Devore Deluxe.
And in what caliber?
.38.
You mean 38?
Yes, that's the short way to say it.
Yes, I understand.
Now, I shall take it back from you and wipe it very carefully before restoring it to the holster, lest the moisture of your hand created tiny spots of rust. You see?
Yes.
Oh, Rowena, I cannot tell you how happy you've made me.
Have I?
Oh, yes, my dear. You know, as husbands and wives grow older, it's inspiring when they can find new interests to share, to bring them closer together.
Lieutenant Gomez. Yes, Inspector. No. Nothing. Nowhere. Well, there's no shortage of men. I got cops coming in to work on their time off. After all, Frank Ippolito was... Yeah, I understand, Inspector. Yeah, I know the problem. Special phone. Oh, some of the usual nut calls, but nothing we can use. All right, I will, Inspector. Goodbye. He wants to get blood from a stone.
Doesn't everybody?
What? Molly, what are you doing here?
Well, I thought I'd better come see you. Can I sit down?
Yeah, sure.
To answer your question, I solved the case.
You what?
I know who murdered Frank.
Who?
You know who. You told me yourself. The same person who killed Olga Verby.
You mean to say you know who he is? Did you remember something Olga said?
No. But I remember something Frank said.
Frank?
While he was in my place, just before he was killed.
But what would Frank say that
You were right. The same person who killed Olga killed Frank, but not for the same reason.
How do you know?
Oh, Frank was not cheating on his wife. And I know because I went out to see her.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
I wanted to tell her how sorry I was. I looked in her face. I could see Frank was true to her.
Molly, what are you trying to sell me?
Look, when a woman knows her husband is stepping out on her, you can read it in her eyes.
I can't.
I can. So if Frank had been with Olga, your theory would be right. But Frank had nothing to do with Olga. So why should this person who was keeping Olga want to kill Frank?
Okay. Why?
I remembered what Frank had told me. And I saw it. I saw the whole thing. I can tell you exactly why Frank was killed.
And Molly will. But not at this point. In a few moments. In the third act. All mysteries are basically audience participation shows. And so you should also have the answers. After all, everything Frank told Molly, he also told you. We play fair in these things, as you will see when I bring you Act 3. Memory, fickle memory, cries the poet, fleetingly glimpsed, a flash of color that lends trembling light to the outer darkness, and is gone. Well, I don't know about your memory, and I claim no great merit for mine, but we have a woman in our story who probably has never forgotten anything she ever heard in her life. That is, when she sets her mind to it.
Okay. Tell me. Why was Frank killed?
Well, look, every night at 11:30, half hour before he goes off, Frank comes in for a cup of coffee, okay?
So?
So he spends about 5 minutes, and we talk about, whatever. Then he goes around the corner and down the block to wait for Jerry, the midnight to 8 cup.
Well?
Well, now I think back to what we were talking about. And this is what? 10, 15 minutes before he's killed.
What do you remember?
I remember every word he said. Listen, I'll tell you. We were talking about $2.
$2. A guy's parked illegally. For $2, he can put his car in Al's garage down the street, but he's too tight.
That figures.
But this guy's loaded. Car's a Golden Street. He's wearing a suit, at least 3-4 bills. And this big sport starts to give me a hard luck story.
For a $5 ticket. I hope you gave it to him.
Oh, I papered him all right. And I could have really bagged him for attempting to bribe a police officer. So that's what Frank said, huh? What's this supposed to mean?
A fellow, is paying the bills for Olga Verby.
Well, that's what I told you.
Well, for some reason, and not because she's cheating, he killed her, okay?
Okay.
A cop is standing by his car, this rich man's car, this Golden Street. And what is the cop doing? The cop is writing a ticket, a parking ticket. So, Mr. Rich person gets a little bit nervous. He thinks nobody knows about him and Olga. But these days, how can you be positive about anything? The parking ticket could be a record of the fact that he was there. That's why he tries to bribe Frank, to get rid of the ticket.
Now, Molly...
Now, Molly, what? Frank told me right out. A man who looked rich, who drove a $30,000 Golden Streak, tried to bribe his way out of a $5 parking ticket.
Now, what you're saying is the man killed Frank so he could destroy the ticket?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Doesn't make sense.
You want to sit here and argue? There's only one way to prove it.
Yeah?
Do I have to do all the work around here? Get hold of Frank's summons book. You'll discover one of two things. Either the whole book is missing, or the copy of that ticket is gone. Okay?
Okay. The last recorded ticket in Frank's book was for Alfred Garrison, running a stop sign at 5:30 p.m. And that's it.
And nothing until 11:30 at night? Frank was in my place 20 after 11, 25 after.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
There's a blank summons form and duplicate missing.
Of course, there's got to be.
Hey, wait a minute. The last ticket written at 5:30 was number 6227. The next blank ticket should be 6228. But instead, it's 6229.
There. I told you.
And now the news. Wednesday night's double murders are still unsolved. Police say they have a single lead. It is believed that the killer may have driven a Gold Streak automobile. Police are interviewing residents of the neighborhood to determine if anyone can remember seeing the car.
I don't blame you, darling. The news is so depressing. Have we, any plans for the evening?
The evening? Oh, the Robertsons want us to play bridge with them.
Oh, darling, we did that last night and Thursday night.
Yes, and Wednesday night. Or did we play Wednesday night? I don't seem to remember. What did we do Wednesday night?
Well, I was driving home from Philadelphia Wednesday night.
Oh.
Yes, my meeting with George Dawson ran late. And then we went out to dinner. I think it was past midnight when I got home.
Oh, that must have been a long drive.
Rowena? Something the matter?
No, nothing.
So, how's my murder case coming?
It's coming.
Why don't we have any results?
Well, Molly, we're getting there. There are 2,200 golden streaks listed in the metropolitan area of New York, New Jersey, Southern Connecticut area. And we're checking out ownership of each and every one.
Oh, but that's going to take time.
Mm-hmm. From this, we get a likely list of suspects and keep narrowing it down. And after a while, we may nail our guy. Of course, we could get a lucky break, but don't count on it.
Mr. Dawson's office?
Yes, this is Mr. Morrison's secretary.
Mr. Morrison?
Mr. Gordon Morrison of New York.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Morrison had an appointment with Mr. Dawson. I wonder if he left his glasses there.
Mr. Morrison had an appointment with Mr. Dawson?
Yes, last Wednesday.
Well, that's impossible. Mr. Dawson's been out of the country since the first of the month and won't be back till next week.
Oh, I must have been mistaken.
I'm sure you were.
Mr. Morrison must have left his glasses somewhere else.
That's the only lead we've got so far, Inspector. The more men I can have to run it down, the quicker I may be able to get results. Inspector, that's a special phone. I'll call you right back. 555-0002.
Hello? Oh, I was going to ask, is this 555-0002, but you just said it was.
You have anything to tell us about the...
About the murders? Well, I have something to ask you.
Ask?
You say the murderer used a .38 caliber revolver?
Yes?
Well, could you perhaps tell what kind of revolver it was? Could you tell if it's a .38 caliber Valentine DeVore revolver?
Oh, we can tell if it's a .38, but we can't always tell if it's a specific make.
Why? Marty, better trace this.
It's important for me to know.
Yeah, sure. Well, why is it important for you to know?
Well, because...
Why don't I just have ballistics check it further, and then we can call you back? What's your number?
My number is... Oh, no.
Hello? You didn't have enough time to get a tracer, did you, Marty?
Rowena.
Oh, Gordon, I didn't hear you come in.
You look so frightened.
Well, do I?
Something the matter?
Well, I thought you were busy in your den. Oh, darling, does this music bother you? I'll turn it off.
You know, Rowena, I never realized before how truly attractive you are. As a matter of fact, Paul Banner called it to my attention the other day. He said, Gordon, you have a beautiful woman there in Rowena. Why don't you run for office? That's what gets a man elected these days, an attractive wife. Would you like to get into politics, Rowena?
Gordon, is that what you came in here to ask me?
No, as a matter of fact, I came in here to ask you about a telephone call.
Telephone call?
Yes, 2 of them. Been going over the bill. I see here a call to Philadelphia, to Dawson's office. I never called him from here, did you?
Did I?
Yes. Why would you call him? And here's another call I can't remember. It's to New York City.
Oh, Gordon, I can't remember all the calls I make to New York.
212-555-0002. Who's that?
Who's that? Well, I don't remember.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I can check with the phone company.
Yes, you could. Oh, but you don't have to. It's to a department store. They were having a sale.
Any results on our case, Lieutenant?
Well, we may be able to glimpse the light at the end of the tunnel.
Where have I heard that before? Hey, you want a sandwich?
I got no time. I just sneaked out for the coffee.
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, yeah, he's here. It's for you. They don't let you alone.
I don't want to be left alone. Yeah. Did you get my note, Marty? The list I left on your desk I got from the Valentine DeVore Arms Company. It's the people that sold 385 guns in this part of the country. That's 10 names. Check each one against the list of the people who own Golden Street cars. See if you get a same name on both lists. Okay? No, it shouldn't take too long. It's all in alphabetical order. I'll hold the phone.
Hey, what's this?
It could be the break.
You mean we're gonna get him?
Yeah, Marty? Who? Gordon K. Morrison, Greenwich, Connecticut.
Rowena, dearest, will you come here?
Yes, Gordon. What is it?
Rowena, when did you realize that I shot those people?
Gordon.
How did you happen to suspect me?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
You said you called Dawson to find out where I was that Wednesday. I didn't tell you about going to see Dawson till just the other day.
Gordon,
and I didn't go there anyway, so you found that out. And 212-555-0002 is the special New York City Police Department number. Now, what did you tell them?
Nothing.
Rowena, you should have told them everything.
I had to know about your gun, Gordon, for myself. I'm still your wife.
Well, that's why I'm not angry with you. You did the correct thing, Rowena. I had no right to kill her.
Why did you?
Because she had managed to learn about the scanners we're about to make for the Air Force. There was bribery. We would have been ruined. Oh, the police officer. If only he hadn't written out that parking ticket.
Why did you? Why did you want her? The girl.
I don't know. It's a thing to do, I suppose. Well, I've come to my senses.
What are you going to do?
I broke the law. I deserve to die. Now, Rowena, you may have done your duty, but you betrayed me. So, you also deserve to die.
Gordon, please.
I realize now that my entire life has been building up to this one supreme moment, this fantastic climax. Oh, here. The Valentine DeVore Deluxe, this beautiful revolver. It's lovely. It's lethal.
No, Gordon. You must...
How many times I've longed to place the cool barrel against my brow.
No.
We must die, Rowena. We must die.
No.
Together. Oh, my dearest, it'll be like making love together. Now just hold my hand and look into my eyes.
Don't kill me.
Oh, but I must. Don't you understand?
Yes. Yes, Gordon, I understand. That's why I don't want you to kill me. I want to kill myself.
Oh, Rowena.
Don't deprive me of holding the beautiful revolver in my own hand.
Oh, yes, my darling, yes.
Give me the gun. Quickly.
Yes.
Is it loaded?
Oh, yes. Yes, here you are. Now, hurry. I want my turn to... No, Rowena, don't point it at me.
Oh,
Rowena. I'm glad you did that. I would never have had the courage. Thank you. And now turn the beautiful revolver on yourself. Rowena. Roll it.
Of course not. She did no such thing. And a few minutes later, when Lieutenant Gomez arrived, she was still standing over his body with the beautiful revolver still clutched tightly in her hand. Well, in a short while, I shall be back with some explosive addenda. The fact of the matter, there is a link between love and death. And if fortune is feminine, as the poets say, so is war. The very word gun itself comes from a lady's name, Gunhilda, which means battle. And so, some years ago, when there were those who urged us to make love, not war, they may have been missing a point. We have people in this world to whom the act of making war is like making love. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Larry Haynes, Bryna Rayburn, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What lovers say to each other should be written on the wind and in running water. For love talk flows smoothly and flows freely. Most people are experienced enough to take it all with a wink or a grain of salt. However, here and there, now and then, you find someone who takes it seriously.
Are you saying we should steal that money?
Well, steal is the word, I guess. It's stealing.
Myra, this is wrong. I want no part of it.
Oh, yes, you do. Your share, 50%.
No!
I know. You're a sensitive, ethical person. You'll need a certain amount of time to talk yourself into it. Be my guest.
Our mystery drama, The Blood Red Wine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Lovejoy and Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be. The last of life, for which the first was made. One hesitates to take issue with that beautiful poetic sentiment of Mr. Browning, but growing old these days can present a multitude of problems, especially in a youth-oriented society. And then, of course, the fact remains that most young fools grow into old fools.
Listen to that thunder.
Bad storm.
I hope the roof won't leak.
It's this wind. It gets in underneath the roof tiles.
I was hoping you'd fixed it.
Well, the truth is, we need a new roof.
That ain't all we need. You, said you'd see Frank?
Yeah. All he can give me is a job selling on the road.
The road? Now, if you think you're going to leave me to be all alone...
Myra, I don't have too many options.
You mean he's got nothing else?
Nothing else I can do. Look, Myra, I belong on the road.
Then why did we buy this old farmhouse?
Well, I thought maybe I could paint.
Yeah.
It turns out I'm all right. But not good enough.
Okay. So what happens now?
I go back to doing the only thing I'm really good at.
At 52, it's back to the road, huh? Back to traveling with all the pressure.
Oh, it's not that bad.
After all you've done for Frank, he can't find anything else?
Anything else would be charity.
When do you start?
Anytime the rain stops and I can get on a plane.
Well, if that's what you want to do.
I don't want to do it.
Oh, sure.
I don't know how to do anything else well enough to get paid for it.
Well, at least if you got paid well enough.
Myra, I'm lucky to have the job.
Well, when you're in New York, you can bring my sister the pictures I promised her.
I won't be in New York.
What do you mean you won't be in New York? New York and New England, that's your territory.
Well, the last couple of years, Frank had to put a new man on it.
But that's your territory. Those are your accounts. You built it up from nothing. That's where all the money is.
Frank would like to expand in the South.
I see. And old Joel here is just the man to open it up.
Myra, it was that or nothing.
What you could do is pick another line from somebody else and buck Frank in New York.
Well, that would be disloyal.
That can't be the doorbell. Why would anyone...
Well, I'd better answer it, I guess.
Please, may I come in?
Shut the door before we get flooded out of here.
Well, sure, come on in.
Thank you. Hi.
Joel, look. This man is sick. Oh, help him out of that wet coat. Poor man is drenched through. Put up some tea.
Yes, a good cup of hot tea.
And meanwhile, pour a glass of that boysenberry wine. That'll perk him up. Mister, what are you doing out on a night like this?
Don't I?
Here, this is great for you. Here.
Oh, no, I don't think
hold him up, Joel. I think he's going to fall.
I got him. Let me help you get this down, friend, huh? My wife makes it herself. We grow a special strain of boysenberries around here.
Be careful, Joel. You'll spill it on his shirt.
I can't swallow.
Joel, he's in real trouble. What is it, mister?
Doctor. I need a doctor.
A doctor?
I think it's a heart attack.
Oh, no.
My heart. Pain.
Here, I'll hold on to him. You get the folding cot, Joe, quick.
All right.
It's just inside the door of the storeroom. Mister, you'll be all right, honest.
Doctor?
Now, don't say anything. It's a strain to talk. Just try to relax. Don't even move, huh? Joel?
I got it, Myra. I got it.
Oh, good. Stretch it out.
All right.
That's it. Oh, that's good. Now, let's help him lie down.
Hold on to my arm, buddy.
Keep him very still. Now, unbutton his collar. Loosen up his clothes. And remove his wristwatch. See if that ring comes off.
Doctor.
Well, there's that young Dr. Kessler. He lives just a couple of miles down the road.
The road hasn't been washed out.
All right, I'll try him.
I was driving north to Philadelphia, and the wires got wet.
Look, you better not talk, mister.
Myra,
What?
I can't get a dial tone.
Well, try to do something.
Well, what can I do? The phone's dead. The lines must be down. What are we going to do about him?
I couldn't just sit there, so I got out and started to walk.
Look, just try to lay perfectly still, huh?
And suddenly, this awful pain in my chest.
Myra, isn't there anything we can do?
And the pain kept getting worse. And then I saw your house.
I could go for a doctor.
You'd never get there.
Well, we got to do something.
I don't know what to tell you.
Listen.
Look, mister, you mustn't strain yourself.
I'm being punished.
What'd he say?
I stole the money. The money in my attaché case. The money?
Money?
Please, will you return the money to Phelps?
Look, don't say any
They
more.
can never trace it to me. Weeks or months before they even know the money's gone.
Return the money to whom?
$250,000. Now, bring it back to Phelps.
Oh, sure. Sure we will. Now, look, please rest.
And tell him J.B. Lucas was a fool, but J.B. Lucas could never be a crook.
Look, if you stay absolutely still...
Never be a crook.
Joel, is he?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
He's dead.
Oh, poor fella. He looks so young.
Couldn't be a day over 35.
Oh, what are we going to do?
Well, there isn't much we can do tonight. If the storm lets up, we can phone the sheriff, or I can go get him if I have to.
What about his attaché case?
Oh, we better place that on the cot, I guess.
Do you think there's really $250,000 inside that case?
Well, if you said so, why not?
For all the good it could do him now.
Well, nothing can do him any good now, or any harm. Let's move him out of the kitchen. Myra? Ooh. Oh, boy. That one sure woke me. Myra?
Yes?
Did it wake you, too?
No. I've been up.
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you are. I can tell. You get that quiet tone in your voice. You thinking about him downstairs on the cot in the storeroom?
Maybe. J.B. Lucas. Isn't that what he said his name was?
Yes.
He's better off out of it.
Myra.
At 35 or somewhere around there. He made his move. He decided to gamble. All or nothing. Go for broke. He lost. But he also won. If you look at it another way.
Well, what did he win? He's dead.
That's what he won.
Myra, you all right?
Yeah. I can tell you all about him.
You never saw him before.
You know what he died of?
Well, obviously, his heart just...
Sure. But I'll tell you what helped it along. A guilty conscience. which means he wasn't a professional crook. He had a dead-end job as a clerk.
How do you know?
Saw his chance to get out of it, to be free. To come, go, have money, and everything money can give you. And he took that chance.
And he lost.
Yes. He lost. Because he made his move too late. After he was all eaten away inside. But he also won.
You keep saying that, but I don't see what or how.
Because he doesn't have to put up with 30 more dull, drab, hopeless years. He doesn't have to feel frustrated and cheated. Empty.
I think I know what you're going to say.
You have a talent for painting, but not quite enough. You have a talent for selling, but you don't know how to turn it to your own advantage. The result is, you make other men rich.
I guess I'm not lucky, that's all.
But you are lucky, Joel. You are. Everybody hits the jackpot once in his life.
Well, I guess I'm still waiting for it to happen to me.
You don't have to wait any longer. It just happened.
What just happened?
Downstairs, lying on a dead man's chest, is an attaché case with $250,000.
What are you saying? We should steal that money?
Yes.
Myra.
Steal is the word. Oh, I suppose we could dress it up by calling it something else, but it wouldn't change it. The second that man closed his eyes and died, I knew we were going to take that money.
Myra, this is wrong.
Joel, honey, if it was right, we wouldn't be having this problem, would we?
You've just taken leave of your senses.
Oh, no. No, not just. I took leave of my senses 30 years ago. On my wedding day. I was 17 and stupid.
Oh, no.
I never had an education. I didn't even finish high school. And you were so smart. Oh, to think a college boy like you could fall for an ignorant little nobody like me.
You were never a nobody.
So anything you did was all right. And as the years went by, we didn't have an awful lot.
Oh, we always lived well.
We should have lived much better. You should have made 3, 4, 5 times as much money.
Oh, now,
it's
Myra.
true. All you had to do was stand up to Frank Desmond. But you were afraid.
Things were very complicated.
No, they were very simple. You wanted Frank to have a good opinion of you. You thought you'd alienate him by standing up for your rights. And I paid for it.
Myra.
Joel, that money downstairs, that's your chance. Your only chance. What do you say?
Joel can only give you one of two answers, yes or no. And what answer would you give? Aha. And now, what answer would you give if you could be virtually certain no one would ever find out? Well, you don't have to commit yourself. But Joel does. And he has to do it when I return with Act 2 shortly. How easy it is to be virtuous when no one is assaulting your virtue. How readily one may resist temptation if the forbidden fruit is completely devoid of fragrance and flavor. Would David have lusted after Uriah's wife had she been elderly and ugly? What can we say? Is morality basically a matter of what one can afford? Who knows?
Myra, it's wrong.
Sure.
I've never done anything wrong in my life.
That isn't true. You've done a great many wrong things.
I'm talking about sins.
Vanity is a sin. False pride is a sin. Lying is a sin.
When did I ever lie?
Your whole life has been a lie.
Myra, I never realized it. You must hate me.
No. I love you.
How could you love me and say those things?
Joel, so far, absolutely no one knows he's been here.
We have to get in touch with the sheriff.
If we do that, how can we keep the money? No. We don't call the sheriff. We know nothing about it.
But J.B. Lucas came here. He
says he came here. Now, it won't be light for 2 or 3 more hours. And if the storm keeps up, maybe more than that. Now, let's get dressed.
Why?
So we can get him back to his car.
We don't even know where his car is.
We'll find it.
In this weather?
It has to be down the road.
Well, how can you be sure?
He said he was driving north to Philadelphia. It means he was on the turnpike. He felt this heart attack coming on. He had to get off at the Jessup exit and travel east to get here. Now, let's get him dressed. Is this everything he was wearing?
I think so.
Okay. Take the money out of the attaché case and put it in the drawer for now.
Myra,
Do you have a choice, Joel?
What if someone might see us?
Who's going to be out at this time of the night in this kind of weather? Who's around to be out anyway? Doc Kessler's 2.5 miles to the west, and everybody else is safely tucked into bed. Hold it. There's his car. Now, just pull up.
Myra, tire tracks. We leave tire tracks.
What tire tracks? The rain's washing everything away. Now, let's get him into his own car.
How do we know it's his car?
Well, who else would have left the car here? Now, come on.
Myra?
Joel, in a couple of minutes, it'll be all over. Okay. This is everything he was wearing when he came into the house, huh? His watch, his ring. He's got his wallet?
Yes.
And the attaché case. Leave it on the front seat next to him. Yeah, that's good. Well, that takes care of everything. Let's look closely. Is there anything that can tie him in with us?
I don't think so. I don't know.
No, there's absolutely no sign that this man has been in our house tonight. Let's go home. Listen.
To what?
That's just it. No more thunder.
Storm's over.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Come on, let's get up and have a big breakfast.
You mean you can eat?
I'm starved.
You slept, too, I noticed.
I was dead to the world. Didn't you sleep?
No.
Why not?
Myra, you and I,
You and I. We didn't kill him.
I admit it. It's just that I'm nervous. Now, suppose... What if he dropped something around here?
Like what?
Or maybe his handkerchief.
Well, that's not worth being nervous about, but take a look around the place. And for a ways down the road. He might have dropped something or lost something. So go on out. Take a look.
I didn't see a thing.
Well, that's good.
But that doesn't mean there's nothing.
What could there be?
Oh, some little clue there always is.
Oh, come on, Joel. It's over and we're out of it.
Are we?
Yeah. Now let's start to live.
His car is gone.
So?
I drove down to where we found it and left him. It's gone.
Somebody must have found him.
Yeah, I suppose.
Look, Joel, we knew he'd be found. Did you drive into the village?
No.
Well, it wouldn't be in the papers yet. I didn't hear anything on the radio. Well, now, what's the first thing we should buy ourselves?
We won't be able to spend much for a while.
Why not?
We'll have to lie low.
For what reason?
Till it blows over.
Till what blows over? Look, a man has a heart attack, dies at the wheel of his car. If it turns out that some money is missing, what does that have to do with you and me? Now, I'm right, Joel, and you know it.
Yes, you're right. It's just I just hope we didn't overlook anything, that's all.
We overlooked nothing. Now, you want to feel great? Open the dresser drawer and take a look at those beautiful $20 bills.
You mean you left it in the dresser drawer?
For now.
Well, that's crazy. Suppose they search the house.
Who is going to search the house? Why should anyone search the house?
It ought to be put in a safe place.
Okay. Find a safe place and put it there. Now, you want to feel terrific? You want to do something you should have done 25 years ago? Go call Frank and tell him where to head in.
I told you, we have to proceed cautiously. The fact that we're broke is pretty common knowledge, you know. I mean, the storekeepers in town know it, and Hedrick at the bank is aware that we're usually late with our mortgage payments.
So?
So? How would it look if we suddenly started to flash a lot of money around?
Who said anything about flashing money?
Well, just being able to pay your bills when you have no visible means of support. Well, everybody knows I can't sell any paintings.
Oh, why do you always try to make things so complicated?
Complicated? It's common sense. So if I just worked for a while for Frank, it could be a blind to account for where our money's coming from. And in a couple of weeks, a couple of months, this money, this fellow Lucas will be ancient history. Come on, let's do it my way.
Why are you stalling?
Oh, no, who's stalling?
You are. What are you waiting for?
Things are not that simple.
Things are never simple
Well,
for
all
you.
I'm saying is we have to be extra... Who's that?
Oh, go see.
The money. You said the money was in the drawer.
See who's at the door. And don't act so nervous.
Well, all right, but...
Open the door.
Hi there, Joe.
Sheriff?
You mind if I come in?
Oh, sure. Well, not at all. Come in.
Oh, Myra.
Hello, Sheriff. Cup of coffee?
I never said no to a cup of coffee.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, what can we do for you?
I don't know.
Oh?
You know the storm last night?
Do we ever? I thought it had washed the house away.
Yeah, well, this morning, Jess Fallon finds a car parked alongside the road, a mile and a half from here. The fellow's behind the wheel looks awful still. Yeah, he should have been. He's dead.
Dead? From what?
Jess notifies me, and I put in the call to Doc Kessler. Doc says man died of a heart attack.
Oh, that's awful.
What happened was the fellow run out of gas.
Poor guy.
Yeah, and that storm.
Why is this a job for you, Sheriff?
Well, I don't know if it is or it isn't. Doc thinks the fellow got out of the car and went for help.
Oh?
And that rain? Well, you'd think he'd sit tight, huh?
I would. But Doc looked him over and said to me, see here, his clothes were drenched, his shoes were soaked. How'd they get so wet?
Oh.
So he must have gone out. Well, which way? He was a mile from you folks in one direction, about a mile from the Rumfords in the other. Which way did he walk?
Well, did you ask the Rumfords?
They've been away the past 2 weeks.
I guess the poor fellow headed that way and couldn't get into the house. Knew there was no point going further in that direction because it would take him to the turnpike. Isn't that right, Joe?
Yes, I would suppose so.
So he must have made his way back. By the time he got to his car again, he just didn't have the strength to go on. Managed to get inside where he...
Yeah. Well. Oh, could I have a spoonful of sugar?
Sure.
No, thank you. We don't think he went towards the Rumfords.
No?
No. He got out of the car and headed in this direction.
Well, how can you know that?
Just 50 yards or so down the road from you is where the county's building that culvert. You know, over the creek.
Yes.
A lot of that bottom yellow clay's been washed over near the side of the road. And Doc Kessler, he said to me, Hey, look. See? It's on the edges of his pants. So, that means he must have come within, 50 yards of your house.
The poor man. And we didn't even have our lights on last night. Oh, he must have just got discouraged and turned back. He was so close and so close.
Yeah. I have to ask a question. Oh, it's kind of a stupid question, I admit, if it's got to be asked for the sake of the record. You mind?
Well, what's the question?
Did you see this fellow last night? Now, before you even answer, I know it's an unnecessary question, because if you had seen him, you would have asked him into the house. You would have helped him, naturally. But, as I say, for the record, did you see this man last night?
No.
Life is a series of options, and the secret of success is to keep them all open. However, there comes a time when suddenly one approaches a point of no return. Yes or no. And one is committed to a series of consequences that can never be foreseen or even imagined. That one word, no, and Myra and Joel are in it all the way. Or at least until Act 3, which is on its way. They say you can't cheat an honest man. I don't know what that means. Because millions of honest men and women are being cheated every hour on the hour. Perhaps the implication is that we all have a little larceny lurking somewhere inside us. Perhaps we do. The question is, how much is a little?
You didn't see this fellow last night?
No, Sheriff.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
You mean he could have been within 50 yards of the house? So near and yet so far.
Yeah, it's tragedy, ain't it?
Excuse me, Sheriff. Hello? Yeah, he's here. Hold on, please. It's for you, Sheriff.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yeah. What's that? Who? She is? Well, I guess this place is a new light on things, don't it? Yeah. All right. I better wait for her here. Well, now, how do you figure this?
And what is it?
This whole thing just got kind of complicated.
What do you mean?
This fellow, Lucas, dead man, his wife drove in from Philadelphia as soon as she was notified and insisted on seeing me right away. Jim told her where I was, and so she just flew into her car and took off.
Oh, poor woman.
She wouldn't even wait for me to get back to my office.
I wonder why.
Well, Jim didn't say. She happened to mention something about money. A lot of money.
Oh?
Yeah, Jim said he never seen a woman so nervous and upset in all his life.
Well, the strain of her husband's death.
What money was she talking about? The old man had was $50 in his pants pocket. Jim asked her to wait, told her I'd be back soon, but she said, no, I couldn't wait. She had to see me at once. And she was out of that door like a shot.
But why?
Well, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes for her to get here. Hope you folks don't mind.
Mind? Why should we mind, Sheriff?
Now, please, Miss Lucas, try to be calm.
But there had to be $250,000.
A what?
It's his attaché case.
$250,000?
Sheriff, J.B. is dead, and he's going to be dead for a long time. No, I could cry for him later, but now I have to work for him, for his name.
I wish you'd just tell me what this is all about, ma'am.
What's it all about? Where do I begin? J.B. worked for Phelps Company. J.B. made that company, but he never got any recognition. And then last month, Phelps promoted a man with about half of J.B.'s ability over J.B.'s head. And J.B. didn't say anything. Well, I was afraid he might do something crazy, but
Oh, now, ma'am, you just take it easy.
Here, drink this.
Well, he didn't come home for dinner last night. I was starting to worry that he might have done something foolish. He did something very foolish. Because about 10 o'clock, the phone rang.
I'm in Baltimore.
Baltimore? Why? You didn't tell me you were going to... J.B., are you crazy?
I was crazy, Lorraine. But not anymore.
But why?
Lorraine, I took $250,000 from that safe.
You stole $250,000?
I said took. It's my money.
No, it belongs to the firm.
I know, legally.
What are you going to do with that money?
Run away. I'll send for you later.
Oh, J.B., you can't.
I know that, and so I'm over it. I'm over a lot of things. I want to live, Lorraine.
You come right home.
Yes. And I'll put the money back in the safe. And no one will ever know I took it. And then I'll quit Phelps forever.
Oh, J.B.
And I bet I'll stop getting these pains in my chest.
What pain?
Forget it. I'm on my way home.
Your office sheriff called me and I rushed down here. The attaché case, it was empty. The money was gone.
Ma'am, nobody touched that case.
But that money, don't you understand? The $250,000 is gone.
But nobody knows anything about it.
Well, who was the first person who discovered my husband's body?
It was Mr. Jesse Fallon.
All right, then I demand that he be brought...
Ma'am, he's a preacher.
I don't care who he is.
Now, look, Miss Lucas, you're excited.
Well, what do you expect me to be?
So why don't I just give you a lift back to town?
I've got my own car. Who's the mayor here? Is there a district attorney?
Now, ma'am, you don't want her to...
My husband's name, his reputation is at stake. Don't you understand?
Ma'am, I'd like to help.
You helped, all of you. You helped yourself to that money. You, that preacher, if he is a preacher, whoever he is, you're all in on it.
Now, ma'am, you got no right to make such an accusation.
Listen, I'm going to fight for my husband. I'll hire a lawyer. I'll call a governor. J.B. Lucas will not be disgraced for something he never did. I'm sorry that I was forced to make such a scene in your home, Miss...
That's all right.
But I have to do something. I have to do something.
Yeah, Miss Lucas. Yeah, just a minute. Wait for me. Hey, I told you, folks, there's complications.
Myra, what are we going to do?
Nothing.
Nothing? This changes everything.
How?
Well, do you want that man to go to his grave branded a thief?
When a man dies, does it matter how he goes to his grave?
But that poor woman...
What's going to happen to her? Nothing.
I won't stand by and allow you...
Yes, you will. That man died for you.
Are you out of your mind?
He was a man exactly like you. A man who could never get what was due him. If he's looking down on us or up at us, what do you think he'd want us to do with the money? Return it to that miserable boss of his? Never. He'd say, keep it. Do what I never had the guts to do. Enjoy it.
But that poor woman...
That stupid woman. If she'd worried more about him when he was alive, if she'd shown that kind of anger and determination, where was it all when he needed it?
That woman... Her anguish, it haunts me.
We decided we'll keep the money.
No, we won't.
Joel, if you...
No, we'll be found out.
It's impossible. There's no way.
They're closing in on us.
What are you talking about?
Did we leave a clue?
No.
We keep telling that to ourselves, but we did. That clay from the covert.
So?
Proof that Lucas came this way.
But not that he was in this house.
Yes, there's a clue.
What clue?
I don't know. But there has to be a clue. The clay proves that he came this way.
Now, a clue to prove he was in here.
Then tell me what it is.
I can't tell you what it is, but I know it exists.
How do you know?
It has to.
Joel, when you talk like this, it scares me.
Well, you should be scared. You should be scared. We'll be caught, Myra. There's a clue.
You keep saying that, but what can it be?
When that man was in this house, I know I did something. I'm aware of having done something. There is a clue, and I know it.
Oh, get hold of yourself.
I'm trying to.
No one can prove Lucas was in this house. There is no way to prove we took the money. Now, let's forget about it.
Forget? I'm not a man who can steal, Myra.
All right. Then die like he did of a heart attack the way he did, among strangers the way he did.
Myra.
This man Phelps killed Lucas the way Frank Desmond will kill you. You'll die in some little southern town with your sample case.
Please,
Joel, there's nothing more to talk about.
Duty of every citizen.
Joel?
Duty to report.
Joel?
Duty to report knowledge.
Joel, wake up.
Duty to give information. Telephone.
Joel, wake up. Wake up.
I was fast asleep. Why'd you wake me?
Do you know what you were talking about in your sleep?
I never talk in my sleep. I never talk in my sleep.
Who are you going to telephone?
Telephone? What are you talking about?
Joel, everything's going to be all right. Everything.
That clue.
What clue?
The clue that proves he was in our house.
There is no such clue.
Oh, there is. There is.
Joel, go back to sleep. Forget it.
Hello. Yeah. Who's this? What? What did you just say? Well, who are you? Hello? Hello? Hung up. What did he just tell me?
Who can that be? It's late.
I don't know.
Better answer.
Evening, Joel.
Sure.
Look, I know it's late, but I have to ask you a very important question.
What question?
I can hand over the money, and there won't be any questions asked. It'll be smoothed over.
What are you talking about?
The $250,000 J.B. Lucas had in his attaché case. You see, he did come into your house. He died here. And we can prove it. I can prove it by that bottle of your boysenberry wine, Myra.
Oh, good Lord. That's the clue. Now I know. That's
Joel,
the clue.
shut up.
It don't matter. You offered him a drink, and it spilled all over his shirt. Doc Kessler analyzed the stain. That's what it is.
He could have had a drink of wine anywhere.
No, Myra. Not with this much sugar. Nor this red. You grow them berries special, Myra. Now, look, there's no permanent harm done. You just hand over the money and nothing will happen.
You can't prove it.
Myra, you can deny it, but you'll be watched and bird dog the rest of your life. Phelps will have private detectives. You'll never be able to spend that money. On the other hand, no one has to know anything.
It's in the front room.
It was you who called me on the phone, wasn't it, Joe?
Me?
You called me and tipped me off to the wine stain, didn't you?
No, I didn't do it, Sheriff.
Why would I do a thing like that?
Why? If only I could answer that, Joe. If only I could answer that.
Why? Is it because a man cannot change his morality as easily as he changes his shirt? Or was it the subconscious that dialed the sheriff's office? Or maybe being on the road was more important to Joel than anything else. He may have a good friend out of town. I'll be back shortly. The leopard, as you know, cannot change his spots. The snake, however, changes his skin at regular intervals. Does that mean leopards are more trustworthy and constant than snakes? Do not pet either one. Who is to say that Joel's reluctance to take the money is a blow for honesty? He may have felt that he was getting a better deal from Frank. After all, money isn't everything. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Ralph Bell, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It all looked so easy. Who's trying to knock off your bank, Chalmer? Yeah, then what? Well, I've cased this little neighborhood bank corner of Stillwell and 7. Now, Friday should be the big day when the cash is still alive, not buried in the vault. You drive. That's all the risk you take. I pay off 1/3.
Yeah, is it worth it? You gotta know it is. That's payday for the consolidated machine plant. There's like 150,000 riding on this.
You want in?
Yeah, you got me. I want in. When?
Next Friday. Take off sick. In the morning, you pick up the getaway car. From then on in, it's smooth sailing.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Death is a much maligned figure. An unwelcome visitor to most. But to some, he comes as a friend and a healer, much prayed for and sought. To them, he is Johann Sebastian Bach's Süßer Tod, sweet death, who comes to bind up unbearable wounds. But not to everyone who prays for his soothing touch is he allowed. Some crimes are too great to be forgiven by death.
You could handle it alone, Ted? Duck soup, Si. Just be ready to take off when I come out.
I watched Ted saunter into the bank. Then nothing but waiting. When I finally heard them, like I guess I knew all along I was going to, I knew this was one heist which wasn't going to work.
Our our mystery drama, The Curse of Conscience, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The young, strong hands are clenched so tightly on the cell bars that all the blood is squeezed out of them, and the veins stand out dark and distended against the chalk-white skin. His eyes are glassy, and his voice has the edge of hysteria. His name is Simon Berman, or once was before he changed it for a number. And he is not alone. He is never, never alone anymore.
I'm not looking around. She's sitting there waiting for me to, but I ain't biting. She'd just start talking to me, and I don't want that. That's the way it all began. But now it's all over. It's gotta be. She ain't there. She can't be. That's the way it is. She's just not there.
Don't be ridiculous, Simon. Of course I'm here.
No.
You know it as well as I do.
No.
I'm never going to go away. So you might as well turn around.
Oh, I don't want to start anything again.
Very well. Suit yourself. But I won't ever go away.
One thing I gotta say is she don't change. I mean, she's like that old crumb in ancient history or something who wanted to get across the river. And the fool who let him climb on his back never could get him off again. It's crazy. I mean, you know, who could have figured the way it began? A couple of years ago, I'm stuck in Cleveland. The town is dead. I mean, dead. You can't turn a buck doing nothing. So I pick up this girl, some Jane. I don't even remember her name now. She drags me into some church social. That's where I meet Cousin Ann.
Hello, my dears. You want some tickets to dance?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. How much are they?
Well, that's our theme of the evening, all for the church. 10 cents a dance.
Yeah, well, I'll spring for a buck's worth.
You might want our special, $2 to dance all night.
Oh, gee, that's romantic, huh, Si? Dance all night.
Yeah. Give me $2 special.
You'd like some refreshments? We have a nice punch.
No, thanks. No, just the dancing.
Maybe after you've danced, you'd like a cool, refreshing drink.
What is it, lemonade?
Well, that's what the church provides.
How much is it a shot?
The church set a price of 25 cents a glass.
Okay, fine. We'll be back, ma'am. Okay, Candy?
Oh, sure, Si. Come on, let's dance.
What do you say, Candy? Shall we cut out?
Oh, no. I'm having a good time. Aren't you?
Yeah. It's all right. It's a 2-bit church recreation hall and a jukebox. The Stardust Ballroom, it ain't, you know.
Well, if you want to take me somewhere better, like maybe the disco or one of the big hotel ballrooms.
Well, I was figuring, maybe I'd take you home, you know.
At 9 o'clock in the evening? Oh, you promised me a big time.
Yeah, sure I did.
I thought you were the big spender. What's your rush?
You turn me on, Mama.
Well, so that's all right, but a girl doesn't like to be rushed all that much, you know?
Yeah, and if we hang around here for a while?
Well, then maybe we could, stop at your place.
No, I just had it painted. Look, the place ain't fit to live in. I mean, how about your place?
Well,
You got a roommate or something?
Oh, no, but...
Yeah, but what?
Well, I don't even hardly know you.
Hey, what do you want? My life history? Fingerprints? Social security number?
Oh, come on. I don't need anything like that. I can tell you're a real nice guy.
So after another dance, we go to your place. Huh?
Oh, okay. But first I got to go to the, and when I get back, I could use some of that lemonade. You spring for some for us?
Yeah, sure, so long as we got that deal, huh?
Oh, you got it made, handsome.
Time you get back, I'll be waiting for you over in the corner there. Go to my place. That's a laugh. I'm down on my last double fin and a cardboard suitcase full of dirty laundry and a locker at the bus station. I gotta make some kind of score, and I need a pad. That's where the doll comes in, and I gotta play her along till I make some kind of connection. So I figure I can afford to invest 4 bits making her happy, and I mooch over to the old dame at the punch bowl.
Well, young man, now would you like some punch?
A glass for my old lady, anyways.
Old lady?
Yeah, the girl I was with, ma'am, you know.
Oh. Well, now, maybe you ought to try some yourself first.
No, that's all right. I don't go in much for, soft drinks.
You might like this one. Try it. We'll make it on the house.
On the house, huh? Well, I never refuse a lady. That's lemonade? What kind of church dance is this?
Oh, I have them once a month. Most of the customers are regular.
Yeah, well, I can see why.
Would you like another?
You wouldn't have to twist my arm. Thanks. Here's looking at you. And I'll take 1 more and 2 for my girlfriend, huh?
I thought I'd make a sale. There. And there. Let's see now. That's 1 on the house, 2 for you, and 2 for the young lady. That'll be $4, please.
$4? Hey, look, I thought you said a quarter. There was a sign up.
That was before the punch was spiked.
Yeah, well, look, I ain't got that kind of dough.
Oh, dear, I hope you're not going to welch. You've drunk 2 glasses, you know. I'd hate to have to turn you over to the boys.
The boys?
They're such nice boys to play at such a brutal game. They have the church hall here Wednesdays for their karate class.
Cousin Ann, look, if I may call you that.
Oh, yes, please do. Everybody does.
I just wanted to say, from one, I just wanted to say, you are something else.
Well, thank you. That's quite a compliment for an old lady in her 85th year.
Hey, you're 85?
I said year, 84. Please don't rush me as I must you. The $4, please.
Well, except for some change, all I got is a $10 bill.
Oh, I can make change.
You win. Wonder what happened to my girl.
Where did she go?
The powder room.
Oh, I can find out for you. But would you mind running my stand till I come back? Here's your $6 change.
Hey, you trust me with this?
Why shouldn't I? Are you all right, my dear?
What? Oh, yes, thank you.
Cousin Ann.
Oh, I'm Candy Minton. Well, why did you ask if I was all right?
Oh, well, because your young man was worried about you.
Oh, he's not my young man. I just came with him,
And now you're sorry you did, huh?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. He's a bit of a swinger. Is that what it is, Candy?
Yeah, like he wants to take me home, see?
Well, naturally.
Yeah, but you don't see it. I live alone, you know, and I can feel this is like he's trouble, and I don't want any.
Oh, fascinating. How do you know?
Well, I wasn't born yesterday. I know his type by now. He's some kind of drifter, deadbeat. I don't know what. All you got to do is look in his eyes. This dude is trouble.
Oh, I don't think so. Seemed like quite a nice boy to me.
Oh, don't let him fool you.
I think he's just lonely. Maybe a bit scared.
Oh, not him. But what am I going to do?
Well, if you want to go home without him, nothing's easier.
But I can't slip him. I just know it. He's watching for me to come out.
Well, he won't be when you do. I'll make sure of that.
How?
Very simple. I'm going out now, and I'm going to ask him to dance with me.
Dance with you?
Why not? I've always been a very good dancer. Just a minute. How nice, just my speed and right on cue. They're playing a waltz. Now, Candy, while he's dancing with me, you watch. And when you get the chance, duck down the back car to the rear door and out of his life. He won't see you, I guarantee. I'll keep him busy.
I'm standing by the punch bowl when this wrinkled-up little prune blows back, almost catching me sneaking the last drink in the bowl. I figure the best defense is attack since I see she's alone. Hey, where's my girl?
Oh, she's otherwise engaged for the moment. Well, I see the bowl is empty. I'm not surprised.
Well, I've been doing a Russian business here. Let's see, $23.
Thank you. Well, that frees me from my duties. So while we're waiting for your young lady, why don't you ask me to dance?
To dance?
They're playing a waltz. My favorite.
Well, I ain't much on that kind of dancing, cousin.
Cousin Anne, please. Use my name. And there's no problem. I can show you very easily.
Hey, you dance pretty good.
So do you.
Sigh.
Is that with a C?
No, it's with an S. For Simon.
Simon. Oh, I might have known it. You look so much like him. It's almost as if he were alive all over again.
Some guy you know named Simon?
No, his name was Peter. But that's just the same, isn't it?
Oh, dig ya.
Oh, it's in the book of Matthew, chapter 4, verses 18 and 19. It all just seems as though it's fated, Si.
What's that?
That I should command you, as our Lord did to the man Simon called Peter, to follow me.
Yeah, where?
Oh, I would hope your salvation.
Well, now, that's sort of a rocker for a number one man whose life is dedicated to the pursuit of the easy buck, isn't it? To say nothing of the fact that he's a man who doesn't need an elastic conscience, because in his life to date, he's never needed one at all. Just how do you suppose he'll make out if he ever has to use one? Let's see when I return with Act 2. The tall, dark, handsome boy dances with the little sparrow bird of a woman. A half a century lies between them. The boy, for all his easy carriage, is a coiled spring, tensed, dangerous. His agate bright eyes, afraid and menacing behind the surface charm. The little old lady is serene and unafraid, with the dauntless armor of extreme age and inner faith. An ill-assorted couple, joined by an accident of fate, which can lead only to disaster.
Hey, you're too much for me, Cousin Ann.
I don't think so, Simon. Maybe just enough, or at least what you need. You're up against it, aren't you?
Come again?
You're broke. Practically down to your last dime. And you're looking for a meal ticket.
Lady, you fracture me, I mean, how's an old woman like you know where anything's at?
I put in my apprenticeship finding out. I've lived a lot of years.
Yeah, in the past.
Oh, I'm still here. You'll have to tell me if I'm right. I think you've run out the string side. That $10 I changed for you was your last line of defense.
Hey, what is this?
I know I'm right, and so do you. And this girl tonight, she was just a means to an end, a place to spend the night on.
What do you mean, was? Hey, look, I gotta find her on
She isn't here anymore.
How do you know?
Well, you scared her. She wanted to go home. And she's gone, alone. I'm sorry if I broke up your date, but it really was for the best.
Yeah, I'm glad you figure it that way.
Now, before you get too mad, why don't you listen to me?
Yeah, listen to what?
I don't have a date, so you can be mine. The party's over, Simon. Will you see me home?
I never figured this. Me, walking a little old bundle of bones, couldn't weigh over 85 pounds soaking wet home. But what else have I got going for me, you know?
So, that's my proposition. Now, how does it feel for a change?
What do you mean, change?
Well, aren't you the one who usually makes the proposition?
I say it again, Cousin Ann. You are really something else.
Something else from you, Simon, baby. I'd like you to cross over and join my world.
Well, what's your world?
Well, I told you. The way to salvation.
You mean you're ready to take me in? You stake me till I find a job? Get back on my feet? But what's the payoff?
Payoff?
What am I letting myself in for? What have I got to pay back?
Oh, nothing really, except companionship and maybe sort of the miracle of a memory coming alive for even only a little while. You're so like him, Simon. Well, here we are home. We can say goodnight and you keep on walking, or you come in with me and make it yours, too.
You're taking some risk.
At 85.
84. You really want me to come stay with you?
I really do, Simon. I think it would be very good for both of us.
I got a suitcase down at the bus station with my things. I could go fetch it and come back.
You do that. And I'll have a nice little supper waiting for you by the time you come back, Peter. I mean, Simon. This'll be your room, Simon. With your own bath right across the hall. Put out towels for you. Oh, there's a closet over there. And whenever you're ready, I have a little surprise for you. Keeping hot in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, I can unpack later. Why don't I come on down with you now?
Whatever you want. From now on, you're home.
You buy this? You can see this happen? I had to shake all the cobwebs from that loaded punch out of my head to make sure it was for real, and I'd fallen knee-deep in it. Suddenly I was cold sober, and I knew I'd hit the jackpot if I just played it right. I washed my face quickly, I combed my hair, and went down to supper in the kitchen.
More coffee? As much as you want. How's the pizza?
Oh, it's the most.
I don't eat it myself. I really don't remember just why I bought it. Maybe someone nudged my elbow.
Huh?
Well, since it wasn't my idea, it must have come from above. I don't think you crossed my path by accident.
I don't know what else.
Well, you don't believe in him as easily as I do.
Yeah, religion ain't my speed.
Perhaps not yet. Oh, you're so like him.
We're back to Peter again, huh? Simon called Peter.
Does that upset you?
Yeah, well, I kind of like to be number one guy. Who was this Peter guy, anyway?
It was the man I should have married. The man I should have made marry me. I was too romantic for our own good, so I just let him walk out of my life.
He ditched you?
No, not exactly. No, he had another appointment, which kept him in France. Villa Wood, near Chateau Thierry.
Yeah, that's what I say, another dame.
No, a gentleman with a scythe.
Huh?
Death, Simon. Death. In the Dark Ages, long before you were born, May 27th, 1918, a German machine gun cut him down. Peter Hurst, who should have been my husband, except that he refused to marry.
Why?
Oh, just exactly because of what happened.
When he marched away to war, he had a premonition he'd never come back. He thought that 28 would be too young for a widow. And I was fool enough to let him have his way.
Well, I don't know, Cousin Ann. Maybe he pegged it right. No sense for making making a commitment to some poor Joe couldn't be around. This way he lets you swing free. You know what I mean?
If we'd been married, we'd have been together. And if we'd been together, I know we'd have had a child. This way, I was left with nothing.
You mean you never...
Nothing to bother about. Yet. But if I had had that child, he might have looked just like you.
Oh, come on, Cousin Annie. He would have been old enough to be my father. I could have been a girl.
Either way, I might have ended up with a grandson.
I ain't the guy.
No, not yet.
Huh?
Oh, forget that. Now, the first thing to do is get you a job, isn't it? Well, how would you like to work in a bank?
A bank?
Yes, Mr. Gillette is the man who handles my affairs. And I'm sure if I recommended you, he might find something for you. Should I recommend you, Simon?
Why not?
Oh, I'm the one who was asking the questions. I mean, can you be trusted?
What do you think? I mean, what do you think? I want to heist the joint?
Well, I'd like to feel that I could be sure you wouldn't. I told you I was interested in your salvation.
I get a job at the bank. Interest clerk in the savings department. And I lived with Cousin Ann, and she tried to make my peace with her God. And maybe it wasn't all con, because she sort of got to me, you know, and who knows, the way things could have gone, except for Ted Slade turning up one day.
Hey, man, I've been waiting for you.
Yeah?
You don't recognize me? Ted Slade.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, where you heading?
It's my lunch hour. I got someplace to grab a fast sandwich.
Okay. I'll walk with you. Hey, you working that joint?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I never thought I'd see you go square.
I gotta eat.
Yeah. Best you could do?
It ain't like that.
So how is it? Tell me.
Shut up.
Well, just figured you for a little inside info.
Yeah? About what?
The way banks work. Like since you're on the inside.
What do you got in mind?
Hey, I'll buy you lunch. Maybe we could get our heads together, huh?
I'm not copping out. I'm not trying to duck it. I knew as well as Ted did where he was heading, you know. We were both main chance boys, and the way it stacked up, whatever religion I'd got kind of, like, melted. It all looked so easy.
Who's trying to knock off your bank, chum, huh?
Yeah, then what?
Well, I've cased this little neighborhood bank corner of Stillwell and 7. Same pattern as yours. Now, Friday should be the big day when the cash is still alive, not buried in the vault. You drive. That's all the risk you take. I pay off 1/3.
Yeah, is it worth it?
You gotta know it is. That's payday for the consolidated machine plant. There's like 150,000 riding on this. You want in?
Yeah, you got me. I want in. When?
Next Friday. Take off sick. In the morning, you pick up the getaway car. From then on in, it's smooth sailing.
Sure, I should have told him to get lost, you know. You think I don't know that? But there were other things going for me right then. Like I was broke. And anyway, I had a grab at it. Huh. What did you say? Cousin Ann? Oh, come on. She was just a lucky break I'd latched on to. Or was she? Wasn't she maybe I don't know what to call it, like maybe a force that was shoving me into a corner. I couldn't break out of it. See, so maybe Ted was handing me a brass ring. I could grab it and I could get off the merry-go-round. Wrong or right. I grabbed it.
You okay?
Sure.
All right, I'm going out now. I just saw Consolidated make the big deposit.
You can handle it alone?
Duck soup. You just hold fast. Be ready to take off when I come out.
No rough stuff?
Hey, you playing with children. Not unless there has to be. Hang in there, partner.
I saw him saunter into the bank. Then nothing. But the waiting. When I finally heard them, like I guess I knew all along I was going to. That this was one heist which wasn't going to work. No problem. I shoved that getaway car into gear and took off. I junked it 4 blocks away. I went back meekly to my job as interest clerk. But I knew right then, no matter how it went, I had to get out. Even away from Cousin Ann.
Oh, terrible. What a waste. A young man robbing a bank, shot to death. And what for?
Let me see. Ted Slade.
Oh, did you know him?
Just reading his name here in the paper.
Where?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, at the end of the story, I hadn't got that far. Police speculated that the robber could not have been alone. Mrs. James C. Needleson, returning from lunch, remembers a gray sedan sitting near the bank with its engine running. A search is being made for the car and a possible driver. Oh, what a terrible thing. A young man throwing away his life for a few dollars. You wouldn't have to do that, Simon.
Huh?
You have a future, if you want it, with me. May not be much, but all I have when I die is going to you. And I just hope you're willing to wait.
But I wasn't. And I was too scared some smart cop would get a make on me. And I was long past being Mama's boy. So that night, I picked up stakes and I took off for the Big Apple. If you want to get lost, where else is better than New York? And I thought I'd said goodbye to Cousin Ann forever.
Sooner or later, every grifter, every guy with an angle gravitates to New York. The city isn't to blame. It's just so big that, like blotting paper, it absorbs and disidentifies anyone who wants to become anonymous. A petty crook like Cy could have remained forever that way but that's the story. So we'll save that till I return shortly with Act 3. Three months in New York have not been very kind to Cy Berman. Oh, he has a new girl. There's always a girl in the life of a man like Cy, but what he doesn't have is money, or what he would call a connection to raise any. Worse than that, he's in the hands of the loan sharks, so he's not at his best this morning.
Lou! Hey, Lou!
Yes, Simon. What is it?
That devilish that racket.
Oh, they're tearing down the building next door. They've been at it since 8 o'clock this morning.
Check the window, will you? Cut down the noise.
Oh, the place will get like a steam bed.
I don't care. I'd rather sweat than have my brain scrambled. Come on, move it. Do what I say.
Yes, I should. Don't slip. How's that?
Vibration's still enough to knock my head off. I need a drink. Where's the bottle?
I threw it out.
What?
Take it easy, Si. You'll knock me up again. It was empty.
You've been hitting it again?
Oh, I know. You knocked it off yourself last night. Oh, please, you're hurting me.
I ought to lay one across you. Go on, get out of here. Get me another one.
Oh, what'll I use for money?
We clean again?
You ought to know. Oh, jeez, what are we going to do, Si?
I don't know. I can't get nowhere.
Well, if it hadn't been for me, we'd have been on welfare the past month and a half.
Sure. Big deal your brother rung me in on. Get me in the hands of the loan sharks. How am I going to dig myself out of that, huh?
Oh, if you could only get something going.
Yeah, not legitimate, that's for sure. I'm never going to dig myself out that. Who's that?
I don't know.
Maybe Sal.
Yeah? Give me my gun just in case.
Now, don't go off like a rocket, Si. I'm sure it's only my brother.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. Who is it?
It's Sal.
You alone?
Sure. What do you think?
You better be. I'm nervous. I'm real edgy.
Open that door, Si.
Go ahead, Lou. Open it up.
Will you put the gun away, Si? I'm alone. This time.
What do you want?
You're overdue, Si.
Oh, I haven't got it.
Well, you'd better get it. You know, the man gets nervous when it goes over $1,000.
$1,000? Mm-hmm. Hey, I only filed 3 bills.
Well, it's the way it is with interest. It mounts up.
How am I going to get that kind of dough?
Search me. But if I was you, I'd get it. I mean, by Monday next week. That's all the time you got.
Oh, Sal, can't you give him a break? You're my brother, after all.
Lou, hon, there ain't no family connections with the man. Now, I am just a messenger. It's my neck or sides. So whose do you figure I'm going to look out for?
Yeah, but he hasn't got it, honest.
Well, he better find some way to get it. Hey, ain't you got no family you can put the B on, huh, Si?
Nah, I've been on my own ever since I was a... Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. Maybe there is a way. It took me pretty near 10 minutes on the phone to get Cousin Ann to stop trying to hang up on me. She sure soured on me the way I walked out on her. But when the chips are down, I can wheedle with the best.
Oh, I'm probably being very foolish, Simon. And that's another privilege of old age. Do you want to come home again?
Oh, more than anything, Cousin Ann, but... Well, only I can't, see?
What's the matter? You're in trouble?
Yeah.
With the police?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
A girl?
Well, no, I don't have any trouble with them.
Yes, I don't imagine you do. Well, what is it, then?
I was very foolish, see? I had to live. I'm in hock.
You mean you owe money?
Yeah, you can say that again.
Or how much?
$1,000. But maybe I could stave them off, you know, with less.
You're asking me for the money, Simon?
Just as a loan.
Oh, but you'd rather have it as a gift, huh?
Oh, well, you know, you once said something about putting me in your will. I'm sure rather have it now, you know.
$1,000?
You gotta help me, Cousin Ann, please.
Well, give me your New York address and phone number, Simon, and I'll think it over.
I guess I don't have to tell nobody how I sweated out the next couple of days. Like, I must have jumped a foot every time the phone rang. And I had Lou running up and down the stairs 10 times a day looking for the mail. Who's that, Lou?
Search me.
But they said I had till Monday. I still got time. Yeah? Yeah, who is it?
It's Cousin Ann, Simon. Will you come down and help me with my bag, please?
Who is it?
It's Cousin Ann. What the devil's she doing here in New York?
So, this is how you're living.
Yeah, it's the best I've been able to manage.
Well, now that Cousin Ann is here, we'll see if we can't improve things for you.
You mean you brought I mean the money?
Now, that's something we can discuss when I get settled in. I want us to enjoy my visit while I'm here before we go back to Cleveland.
The next few days was enough to get me annoyed enough to murder this old babe. Like it gets to be Saturday, and I sneak out of the house to phone Lou from a booth and let her know how the land lays, see?
Sal ain't here right now, Si. Nothing he could do anyways.
Hey, look, Lou, don't be mad at me. I'm just trying to play the angles, only nothing pays off.
She hasn't come up with the dough?
Nah. She says it's usury and it's against the law. She wanted to bring in the cops.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It was all I could do to stop her. Lou, what am I going to do?
Don't tell me you've run out of snake oil, Sean boy.
Hey, awful. Yeah. I tell you, I'm scared silly. And what's driving me bananas is all she's got to do is write a check, and I'm home free. I've only got today and tomorrow to make her see reason. If she doesn't come through, I'm going to murder her.
Oh, there you are, Simon. I didn't know where you'd got to. I was afraid you'd forgotten our little trip to the Metropolitan Art Museum today.
Look, Cousin Ann, maybe this trip here is a big blast to you, but with me, it's life and death. I got less than 24 hours to come up with 1,000 big ones, or else I'm going to get hurt. I'm hurt bad. I gotta know. You're going to give it to me or not?
I have no intention of having any traffic with crooks and criminals, or of condoning usury. I am not going to pay it, and neither are you.
What?
The matter is in much better hands than ours, Simon. And that's the last I intend to say about it.
Whose hands? You think this is something that guy you pray to is going to take care of?
I have no doubt in the last analysis. I am sure when we go to church tomorrow, he will answer my prayers. There's a right way and a wrong way to go about things. Now, you listen to me, Simon.
No. Oh, you listen to me, you silly old doll. You're going to make that pay off. You see this?
Yes, it's a pistol.
Yeah, with real bullets. One of which, so help me, is going to make you very dead if you don't sit down and write me a check for that 1,000.
I can't do that, Simon.
You better, cousin. I am not kidding. I'm desperate.
It wouldn't do any good even if I had a check, which I haven't. I haven't even a bank account. And I haven't any money. Certainly not $1,000.
What are you talking about? You're loaded.
I have a small insurance annuity policy, which pays me barely enough to live on.
Yeah, but the house.
Oh, I don't own that. The church has been kind enough to let me use it these last years rent-free in return.
But you said I'd be in your will.
You are, but it's only a few dollars that I thought might help.
Why, you silly old fraud. You led me down a garden path. And because of you, I'm going to get my brains knocked out. I could kill you for that.
Only you won't. Because God wouldn't allow a boy like you.
Damn you. And your... Oh, no. Cousin Ann, look. I didn't mean it.
Please, drop your gun and open up. When the door opens, you better have your hands up top of your head.
Okay, I dropped the gun. I'm opening up.
That's nice, buddy. Just hold it like that. See to the old lady there.
Right, sir.
How did you know to be here?
We weren't looking for homicide, buddy. Just answering a complaint at the precinct 2 days back by the old lady. Something about usury and loan sharks. We just came by to check it out. What's the matter, Crumb? She didn't want to pay off?
They had me dead to rights. They threw the book at me. Maximum security. Solitary. The night I arrived here in jail, so did Cousin Ann. I was getting ready to turn in, washing my face. As I reached for the towel, there she was, sitting on the bed, knitting on something.
Hello, Simon.
What are you doing here?
Keeping you company.
Yeah, but you can't. You're dead.
Oh, no. No, you took my life in the midst of a deception. And my punishment is I cannot die till you do. We're going to be together a long time.
No. Get me out of here. God. Get me out. I can't stand it. I'd rather die. I'd rather be dead.
Not a pleasant story, I'm sorry to say. But then Simon Berman isn't a very pleasant character. So perhaps the punishment fits the crime. He'll have a long, long time to learn with Hamlet that conscience doth make cowards of us all. I'll be back shortly.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then. But we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You like the way X-Lax works, gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
Remember your last hay fever attack? Your medicine turned out to be just antihistamine. Next time, arm yourself with ARM, allergy relief medicine. One tablet helps itching, dripping, sneezing, then does what your plain antihistamine won't do for congestion relief, even in your sinuses. Remember,
don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
Get antihistamine relief and more. Take ARM when needed, only as directed.
Cy Berman is no longer housed on death row. He lives part of the time in a padded cell when he doesn't have to be confined to a straitjacket in his own room. They've even given up treatments. No form of therapy helps. He lives in his private world with only one other companion, a gentle ghost named Cousin Anne, whose kindly presence, far from soothing him, has driven him mad. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mary Jane Higby, Bryna Rayburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is always on our minds, but seldom on our lips? What is forever contemplated and never comprehended? The answer is death. Shakespeare would seem to have said it all when he wrote, "Death, a necessary end, will come when it will come." But is it really a necessary end? That's the question that bedevils us, and in all probability will continue to bedevil us until, well, I suppose, until we die.
Do you live in a house?
Of course.
Do you wear clothes?
Certainly.
Do you eat food?
Yes. Now go away. You're beginning to annoy me.
Our mystery drama, Dialogue with Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Paul Hecht and Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The story we now bring you took place about 100 years ago, a time when no one knew anything about death, as no one had known anything 100 years before that, or 1,000, or 1,000,000, as no one knows now. Yet, as then, as now, there were fantasies about death, and it's on the basis of one of them that we have fashioned the story that follows.
I remember it all so well.
Every detail. What she was wearing at certain times. What she looked like at certain moments. Where we stood or sat. What she said and how she said it. What I responded. Place we walked. Food we ate. Even the dishes we ate from. Glasses we drank from. I'm seeing it all again. Hearing it all. Feeling it all for the second time. A kind of terrible, inevitable déjà vu. Strange, isn't it?
Strange.
I loved her so much.
I know.
The year I left for Heidelberg to study medicine, she was just a slip of a thing, only 16. And when I came back 4 years later, she wasn't simply 4 years older. She was a new person. No longer a child to tease and play games with, but a grown woman to admire and respect and fall in love with. Which I promptly did.
Yes, you did.
Of course, my father had written to me about her a few times. But nothing had prepared me for the shock, the delirious surprise that morning at the railroad station.
Bravo, fight! Bravo, fight!
George!
This your Lisa? Oh, yes, sir. That's mine.
George Cudler.
What?
I thought you'd never get here. You're late.
Well, the train... Is it... No. Are you Jenny?
Don't say you don't recognize me. I'd die if you said that.
But what happened to your pigtails?
They're pinned around my head. See? And they're called braids. Come on. I drove down in the trap. Your father's still at the infirmary.
Board! All board!
I can't get over how you've changed.
And you've grown a mustache.
Well, I'm going to teach a class in anatomy. A professor needs a mustache, but you've changed completely.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Oh, fiddlestick. Well, here we are. You'll observe we have a new horse.
What happened to Princess?
She went lame. We had to have her put down. Here, you want to take the reins?
All right. I learned to ride on Princess. Remember, we used to ride her bareback, the two of us?
Mm-hmm. Me in front, you behind.
And those wild gallops across the meadow.
Shall we get started? Your father may be home by now, and Hannah's planned a special supper in your honor.
All right. Come on. I really love that sweet horse.
Oh, Princess is all right. Sound as a dollar.
You said you had her put down.
We did. But she's fine now. Looks like a 2-year-old.
But she's dead.
I see her often.
In your dreams, you mean?
I see her. I hear her. Oh, come on, George. Let's get out of this slow walk.
On the way home, I tried to remember what she'd been like when she first came to live with Father and me. A scrawny child of 9 or 10. You remember her, Hannah?
No, very well.
She didn't seem to brood at all about her parents and the awful way they died. Perhaps she'd been too young to grasp the tragedy of it all. I found myself hoping that Father would be home by the time we arrived. I wanted to talk to him about Jenny.
Hannah says give the roast another 10 minutes.
Where's Jenny, Father?
Jenny, she's setting the table. Well, it's good to have you back, son. Sorry I couldn't meet your train.
Oh, that's all right. Jenny explained. Father, about Jenny...
how do you think she looks?
Well, she's grown up, but there's something else. On the way home, she told me you had to have old Princess put down.
Well, Princess was nearly 30, you know. We could have had her put out to pasture, but that's no kind of life.
Jenny says she sees her running across the meadow, sound as a dollar, looking like a 2-year-old.
Oh, yes, well,
Has she ever told you that?
Not directly, no. But I've heard her talking to old Princess.
Talking to a dead horse? That's not healthy.
Perhaps not.
Well, have you spoken to her about it?
George, we have to remember the life Jenny's had, the circumstances under which she came here to live. Having seen her father and her mother burned alive, screaming from their bedroom window, well, that's a terrible thing for a child to go through.
But when she came to live with us, she was just a normal little girl. There was never anything morbid about Jenny.
There isn't anything morbid about Jenny.
Yes, but seeing a dead horse, talking to a dead horse, being preoccupied with death that way.
Jenny isn't preoccupied with death. She simply doesn't believe in it.
Doesn't believe in it? That's a peculiar thing to say.
Nevertheless, it's true. True for Jenny, anyway.
Well, I'm going to speak to her about it.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You leave Jenny alone.
But it's morbid, Father. It's not healthy.
Who are you to say what's morbid or what's healthy? You leave that girl alone, George. I'm warning you. Leave her alone, or you'll answer to me.
I couldn't understand my father. A doctor who faced up to death and fought it any number of times in the course of his practice, as I was prepared to do now that I had an MD after my name. Well, Hannah, as you know, I took up my residency at the local hospital and started teaching an evening course in anatomy. My time was heavily occupied, but every minute I could spare was spent with Jenny. You remember how it was, Hannah?
I remember.
Going to church together, attending Vespers, long buggy rides on fine days, local dances, taffy pulls, country fairs, long afternoons reading in the summer house as we'd done when we were children. I felt the moment approaching when I could be certain of my love for her, though I resisted it as long as I could. But one late afternoon, sitting with her in the summer house, I knew it was no longer any use to pretend to myself or to her. Jenny, I love you. I love you more than I can say, almost more than I can bear. I've always loved you, Jenny. It's taken me all this long time to realize how much I love you. Are you surprised?
Not very.
You mean you've known it all along that I love you?
I wanted you to.
Does that mean that you love me?
I do love you, George.
Oh, Jenny, will you'll marry me, won't you? Of course you will.
I have to ask my mother.
Well,
I'm sure she likes you.
Jenny, my darling, your mother...
George, you go in the house, will you? Let me stay here by myself for a little while. Will you do that, my love?
Well, if you want me to...
Oh, don't look so troubled. Mother likes you very much.
Jenny...
Father likes you, too.
A dozen conflicting emotions flooded my mind.
Poor George.
A girl who talked to the dead. Could such a one ever be truly mine? In a frenzy compounded of doubt and desire, I told my father, I've asked Jenny to marry me, Father.
Oh? I thought you might do that. Well, I approve. Has she accepted you?
She says she loves me.
But has she accepted you?
Father, at this very minute, Jenny is in the summer house asking her mother's permission to marry me.
Huh?
And her father's.
I see.
You see? Is that all you can say, you see? Her father and mother have been dead for 10 years, but she is asking their permission to marry me. Doesn't that strike you as a very strange thing for a young girl to do? When she said she talks to a dead horse, sees it running across a meadow, that was bad enough. But now to talk to a dead father and mother, perhaps she thinks she sees them too. I mean, Father, if she'll have me, what will I be taking for a wife?
The woman you love. What more do you want, George? Count yourself very fortunate, my boy. Consider yourself the luckiest man on earth.
But I must talk to her about these hallucinations. I must have it out with her before we can be married.
You will do nothing of the sort. I forbid it.
You forbid it? In God's name, why?
Jenny's mind, George, has a delicate balance. It swings perilously between this world and another, never quite settling, never coming to rest, oscillating back and forth, vibrating like a pendulum. George, don't tamper with that balance. You understand me? Don't tamper with it. Or by heaven, I swear... well, never mind.
You'll what, Father? Well, finish what you were going to say.
Look here. Look at this, George. You see it?
It's a gun.
Yes, it's a gun. You say one word, George, to that girl about what you call her hallucinations, and I'll kill you.
George?
That's Jenny.
Remember what I said, George. Leave her alone, or I'll kill you.
It's all right, George. We can be married.
My father gave us his blessing. In my happiness and my expectancy, I drove away all premonitions, all dreams. But ever ticking at the back of my mind was the question, why had my father spoken as he did, so passionately, so violently?
You don't know.
Do you?
He loved her. Violently, passionately, loved her.
Death has been written about very little. Love has been written about a great deal. Perhaps because love is the beginning of everything, and death is the end. But what happens when love and death are intermingled, joined, the one to the other, in an eternal embrace? We'll explore this further in Act 2. So George and Jenny plighted their troth, and under a dire threat, George's father forbade his son ever to speak to his young fiancée about her curious attachment to all those she has loved who have passed out of this life. Then, under the spell of his infatuation, George proceeded with the arrangements for his imminent marriage to the girl of his heart.
We spent long afternoons in the summer house, spinning dreams of the day that would unite us. We wanted an extravagant wedding. At least I did. My father's big white colonial house set among great old oak trees with its center hallway, its winding staircase, its vast reception hall was ideal. You remember it, Hannah?
All too well.
After the ceremony, if it was a fine day, we would have the collation served in the great rose garden with a quintet of musicians playing and tables laden with food. And I shall be very dashing in my cutaway and striped trousers, and you in... What? What will you wear, Jenny?
I don't know.
You mean you haven't ordered your wedding dress?
Not yet.
Well, I thought that was what young brides thought about first.
Well, I've been thinking about it.
You'll have someone come to the house to make it, won't you?
I don't know.
Sweetheart, the local shops are all right for simple things.
I'd like something simple, I think.
Well, if you're sure. Look, why don't you take a trip into the city and see what they have in the big stores?
Well, yes, I could do that.
Hannah will go with you and help you pick it out.
I don't want Hannah to go with me.
But Hannah has very good taste, dear. She could advise you.
I don't need Hannah to advise me.
I only meant...
My mother will advise me. My mother will pick out my dress.
I started to speak, then closed my lips firmly against the words. I remembered my father saying, Jenny's mind has a delicate balance. It swings between this world and another, oscillating back and forth. Don't tamper with it. Again, my love drowned my fears, and I reached for Jenny's hand. What are you thinking about, my love?
About the wedding.
But why do you look so sad?
Who's to pay for it? All the caviar and champagne and the musicians. Who's to pay for my dress?
My dear, do you need money for your dress?
For everything. Who's to pay for it all?
Precious, I'll give you money for the dress and the caviar, the champagne, the musicians. My father will pay for all that.
Well, that's not right.
Of course it's right, Jenny. He expects to pay for it. He wants to. You're like his own daughter.
The father of the bride always pays for those things.
Jenny.
It's always done that way.
My darling.
Father wouldn't have it any other way. I know that. He couldn't.
My whole body stiffened. I murmured some sort of excuse, told her I needed something from the house, and I fled the summer house, leaving her immobile, pensive, troubled. Inside the house, I found my father. Father, it's happened again.
What's happened? Sit down, George.
I don't know what to do.
George, what's the matter? Is it Jenny?
Yes. She and I were sitting in the summer house. We've been there most of the afternoon making plans for the wedding.
Ah, yes.
Well, we got to the subject of her wedding dress. It seems that she doesn't want it made. She wants to buy it. So I suggested that she take the train into the city and maybe Hannah would go with her to help her pick it out.
Good idea.
Yes, but Jenny would have no part of it.
No?
She said, my mother will help me pick it out. My mother will help me pick out my wedding dress. Her mother, who burned up in a fire, who's been in her grave...
George, George, I know how you feel.
Am I to live with ghosts once we are married?
George, I live with ghosts. We all live with ghosts.
Well, I don't propose to.
Well, what do you propose to do?
Father, I didn't say anything when Jenny spoke about her mother, her dead mother, helping her to choose her wedding dress. I thought of everything you had said, and I kept quiet.
I'm glad you did.
But then she suddenly looked very troubled, very perplexed, and she said, "Who's to pay for all this?"
Pay for it?
Yes, the dress, the wedding, the music, the caterers.
Why, I shall pay for it.
Yeah, well, that's what I told her.
Well, who else should pay for it?
Her father.
Her father?
Well, that's what she said. She said it was only fitting and proper that the bride's father should pay for his daughter's wedding. I think she expects her dead father to give her away.
Oh, she wouldn't.
I don't know what she expects.
I thought she'd want me.
I know you forbade me to say anything to her about her congress with the dead.
I do forbid you.
But now I must. It's gone too far.
No, George. It could be fatal.
George, where are you?
There she is.
I'm in here, dear, with Father in the library.
Say nothing, George.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You can help me.
What is it you need, Jenny?
The second volume of something called Materia Medica. Is there such a book?
On the bottom shelf.
Yes, dear, with the red binding.
Oh, yes. Now, let's see here. Volume 2.
What are you looking for, dear?
Well, I'm not sure. Let me see now. Page 300 and... oh, yes. Yes, it's here. Here it is.
What is?
$1,000 to pay for my wedding.
Her face was radiant. She spread the 10 $100 bills on the floor and gazed at them delightedly. As for my father and myself, we stared at each other.
He told me it would be here.
Your father?
Of course. And here it is.
Yes, there it is.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, George?
Wonderful.
It'll pay for everything.
Jenny, my dear, it's nearly time for supper. Why don't you gather up the money and take it up to your room? Change for dinner. I want to talk to George.
All right.
That's a good girl.
You see, George, I told you he wouldn't have it any other way. It wouldn't be proper.
How did that money get there, Father? Did you put it there?
Her father put it there.
You are worse than she is. You put it there, and then somehow...
No, George. Jenny's father put the money in the book 10 years ago.
Did you know it was there?
Not until now. You see, it's money he owed me. Money I lent him. I never expected him to pay it back, and when he tried to pay it back, I refused to take it.
Well, how did it get in the book?
The night he came here to give it to me, the night I refused it, here in this very room, I remember, after a long and somewhat stormy argument, I went out to call him a carriage. Left the $100 bills lying on the desk, and when I came back to make my peace with him, the money was no longer there. Of course, I assumed he'd put it back in his pocket, but instead he hid it in a book he knew I'd eventually open.
Father, it doesn't explain how Jenny came to know it was there. Don't shrug and turn away. We have to talk about this.
I don't have to, and I don't intend to.
All right, then I'll talk to Jenny about it.
No, you won't. Come back here, George.
Father, I cannot marry a girl who's living half with me and half with the dead.
If you love her, you'll let her be.
I can't, Father.
That girl has some sort of communication with the dead that you can't understand.
But it's wrong.
Right or wrong. It's hers. It's part of her. And you must not interfere.
I have to, Father.
You must not.
And I have to do it now.
Don't make me kill you, George.
Give me the gun, Father.
No.
Give it to me.
George!
I don't want to hurt you.
Give me the gun. Give it to me.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I put the gun in my pocket. I looked down at my father on his knees on the floor where I'd forced him. His eyes were filled with tears. For whom? For himself? For Jenny? For me? For what she had done to him? For what he had almost done to me? Or for what I was about to do to her? I could not tell. I went upstairs and lifted my hand to knock on Jenny's door. And then I heard her voice.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, my darling. I knew I could count on you. I've always counted on you, and you've never failed me. Mother, should I have my dress made, or shall we go to the city and buy it? Oh, I want it to be just right. When I walk down the big staircase, I want to look just right. Because you, Father, will be waiting at the foot of the stairs. You'll crook your arm just so, and I'll put mine through yours. And together, we'll walk to where the minister will be standing. Who's there?
It's George. Let me in.
I'm not quite dressed, George.
It doesn't matter.
Please, George.
Look at me. Jenny, look at me.
Let me go, George.
Who was that you were talking to just now? That was your father, wasn't
You're hurting me, George.
And your mother? You were planning your wedding with them. Not with me, but with them.
Please, George.
You were planning your wedding dress with your mother, not with Hannah, who adores you, Hannah, who helped raise you.
George, please.
I heard you. You were telling your father he would give you to me in marriage. Your father is dead, Jenny. He's been dead a long time. And your mother, too. Dead and buried.
George.
And Princess is dead, too.
George.
Princess is not running across any meadow looking like a 2-year-old. Princess got to be an old horse. She was 30 years old and lame, and someone came and put a bullet between her eyes, and she died.
Oh,
and your mother died, too, and your father. They were burned in a fire, Jenny, a long time ago. But you are alive, Jenny. You are here, and you are alive. You know that.
Yes.
And I am alive, and we are here. We are now, and we are alive here and now. Do you understand, my darling?
Yes.
And Hannah will help you with your wedding dress.
Yes.
And my father will pay for the wedding. And when you come down the staircase, he will be waiting for you, and you will put your arm through his, and you will walk together to the place where I will be waiting for you. And we will be married. Do you understand, my dearest girl? Do you understand? I was holding her arms and staring down into her wide, frightened eyes and flinging my words into her face. Her eyes grew wider and wider. Their expression began to change. But what the change was, I could not tell. Was she beginning to understand what I was saying? Or was she leaving me forever? Hannah, I could not tell. All I could do was hold her close.
Oh, George. You poor, poor man.
What does one say to someone who will not let go? What does one do with such a person? It's all very well to counsel them, let the dead pass, bury its dead. But what if they scorn our advice and cling tenaciously to what they have lost? Or do the lost ones cling to them? As much as the living hold on to the dead, do the dead not also hold on to the living? I'll be back shortly with the concluding act. Jenny and George are about to be married. But it troubles George that his fiancée still appears to commune with the spirits of her parents, who met their death in a fire many years before. Indeed, Jenny appears to have contact, both visual and auditory, even with a horse named Princess, an aged mare they both rode as children. It is George's conviction that this morbidity must be erased from his beloved's personality before she can become his wife.
Oh, Hannah. Hannah, I loved her so.
I know.
It was for her own sake that I did what I did.
Of course.
For our sake, I should say, for the health of our marriage, our life together. Perhaps my father had been right when he said we all live with our own ghosts, and Jenny should be allowed to live with hers. I was left in a torment of doubt as I held her close.
Oh, George, what am I to do?
Let them go, Jenny. Let them lie in their graves. They're dead, my darling, but you and I are living.
We're going to be married, aren't we?
You know we are, very soon now. Leave them, Jenny. Be with me.
Oh, they'll be lonely.
My dear girl, they have died. Such things as loneliness, as grief, yes, joy too, and love, they are for the living, for us, not for them.
You really believe that, don't you?
It's true, my dearest. You must believe it, too.
I'll try.
No, sweetheart. You must do more than that.
I can.
Yes, you can. Now, I'm going to be your husband, and you must rely on me to tell you what is right. I only want you to be happy, you know that.
Oh, yes.
Well, then, together we will exorcise these ghosts that haunt you. I shall try to be very patient, my dear love, very patient and very loving. Because I do love you. More than pen can write or tongue can tell. And you must trust in that love, Jenny, and believe with all your heart that I know what's best. I held her in my arms for a long time. Then, Hannah, I think that you called from downstairs that supper would be on the table presently, and I released her to bathe and put on fresh clothes while I went down to confront my father. He looked very gray and haggard. It's done, Father.
Oh, George.
It was necessary.
I know you think so.
I am convinced of it.
I know you are.
If we are ever to be happy together...
I know. George, I feel very badly that I threatened you before the way I did.
We'd best forget that, Father.
To threaten you with a gun, I must have been mad.
We'll just forget all about it. Here's your gun, Father.
No.
Take it.
No. I don't want it.
I want you to take it. It'll help us to forget what happened. It'll be as though it never took place.
No, you keep the gun, George. I don't want it. I never want to touch it again. I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, all the same, I'm afraid.
All right. I'll keep it. Until you say you want it back. So I put the gun in my pocket. It seemed to make him feel a little better, as though simply getting it out of his sight was a step toward erasing the memory of that frantic night. Then, I think that you, Hannah, announced that supper was served, and the three of us sat down to eat together. None of us ate very much, which was understandable enough.
Oh, yes.
Still, we did manage to get through the meal. I had done the right and proper thing. I was sure of that.
Oh, George.
I know. Nevertheless, that is what I thought. The next morning, Jenny did not come down for breakfast. My father and I left for the hospital together, worked assiduously all day, and left for home together late that afternoon.
Hannah said this morning that Jenny was going into the city today to buy her wedding dress.
Oh, that's splendid.
Hannah wanted to go with her.
Jenny went alone? I don't like that, Father.
Oh, it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No, but still...
You're afraid that Jenny still believes her mother will help her choose a dress.
Well...
Oh, I'm sure everything will come out right, sooner or later.
I told her she must have faith in my love and my knowledge of what's best for her.
I hope she can do that.
Yes.
Have you appointed a date for the wedding, George?
Oh, the end of the month. We haven't decided on the precise day.
Where will you live once you're married?
No, we haven't talked about that.
Would you consider staying on with me? I'll be lonely without either of you. Now, that's selfish, I know, but, George, I'm so used to Jenny about the house, I'd miss her terribly. But I mustn't be selfish.
That's all right, Father. I don't see why we shouldn't live in the house with you, at least for the time being.
It is a nice house.
It's a beautiful house. And quite large enough for three. The trees are beginning to bud, huh?
Yes. Yeah. They'll be out full by the time of the wedding.
What's that?
Sounds like the local fire engine.
Yeah, I'm glad Jenny isn't home to hear that.
George! What? It's the summer house.
No.
Look at the smoke,
The
George.
summer house is burning. It's on fire. Jenny! You tried to save her, Hannah. I know that.
I tried. It was no use. Your father tried, but the fire had gone too far.
Hannah, who started the fire?
I don't know.
Did Jenny start it? If she did, it was my fault. I had made her life unendurable when I drove away her ghosts. I killed my own sweet darling.
Oh, George.
Yet the summer house was quite old. The wood was very dry. Could have burst into flame by itself, the merest spark. Will I ever know, Hannah?
One day. You will.
When?
Soon. I think.
We must decide where she should be buried, George.
Well, there's the cemetery. Of course, Hannah thinks that would be best.
Her father and mother are buried there. I suppose she'd want to be near them.
Yes, well, whatever you say.
Perhaps I could get permission to bury her here.
On the property?
Yes. Such things can be arranged, I believe.
Well, whatever you say.
No, George, whatever you say. It's your privilege and your right to decide.
Well, all I can think is that she's gone. That I shall never see her again. Never hear her voice.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow.
I'm very tired, George. I think I'll go up to bed.
All right, Father. I'll sit up a while longer. I don't think I can sleep.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow we'll make the arrangements. Good night, son.
Good night, Father. I'll look in on you when I come upstairs.
Oh, you don't need to.
I want to. He pressed my shoulder, and I put my hand over his for an instant. I felt very close to him. I truly loved him, Hannah.
I know you did.
Later, when I'd grown drowsy, I went upstairs, stopped at the door of his room, and went in, without knocking, in case he was asleep. I saw him lying fully clothed on his bed, but his shirt sleeve was pushed up above his elbow. I think I knew he was dead even before I touched him, and I knew how he had died. I found the minuscule puncture of the needle on his arm almost immediately, and later I found the slender needle where it had rolled under the bed. I've never told you this before, Hannah, but now I feel I must.
Tell me.
I knelt by the side of his bed, but the tears would not come. I told myself, my father is dead. I even repeated the word over and over to myself, and then said it aloud, dead, 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 I kept saying. I had lost her, and now I had lost him, all within the space of a few hours. I could not comprehend how such a monstrous thing could have befallen me. Do you understand, Hannah?
I understand.
But I could not weep. I could not weep. And do you know why?
Tell me.
Because I hated him. I hated the man I had felt so close to such a short time before. And do you know why I hated him, Hannah?
Tell me.
Because he wanted to be ahead of me. Even there.
Even where, George?
There, wherever she was. He wanted to be there with her. You told me he loved her.
He did.
He must be right. He left me and went to join her there.
Where, George?
There. I don't know where. Wherever she was, I don't know. So don't ask me where.
Tell me the rest of it.
I knelt by his bedside for, I don't know how long. Silent,
frozen, angry. Angry, yes. No one had cared enough for me. No one had thought of me, my life, my lonely life that I had now to face. Both of them had left me without a thought. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Hannah?
Yes.
I was living in a pit of hell I never knew existed, filled with fury, rage, and desperation. And then...
Go on.
And
Go on.
I got to my feet and
Go on.
I reached in my pocket.
Go on.
I felt something.
Yes.
I took it out of my pocket. I put it to my head. What was that?
Go on.
I just heard something.
I didn't hear anything.
Sounded like a gun going off.
Oh?
I don't remember anything like that.
You will.
When?
When you realize that you are dead.
Dead? I dead? How can that be?
You took your father's gun from your pocket, and you put it to your head, George, and you fired.
But I'm here, talking to you, Hannah.
Can you see me?
Of course I can see you.
I can't see you.
But I'm right next to you. You must see me.
I don't have such gifts, George. Jenny had them.
But why can't you see me? I'm right here.
The dead vibrate at a much faster pace than the living.
Huh. Can it be true that I am dead, that I killed myself?
It's true, George.
But why did I do it?
To join the others, perhaps.
Jenny? My father?
All the others.
But where will I live now that I'm here?
In a house, I think.
A large, white house?
Perhaps.
Will I be fed here?
They say you will eat of the essence. Here, we eat of the substance. But you will eat of the essence.
Hannah?
Yes, George.
Will I visit you now and then? Talk to you?
I hope you will.
You won't turn me away?
Never.
That's good. Listen, Hannah. Listen to that.
What do you hear?
Don't you hear it, Hannah? Don't you hear it? You must. It's Princess. It's old Princess galloping across the meadow, looking like a 2-year-old.
And that is how some people envision death and what comes after. I cannot promise you that they are right. On the other hand, I cannot tell you they're wrong. I'm as ignorant and as undecided as you or anyone. But if they are right, should we keep our ears, perhaps our eyes, open for the sight and sound of those who have left us? I don't know. Perhaps it is better simply to get on with the only business that we know, the business of living. I shall return shortly. Someone said that the dead are not truly dead so long as they are remembered here on earth. And that may be true. I'm not prepared to say. But assuming that it is true, the flaw lies in the fact that remembering can be so painful. Remembering hurts. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Fred Gwynn, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores, Buick Motor Division, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines.